You are the murderer who attacked the slave market. Han Xiao also pretended to be shocked, as if he had just recognized the ashes. His acting skills were online, and his tone was as shocked as real. According to the information master by the Dark Star, he was just an irrelevant passerby. Once he fought, he would definitely find that he was the witness of the hasty fight that night. From the perspective of Ashes, both sides had only met once, that is, the night when they attacked the slave market, so it was normal for him to pretend to recognize Ashes and regard it as the attacker. There is another purpose of disguising this way, which is to conceal the truth about Dark Star and escape suspicion. From a moment of the attack, this series of ideas brewed in Han Xiao's mind. Sure enough, when he saw him, Ash did not think about the idea that Han Xiao is the mysterious person who discovered the origin of the Dark Star. On the night of the attack, due to the power outage in the area, they could not see their fingers. Both sides were wearing masks and mechas. They did not know each other's identity, but unexpectedly they happened to meet by chance. Enemies are narrow. Han Xiao is the first special opponent who is lower than himself, but is immune to carbon atom deconstruction. Although he is only a short fight, he left a very deep impression on the Ashes and can't forget them. Ashes were shocked, swept away his careless attitude before. His eyes were full of curiosity and fighting spirit. I didn't decide the winner last time, and this time I was not in a hurry. The witnesses were the culprits of the attack, and their true identity was the target of Black Star this time. New and old hatreds were superimposed, and Ashes was full of fighting spirit. So he decided to show the strongest strength. Asphalts hold the palm of the hand. The black carbon dust rolls, condenses into a straight double-edged sword. The atoms are closely distributed and transformed into diamonds. Although they are very brittle, the asphalts are repaired at any time, making up for the shortcomings, and they are both rigid and tough. Boom! At the same time, countless black dust ejected from the ground, with a small size, floating all over the place, drilling into the gaps of the mecha. Han Xiao felt the pressure as the enemy's momentum rose geometrically. Originally, Ashes thought it would be an easy task to take Han Xiao, but he found out that he was wrong. This was a difficult opponent, so he changed his mind and took the attitude of dealing with a strong enemy to face Han Xiao, and became completely serious. Who? 7 sounds hit the ball and flew out, suspended in the air, expanding the sound field. The cage space created by Ashes is limited, which can form an excellent oscillation echo. The black sickle is in the hand, and the floating shuttle shield surrounds the body. The hand armor, arm armor, and leg armor lit up red and blue hot light. The last time the electromagnetic combustion technology was strengthened and the firepower was fully opened. Due to signal interference, the distance cannot be summoned to support. Han Xiao can only use the mecha to fight in a regular state, and there is no support equipment, which is very unfavorable to the mechanic. Hide aside, Han Xiao pushed Araxio away, turned his sickle, and slashed out the ground with an electric blade, slashing it on the wall without any damage. His eyes darkened, and the walls were too hard to break out. There is no way out. There is only one battle. At this time, the abilities of 7 Dark Star warriors exploded, and the 3 martial arts geniuses were as angry as beasts and dragons, like iron cavalry charging, culling in a triangular formation and sieging. Bang! The sickle swept out the full moon sword light, stood on the spot, and collided with the 3. The aftermath of the air wave burst out and echoed in the cage. Orochio was forced to the brink and could only watch. Ashes were extremely curious about Han Xiao's ability to control immune. Anyway, signal shielding was arranged, and Black Star could not call for support, so he had time to slowly curb Han Xiao. Just when Han Xiao was attacked and was in a tough battle, all the players who were flying a vehicle on duty on the other side of the floating island triggered a new mission. Emergency mission support. Task introduction. Your regiment commander was ambushed by a group of uninvited guests and fell into a hard battle. As a member of the mercenary group, remember that the regiment commander is in trouble and support from all directions. Task requirements. Quickly arrive at the battlefield. Support Black Stars. Coordinates are reward. Depends on the support speed and number of people supported. Rejection consequences. Black Star mercenary groups, favorable impression. 300, all players were excited. Ash has a strong superpower. Not only is it powerful in melee combat, it can also control countless floating dust to turn into spear stings, or turn into tentacles to limit Han Xiao's actions. The biggest threat so far is the dust that seeps into the gaps of the mecha, changing its shape inside and destroying the structure of the Tingsha. At least 1/3 of the damage is the output of Ash. 7 Dark Star warriors cooperated with tacit understanding, and 3 martial artists restrained Han Xiao. You punched and beat each other passionately, causing the thunder to rush the earth to fire. 2 superpowers, one secreted strong acid, and the other could convert cosmic energy and inject special metal into explosive bombs. These 2 guys hit aside and looked at Han Xiao's crazy vulgar area, one spitting and the other through an iron ball. There is also a mechanic who is good at electromagnetic interference and intelligent invasion. He connects Tingsha through his own combat suit, writes hacker programs to interfere with Tingsha's system, and even wants to seize control. Han Xiao's intelligent technology is still in the scope of basic knowledge. He can only turn off most automatic functions, retain manual neural links, and stops detection and analysis to prevent Tingsha's system from being compromised. The mechanic also controls several shield generators to block damage for teammates, playing a role in controlling the field and strong assistance. The last person is an electric magician who cooperates with the Ashes the most closely, using carbon dust as a bridge to release electric shock magic. The Ashes convert it into strong, conductive graphene, increasing its power and forming a full-range electric shock, burning down the internal lines of the Tingsha. Bang, bang, bang. The attack like a storm fell on the Tingsha mecha, and the scars quickly increased. 7 levels and 1 strong enemy siege were besieged, and it was dangerous, as if facing the stormy waves, and Han Xiao could not fight back. Even if Snake Devil is turned on, the situation is barely maintained, and the intention is to kill the thief and unable to turn the world back. The durability of the mecha quickly declined. After only a few minutes of fighting, it dropped to 16%. It was almost blown up, covered in bruises, and was on the verge of collapse. Han Xiao took a deep breath, poured all the energy into the propulsion device, twisted an amazing arc, took out the battle group like a swimming fish, and headed straight for the psychopath who was spitting out of the acid, approaching quickly. On the way, Garriton shot at the mechanic, making the opponent unable to control the shield to protect his teammates, and then turned the black sickle, trying to slash it down on his head. "Explode," Ash shouted, and with a grip on his palm, he could give the broken Tingsha a last blow before Han Xiao attacked. In an instant, countless spikes bloomed inside the Tingsha. The mecha immediately became riddled with holes and was about to fall apart. At this moment, a cloud of white light bloomed, and the shattered snake miraculously gathered together. Its energy level returned to its heyday. Mechanical continued. What? Ashes was shocked and was surprised. The surefire attack failed to break Han Xiao's weapon of combat. It was too late to stop him. The acid psychopath originally believed that Ashes could stop Han Xiao in time, but he was shocked and could only watch the cold light of the sickle blade magnify rapidly in his vision. At the same time, the wool burns. Brush. A deep black light flashed by, followed by blood splashing everywhere, and a hideous scar stretched from the top of the acid psychopath's head to the chin, as if dividing the face into 2. The enemy's health score plummeted. Ah! The acid psychopath screamed and fell to the ground. Blood splashed on the face. Before Han Xiao slashed out the next knife, Ash hurriedly separated him. Just the next moment, the Tingsha broke into parts all over the floor. The mechanical movement allowed Tingsha to continue to stand firm for 5 seconds. It was this extra time that allowed Han Xiao to slash out and seriously injured one person under the siege. Hoof, hoof. Han Xiao was breathing heavily. He had long wanted to cut the man with acid and kept spitting at him. Is it nauseating? Ash's looked ugly, and his subordinates were severely injured. Among them, there were the reasons for their own mistakes, and anger rose in their hearts. But this was just a simple accident. There would be no suspense in the next battle. Black Star has reached its limit for so long. From the moment the mecha was broken, Han Xiao was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and there would be no room for counterattack. The mechanic who loses the protection of the mecha will reduce its combat effectiveness by at least half. The battle has ended here. I have said that you can suffer less if you don't resist. I am a trustworthy person. Ash's eyes were cold. Are you ready to feel the pain? The Tung-Sha was destroyed and could not summon the backup mecha. Han Xiao's body was no longer protected. He glanced at the fragments of parts all over the ground. His face was not shaky, and he didn't care about the current danger at all. He put the black sickle on his shoulder and said, "Don't say it too early. The battle will be over when I fall." During the fight, Han the technician never timid. The ground was full of scrap parts. The sound-hitting ball was shot down. The floating shuttle shield had exploded. The black sickle was a melee weapon. Very tough, the sickle blade was wide, and it could be used as half a shield. And Han Xiao only had this weapon left. Wow, swo. In the cage, the suspended carbon dust solidifies into a sharp cone, aiming the spearhead of the ground, falling from the sky, shooting down like a rainstorm, with a wide range of attacks, blocking all dodging angles. If the target has a mecha, this large-scale shooting with limited power cannot pose a threat. However, Black Star's armor has been destroyed by him, and the mechanic who has lost its protection ability is fragile. Ashes didn't want to kill Han Xiao. After all, they needed to be captured alive, but he was happy to let Han Xiao suffer a little, and he aimed at non-fatal parts. Brush! The black sickle shook out a cold light and slashed the pointed cone flying. However, with the ashes, the pointed cone continued to flow. Han Xiao tried his best to block it. If he could not block it, he could only bear it and had nowhere to hide. His body was filled with lightning, providing power protection, and the sharp cone hit his body, which could only cause some skin trauma. Ashes controlled the superpowers casually and released the attack to Han Xiao, while saying coldly, "A mechanic wants to fight like a martial artist. He has never practiced martial arts skills. His strength is not as strong as that of a martial artist. It is completely different from the attributes of martial arts. If you're a martial artist, you may have a fight. Unfortunately, you're just a mechanic. How long do you think you can last? You're doing unnecessary resistance. Don't give up." The field was full of attacks without dead corners. Other Dark Star warriors were worried about being affected, leaving the attack range and no longer taking action. They stood aside and waited for the captain to subdue the Black Star. Anyway, Ashes could easily deal with the enemy who had lost their fangs, so they didn't need help. The winner has been decided. It will be a matter of time before Black Star can't hold on, and it will not be too long. Dong! Suddenly, the ground was broken, and Han Xiao started suddenly, running towards the Dark Star mechanic on the side like lightning. He no longer blocked it, and let the sharp cone hit the body. With his wrist shaking, the sickle blade separated as a whole, turning into 7 or 8 electromagnetic breakers, rotating to form a drill bit, wrapping around a wandering electric light. Eat me and generate electricity and poisonous dragon drill. Han Xiao shouted loudly, and the shield that the mechanic of the Dark Star was urgently condensed, knocking it away. The man's combat suit was charred by electricity, and electric sparks flashed in the damaged area, causing malfunctioning damage. "Madman, you are seeking death." The other Dark Star warriors' faces changed. Faced with such a dense attack from Ashes, they dared to give up defense and thought about attacking. Although they neglected to let Han Xiao succeed, this attack only caused the Dark Star warrior to suffer a small loss. They're all superpowers of the same level, so they're not so easy to be killed. For this reason, Han Xiao opened his empty door and received more attacks, which is a completely decisive way to fight. It seems that you are determined to compromise and have great fighting spirit. Ashes praised sincerely, then shook his head with expressionless face and said, "But resistance is futile, which just means that you are helpless and are still trying to break out of the siege. My patience is limited. Since you don't know the current affairs, you can only understand your situation if you beat you half to death. This time, Ashes no longer attacked the whole game, and the Dark Star Warrior was able to enter the field to participate in the battle. He received Ash's instructions, no longer stood by, and siege again. Han Xiao did not have the increase in the mecha and immediately fell into a passive position. Faced with a stormy attack, he could only defend blindly. Any movement or dodging would be interrupted by tacit cooperation and was controlled in disguise and could not counterattack. Bang, 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 bang. The attack waves like tsunami bombarded Han Xiao one after another, and explosions occurred one after another, rumbling endlessly, dust flying, blocking his vision. Araxia, who was standing by, could only see lightning, bombs, sharp cones, and power waves rushing into the thick dust countless times, but could not see Han Xiao's figure. The endless explosion and the sound of gold iron clashed around his ears, but there was no roar or scream. Apart from the sound of fighting, he could not hear Han Xiao's sound. Looking at this scene, Araxia suddenly felt the desire to stop all this, and an inexplicable impulse drove her to take action. But at this moment, Ash suddenly raised her hand, and everyone stopped to siege. It's almost done. He should be seriously injured. Put shackles on him and evacuate immediately. Bang! Ashes were only halfway through the dust, and suddenly the sound of the ground bursting out. Han Xiao jumped out of dust, like a cannonball, dragging brown and yellow dust smoke and covered with scars, but most of them were skin trauma. After suffering so many attacks, he only suffered some minor injuries. His whole body was unstable, and his sickle slashed down. Clang! The diamond arm and the sickle blade intersect violently, and the echo buzzed, and the collision of Mars illuminated the Ash's surprised expression. "You're okay." Everyone was stunned. After suffering such severe injuries, let alone mechanics, even martial artists of the same level would be seriously injured. However, after a long time of fighting, Han Xiao was still able to jump around. Why do you have to bear the beatings like a martial artist? Han Xiao suddenly looked up. Half of his face was covered with winding blood. He looked a little miserable, but was full of jokes, and he made a hoarse and low laughter. "Only this is the only way. Are you scratching me?" Ash's face turned ashen, and he raised his strength again. The superpower burst out. A pile of carbon element particles turned into a long snake, hitting Han Xiao's chest, flew back to the dust, and pressing it to the ground. "Keep fighting for me," Ashes shouted angrily. "So what if you can withstand it? You are just a living target, and we are the ones who take the initiative." The Dark Star Warrior took a deep breath, raised his spirits again, and attacked to submerge Han Xiao for the second time. This time the momentum was even more fierce. Ashes made a fierce move and fierce look, and there was no intention to stop. Seeing this, Araxia's eyes fluctuated. She took a few steps forward and picked up an electromagnetic pistol that Han Xiao fell from the ground, raised her hands, and shot at the Ashes. Ding, 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 ding. The spiked bullet bounced off the diamond-shaped skin. Ashes turned around and looked over, snorted coldly, waved his hand, controlled the carbon elements in Araxia's body, and slapped her to the ground, unable to move. When the ambush was launched, Ash sensed that Araxia was just an ordinary person, so she didn't take it seriously and let her stay calm. At this time, she fired 2 shots. Ash didn't care much, so she controlled Araxia casually and immediately turned around and continued to concentrate on dealing with Han Xiao. After a long bombardment, the terrain was changed by fierce fighting. Han Xiao's location became a pit nearly 1 meter deep, with thick dust everywhere and obstruction of vision. "Stop!" Ash's breathing was slightly rapid, and the supernatural power consumed a lot of energy. The Dark Star Warrior retreated. His forehead was slightly sweating, and he was also a little tired. As they stopped, the whole audience became quiet. "Is he still alive?" The Dark Star Warrior looked into the pit. "I'm not dead yet. I can feel his breath. It's already very weak. This time I'm really half dead." Ash's tone was confident. However, in the next moment, Ash's face suddenly changed drastically, and the faint breath in his perception grew strangely, recovering at an incredible speed. In the dust and smoke, a figure slowly climbed up, as if there was a magic power that firmly grasped the shocked eyes of everyone present. Stepping. Every step is like stepping on the heart of ashes. First, a black sickle stretched out smoke and was covered with cracks. As soon as it appeared in everyone's eyes, the black sickle immediately shattered, turning into a pile of fragments, completely scrapped. Immediately afterwards, Han Xiao walked out, and everyone's eyes turned to him. The next moment, an incredible look instantly filled everyone's eyes. Although Han Xiao was covered in dust, all the scars disappeared without a trace. He twisted his neck and made a cracking sound, lively and lazy tone, as if he had just woken up after sleeping. "You finished a fight?" Ashes looked horrified. Why can Han Xiao recover from his injuries on his own? Does he still have the ability to regenerate? Even a sickle made of alloy was broken, but there was nothing wrong with him. Han Xiao was still as strong as before, even tougher than the alloy. The person who beats him is tired, but the person who gets beaten becomes energetic. How can he beat him? Han Xiao stared at the Anxing people, smiling and stretched. "If you haven't finished the fight, I'll play with you again." He had posted the mission to the players long ago, and he was not panicked at all. Moreover, he had Aurora's character card, and the effect was only one. He returned to full state, simple and crude, and could be used 6 times. His health volume just dropped below 15%. He used it for the first time and returned with full blood. Han Xiao is already very fleshy. If he cooperates with this ability, let alone delaying, he will be exhausted and unable to kill him. Ash's face changed a few times. Astonishment, horror, shock, and solemnity flashed through his eyes. Finally, all emotions became fear and were frozen in his eyes. His body was slightly lowered, and the ashes were restrained, and he was no longer ostentatious, and he became more steady. This is his sign of being in a great enemy. When facing Han Xiao, Ash initially looked down on him. When he found that Han Xiao was an enemy immune to his trump card, he put away his carelessness and took out his attitude towards dealing with a strong enemy, thinking that he had taken it seriously enough, but he found that he still underestimated his opponent. Since the beginning of the battle, Han Xiao has been constantly surprised by him in a short period of time, and Ash's impression of Han Xiao has been subverted for the second time. Ash stared at Han Xiao, word by word. "What kind of monster are you?" The Dark Star warriors threw their eyes at the Ashes with what to do look. Ash stared at Han Xiao and fell into a dilemma. First, the time spent here was beyond expectations. He thought he could take Han Xiao soon, but he didn't expect that he had such a difficult ability to hide. Second, he didn't know how strong Han Xiao's regeneration ability is and how many more times he could recover. Ashes believe Han Xiao must have a limit, but the question is how long will it take to force it out? Han Xiao's tenacity is too much higher than the average level of the mechanic. Everyone seriously injured him once, but his strength and physical strength are limited. Everyone's breathing is slightly rapid. His chest is fluctuating rapidly. The uninterrupted high-intensity attack made the Dark Star warrior a little tired and unable to maintain his full state. Retreat or continue? Ashes hesitated. At this moment, he suddenly saw Han Xiao raise his head and looked at the dome of the cage wall, his face becoming playful. Without waiting for everyone to react, a violent explosion sounded outside the cage. The walls buzzed and vibrated, and cracks quickly appeared. Boom! The wall above his head suddenly blew up. The light of the searchlight pierced in. Several aircraft were suspended in the air, and the carrier-based laser cannons aimed at the Dark Star. "Put down your weapons immediately and surrender," Melas shouted with a loudspeaker. The Dark Star warrior's face changed. "Oh no, the guard actually came. It only took a few minutes to ambush. I checked before that there was no patrol nearby. Did guard just come?" He was so lucky. From the start of the ambush to the end of the battle, in fact, in less than 10 minutes, as the speed and reaction power of the superpower increased, more and more actions could be completed in each second. The flow rate of time during the battle will slow down in the senses and will be slowed down several times or dozens of times in each second. The evenly matched sides can grasp the details of a minute and a fierce battle, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they can only see phantoms interlaced, light flashing and dazzling. It's not a matter of luck. The people on the aircraft are all under He Xing's men. He must have called for support. How did he break through the signal interference? One person was unbelievable. Ashes stared at Han Xiao and said in a deep voice, "I admit that I underestimate you this time. Black Star, I remember your name. Withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, the cage suddenly collapsed, turned into black dust, and rose, flying all over the sky. The detector and vision were both disturbed. At this time, Ash took out a metal tube, held both ends and twisted it, activated the device, and a blue light spot was exposed in the center, and the emitted halo covered the range within 3 meters. The Dark Star warrior quickly walked into the blue light area. Then, Ash twisted the metal tube again, and the blue light spot suddenly shrank, turning into a flash, and the people and dust in the area disappeared without a trace. The graphite dissipated. Han Xiao wiped away the dust from his face and came to the position before Ash, and others disappeared, squatted down, and brushed away the dust on the ground, revealing a circle of patterns. The directional short-range teleportation trigger should be a space magic hybrid quantum teleportation technology, which will hardly leave any traces of leap and cannot catch up. Han Xiao shook his head, a little helpless. The technology of the Dark Star is very advanced in comparison, but he has no choice but to do anything now. After searching for the aircraft, he got nothing and had to land. Han Xiao settled the player's mission casually. Support forced Ash to retreat, causing Han Xing's plan to kidnap and control Madai, but Han Xiao was not happy. Ash's failure will definitely attract Han Xing's attention to him. He showed a lot of abilities and could not continue to be low-key. With the first attack, there's a very likely second attack. Han Xiao does not have enough power to deal with such a huge force at this time, and the cause of the mercenary group will be difficult. Tracing the origin, it was just because this employment mission happened to encounter the conspiracy of the unknown star. He was helpless. As long as he rescued the Silver Spirit Man, whether the secret word pearl was obtained or not, it would attract the attention of Unknown Star. At the beginning, he did not know that there was a shadow of Unknown Star in this matter. The arrow was drawn without turning back. At least he now understood the target of the Dark Star and obtained the key secret bead. He had the initiative. Although he defeated the Ashes, he also successfully concealed the truth of the information and was still hiding in the dark. Don't hand over the secret speech beads to the Han Xing Star. The risk is too great. The Han Xing style is ruthless. Exposing too much will make me very dangerous. Han Xiao thought to himself. Are you okay? Melas asked with concern after walking behind him. Han Xiao waved his hand. I was not hurt. You came in time. This time, the player took the initiative to ask for support. Melas was originally skeptical, but it was only then that he was sure that Han Xiao had some telepathy with these subordinates. Who are these enemies? Why am I ambushing you? They are thugs attacking the slave market. I recognize one of them. They may want to take revenge on me. Han Xiao said casually, turned toward Araxia, and helped her up. Araxia shook her head and said she was not injured. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, Your body contains a very high energy reaction, but you can't use it. He just saw Araxia shooting, but was instantly suppressed by ashes, and he almost didn't help at all. If Araxia was ambushed, he would not have fought alone. Han Xiao is not an irresponsible person. It is impossible for him to abandon her as soon as he completes the task. Since he took Araxia away, he can only let her join the mercenary group. He does not need to be burdened. It just so happens that Araxia himself has great potential and is worth cultivating. Let her become a Superman, at least not dragging her back, and can also provide some help. I have energy in my body. Araxia lowered her head and pressed her heart. Really? You must have the talent of a superpower. This way, I can teach you to realize your potential and become a superpower so that you don't waste your talent. Han Xiao said, Do you want me to learn super knowledge? Han Xiao shrugged. Although I don't know who you were before, since you have lost your memory, then learn again. Maybe you are a very powerful super person, and you may make 1,000 miles of progress. Araxia said slowly, "There's something I haven't said. I seem to be some kind of cosmic wonder. You can't take me away." Han Xiao was stunned. They said I would not really die, and I would be reborn after death, but I would return to my initial amnesia and lose the memory of my existence this time. I remember that I had been living for 3 years and was sold 5 times. Every 6 days, I would definitely return to that cell. No matter how far it is just a momentary thing, and no one can take me away. She took the initiative to explain her special features. The earliest scene in Aroshia's memory is the moment when she opened her eyes in the cell. Her life experience became a mystery, and her existence became a mystery. Her previous memory was completely blank. However, her life has been alive for 3 years. With these 3 years of short-term memories, she has long noticed her own specialness. However, her life form is very strange, and she will not produce much material desires or spiritual needs. She does not need to eat. She is curious, and has the meaning of being content with everything. Although her understanding of the world is a blank piece, she is not like a simple child, but has strong thinking ability. Holding had concealed something at the beginning, and Han Xiao didn't know Aroshia's secret. He immediately understood that Holding was selling her to recycle money, so he couldn't help but be speechless. Han Xiao said in surprise, "You can't control this ability?" Araxia shook her head, uncontrollable. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao's interest became stronger and stronger. Araxia has self-awareness, but is trapped in the cell by mysterious power, and this is not her wish. If this is a cosmic wonder, it can lead to a question: is Araxia a wonder itself? Is it possible that she turned out to be an independent individual, not part of the spectacle, but became a spectacle just because of coincidence? In other words, Aroshia's amnesia, strange life forms, and almost desireless thinking may all be given by wonders. So what exactly is this wonder? Does there exist no material entity, but some kind of invisible energy? Unfortunately, even if there is an answer to this question, the person who answered it would not be Aroshia. Perhaps the truth is in the part of her lost memory. At this time, Han Xiao's most concerned issue was that Aroshia could not be taken away by him. Is there no solution? I don't know. Araxia shook her head and reminded, the 6th day is still there in 3 hours. The task requirement is to rescue her from the slave market and keep it for 6 days. Han Xiao then knew the difficulty, but since it was a mission, there must be a way to complete it. There should be clues in that cell. Han Xiao instructed everyone to patrol and find the enemy. Although he didn't have any hope, then he called the backup Tingsha mecha to restore his armed state, and then accompanied Araxia to the ruins of the slave market. At the same time, the Dark Star team appeared in another corner of Longtan, and everyone looked depressed. The ambush operation was too impatient. He started rashly with just a little understanding of the information of Black Star. He thought that his strength and technology had an overwhelming advantage, so he underestimated the enemy. Arrogance is the cause of failure. Ashes had a pale face. He missed the first time he failed to deal with a target that was weaker than him. He was very worried about this failure and left a knot in his heart, which was very unhappy. When the communicator was turned on to report the results, Ash endured the unhappiness and repeated the failure stiffly. The senior executives of the Dark Star were very surprised. Their surprise and disappointment hit Ash's pride again. His resume has always been perfect, but this time he left a stain. Sirota has intercepted all the criminals, and there are no clues, only mercenaries left. There is an 80% chance that it is confirmed that the secret word bead is in the hands of the mercenaries. Then I will continue to find opportunities to deal with the Black Star. You have failed once. Don't take risks. You evacuate. The senior executive sighed. The veins on the back of the ashes burst out. Yes, the slave market is being demolished and rebuilt. Han Xiao showed the identity of the logistics department to the construction team, successfully entered the underground corridor, and came to the cell where Araxia was once detained. Watching everywhere, knocking and beating, but no abnormalities were found. Before him, Longden had already explored the cell and found nothing. Araxia stood outside the door and looked at it, suddenly asked, "Why do you want to take me away?" Han Xiao was speechless and could not say it was a task requirement, so he had to say, "I am very curious about you." "Curious," Araxia murmured. "What does that feel?" Han Xiao said, "Curious is the desire for knowledge. For example, ordinary people have lost their memory. They want to know who they were before. This is a kind of desire. I don't seem to have such a thing as desire. Will this be special?" Araxia shook his head. Generally speaking, most people without desires are artificial intelligence, and no need to eat or excrete are the characteristics of energy life. Han Xiao looked at Araxia up and down. "But neither of you. You just don't have the most basic material needs, and you may not have all desires. Do you have nothing to want?" Araxia thought carefully. "It seems that there is no." "Are you sure?" "Since you asked me, this is the curiosity of wanting to know what desire is." Han Xiao said, "No desire can't be called life. Desire is the sense of experiencing survival, and it can be said that it is all the motivation to promote life to act, so your life form seems very strange." Araxia tilted her head and thought for a while, and said, "You want to teach me to use the energy in my body out of my own desire?" Han Xiao said, "I want you to become stronger and become my combat power." He found some ways to deal with Araxia, without any concealment, just using a single sword to express his intention. Araxia still has an indifferent attitude. "I won't die, so why bother to become stronger? Being strong or weak has no meaning. Well, it should be said that existence itself has no meaning." Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "But if you die, your memory will be reset again. You will forget this short-term memory. You may not be the current you. Once you are reborn, you have to start from scratch and repeat this thinking, wasting the same time to have the current result. Being stronger can help you avoid rebirth and prevent being killed by others or disasters." After a pause, Han Xiao said, "As for the so-called meaning, you do not need food or excretion to survive, so you cannot experience survival. If you're a being like you, if you're in a daze, day, or year will be fleeting. Since that is the case, it is better to take the initiative to find something to do and give meaning to your life." "Is this true?" Araxia murmured to herself for a while, nodded, and said, "Thank you. It's a great time to chat with you. No one has said so much to me before." Over the past 3 years, outsiders have only 2 impressions of her. One is the wonder of the universe, and the other is a slave who can't run away. No one has ever treated her as a normal individual to communicate. "No need to thank you. It's just a chat." There was no clue in the cell, so Han Xiao had to stop and chat with Araxia casually, waiting for the upcoming time limit to see what would happen. Time passed by minute, crossed the last minute, and the change happened quietly. Araxia was still standing outside the door and did not return to the cell. She took a few steps back, then looked down at her body, and there was no abnormality, and then she retreated further and further. "The distant visitor has completed. You have gained 0 experiences." Han Xiao was shocked, his eyebrows raised and almost took off. "I did almost nothing, and the wonder of the universe that even Longtan could not crack was eliminated. And it must not be that simple." Han Xiao remembered that there was an unknown reward for this mission. He looked at the panel and found that the reward actually allowed him to obtain another new mission. You trigger the restart of the A-level hidden chain mission. Task introduction. Araxia is a special living body. She contains a huge secret. If you take her by your side, one day, this secret will come to you. Tip. This task is a chain task, and the next stage will be started after completing the previous link. First ring task. Teach Araxia. Assist her to awaken her superpowers, control her body's energy, and reach level B. Reward. 520 experience. Random reward. Resta favor +5. Fail condition. Araxia's death. Running type of hidden mission. Han Xiao was shocked. This is usually the configuration of a large-scale main event. There was no information about this plot in the previous life, which means that no one triggered Araxia's plot line. This is an unknown event. He increasingly believed that Erosia was not simple. The name of the task is Restart. Does it have any meaning? Also, who is this person named Rista? I seem to be able to leave. Araxia was puzzled. What did you do to me? I don't know either. Han Xiao was helpless. Anyway, this is a good thing. 2 days later, the senior cadres of the 3 major mercenary groups arrived late, and arrived in Longtan. Ginny met with them. After accepting the apology, she finally released the teams of Goa, Pert, and Fa Serene who had been detained for many days. As soon as these people escaped, they immediately surrounded him and praised Han Xiao continuously. The senior leaders of the 3 legions came to contact Han Xiao and had a very friendly attitude. All the mercenaries could detect the senior leader's attention to Han Xiao. In this operation, Han Xiao showed the team's ability and obtained the background of Long Tan. Even the 3 legions dared not underestimate it. After everyone was free, they immediately prepared to leave Long Tan and go back to hand over the mission and return the Silver Spirit Man to the already impatient employer. Han Xiao waited until now to travel with him. On the day of leaving, Jenny, Visander, and Hire all came to see him off. The entire dock was shocked, and the thugs from all over the world were in amazement. They looked at Han Xiao, who was greeting the 3 of them, and quietly inquired about the name of the Black Star mercenary group and asked the 3 divisions of Longtan to bid farewell together. Their status here is definitely not low. The mercenaries who were informed were even more surprised. Han Xiao had only been joining Longtan for about half a month. He had a place in Longtan so quickly. The 3 managers personally bid farewell and had a great face. The top leaders of the 3 legions only met Jenny. Your Excellency Dragon Boat allows you to become the field force. You are the field commander now. Your power is our Longtan outside armed force. I hope you can grow rapidly. Jenny's tone was formal, and she took out a special communicator and handed it to Han Xiao. You can contact Emmers directly, but I remind you that if there is no need for a situation, it is best not to disturb her. Can you contact Emmers directly? This gadget is equivalent to a nuclear bomb launcher. Han Xiao kept it alone. Hire walked over, climbed, and said regretfully, "You are a good mechanic. After you leave, my workload has increased again. I will give you this gift." He looked down, and Hire handed over an alloy box to his arthropod. Han Xiao opened it and looked at it, and his eyes lit up immediately. There is a portable small nuclear energy reactor inside, using controlled nuclear fission technology. A stable nuclear energy reactor is something that can only be made by advanced energy knowledge. Energy knowledge is tighter than compression technology. He cannot build it for the time being. Now with a reactor, the addition of materials can automatically produce capacity and serve as the core of mecha energy. Mecha power will be raised to a new level. Thank you. Han Xiao nodded in thanks. After Hire walked away, Waysander leaned over and said with a smile, "Hire is a little ugly. I thought he was ugly at first, but after contacting him for a long time, he got used to it. He has a good personality." Han Xiao glanced at him. Emmers' opinion of you is probably the same. He is not good-looking enough, so let's get along. Weisender's face suddenly collapsed. Don't get out of the topic. Have you brought a gift? No. Goodbye. Han Xiao bowed and turned around and got on the spaceship. Hey, is the treatment so different? Waysander looked resentful on the dock. Who? The air current is ejected. The spacecraft takes off. Long Tanfu Island was far away from sight, and there were 4 more people when they left than when they came. The 3 Volga brothers who were sleeping soundly on the side were staring at the universe outside the porthole, and Araxia was dazed. There are pros and cons to join the Dragon Clan camp. For the time being, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Not only do you gain new drawings and new materials, but your own expertise has also evolved. The most invaluable gain in this action should be the secret word bead. The greater the risk it brings, the greater the value it contains. Because Longtan had drifted to the Feywind galaxy, the spacecraft had sailed for less than a day, and everyone had returned to the desolate planet where the employer was moored. As soon as it landed, the Silver Spirit Man couldn't wait to return to the main force and escape from death, and was very excited. After the employer calms down, he fulfills his promise and begins to pay employment remuneration. I finally got it. The last two knowledge of compression technology. Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. For these two knowledge, he ran this strange task, but he almost killed him. Finally, it was time to gain. Tianhuan, Blade, and Zijin need money, while Han Xiao requested two advanced knowledge of compression technology. After the employer allocated the remuneration to the three major legions, he came to Han Xiao specifically and thanked him seriously. The employer first attached importance to the three more famous legions. The biggest reason for hiring Black Star was that other mercenaries repent. The cowards were unwilling to go to Long Tan, which resulted in no one being available. Unexpectedly, the inconspicuous small mercenary group that he joined temporarily played a crucial role. If it weren't for you, my companions would not be able to come back safely. As he said, the employer and all the rescued Silver Spirit people put down the superiority of the cosmic nobles, performed a solemn etiquette towards Han Xiao, and expressed his gratitude in Silver Spirit culture. Gaia and others received the same treatment, and they felt a little ashamed. They knew that this was due to Han Xiao's glory. They were detained throughout the whole process, and they all relied on Han Xiao to turn the world around and complete the task. It's a pity that your two companions died unexpectedly. Han Xiao said, "Oh, they're not lucky. You don't blame you. The Broken Star Ring is too dangerous. We will leave later. I hope to hire you as a guard to protect us home." The three legions politely refused, unwilling to go so far. The Sea of Star Spirits and the Broken Star Ring are separated by two star domains. Even if there is a teleportation star gate across the star domain, it has been too long for them to go back and forth. What about you? The employer looked at Han Xiao. Han Xiao shook his head. Sorry, it's too far away, not within my business scope. Although the resources of the Star Spirit Sea are richer than the Broken Star Ring, it takes a lot of time to fly over, and the daylily is cold. Anyway, it's all about making money to do tasks. He prefers to use local materials. Broken Star Ring is remote and dangerous, but there are many opportunities. It's a pity. If I have the chance in the future, I hope to invite you to visit Yinling Zodiac. The employer shook his head and settled the remuneration. The panel prompts the task to be completed, and you can get more than 4 million experience and an additional 5,000 INR. Including the blackmail income, Han Xiao personally bought more than 40,000 INR. The rewards from other players are not as high as the leader of his, but there are also many, and they all smiled satisfied. The communicator vibrates and receives 2 items of knowledge. This is a special reward that Han Xiao receives alone. He checked it and confirmed it was correct. He immediately chose to study. Study successfully while studying. You have mastered high-density material compression technology. Study successfully while studying. You have mastered the primary space technology. You understand the super compression technology of skills. You understand the primary machine generation of skills. You understand the structure of your skill weight loss. The familiar swelling and pain in his head was still there, and it took a while to subside. Han Xiao mastered 2 knowledge, and without hesitation, he directly spent 20 potential points to rise to the top level. Mechanics matched different knowledge according to the differences in combat schools, but only these 3 knowledge is a must-learn ability for all mechanics, and they must learn top-notch. Only when the 3 knowledge of compression technology are implicitly linked can you understand the skills of compression technology. This is a sign of a strong rise of mechanics in version 3.0. The ultra-compression technology, folding machinery, as the ability becomes stronger, can fold larger and larger machinery into the size of a finger, and the effect is increased by mechanical affinity, level, and intellectual attributes. At Han Xiao's current level, the limit is to fold medium-sized machinery, such as most of the machinery he can fold, such as firearms, rangers, tangsha, etc. After compression, the mechanical volume becomes smaller and the density increases, and the mass of the object is conserved and unchanged, so there's still a load. The weight-reducing structure solves this problem. It uses the suspension principle, and there are many kinds of suspension technologies, such as airflow, magnetic field, sound, light energy, particle energy, etc. This technology adjusts the mutual force of the particle structure of the object, generates internal repulsion, and forms independent suspension, maintains a very small weight in various gravity environments, thereby reducing load and suitable for materials of various properties. This is the basic technology for completing large-scale compression. In order to compress, the machine needs to add a folded structure, which is several times more complex than before. For convenience, many machines will be disassembled when folded and use primary machinery to generate the structure to complete the structure splicing at the moment of unfolding and restore the original form. This is also an active skill that consumes mechanical power. It can make weapons at high speed in combat. As long as there are more parts, the mechanic will never run out of ammunition and food. Players in the previous life, PK, smashed the mechanical weapons and robots in the last second, and the parts that can still be used in the next moment will be made into other weapons, greatly increasing the mechanical combat ability and disgusting degree. If this ability does not play a role similar to waste recycling, the Legion flow will burn money several times faster than before. In Han Xiao's view, only after obtaining these three abilities can his mechanical profession be considered to be initially formed. With super compression and primary equipment generation, the combat style is innovative and upgraded. All my equipment must be modified into compressed forms. I can equip myself dozens of times more weapons under normal conditions than now. I don't have to wear mechas to shoot cannons and chop people. Finally, I can use the human C tactics to bully others. Han Xiao sighed when he thought of the wasted style of doing everything himself before. It's not easy. The hard days have finally come to an end. At this time, the senior executives of Blade and Zijin came over. Black Star, we want to sign a cooperation treaty with you and invite you to become our cooperative allies. The two senior executive status in their respective legions is equivalent to that of regional leaders, and they personally invite them to show sincerity. The structures of large legions are similar. Take the Tianhuan allied forces as an example. The legion commander is the leader, the only fifth ring level. Below are two deputy legion commanders, A-level strength, ace combat power, left and right arm, and the fourth ring members are divided into two types. One is that the strength reaches B+, and the positioning is a senior combatant. The second positioning is a senior manager, responsible for a business area. One of them is the senior executive who is present at Tianhuan and the person in charge of several nearby galaxies. Then there are third-ring cadres like Goya, who are positioned as powerful combatants and the backbone of the Legion. They usually lead large teams, but they can also walk alone and have the power to initiate temporary team convening. If it were Han Xiao simple to understand, this kind of organizational structure is similar to a martial arts gang, with the top of it being the gang leader, then the deputy gang leader, the person in charge is the elder, the likes the guardian, and there are also the hall master, the incense master, and the minion below. Han Xiao first reached an ally with Tianhuan, and now Blade and Zijin have also seen the potential of Black Star and actively invested in Olive Branch. Large legions like this will only actively form an alliance if they meet peers who attach great importance to it. One more large legion collaborator is equivalent to more mission opportunities. Han Xiao agreed to sign the contract. The Blade and Zijin mercenary immediately got closer to him, and the collaborator was half his own. Tianhuan, Blade, and Zijin are the most famous legions of their respective star clusters. It is extremely rare to be treated as their co-cooperators. Many ordinary mercenary groups have little chance of applying for cooperation with one, but Han Xiao takes all of them. After settlement, the Silver Spirit Man walked onto the spaceship and took off slowly. The mercenaries were also ready to leave. Goya found Han Xiao and others and asked, "Where are you going?" Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "The first star area of the Colton Star Group, Ghidorah's colonization planet, Golden Palace." The players behind were a little surprised when they heard this. "Black Ghost, don't we go back to Uberry Hub?" asked a player. "I won't go back now. We have something else to do. Call me Black Star." Many players called him the nickname before, which was too easy to change. Han Xiao never tired of correcting it. People are all here, and the nickname must keep pace with the times. What are you doing in the Golden Palace? Melas said curiously. Look for someone. Han Xiao didn't know how to ask others, but he just followed the team leader anyway. He is not planning to return to Ubeiri Hub for the time being. Mayuzu is a hot potato. He wants to identify it first. He happened to know that a top Godora magician lives in seclusion in the Golden Palace Colonial Star. He is good at analyzing magic circles and identifies unknown magic props for customers. In the eyes of players, it is equivalent to a specialized functional P. Then let's send you there first. Goya said if it were someone else, Tianhuan would at most send people to public planets and ask them to call the tour group themselves. So how could they deliver them directly to their destination like Han Xiao? The spaceship that was sitting on the sky ring felt the hull vibrate and slowly took off, and the Earth narrowed in sight. Han Xiao came to the bow of the ship and looked out the window. The two spacecrafts of Zijin and Blade were located on the left and right, and they were launched together. Soon, it climbed to a height of thousands of meters, and then it was the gradually dark outer space, which was about to break away from the atmosphere of this planet. The Silver Spirit spacecraft took off earlier than them and had already flown into space. They were far apart and could only barely see them. At this moment, a thick laser suddenly penetrated through the Silver Spirit spaceship. The next moment, the Silver Spirit spaceship exploded into a firework in space. The explosion scene fell into everyone's eyes, but no sound came through the vacuum. All the Yinling people who invited them to travel to their hometown were blown to ashes and died silently. The universe has no sound, and death seems to be underestimated. There was a dead silence outside, and the spacecraft was already in full swing. What's going on? Who is attacking the Silver Spirit Man? The Tianhuan mercenaries exclaimed with shock. At this time, they saw ripples in space in the universe, and the huge dark star motherships left the hiding state. Small warships separated from the motherships, like dense black locusts, sailing rapidly, with 3 spaceships targeting the mercenary. All the thugs who may have seen the secret word pearl were arrested. Danxing did not find the pearl, and only the mercenary was left. The possibility was that he didn't know who picked it up, so Danxing decided to capture all the mercenaries in one place. After the failure of the Ashes, the Dark Star spared no effort to let the Sorota's fleet come to the planet where the Silver Spirit employer was located and captured all the mercenaries. The things in the secret word pearl are products bought by the Uncharted Star for tens of millions of Einel, which are key props used to implement the strategic plan against Godora, and they cannot be let go. It turned out to be the Dark Star. Everyone was stunned when they recognized the famous Dark Star mothership. We are not in conflict with the Rivers of the Well with the Angry Star. Why does the Angry Star attack us? And with great fanfare, a whole fleet was sent to deal with the 3 spacecraft. What kind of hatred and grudges were there? Don't be stunned, look back. Han Xiao shouted, awakening the pilot who was standing on the spot, hurriedly controlled the spacecraft to dive, and flew towards the ground, and the other 2 spacecraft also followed suit. Buzzing. The large turn made the spaceship bump violently, and many people couldn't stand steadily and almost fell. The entire Dark Star mothership formation surrounded this planet. The number of spacecraft and combat effectiveness were too different. Mercenaries could not break through. Once they entered the universe, there would be no obstacles, and they would be directly attacked by fire. They could not escape the encirclement of the fleet and would be blocked before entering the jump, which would mean that there was no way out and there was no need to fight at all. The only way to survive is to call for rescue. It is better to delay time in the atmosphere. It is undoubtedly better to die if you die. Han Xiao frowned, and Anxing's persistence and decisiveness were unexpected. He would rather kill a chicken and use an ox knife than let go of a trace of suspicion. He refused to give up, which really met his previous thoughts. The greater the value of the secret word bead, the greater the risk. Hey, it's a coincidence. The secret verbal bead is really in my hands. They don't know it myself. Han Xiao said intimately. This is not a battle at all. It is like a hunter chasing prey. The small mercenary spacecraft has no power to fight back against the Dark Star fleet. The power comparison is like a wolf chasing 3 rabbits. The only good news is that Dark Star did not fire immediately, as if it was about to catch the alive, which made everyone feel relieved, and at least there was still some room for maneuver. This is the most dangerous, desperate situation I have ever encountered. Han Xiao felt his heart pounding. Not only was he not panicking, but his stimulation spread throughout his body. The chance of getting out of nothing is less than 10%. This is interesting. He licked his lips, his eyes flashing with excitement. Those who have been wandering on the brink of death either become greedy for life and fearlessness or become fearless. He happens to be the latter. He has experienced countless dangers and even died once, and has long since lost much. If you take life and death indifferently, do it if you don't accept it. During the dive of the spacecraft, the pilot controls the spacecraft communication and sends a helping signal to the regional channel. The invisible band spreads out into the vast universe. The regional channel is like the regional public channel in the eyes of players. All spacecraft passing through this area can be received. This is the Faewin Galaxy, the territory of the Holy Stone Civilization and the Black Crow Civilization often occur. The army of the two major civilizations is stationed nearby for many years and has arranged strong power signal receivers. They're very sensitive to all bands. They collect stellar radiation and always maintain high power operation. This area on the detectors of both sides is like daytime. If the Dark Star implements signal shielding, it is like an inexplicable shadow that can't be concealed. The highly vigilant Holy Stone and the Black Crow will worry that the shadow is each other's strategic actions and will definitely be attracted. Goya explained it and said quickly, "So, I have a 50% chance to determine that the Dark Star is not arranged signal shielding." ZZ. The screen showed a communication between Blade, Purple Gold Spaceship Perth, and Fasserini, with an anxious tone and discussing tactics. They also sent a signal of help, but Fasserini was very pessimistic and said, "Even if someone accepts our help, who dares to come? The attacker is the Dark Star. The Holy Stone and the Black Crow may come to watch and have no intention of preventing Dark Star, but they may not be willing to waste their military power to rescue a group of irrelevant mercenaries. They are not Godora, and they have an irreconcilable hatred with Dark Star, and they may not want to provoke Dark Star." The three looked at the senior leaders of their respective legions, and the senior leaders of the legions nodded calmly. "We have contacted the commander of the legion. He will come to rescue us, and is issuing an emergency dispatch order to the teams in the nearby areas. We are afraid of the Anxing, but we will never let him do whatever he wants, nor will we give up our own people. The commander of the Legion is gathering a fleet and issuing a call to all collaborators. We must protect ourselves and delay time. Someone will definitely come to save us." All the mercenaries were energetic, with a solemn face, and a sense of honor rose from the heart. Morale warmed up, and firmness and hope appeared on everyone's faces. The large legion is indeed extraordinary and has strong cohesion. Han Xiao secretly envies. The large legion has its own advantages for many years. Although it is a mercenary who cannot afford to get up early, being able to gather all kinds of strong people to serve it must know how to build a sense of belonging. Although many members know this, it is undeniable that most people are very useful. After all, only if there's an organization that does not abandon teammates can establish a bond in the cold universe. Even though the Angle Star is famous, the three families of Tianhuan, Blade, and Zijin are not vegetarians. In addition to their own strength, they also have complex connections in the mercenary industry with many collaborators, and they are all extremely powerful. Angle Star is not only recruiting 3 major legions, but half of the mercenary industry in the nearby 3 star clusters. In other words, the Dark Star is used to being unscrupulous, but this time it stabbed the hornet's nest. However, the far water cannot save the near fire for the time being. Han Xiao took out the one-way communicator handed over to him by Jenny, calmed down, and issued an application. The mercenary called for help, and he also asked for help from his chief boss, not all the 3 legions. "I didn't expect it to be used so soon, Ding." Emmers appeared on the screen. Han Xiao saw the environment where Emmers was, a very magical palace, made of obsidian, white crystal, mitral silver, fine gold, jade, and gems, as if magnified by jewelry sculptures that have been tens of thousands of times. There were mysterious magic circuits floating in the air, colorful and dazzling. Many translucent mana, floating dragons, were swimming happily in the air. Emmers was sitting at the floating small table, filled with various rare foods. Opposite her was a red and white robe. The little kid looked about 6 or 7 years old, with pointed ears, white and tender skin, and a round face. The robe was worn on him like a rolled quilt, which was very incompatible. The robe was very long, and the child was very short, as if he had buried him. Han Xiao's mo tuisha. This little brat was another super A-level person in Broken Star Ring. He was a magician. He was a long-lived race with a look similar to humans. His real age was hundreds or thousands of years old. He was the object of Emmer's fight. To be precise, Emmer's was here to visit. The 4 Broken Star Rings knew each other's super A-level persons. Fighting was just a pastime activity. When they were tired, they would eat and rest. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Han Xiao only felt pity for the asteroid with a weak beauty. It was a miserable life. Emmers raised her eyebrows slightly. It's you, my new subordinate. Did you forget my name? Emmers slashed the communicator, as if she had called out some interface. After a second, she naturally said, "Hey Xing, what's wrong with me? Have you found my teacher's whereabouts?" She emphasized her tone when she called Han Xiao's code name, as if she was emphasizing that she had not forgotten. Han Xiao shook his head and said, "The spacecraft I am in is attacked by Dark Star. The situation is critical. I will ask you for help. Why did Dark Star attack you?" Emmers was curious. Han Xiao gone Kolgit. A few days ago, and Xing was making trouble in Longtan without restraint, as if there was a conspiracy, and I happened to be knocked out. This attack should be revenge. Emmys tilted his head and remembered Jenny's report. Speaking of it, and Xing had some holiday with her, and she was planning to cause trouble for Xing before. "Okay, you're waiting there. I'll go there when I have time," Emmers said casually and hung up the communication. Han Xiao was helpless. Emmy's attitude didn't matter. He couldn't force her to come over immediately. He was not strong enough, so he could only turn to the strong and deal with it. You trigger the emergency mission, escape day. Task introduction, running. Task requirements, escape from the pursuit of the Dark Star and delay until the arrival of reinforcements. Reward. Basic rewards are 800,000 experience, and the final reward depends on the task score. When the persistence time reaches 2 days, the task score reaches the minimum standard D level, and you can get a basic reward. For every 12 hours, the score will rise to 1 level. Fail condition. Captured by the Dark Star. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the players around him and found that their faces changed slightly at the same time, which probably triggered the task. This time, the player's mission reward was exactly the same as Han Xiao, and all the players were shocked. 800,000 experiences. Han Xiao has long been used to it, and it is like a drop in the bucket to him. However, for players, this is the highest rewarded task they have ever seen. Various emotions appeared on the player's face: shock, ecstasy, shock, etc. Han Xiao secretly analyzed the information revealed by the mission. Persisting for 2 days is the lowest evaluation. It should be speculated that the earliest reinforcements will take at least 2 days to arrive, which means we have to fight alone for 2 days. He suddenly felt so painful. Not to mention 2 days, it will be difficult to hold on for 2 hours. At this time, the spacecraft finally returned to the surface and flew against the ground. This barren planet was almost bare, without forests, without vitality, full of rugged rocks and mountains. The only benefit was that the terrain was sinister enough. The 3 spacecraft all adopted the same plan. Try to delay time as much as possible with the help of terrain obstacles. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of small floating ships of Dark Star were chasing, shooting low-level laser cannons from a high point, appearing green, chasing the tails of the 3 spacecraft, and blowing out smoke and dust on the ground. And the explosions kept roaring, causing the impact waves to make the spacecraft's magnetic field shield loom. The Yanqing wanted to capture everyone alive and did not want to explode the spacecraft. It would be blown up with the possible secret beads, so it sent a small floating ship. The floating ship was less than 10 meters long, and the miniature laser cannon was very powerful, enough to be injured but not killed. It used speed and skill to surround and block, forcing everyone to abandon the ship. Run apart. The three spacecraft flew past a dangerous black and gray mountain, and then suddenly separated and ran in three directions. The green laser chasing hit the mountain peak, and with a rumbling sound, the peak head broke, rumbling down the slope, shoveling up dust, like a raucous dragon going down the mountain. With the broken mountain peaks as the dividing point, the floating fleet also separates three routes to pursue their respective spacecraft. The Skyring spacecraft, where Han Xiao was located, was chased by hundreds of floating ships. Unfortunately, the direction they turned was flat, a plain without obstacles. Oops! Everyone's faces changed. The pilot was sweating profusely and tried his best to control the spaceship to avoid it. He twisted like a water snake, and the dust from the green light blew up like a fountain, sprinkled on the hull. The spacecraft avoided some of the lasers, but the chance of being hit is higher than when the three ships acted together and the shield was flashing. Alarm! Alarm! The shield energy remains 67%. When it reaches the yellow cordon, please replenish it in time. The energy core is close to overloading. Please cool it in time. A series of system alarms were issued, like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's hearts. The driver's face turned pale. Suddenly, everyone saw Han Xiao coming out, walking to the driver's seat, pressing the driver's shoulder, and speaking in an unquestionable tone. You get up and give me the position. All the mercenaries on the ship changed their faces. Are you reliable? This is related to the life and death of the whole ship. Do you know what you are doing? Go stared at Han Xiao tightly. Han Xiao nodded without hesitation, saying, he comes to drive the ship. The chance of crashing is 99%. I come to drive the ship. The chance of only 30%. You. The driver was angry. Gaia stared at Han Xiao for 2 seconds and said with a heavy focus, okay, come. The Tianhuan mercenaries were in an uproar. Although they knew that Black Star was powerful, driving the ship was not a battle. The situation was urgent, and no one was willing to hand over their fate to a guy with unknown skills. If this continues, our ship will crash in less than an hour. Let him give it a try. Goya explained. Even though the driver knew this, he was unwilling to let others control his own destiny. His face turned pale, and in the end he looked reluctant to let go. Han Xiao immediately took over the driving position. At this time, Goya came up with an extremely serious tone. Black Star, you hold our life and death in your hand. Must be steady. At this point, all mercenaries can only rely on Han Xiao. In fact, many mercenaries can fly spaceships, but no one is confident that they can do better, and they dare not take on this responsibility, worried that their mistakes will kill everyone. This pressure is great, and no one dares to replace them. Han Xiao can come out at a critical moment, and they only hope that they are really reliable. Black Star, can you still drive a spaceship? Melas was surprised. I know more. Do you know me very well? Han Xiao was familiar with adjusting the control panel. What's the point of driving a spaceship? We used to drive a mecha. Just like the difference between a passenger aircraft pilot and a fighter pilot. One requires safety and stability, and the other requires a sensation. The operation difficulty and requirements of mechas are much more difficult than fighter aircraft. Han Xiao is a ship skill honed in the cosmic battlefield and player PK. Even if it is placed in the interstellar world, he is also the top ace driver. Everyone suddenly heard the system's broadcast. After the adjustment, the shield power is reduced to 20% of the original. Are you crazy? The driver screamed in dismay. Everyone was shocked. Han Xiaojing weakened the shield as soon as he took over, and his defense ability was greatly weakened. If he was attacked just now, the spacecraft body would be damaged. Has it been a pity to the ears with the advice I just said? Goya regretted it very much and was about to scold him when the sound of the spacecraft system sounded again. All energy is pushing the engine. The input is successful. Han Xiao turned his head, and reminded everyone behind him. Get firmly. The next moment, the sudden burst of recoil directly broke through the internal gravity stability of the spacecraft, and everyone staggered and flew away. Goya was about to reprimand, but she was directly thrown back into her throat. The desolate and lifeless planet, the bare gray plain, is striking a chase. Hundreds of floating ships behind were chasing each other, densely packed. The propulsion of the Sky Ring spacecraft suddenly surged like a blue light column shot out from 6 nozzles, storing long light marks, and the speed soared, and suddenly accelerated and brought up the airflow like a tornado, sweeping up countless dust on the ground, dragging the rolling smoke and dust like a vortex. Buzz! The high-speed swimmers across the ground, and the bow of the ship brought out triangular dust, like a speedboat sailing at a high speed breaking through the sea. Bang, bang, bang. The floating ship also quickly accelerated, so it was barely enough to keep up with Han Xiao's Sibid, emitting lasers, and the hit rate dropped significantly. Due to angle reasons, many floating ships had too many attacks, and the overall attack intensity decreased immediately. The spacecraft was shaking violently, as if it would be shot down at any time, but everyone noticed a significant change. Although the senses felt that it was more dangerous, in fact, the number of times the spacecraft was hit was significantly reduced. The super-high maneuverability greatly improved the spacecraft's dodgeability. The reduced shield could barely bear the attack intensity at this time, and just wandered on the dangerous line. Han Xiao's operation made everyone frightened. Increased engine power, which is accompanied by increased driving difficulty. However, compared to the original driver, Han Xiao took over. Everyone felt a completely different characteristic, as if the spacecraft suddenly lived. It seems that Han Xiao completely controls the spacecraft, as if he has become an extension of his body, extremely agile. At this time, the gravity inside the spacecraft gradually adapted, and everyone got up one after another, and the previous suspicion disappeared, and the surprise was inexplicable. It really makes everyone happy that someone can carry the banner in danger. Any accident that can improve the situation is a surprise. Unexpectedly, Black Star still has such a trick. That's great. Goya changed his words instantly, and a hint of joy appeared on his face, which was used to being paralyzed, and said, "In this case, the damage of the floating ship to us will be minimized. You perform well. Class." Han Xiao was a little confused when he heard this. This is just a basic operation. I haven't started to perform yet. The higher the speed, the more sexy his operation, and he still feels unsatisfied at this level. It's a pity that if the speed is increased, the shield will be really too thin. He is afraid that he hasn't opened the warship for too long. It will be safer for him to maintain the thickness of the shield at this time. But in the eyes of mercenaries, the current defense performance is already terrifyingly low, which makes people frightened and extremely thrilling. However, Black Star said that this is the basic operation. Wow, what are you going to do, brother? Everyone's hearts trembled, and a premonition of something bad came to their hearts. Han Xiao moved his wrists and said, "I've grasped them all." With the lesson of falling angrily just now, no one dared to ignore his reminder this time, and grabbed everything that could be fixed around him with lightning speed, with a nervous look on his face. Buzz! In an instant, the Sky Ring spaceship began to flick its tail wildly, like a furious wild horse that wanted to flew out the rider on its back. Various dazzling running methods are connected to the flowing flow, horizontal rolling, roller coaster ups and downs, Z-shaped maneuvering, corner turns, etc. The route 1 second ago can barely be considered a straight line, and now you completely let yourself go. The floating fleet was already very difficult to follow, and was swung greatly by Han Xiao, and the formation was immediately scattered. Many floating ships blocked the range of the rear fleet. The laser light was even more sparse, and the attack intensity plummeted again. Everyone felt that they were in a can that was shaken violently, tilting around. For the first time, they felt the inertia that could be pulled from all directions at the same time. The stomach acid was surging, the brain was trembling, the face turned pale, and the vision began to blur. The people and the environment around them seemed to gradually turn into kaleidoscopes as the spaceship rolled. After driving the spaceship for so many years, the pilot suddenly found the scene of learning to drive the spaceship. The dizziness that had been away for a long time was like an old friend who had been reunited after a long time. In a trance, he seemed to see the driving teacher appear in front of him, as if he was smiling and waved to him. While operating the spaceship, Han Xiao could still separate his attention and said, "That pilot, you come to operate the weapon, just run and don't fight. Sooner or later, you will finish playing. You will fire the gun when you see the opportunity." The pilot woke up like a dream and hurriedly agreed, came to the weapon position to sit upright, waiting for breath. Compared with Black Star, his ship skills are simply ordinary. This time he met a real master, and there was no resentment he had before. He immediately became obedient, fearing that he would not cooperate well, which would drag Han Xiao back. "Listen me to count down 5, 4. Han Xiao stared at the back scene displayed on the screen, and once again shook his tail and broke up the floating ship formation, seizing the fleeting opportunity of laser interruption and making a crazy promotion. The bumps hit again. Even though everyone had expected it, their legs became weak and they almost sat down. The spacecraft rode an amazing horizontal U-shaped shape, flew back from the ground position to the floating fleet, headed down, and rushed backwards. "Fight!" The pilot hurriedly opened fire, and the Sky-Ring spacecraft shot out a light cannon, without aiming at it, and directly attacked the dense formation. Bang, bang, bang. The shields of several leading floating ships lit up and were blocked for a moment. The fleet behind them directly hit, like dominoes, turning into a series of air crashes, and the entire front team collided into a ball, rolling in the sky. However, the floating ship is not so crisp, and it has not crashed. Han Xiao only maintained this posture for less than 3 seconds. Before the fleet adjusted itself, he fled to the side with a bend. The route was like a pin that was pulled open without a pause. The whole process was very smooth as a stream of flowing. The pursuit fleet was in a mess for a few seconds before it followed one after another. Although no warships crashed, the distance was much wider by Han Xiao. "It's a good fight." Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction and gave the driver a thumbs up. The driver also smiled brightly and vomited from his teeth, hanging into a waterfall. This operation is extremely difficult, but the people on the same boat did not show any shock because they were not even astonished as they were shocked. Their calves trembled, their heads turned dizzy, and their faces were as dark as earth. In this operation, I successfully beat my teammates and provided a layer of debuff for my teammates. Are the mercenaries moved? Yes, I dare not move. Goya opened her mouth and reluctantly raised her spirits to praise her, but she suddenly covered her mouth. The muscles in her throat moved up and down for a while before she dared to put her hand down. Aroshia shook, sat down on the ground, unable to stand up, with a puzzled look on her face. "What's wrong with me?" Melas breathed heavily, almost suffocating like a fish that had reached the shore and was still scared. The mercenaries around him were trembling. Fortunately, he was physically strong and could persist. When he turned his head, he saw the players calm, and he was shocked. "You don't feel anything?" The players were smiling and very thief. 3 seconds after Han Xiao took over the spaceship, they realized that something was wrong and immediately reduced their physical feelings to 5%. So even if the character panel was covered with a negative state of severe dizziness, they still felt refreshed. I thought I had just entered the time and space tunnel. This boat skill is rare and terrifying. I have seen speed and passion. This is speed and air sickness. Is it so real? The player still has the strength to be amazed. Having no time to care about everyone's reactions, Han Xiao thought about countermeasures. If you can't last for 2 days by driving the spacecraft, the Dark Star fleet will not remain unchanged. When they find that the floating fleet cannot settle us, they will definitely use more radical means. At most, I can only play happily with the floating fleet for 2 hours. After that, the level of danger will inevitably increase step by step. He planned ahead and thought about the follow-up strategy in advance. After all, It was difficult to delay for 2 days. Others didn't know the motives of Anqing. Only Han Xiao knew that Anqing came for the secret speech bead, so Anqing was unwilling to miss the capture of one person. Several methods flashed through my mind, and Han Xiao said, "It is not a solution to continue like this. You can't stay on the surface. I have a plan." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions were as tragic as prisoners about to go to the execution ground. You can do whatever you want. We believe in you," Goya said. It was obviously an encouragement, but I couldn't hear any joy, but my voice was a little trembling. The Dark Star mothership, the huge command hall, the screen showed the view of the floating ship, and the Captain Sirota watched with his hand behind his back to supervise the situation. The battle began for more than 10 minutes, and the spaceship with blade and purple gold was full of dangers. Only Han Xiao was in a slightly better condition, which attracted Sirota's attention and asked at the screen, "Which mercenary group does that ship belong to?" "Sky Huan Allied Forces." Sirota nodded. "They have a powerful pilot. It seems we will take a little more time. By the way, that black star seems to be on the Sky Huan boat, right?" The last sentence asked to the corner. In the corner, ashes stood against the wall, and there was aura of being invisible to the person all over his body. He looked cold. When he heard Han Xiao's name, his eyes immediately fluctuated slightly. He had a deep impression of Han Xiao. Since his last failure, he has been reluctant to forget it, as if he was stuck in his throat. Buzzing. Just then, an alarm suddenly sounded. "Captain, I detected space fluctuations, and a fleet was jumping here." Sirota was not surprised at all. He called out the detection screen, showing that there were huge battleship formations on both sides of the distant starry sky, forming a guard array, which was majestic and magnificent, and the Dark Star was sandwiched in the center. The two fleets are the Border Defense Army of the Holy Stone Civilization and the Black Crow Civilization. The warship styles of the two sides are very different. One is a semicircular, thick flying saucer, and the other is a streamlined, thin, and narrow shuttle. Metal fortresses lie across the starry sky, which is very imposing. When the Dark Star mothership appeared, the border troops concerned about the territory discovered immediately that the Holy Stone and the Black Crow immediately sent a fleet to investigate the situation on the spot. At this time, after seeing the Dark Star, they did not take action, but were on standby and watched from afar. "Does it take action?" asked a deputy. "Sending a message shows that we are just passing by and doing things and leaving soon. They will not attack." Sirota looked calm and didn't care, just like a wise bead in his grasp. The right to handle affairs in this border territory has always been vague. If the Dark Star appears in the formal territory of two civilizations, it will inevitably be warned and expelled. However, due to the sensitivity of this area, the two fleets did not act rashly. Holy Stone Border Defense Army, the third form commander, the Liberation. The atmosphere was solemn and filled with tension. The Dark Star was famous for its reputation, and the Black Crow had a tense relationship with them. The commander of the third form, Savati, looked serious and said in a deep voice, "The entire army is on guard at the first level. Standby on standby." At this time, the Liuguang received information from the Dark Star's mothership. Sirota expressed his intention and emphasized that the Dark Star had no intention of offending the Holy Stone and the Black Crow, but was just conducting a capture, targeting some mercenaries. When the mission was completed, they would leave immediately. Savati's tense face relaxed slightly, and she said without thinking, "Reply to them. The Holy Stone cannot interfere with the operation of the Dark Star. But during this period, the Dark Star does not allow any suspicious actions. We will monitor here and hope they will leave as soon as possible." Savati was unwilling to break out of the battle, and there were many reasons. First, naturally, he did not want to provoke the Dark Star. The entire Broken Star Ring knew the history of the battle between the Dark Star and Ghidorah. No one wanted to wade into the muddy water. The most terrifying thing about the Dark Star is that it is elusive and can run away if it can't beat it. Revenge afterwards will cause you to suffer heavy losses in minutes. Second, if you fire, it will easily cause misunderstandings from the Black Crow, turning into a melee, and thus triggering a conflict in the territory. If the military court ruled to deliberately provoke a war crime, the punishment is very serious. Due to the conflicts in the territory, the relationship between the two civilizations is very tense, and the wind and cranes are all warriors. The political form of the Holy Stone civilization is imperial system, ruled by royal power and aristocrats, complex political institutions, average decision-making efficiency, does not like war, and is good at diplomatic mediation. Whether it is resources, connections, or combat power, they're slightly higher than that of Black Crow. However, because of the limited innate resources and the arduous development process of the Black Crow civilization, it has developed a tenacious spirit and a high degree of collectivism, military centralization, and high execution ability. Even if the national strength is not as good as the Holy Stone has no choice but to deal with them. When a large-scale war begins, both sides will definitely suffer losses. Both sides intend to control the scale of the conflict. Therefore, Savati was not only afraid of the Dark Star, but also afraid of causing misunderstandings. The risk was too great, and he was afraid of being afraid of the rat. The most important reason why Savati decided to stand by is that the target of the Dark Star was nothing more than a group of mercenaries, irrelevant passersby. If it were not citizens of their own civilization, the two armies would not have made great efforts to do so. Seeing that the Black Crow army was also on standby, Savati knew that the other commander had made a tacit decision and did not interfere, but was just on the side to watch. After all, for the two civilizations, the life and death of those mercenaries is irrelevant, just like a drop of water dripping into the sea, insignificant. So, the fleet that was rushing to watch silently, Savati waved his hand and asked his subordinates to recognize the target of fleeing on the planet. Oh, it turns out that he's a member of the 3 large mercenary legions. The backstage is strong enough, but unfortunately he got into the Dark Star. Seeing the observation report, Savati was slightly surprised, and then shook his head, saying, "It's better to be caught quickly and let the Dark Star leave early." From the perspective of his own interests, he would rather the mercenary surrender, not let him dream too much. The same scene also happened on the command ship of the Black Crow civilization. On the other hand, the Dark Star mothership received the reply, and Sorota's expression remained unchanged, as if as expected, both sides would not attack. In another area of the planet, the Blade spacecraft was chased by many floating ships, and the shield was full of holes. The repair speed could not keep up with the speed of being destroyed. The rapid system alarm made the Blade mercenary tense. "Hurry up, hurry up." Pert was sweating profusely and murmured to himself. When the situation was getting worse and worse, he squeezed away the original pilot and controlled the spacecraft himself. But the situation did not improve. Suddenly, a laser light exploded on the shield. Bang! The shield flashed twice, reached its limit, and disappeared in an instant. Everyone on the boat froze, and Pert's face suddenly changed. Without a shield, the body has no protection, and if it is concentrated, the spacecraft will definitely crash. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the floating fleet was about to shoot out the next wave of laser rain, a series of light cannons shot out from the oblique stab, hitting the array, and a series of explosions occurred. The floating fleet was caught off guard and hurriedly dodged. The attack was completely deviated, and the slightest bit of error passed the Blade spacecraft. In the distance, the Tianwan spacecraft was coming at high speed, and the pursuit troops were following behind. It was Han Xiao who took a detour back and rushed to rescue his teammates. The pursuit troops were not under pressure for him and were taken around by him. With this as the premise, Han Xiao tried his best to support his teammates. The existence of teammates can share the firepower. The longer the teammates persist, the less pressure they face. Han Xiao blocked the enemy for a moment, and then immediately turned around and ran away. The shield of the Blade spacecraft took the opportunity to recover. Pert almost collapsed, looking at the face of escaping from death. It's so dangerous, it's almost gone. At this time, Han Xiao sent a message and contacted the other 2 ships. "Don't run around. You can't deal with the pursuit alone. I'll send you the route. Even if you act separately, don't be too far away." I will support you from time to form a linkage. Why did you drive the ship? Pert was surprised. We are all relieved when he drives the boat. Goa's voice came from beside him. Pert looked in the sound and was shocked. He saw that all the mercenaries in the cabin of Sky Ring were frozen by solid ice and firmly fixed on the deck, like half-body ice sculptures. It was Goa who cast spells to help everyone stand firm. It doesn't look at rest assured at all. Pert's eyelids were thrusting wildly. However, Han Xiao's proposal was fine, and it was unanimously agreed. The team of Blade and Zijin agreed to implement Han Xiao's plan, quickly changed the route, and the three companies maintained contact. Once the situation was in danger, Han Xiao would turn to support. After solving the urgent problem several times in a row, it is a good teammate of the interstellar team. Other ships also realized Han Xiao's driving skills and were amazed and convinced. Han Xiao temporarily stabilized the situation. The three ships were running around the planet with hundreds of floating ships. Half an hour passed in a flash. The floating fleet could not catch up for a long time, and the situation was stalemate. On the Dark Star mothership, Sarda looked impatient. More than 300 floating ships deal with 3 ships. Why haven't they caught them yet? The original plan was to resolve the battle in 10 minutes and then retreat quickly. Sarda was very dissatisfied with the situation at this time, staring at the Sky Ring spaceship on the screen with a bad look. It was because the pilot of this ship was too powerful that it delayed the time. I sent out a medium-sized combat ship to surround this area and cut off their escape route. The order was issued, and more warships separated from the Dark Star mothership and sailed to the planet in groups. Savati was a little surprised to see this scene on the bridge of the streamlight in the distance. Faced with the pursuit of the Dark Star and being trapped on the planet, the 3 small spacecraft could delay for half an hour. Not only was they not caught, but they also, if the Holy Stone Border Army wants to support us, it will definitely clash with the Dark Star. But you look up and see that the Dark Star mothership is still floating there without any defense fleet, and this is a sensitive border. It is impossible for the Holy Stone and the Black Crow to come. It can be seen that the Dark Star has reached some agreement with them. Think from the perspective of others. This is located at the border, and the right to handle is already vague, and they even did not accept the matter of the kidnapped Silver Spirit Man. They suddenly wanted to help us, which felt unreliable. Han Xiao paused and said, but it is also possible that the Holy Stone did not compromise with the Dark Star and indeed wanted to protect us, but the probability of this is not high. The main reason did not say that the task required 2 days to persist was the minimum evaluation, and it was only half an hour now, so it should not be possible to have support so soon. Intuition told him that there was something wrong with the Holy Stone's news. Many people were thinking about something, but they couldn't help but feel lucky and looked hesitant. At this time, the differences arose, and Fasserini said in a deep voice, I am willing to believe this news. There is no need for the Holy Stone to deceive us. This may be the only opportunity. I decided to go to the pickup location. What do you say? I won't go. Han Xiao shook his head decisively and looked at Goya. Goya hesitated for a while before nodding to reach a consensus. Although some mercenaries on the ship had objections, they had to suppress the conflict in their hearts when they saw this. Pert hesitated for a while, but finally refused, choosing to follow Han Xiao's opinion. Fasserini frowned. You are willing to be blessed. After that, the purple-gold spacecraft suddenly deviated from the route and headed to the address location, quickly disappeared from sight, and parted ways. Han Xiao exhaled and said in a deep voice, the Dark Star reinforcement will arrive soon. Our activity area will become smaller and smaller. We will continue to stay on the surface. The situation will only get worse and worse. We must enter the underground. The probe recorded all the terrain that had just passed and found several broken canyons and cracks. There's a lot of space under the surface of this planet. The environment is complex and there are many obstacles. The limited space is our limit, and it is also the limit of pursuers. Moreover, the land can isolate the direct detection of the mothership and provide us with a layer of cover. He had a rough guess about the subsequent situation. The situation was not optimistic. The reinforcement was only the first step of the Dark Star. Next, There will be a restricted area, forming an encirclement and covering bombing, forcing them to change their routes, etc. Han Xiao thought about it and wanted to persist for 2 days. There was only one feasible way: to break it into pieces. The target of the Dark Star is all mercenaries, and the 2 spacecraft are 2 targets, but if it is scattered when it cannot be detected, each mercenary will be the target. This will definitely lead to unlucky victims, but it will also increase the time cost of the Dark Star's search. After all, it is unrealistic to try to save everyone. Do what you said. Goya trusted her very much. Han Xiao turned in the spacecraft and stared at the front. Soon, a long crack appeared at the end of his sight, like a gray earth opening its mouth, as dark as an abyss. When he looked at it from a distance, he was only a crack. When he flew closer, he found that the width of the crack was dozens of meters. The Skyring spacecraft dived, flew into the crack of the ground, and its vision became dark. The detector outlined the terrain in the dark and flew down 200 or 300 meters. Many caves appeared on both sides of the rift valley. He found a cave and flew in. There was an underground space inside, leading to the distance. There is a huge space underground on this planet, with complex passages covered with strange rocks with intertwined teeth and traces of weathering everywhere. It has been silent for countless years and has welcomed visitors for the first time. The Blade spacecraft followed suit, and the floating fleet followed, and its speed inevitably decreased. Flying in this complex environment requires extremely high reaction power, and space is limited. The floating fleet's queue had to become a snake. Due to space limitations, nearly 90% of the warships in the team were blocked by teammates in front and could not fire. The attack intensity of the 2 ships immediately dropped to a lower level. The 2 ships flew into the ground in time and escaped from the surface encirclement that the Dark Star was preparing to implement. The Zijin spacecraft still stayed on the surface and was in danger all the way to the receiving location. Fasserini initiated a communication application to the channel that posted the response message. Please answer the 3rd formation of the Holy Stone. I have arrived at the receiving location. Where's the receiving unit? He repeated again and again, but the Holy Stone no longer responded and remained silent. He did not reply for a long time. His face gradually changed, and he was sweating profusely. The Purple Gold spacecraft did not dare to stop and circled around the receiving location, like a headless fly flying, until the Dark Star reinforcements surrounded from all directions. Fasserini looked pale and realized that there was no response at all. Black Star was right and lost the bet. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets are flying. After not long after, the Purple Gold spacecraft fell to the ground with smoke. The cabin door opened and the mercenaries inside ran out. However, warships were floating in the sky, and the Dark Star warriors landed on the ground and surrounded them, with no way out. The struggles of Fasserini and others did not cause any waves. They were easily subdued and escorted onto the spaceship and sent back to the mothership. Every one of the 2 ships walking underground witnessed the encounter of the Zijin mercenaries throughout the journey. The fate of the friends fighting together was uncertain, and everyone couldn't help but feel sad. If Han Xiao hadn't insisted on his own opinion, they would have ended up like this. The mercenaries looked at Han Xiao with more trust. I reminded them, Han Xiao was helpless. Fasserini was willing to gamble, but he had no choice but to jump on the Purple Gold spaceship to snatch control. But from the perspective of interests, this can buy them some time. As the Dark Star gains, the urgency will decrease a little. The screen of the streamer shows the scene of the fall of the Purple Gold spacecraft. Savati shook his head. Only 1 ship was captured. It's a pity. The news that was received was released by him, instructed his subordinates to mislead the mercenaries and let them reveal flaws to facilitate the capture of the Anqing, but he did not want to help the Anqing. Savati felt that this group of mercenaries would definitely not be able to escape, and it would be a matter of time before he was arrested. He was just accelerating the process. The sooner the mercenaries were captured, the earlier they could leave. The 2 armies of Holy Stone and Black Crow are on standby here. These mercenaries are also wasting their time, forcing the armies of the 2 major civilizations to stay here to monitor, increase their workload and bring risks. Savati just wanted to get out of the Dark Star. It was entirely out of his own interests. Moreover, this move did not interfere formally, and it was not really helpful to the Dark Star. It was just a message that was harmless. As for what plans did Xing have, he really didn't care. And Xing and their wells did not violate the rivers. No matter what conspiracy they had, only God Aura was at a disadvantage. The Holy Stone had no obligation to help God Aura eliminate the enemy, and Savati did not want another storm. It's a pity that the mercenaries were not all fooled. Report to the commander. The target enters underground. We cannot observe the direct picture. Continue to stand by. Savati shook his head. After entering the underground, they can't see the specific picture. All they can do is wait. In the dark underground space, light flashed through all the spaceships and warships sailing at high speed. Rumble. The rock wall was shot by a laser and partially collapsed. Many stones hit the shield of the Sky Ring spacecraft, making a thudding sound, and were hit by the high-speed spacecraft in a stone powder. The underground chase lasted for several hours. Due to limited space, 2 large warships could not enter, so the Dark Star could only use the floating ship to chase. The underground space was extremely tortuous and dark, so I could only rely on the blurry picture of the detector to avoid obstacles. Han Xiao was highly concentrated, and there were no collisions along the way. However, the floating ships behind made more and more mistakes. From time to time, warships hit rock walls, stone pillars, or stone beams, and gravel splashed and rumbling endlessly. The contrast was obvious. The pursuit troops gradually could not see Han Xiao's taillights and were left far behind. The Blade spaceship is not so lucky, and it is still entangled by the pursuit troops, which is frightening. Pert's operation makes people feel uncomfortable, and the Blade mercenaries want to change the ship. It's a coincidence that the people from Tianhuan think so too. I can't see the floating ship. I can only hear the sound. They are still chasing. Han Xiao glanced at the back and said, "It took me a few hours to delay, and the endurance of the Dark Star is almost at its limit." "We are almost at the limit." Melos was almost exhausted, and he could only finish a complete sentence intermittently. His condition is done. At least he can still speak. Next to him, the Tianhuan mercenary lay all over the ground like a dead pig. His eyes were dull, and white foam kept emerging from the corners of his mouth, his hands and feet twitching from time to time, and the ground was covered with ice slag. Well, the ice that had frozen his legs before was broken. Han Xiao was about to say something, but the underground space suddenly shook. Rumble. The explosion came from all directions, and for a moment, it was like the earth shaking. "Is this bombing?" Gu Yaqiang's tone changed slightly. "Well, it should be so." The Dark Star began to bomb the surface, hoping to trigger a chain reaction and cause the underground space to collapse, so as to force us back to the surface, just like driving a rat out of a cave. When the surface encirclement is closed, we have no way to escape. Han Xiao's tone was calm. He had speculation about such a development and could only remain calm when it happened. "Is there nothing I can do?" Goya looked unwilling. It was already the limit after dragging the spaceship for several hours. Taking a deep breath, Han Xiao slowly said, "Abandon the ship." Everyone was shocked. The spaceship was their only reliance. If the ship was abandoned, it meant that it had completely lost its mobility and had really become a turtle in the jar. Everyone immediately objected. How could they escape without the spaceship? It is impossible to break through the blockade of the Dark Star by driving a spacecraft, and the chance of escaping is basically zero. From the beginning, we only have one choice, that is, to drag time to wait for rescue. It is naturally extremely unfavorable for us to abandon the spacecraft and lose its maneuverability, but can also reduce the pursuit of the Dark Star. Without the spacecraft, for the Dark Star, we are equivalent to a turtle in the jar, and the Dark Star's vigilance will further relax. We break into pieces and escape in the underground space separately. The Dark Star will stop bombing the surface, because without the protection of the spacecraft, the collapse of the underground space will bury us alive. And what they want is, we have to capture us alive, so the Dark Star strategy is highly likely to use a floating ship to search slowly and send ground troops to capture it. Han Xiao explained that this was a risky way, and a group of mercenaries looked at each other. Although it sounds reasonable, the risk of abandoning the spacecraft still makes everyone hesitate. Are you absolutely sure? Goya couldn't help asking. What do you think? Everyone was depressed. What else do you keep at this time? Han Xiao shook his head. He would not have 100% confidence in this situation. Otherwise, it would be called taking risks. Driving a spaceship seems safe, but in fact it is about to encounter thunder, and the chances are slim. Abandoning the spaceship seems to be a desperate situation, but can squeeze out time and continue to delay. The bombing continued, and time waited for no one. Goa and Pert discussed a few words, finally gritted their teeth, and agreed to implement the abandonment plan, and asked how to do it specifically. This is the plan, Han Xiao said. Rumble. At the altitude of the planet, dozens of Dark Star bombing fleets were neatly arranged, dropping explosive bombs to the surface. Mushroom clouds soared into the sky. The hot wind that exploded and spreaded rolled up dust and sand, and exploded one crater-like pit after another, spreading cracks like spiderwebs. The Earth is cracked. In the command room of the Dark Star mothership, Sirota stared at the surface of the ground. His fingers kept knocking on the table, and his inner impatience was reflected in his slight movements. Since the spacecraft escaped into the underground space and pursued for several hours without progress, his patience reached the limit and decided to make a big noise and send a bomber to destroy the surface, causing the underground space to collapse, forcing the target to return from the narrow and winding underground space to the open surface. And he arranged many medium-sized interceptor ships on the surface to form an encirclement. Once the mercenary spacecraft appears on the surface, there will be no pursuit wars, and he will be able to catch the spacecraft immediately. Report to the captain. After the interrogation, the arrested mercenaries had never seen the secret Yuju before. They checked their clothes and bodies, and there was nothing. One person said, and the captives were the captured Fasrani and others. At least the scope has been narrowed. Sirota nodded. Then, the remaining two ships are the most suspicious. At this moment, the chasing scene of the floating fleet suddenly appeared in the Sky Ring spacecraft. They were originally thrown away, but at this time, they were chasing closer and closer. The Sky Ring spacecraft slowed down a lot and sometimes hit the rock wall. Bang bang. The lasers hit the spaceship shield one after another, and the Sky Ring spaceship seemed to have been replaced by a human being. It no longer had the dazzling dodge that was just now, and it was very clumsy. Almost all attacks hit. Soon, the shield shattered. Boom! The laser gathers fire at the stern of the spacecraft, and the fire and thick smoke explode. The thruster of the Tianhuan spacecraft was damaged and lost power. It smashed more than a dozen stone pillars in succession, embedded in the rock wall, and thick smoke rolled. The floating fleet immediately surrounded it, but the Tianhuan spacecraft was silent. Several teams of Dark Star soldiers jumped off the floating ship, blew open the cabin door with their guns, but saw that the inside of the spacecraft was pitch black. The Dark Star warrior rushed in, and there was no one inside. He came to the driver's seat, and a soldier checked the system, and then quickly reported to his superiors. Report, there is no one inside the spacecraft. This is the automatic driving of the spacecraft system. Sirota pressed his hands suddenly on the edge of the table, with his eyes forcing people. They abandoned the ship. On the other side, the Blade spacecraft also followed suit and jumped off the spacecraft in batches. Because they did not like Han Xiao, the scene of jumping off the ship was directly displayed in the eyes of the pursuit troops, but the mercenaries did not care about it. After landing, they showed their magical powers and fled separately. Abandoning the ship, it seems to be to delay time. Ha! Do you still have hope for rescue? Sirota sneered. I am very brave. I dare to gamble like this. Then, he loudly ordered, stop the bombing. The floating fleet searches for vital signs and sends ground troops to cooperate with the pursuit. Sirota looked to the side and said, Ash, lead the ground troops. Hearing this, Ash nodded and turned around to leave the bridge. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of egg-shaped airdrop cabins left the mothership and fell from orbital height to the surface, with Dark Star Superman including ashes. Sirota knew Han Xiao's plan, but he still did it, because the goal of the unknown star was indeed to capture everyone alive. In his opinion, this was what the mercenary side bet on, and this was an open conspiracy. The target has no spaceship, and Sirota has no worries. If it was just a hunter chasing prey, it was just catching animals in the circle, so there was no need to worry about anyone escaping. At this time, in a corner that was difficult to find underground, a round silver-white metal ball was quietly stopped here, while inside the metal ball was a cockpit with a sophisticated structure, and Han Xiao and others sat inside. This is the vehicle that Han Xiao has been manufacturing. Sphere-shaped mobile fortress. The appearance is a round metal sphere with a sea, land, and air, and the internal structure is complex. The sphere is divided into multiple layers. The silver-white shell is both armor and ground movement. The sphere is suitable for rolling, easy to turn, and can also adjust the speed. It is equipped with a gravity level sensor. When rolling, it is only the shell moving. The inner cockpit is an independent structure, separated from the shell, and does not rotate. The huge arced surface of the cockpit shows the real-time image of the outside. When encountering complex terrain, for mechanical arthropods can be extended to crawl. In addition, the sphere is equipped with a thruster, balance wing, and turbine, which can fly at low altitude and can also dive in the sea. It is a multi-function vehicle. In his previous life, players called this thing a ball card. Han Xiao built it in the Dragon tank and placed it in the spaceship. It was just right to use it when abandoning the ship. The plan was to escape separately. At this time, the members in the cart were Melos, Erosia, Volga, as well as Kwangdao and Maple Yu. The bombing has stopped. Han Xiao sat in the main control position, his eyes lit up. The underground space no longer vibrates, which means that the Dark Star stopped bombing as expected, which made him relieved and said in his heart, "Next, the Dark Star will send ground troops to search, start a cat and mouse game, and turn to ground war. The mercenaries are all dispersed and broken into pieces. Someone will definitely be arrested. I hope it can be delayed longer." The cart rolled backwards and disappeared into the darkness along the twisty underground passage. Darkness is the cover of the mercenaries, which increases the difficulty of searching. The two ships had 200 or 300 members, all of which were scattered. The targets that the Dark Star wanted to pursue changed from 2 to hundreds, and the floating fleet was also separated and patrolled slowly. The blue light of the cone-shaped search ray swept across every corner. Not long after, the Dark Star ground troops headed by Ashes came to the ground, searching in a carpet style, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the deep underground space. The situation changed from a spaceship chasing to a time-consuming search, as if it was less intense. But the tension in the hearts of the mercenaries continued to accumulate in the boundless darkness and the vigilance of the enemy at some point, and became more and more tense. At the beginning, the Dark Star quickly captured some mercenaries, but as time went by, the mercenaries fled more and more, and the capture efficiency decreased rapidly. The Dark Star often needs to be tracked for a long time before 1 or 2 mercenaries are found. The mercenaries have various abilities, and some are particularly good at hiding. Time passes. Savati was a little annoyed with the Liuguang. The Angle had been staying for a day and had not left for a long time. He issued warnings many times, but the Onglay announced the progress. Because the mercenaries abandoned the ship and would not catch everyone for too long, Savati had to wait patiently. Buzzing, buzzing, the alarm suddenly sounded, and the radar detection map showed that a new force was leaping and rushing to the sky, and the number was growing rapidly. Which power is this? Savati's face changed. Through the porthole, I saw the starry sky behind the Dark Star mothership, and a stream of light flashed from the distance, stopping suddenly, revealing my true appearance. The one who arrived was a huge fleet, characterized by a mixed style, and it seemed that warships of all races were among them, looking like miscellaneous soldiers. However, after seeing the logo on the warship, the officers of the Holy Stone and the Black Crow troops suddenly looked solemn. This is a fleet temporarily assembled by the three families of Tianhuan, Blade, and Zijin. In addition to the three major mercenary groups, there are dozens of mercenary group collaborators and hundreds of various warships eyeing the Dark Star mothership. Is it necessary for these big legions to create such a big scene? Savati was surprised and secretly called out terrible. If this group of mercenaries and the Dark Star broke down, it would definitely start a fight. At that time, it would be difficult for the Holy Stone and the Black Crow to avoid being affected. For a moment, Savati looked ugly. If those mercenaries had been arrested earlier, how could this troublesome situation have become? The Dark Star mothership slowly turned around. Hundreds of frigates flew out, forming combat arrays around the mothership, confronting the mercenary joint fleet and being tense. The joint fleet sent a message asking the unknown star to immediately stop the arrest of the mercenaries. Otherwise, the problem would be solved by force. The three large legions are united and have a tough attitude. Because there is no territory that needs protection is not like the interstellar civilization looking forward and not afraid of revenge at all. If we touch our people, I will do it and love anyone. Sirota was a little moved. He thought the mercenaries were scattered soldiers and brave men, but he didn't expect that dealing with a small group of mercenaries would actually attract a whole fleet of mercenaries. Sirota had to admit that he underestimated the mercenary industry. The ultimatum of the United Fleet is only 10 minutes, and it requires the Dark Star to withdraw all teams immediately. Otherwise, it will fight immediately. The relaxed mentality no longer exists, and Sirota's face is solemn. He is naturally not afraid of the joint fleet. After all, the Dark Star mothership is equal to a mobile space station base, and has many means, but if a head-on conflict breaks out, the losses will exceed the expectations of this operation. The Dark Star is not dragged down by honor and reputation. Even if the retreat now is said to be fleeing because of fear of mercenaries, it will not have any impact on them. Sirota is considering another question at this time. For the sake of secret word pearl, is it worthy of a head-on conflict with a fleet? Can we give up this opportunity and make plans and move later? Will there be such a good opportunity in the future? After thinking about it, Sirota's answer was no. Letting these mercenaries return to the organization is equivalent to expanding the search scope again. If these mercenaries are disbanded and divided into other teams, finding people will become very troublesome. This is just a small problem. Letting these people return to the organization may have accidents, such as handing over the beads to a new target without the knowledge of the Dark Star, or death during the mission caused the beads to fall to somewhere, etc. All kinds of possibilities have to be guarded against. At this time, all the mercenaries who had contacted the secret word pearl were here, and they could catch them in one go, and there would be no better chance than this. At this time, Savati issued a serious statement toward the joint fleet and the Dark Star mothership with a serious tone. On behalf of the Holy Stone Border Defense Army, I warn you that if a war begins here, we will regard it as a provocation, and may regard you as an enemy and intervene in the dispute. Once the notice was issued, the effect was very obvious. Without saying a word, the joint fleet fired directly at the Dark Star mothership with a terrible head. The dark universe exploded with colorful, dazzling lights. The battleship formations rushed around and carried out various tactical actions. The laser cannons shot at each other like urinating, and the mercenary fleet and the Dark Star fleet fought. Savati's face turned dark, and he was so angry that he could not get angry. He also took what he said as a fart. Commander, what should we do now? Which side should we help? Help, watch the show. Savati gritted his teeth. One side is a terrorist organization that is chaotic and evil, and the other side is a chaotic and neutral mercenary who is unruly. He wastes military strength from all sides of the gang, and he dares not let the fleet move. If they move, who knows what the Black Crow on the opposite side will react. Just watch the mercenary and the Dark Star dog bit the dog. As for the warning just now, let's just treat it as fart. Through the chaotic battlefield, the Holy Stone and the Black Crow seemed to be watching the fire across the bank from the Chu River and Han border. They tacitly did not intervene, but they did nothing. The fleet unfolded horizontally, forming a line of defense to surround the battlefield to prevent the spread of war. Tolerating the war between the two sides outside the border is already the bottom line. If the Dark Star or the mercenary is getting better, the fleets of the two civilizations will fire without hesitation. The battle is about to break out. Compared with hard power, the power of the Dark Star mothership is stronger than this emergency assembly fleet, and the joint fleet has no intention of fighting to the death. It sent a small spacecraft to bypass the battlefield and fly to the planet to meet Han Xiao and other mercenaries, but was keenly discovered by Sirota and commanded an independent formation to intercept it. The two sides were stalemate. Mercenaries on the planet are the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Whether they are rescued or captured, once there is a result, the battle will end soon. In Sirota's eyes, Han Xiao's plan to abandon the ship was just digging his own grave and lingering. However, the situation has changed at this moment, and meaningless delay has become the key. Abandoning the spaceship in exchange for time, every minute and second added, will increase the loss of the Dark Star. The war damage reports came one after another, and the coldness in Sirota's eyes became deeper and deeper. It was supposed to be a simple task that was easy to capture, but it became so difficult and difficult. The performance of the Sky Ring spacecraft was the source of everything. If the pilot had not delayed for so long, he would have caught the man and left. He would not have encountered the mercenary joint fleet at all. Sirota regretted missing the opportunity. The battleships bombed each other, and the scene was grand, and the energy emitted was as obvious as a star's explosion on the detector. Looking from a distance, the explosion light was like stars flashing. Along the way, the spaceship passing by nearby discovered the abnormality here. The war was like a whirlpool, attracting many spaceships to watch from afar, and the scene was quickly recorded. In the interstellar era, the improvement of communication level has also improved the real-time nature of news. Distance is not a problem. Not long after, the news of the battle between the Dark Star and the mercenaries spread across several star clusters around. After watching for most of the day, Savati received an unexpected communication application. Sizzling, a pure blood Godora man appeared on the screen with a calm face and said, "I am the Vice President of the Diplomatic Affairs of Godora Civilization, and I am fully responsible for the Godora Civilization. I hope that the Holy Stone Civilization can immediately intervene in the battle and attack the Dark Star." Savati's face turned solemn and said, "This is our local affairs. You have no right to intervene. Dark Star is an evil force with a heavy blood debt, and it is the common enemy of civilization. It is a very irresponsible act to sit idly by and watch them commit crimes." Godora's diplomat said in a stern tone, "Sorry, I only follow the orders of the Marshal." Savati was firm in his attitude. "Only when the Marshal directly ordered me, I would intervene in the war. If you have any questions, you can apply to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." In fact, Savati was the commander of the third formation and could handle affairs of this level of affairs with full authority, but he just pulled out the title of the Marshal, which was clearly arguing. He knew the thoughts of the Godora people. The Dark Star was Godora's mortal enemy. He finally showed up once, but he just wanted the Holy Stone to help them fight the Dark Star. However, the Holy Stone and Godora are not strategic allies and have no obligation to help. Moreover, political reasons are quite sensitive. As one of the commanders of the border army, Savati would never obey the requirements of other civilizations. The Godora people had no choice but to contact the top leaders of the Holy Stone civilization. However, the aristocratic institutions of the Holy Stone were best at shirking responsibilities, and they were chaotic and dragged on without expressing their opinions or orders. The Godora people had to strengthen their words, indicating that if the Dark Star was allowed to escape, they would condemn the Holy Stone in the diplomatic parliament of the Broken Star Ring civilization. Even so, Shangshur is still arguing with a clear attitude, unwilling to provoke Anqing and does not want to be pulled into the water. The Godora civilization is just one of them, because the Dark Star has appeared in a handful of times, and more forces are paying attention to this matter and silently turn their attention to this battlefield, the center of the storm. Swish! In the dim underground, the The high-temperature electric cutting-hand armor flashed with red light, passing through the chest of a Dark Star warrior, as relaxed as cutting tofu, taking away the person's life. Han Xiao withdrew his hand, and the Dark Star warrior fell down shakingly, and a Dark Star search team's body was lying on the ground. "Go away quickly. Their reinforcements will arrive soon," Melas shouted in a low voice. The cart stopped aside. Han Xiao jumped back and ran away by manipulating the cart. He clicked on the panel, and the interface of the task had changed. Escape Day, Mission Rating. C. Persisting for 2 days is a D-level score. Every 12 hours has improved. They have struggled to persevere for 2.5 days. The mission has been completed. Now, more than half of the mercenaries have been arrested, and only a small number are still running away. In other words, the confrontation between the mercenary joint fleet and the Dark Star has lasted for more than 1 day. If either of the Holy Stone and the Black Crow intervened, the Dark Star would retreat and the mercenaries would have been saved long ago. However, the two civilizations always watched and no one helped, resulting in a stalemate, and the joint fleet was unable to handle the mercenaries for a long time. I hope that those mercenaries are really unreliable. Han Xiao shook his head. Fortunately, he called Emmys for help and took a layer of insurance, but she was also unreliable, and she didn't know when she would be able to come here. The player is caught and will cause the mission to fail. Some people are very thief and want to use the offline line to escape the pursuit. However, after logging in again, they find that the mission fails directly and prevents stealing. However, if the player is captured by the Angry Star, there will be a lot of trouble. Han Xiao released a new mission through the faction panel. As long as he is not captured by the Angry Star, he could get additional rewards. In this way, even if the offline mission fails, he will at least have the guaranteed experience when he is about to be caught up. Fortunately, no players have been caught so far, which has made the Dark Star search team particularly crazy. The prey that is about to be obtained suddenly disappeared, making them confused and confused. Boom! At this moment, the passage ahead suddenly collapsed, and the cart stopped quickly. A group of new pursuers walked out of the hole in the rock wall, and the pursuers led the team in Ashes. "I found you. I won't be as careless as last time." Ashes had no expression on his face. His supernatural powers rose to the peak, and he was ready to move, and his fighting spirit was rising. He had been targeting Han Xiao for a long time and finally caught up. Seeing this, Han Xiao's expression changed slightly. Why is it him again? This is not good. Technician Han was not afraid of Ashes himself. When he fought, two pieces of meat rubbed against each other. No one could do anything to each other. However, Ash's superpowers were too lethal to his companions around him. Melas was quite powerful, but when he faced Ashes, he was killed instantly and turned into a bunch of slags. There is no way that superpower is too perverted. It can be called a walking scumbag maker. That guy is very dangerous. Retreat. Han Xiao had no desire to fight. He pulled the joystick and the cart slammed through the rock wall on the side, rumbled and rolled, and retreated immediately. Last time he parted, Ash tasted the taste of failure on Han Xiao. He had met many mechanics. Heixing was the first strange creature who used his body to kill the enemy without the need for machinery, and it seemed to be the nemesis of his own superpowers. Ash had thought about how to target Han Xiao, and had some clues, so he was waiting to meet again to avenge his previous shame. At this time, Han Xiao finally stopped him, but when he saw the cart turn around, Ash immediately activated his superpower. Buzz! The rock walls in all directions seemed to be squirming like life, and a large number of gray-black particles surged out like spreading black clouds, wrapping around the chariot, turning into various forms, either piercing or blades, and sparks were wiping out from the chariot's high-speed armored shell, which looked very dazzling in the dark underground. The underground space was narrow and winding, and the cart directly smashed the rock wall, rumbling and rushing, like a mole drilling out of a passage. Ashes and others chased behind. The cart was very fast, and even if the B-level superpower was not very agile, they were gradually thrown away. Call the search team and move with my position. There is an important goal here. It is riding on some kind of spherical mechanical vehicle. It is very fast. I will try my best to slow it down. Although Ash wanted to fight Han Xiao, his long-term training made him focus on missions. The floating fleet searching in the nearby area received news, surrounded him from all directions, approaching Han Xiao and others. The range of superpowers is limited, and the cart is about to leave its sight. The power of the ashes turns into fuel to activate superpowers. The ground in front of the cart suddenly rises, turning into rocks with intertwined teeth and becoming terrain obstacles. Bang, 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 bang. The cart ran over and smashed the stone pillars like wolf teeth. The thick armor shell was not damaged, but the speed was inevitably reduced. The spherical curves inside the cockpit are all screens, showing the outside picture. When you're in the driver's position, you can observe all directions up, down, and left and right in all directions. Han Xiao quickly taps the operating panel to activate other functions of the car. The sound of mechanical components moving sounded, and the front, back, left, and right armor suddenly opened, and each slides out a mechanical arthropod to support the ground, bursting out the power, making the car jump like a flea and cross the dangerous terrain. Immediately afterwards, four diamond-shaped anti-gravity propulsion nozzles suddenly appeared at the bottom of the cart, allowing the cart to fly out for hundreds of meters before it landed lightly, and then jumped up again and jumped forward without being affected by the terrain at all, and the ashes were thrown farther and farther away. TSK, the search team will definitely surround us. We have to find a way to get rid of the enemy. Fortunately, there's a crack in the ground nearby, so, as he was speaking, Han Xiao suddenly noticed something strange and suddenly turned to look at the people in the other seats. Everyone's faces were as if they were struggling hard, unable to move in the seat. Stop, otherwise they will die. In the distance, Ash Xiao stretched out his hand with a cold look on his face. He had no choice but to Han Xiao. As for the other people in the cart, he could activate superpowers to the living bodies inside through the armor. Han Xiao frowned slightly. This was exactly what he was most worried about. The two players could ignore it. They died 100 times and blinked their eyes and counted as losing. However, Melas, Aroshia, and others were different. They were facing the weakness of the ashes. It is impossible to stop. Han Xiao would not hesitate at this point, but was just worried that these two characters who had finally tricked into accidents. Don't worry about us. He won't kill people, no. We can't cause the destruction of the entire team. Melas's strength was unstable, resisting the control of his supernatural powers, and he tried his best to speak intermittently, with a ferocious expression, and every word was as difficult as popping out of his teeth. During his time with his colleagues, he had a certain understanding of Han Xiao and knew very well that Han Xiao would not be indecisive and could ignore the threat and make decisive choices. He didn't have to worry. This was to make Han Xiao not have a psychological burden. Stand with it. There's a crack in front of you. You can get rid of the enemy by flying down. Han Xiao nodded, without saying nonsense, speeding up. Seeing that the cart was about to leave the scope of superpowers, Ash's eyes turned cold and his palms were snatched. The superiors do not allow murder, but as long as they keep a breath, it doesn't matter what they beat. Melas took a breath of cold air. His roar was stuffed in his throat. He saw that his left palm had a significant deformation, gradually turning into dust and sand sprinkled under his feet, without any blood or smell of blood. The decomposition continued to spread along his palm to his shoulders. Ash! Han Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness, but he didn't have time to check Melas' injury. The most urgent task is to leave the Ash's superpower range so that the loss will not continue to expand. Aroshia's body was filled with sand mist and was decomposing. She looked down at her body, with a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. Most normal life forms are curious about the destination after death, but life is only once. The day when you get the answer also means saying goodbye to the world. However, Aroshia has countless opportunities to try. Death is not mysterious and unknown to her. She can see her into the ending and his rebirth. After experiencing countless times in person, She knew that she could not die, but rebirth also means that memory refreshing. She has no memory after death, and she cannot remember every experience of survival in the past. She couldn't help but think of Han Xiao's words. If you lose the memory of your last life, even if you get your life again, will you still be yourself now? Will this be another form of death? So I'll die, Orochia said softly, and suddenly a hint of panic broke out of her heart. The moment this thought appeared, the change happened to her. Buzz! The feeling of being manipulated suddenly disappeared. Orochia found that she could move. The world in front of her changed. Her vision seemed to emit light on its own. Many free lights swam in the air like little fish. Her perception of the environment was completely different from what she had just said. She thought about it and found that she was floating. At this time, she saw the surprised eyes of the people next to her. What's wrong with me? Orochia looked down at her body, no longer a material entity, but a semi-illusory, glowing body, flashing with a faint golden blue light and light particles floating around it. The senses were no longer limbs, arms, and facial features, as if there was no limit to the body. When she thought about it, she suddenly turned into a ball of spherical light. This is... Feng Yu was surprised. Energy life. Han Xiao glanced at him quickly and was shocked. Orochia's performance at this time was the characteristic of energy life. The material composition changed and naturally would not be controlled by ashes. He had no time to think about the reasons. An idea came to his mind and said, try to touch the energy core. Orochia did as he did, and the light ball stretched out a thin tentacle, passed through the cockpit wall, touching the working energy core, and the light particles in his body entered the core along the tentacles. Sizzling, a series of current sounds sounded, the engine exploded with electric sparks, and the power of the cart suddenly increased, turning into an overload state. The thruster ejaculated, and the speed surged. The cart jumped into the crack in front of it, and finally broke out of the range of supernatural powers. Melas's decomposition process stopped on his left shoulder, sweating all over, holding on to his empty left shoulder, looking in pain. Except for him, the three Volga brothers each had some damage, but the main target of Ashes was Melas, who had the strongest resistance. They were in good condition and did not get disabled. Ashes and others stopped at the edge of the crack and watched the cart reach out to the balance wing to fly away at high speed. The same target failed the second time. Ash shouted at the communicator, "Have the search team arrived? The target has disappeared. I will follow it immediately." However, the reply was beyond his expectations. 1 minute ago, the mothership issued a new order to give up this mission. All members will return to the mothership immediately and evacuate immediately. The opponent said anxiously. The Ash's pupils shrank, unbelievable. How could it be an order to retreat? The unknown star attache's great importance to the secret word Pearl is not far from success at this time. If it weren't for some accident, it would be impossible for it to give up halfway, and this accident must be beyond the level that the mothership can handle. The orders should not be violated. Even though Ash was very unwilling to accept it, he could only watch Han Xiao and others escape. His face turned ashen, and he suddenly turned to evacuate. What exactly happened in heaven? 15 minutes ago. This is the Broken Star Ring Express. I'm the frontline reporter Brimrana, who is broadcasting the battle near planet 122, the 4-star area of the Feywind Galaxy. A news spacecraft stopped not far from the battlefield and rushed to hear the news and broadcast it on the spot. Brimrana is the reporter who hosted the live broadcast. The program was broadcast in real time on the Broken Star Ring Current Affairs channel. The Current Affairs channel broadcasts events in various regions, facing viewers in the entire star domain, and countless citizens and forces from galaxies and star regions are paying attention to this news. As we all know, the planet Feywind 122 is located at the border between the Holy Stone Civilization and the Black Crow Civilization. A special battle broke out in this sensitive area. As everyone can see, the two sides of the battle are the Dark Star and the Mercenaries. According to insiders, the battle has lasted for nearly 2 days. The reason is that the Dark Star wants to capture some mercenaries, and these mercenaries happen to belong to the three famous mercenary legions of Tianhuan, Bladefinger, and Zijin. So the conflict broke out. At this time, the Holy Stone and the Black Crow army were monitoring, while the Dark Star and the mercenaries were in a stalemate, and on the planet, the tracked mercenaries were still fleeing incredibly. According to this station, the Ghidorah civilization far away in the Gadon galaxy has been organizing in urgent marches. The Dark Star itself is a violent organization against Ghidorah. Both sides are hostile. Because the Dark Star rarely appears and its whereabouts are floating, it makes Ghidorah difficult to track. But now, the Dark Star openly appears. Ghidorah is ready to seize the opportunity. Vrimna was reporting seriously, and at this moment, a huge object appeared on the edge of the picture and flew towards the battlefield. Wait, the situation seems to have changed, and a new side appears. That is, a long Tanfu Island. She widened her eyes in surprise. The broken star rings are everywhere, and countless viewers who are watching the show are excited. Longtan is the territory of Emmy's dragon and the shadow of the famous tree. The broken star rings are almost everyone knows. Everyone was curious. Why did Longtan come? Vermelna paused, thinking of a reasonable explanation. Just now, our station has verified Longtan's action route and happened to come to the 4-star area of the Feywind galaxy. It seems that he happened to pass by here. The fleet of Holy Stone and Black Crows surrounded the battlefield. I believe that after negotiation, Longtan will take a detour. This unexpected factor should not affect the situation. Before he finished speaking, Longtan crashed into the Holy Stone fleet on the edge of the battlefield, without any intention of bypassing it. The fleet of Holy Stone and Black Crow each surrounded half of the battlefield, with one level of alert, and countless muzzles aimed at both sides fighting fiercely in the middle of the battlefield. Savati stared at the battle situation without turning around and was always on guard. Third-party conflicts occurring at the border are always a chore, and maintaining the border is the responsibility of the defense army. First of all, blindly intervening is no credit. After all, this is not a resistance to foreign enemies. If you win, you will not be rewarded. If you suffer losses, you will bear the consequences of losing. Participating in the battle is the worst choice. Savati believes that if the fleet is damaged due to his decision, the aristocratic group of the hostile faction will definitely take him as the entry point to attack the political faction where he is located, the Holy Stone King power and aristocratic system. With many factions, and most of the military are nobles, so naturally there are political enemies eyeing him. Fortunately, the confrontation between the Dark Star Mothership and the Joint Fleet was limited to a certain range. As long as the situation did not continue to expand, Savati would be grateful. At this time, the subordinate spoke in a hurry. Report to the captain. A huge object is approaching the battlefield, and the main fleet of the Liuguang is on the other side's route of advance. Please indicate. Savati was startled and looked at the screen. The detection screen showed a huge material body flying at high speed, with a high energy response. He adjusted the angle of the porthole and looked at the direction of the person coming and going, and saw a golden elliptical object shining brightly in the star space, gradually approaching, with a size of dozens or hundreds of times larger than the warship. It was the Longtan floating island where the shield was opened. That's Long Tanfu Island. Are you passing by? Savati was shocked. Seeing that Long Tanfu Island continued to advance and was about to hit its own fleet, Sawati immediately sent a message to Long Tanfu Island. Longtan, please note, Longtan, I am Sawati, the commander of the 3rd Formation of the Holy Stone Border Defense Army. There is a battle ahead. We have blocked this area. Please take a detour. A second later, the streamer received a reply, and Jenny's indifferent voice was heard, with only 2 short words. Give up the way. A hint of anger came to his cheek. It was the first time he encountered such an arrogant passerby. Not only did he not take a detour, but he also wanted to make way for the entire fleet to give way for him. However, Longtan was qualified to be domineering, and Savati really didn't dare to mess with him. Longtan had no intention of stopping at all, rushed over, and was about to crash into the array of the Holy Stone fleet. Sawadi looked ugly and gritted his teeth and ordered, "Everyone scattered, give up the blockade, and give him the way." The Holy Stone fleet hurriedly dispersed and let go of a road. Longton passed through the array and swung into the battlefield. This scene fell into the scene of the news ship. Brimina's always fluent speech was stuck. She was stunned for a while before she quickly changed her mouth and said hesitantly, You can see that the Saint and Holy Stone fleets took the initiative to avoid it, and it seemed that the negotiations failed. It seems that Longtan does not care about the battle ahead and does not know what will happen next." The audience watching the show couldn't help but sigh at Longtan's domineeringness, but no one thought Longtan came here to intervene. At the same time, the joint fleet still could not break through the blockade of the Black Star and contacted the mercenaries who were being hunted, but could not help but watch one channel after another. The team members were arrested one by one, and the anger was directly reflected in the strength of the joint fleet's attack. From the beginning, they just wanted to bypass the Black Star, and now they were fighting wildly, becoming more and more tragic. Rumble. A position on the surface of the planet suddenly bulged, and the land cracked. Then a huge ice crystal pillar, like an iceberg, suddenly emerged and rose from the ground. Goya and his teammates rode the icicle back to the ground. The blue and white mage robe was covered with dust and leaks, and they looked tired. She was forced to go desperately by the pursuers, and she accumulated strength to release a blow. Finally, she left the ground, raised her head, and her clear blue pupils reflected the magnificent picture. The deep blue and near black outer space, the deep and high sky, countless fleets fighting, artillery fire continued, countless rays and lasers shone like stars, and at low altitude was a hovering dark star battleship encircling, coming towards her, rolling up dust and sand like a storm, and the scorching heat of the tail flame of the propeller distorted the atmosphere. Are you not to respond? As if his physical strength was pulled away, Goya slowly knelt down, his staff rolling dust from his white palm. He raised his head and looked at the scene where the united fleet, which was supposed to be his savior, tried its best, but was powerless. The color of despair gradually spreads freely in the eyes. The three major legions are the backstage that supports their resistance, because they know that there will be a fleet rescue, and everyone has hope. However, the rescuers who have been waiting for a long time cannot save them. The companions fell one by one, and their resilience finally collapsed. In such a situation, who else can save them? The floating ships surrounded the sky, and the teammates around Gaia looked depressed, let go of their weapons, and no longer resisted. At this moment, the battlefield was inserted into the slant of Long Tanfu Island, and the battle fleets of both sides hurriedly avoided it. The fierce battle was like pressing the pause button and came to an abrupt end. Sirota was shocked. Why are there any scattered people? Didn't the Holy Stone and the Black Crow block the battlefield? Is this Longtan? Both sides stopped, and Longtan became the focus of the whole game. Whether it was the Dark Star, the mercenary combined fleet, the Holy Stone, or the Black Crow, they were waiting for it to leave quickly. Everyone fought well, and suddenly a passerby ran out, and it was still a master who could not afford to offend this game. However, Long Tanfu Island stopped in the middle of the battlefield and remained motionless. What's going on? What did it stop and do? Seeing this, the captains from all sides looked surprised. Didn't Longtan pass by? He has made way out. So why doesn't it go? At this time, the detectors of each warship suddenly issued an extremely harsh alarm. Note: a space fluctuation occurs nearby. High energy reaction is displayed. The energy level value is being calculated. The precise calculation failed. The range is floating, and it cannot be displayed. A little dark blue light spot lit up above the Dragon tank, gradually expanding, turning into a circle of rotating halos. There is a vast white fog inside, only 2 or 3 meters in size. It should have been inconspicuous in the vast starry sky, but it firmly attracted everyone's gaze at this time. Advanced secret technique, physical portal. Immediately afterwards, her long snow-white legs stepped out from the halo, and Emmys, in a black dress, walked out. Her long black hair was scattered behind her, drooping to her ankles. Her charming face still had a casual expression, as if the warships in the sky could not make her frown even in the subtle curve. The fleet commanders changed their color. Dragon Zodiac? Why is she here? Just as everyone was stunned and guessing the purpose of Emmy's coming, a sudden change occurred. Emmy saw the Dark Star, and without saying a word, a violent force field surged out. The armor of more than a dozen Dark Star warships deformed, sank into the interior, swelled by terrifying pressure, and exploded into a ball of fireworks. The whole process seemed easy. The battleship of the Dark Star technology seemed as weak as a piece of paper in her hand, and it was instantly pinched into a ball of paper. Soroda's expression changed drastically, unexpectedly. Why did the dragons attack them? Everyone was shocked. Savati looked shocked, suddenly awakened, and said in a lost voice, "She is not passing by at all. She wants to help the mercenaries." The united fleet was stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy, and morale soared. The Dragon Crusade is our reinforcements, and we will attack. Soroda finally showed panic on his face, and his subordinates around him looked at him, waiting anxiously for the order. Tong! Tong! Everyone retreated immediately. No, the fleet protects the mothership, forms a protective array, and covers the mothership to escape. Dragon Throne's reputation is well known. When he met Emmys, all the tasks were thrown out of his mind. Soroda now has only one idea, that is, stop loss and escape. After issuing the order, he immediately left the command room and ran towards the escape pole. The Dark Star fleet contracted its formation, protecting the mothership like a wall, forming a shield formation to block the joint fleet's concentrated fire. Under heavy protection, the appearance of the mothership gradually became blurred, hiding, and retreating. Seeing this, Emeth's force field grabbed the entire dragon tank and smashed it over. Long Tanfu Island, shrouded in the golden shield, was like a high-energy meteorite. The Dark Star battleship was like tiny beans in front of it. The defense array was crushed directly. Longtan hit the mothership with a bang, and the shield exploded with fierce sparks, and half of the mothership was directly shattered. Long Tanfu Island is Emmy's territory, palace, and weapons. From the commander to the ship's soldiers, this scene left everyone present stunned. Brimmerna opened her mouth and couldn't speak at all. It was supposed to be an accident on the air, but no one blamed her. Everyone watching the show had the same expression as hers, and she looked horrified. The name of Emmys resounded through the broken rings, but she showed her destructive power for only a few times. Seeing this incredible individual power with her own eyes, the shock was like a heavy hammer, and it hit her heart hard. Dragon Throne coming. Boom! The spacecraft fragments fell into the planet's atmosphere and fell at high speed, rubbing with the air and catching fire, like a group of fire meteors falling from the sky. Even without the order for Soroda to retreat, Emeth's shocking blow also destroyed the mentality of the Dark Star. This devastating destructive power would be like a joke on a mothership formation. Other spacecraft gave up the mothership and fled. Spaceships escaped from the planet and motherships, including assault ships, floating ships, frigates, escape pods, etc., with different sizes. The smaller the spaceship, the naturally running in the front, and the large warships landing behind. The heavy armor was originally the source of the crew's sense of security, but at this time it became a disadvantage that they hated. The joint fleet continued to chase and kill, and the backward warships were constantly blown up, and a short explosion occurred. The scattered air in the cabin was quickly burned and exhausted, and the broken parts became cold space garbage. Emmy's arrival was very short, and with only 2 serious attacks, she completely defeated the formation of the Dark Star mothership. Her target was the most conspicuous mothership. She broke the mothership and was too lazy to take action. The mothership fell to the earth like a huge metal meteorite. As the gravity accumulates, the momentum is becoming more and more terrifying. The whistle through the air gradually becomes sharp. Looking from the ground to the sky, it is like falling from the sky. Boom! Just like a meteorite hitting a planet, the mothership smashed a huge pit, and the cracks spread around dozens of kilometers. The bursting air waves brought out dust and sand that covered the sky and the sun. The earth shook like an earthquake. Goya and others, who were thousands of kilometers away, also felt a clear tremor, and the world in their sight was trembling and blurry. This collision was like a super-large space-based weapon, triggering a chain reaction. The ground collapsed, the entire mothership penetrated into the planet's ground, and the underground space collapsed layer by layer, and everyone rushed out. Don, 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 don. The chariot flew out of the crack of the collapsed gravel rain, hovered on the ground. With a sneer, the cabin door slid open. Han Xiao jumped out of the car, brushed away the dust and sand, looked up, and shouted, "Spectacular!" Fortunately, the dragon tank was hard enough, and it didn't fall down together, otherwise this planet would have been blown up. The pursuit of the Dark Star troops had already withdrawn, and the feng shui took turns, and the Dark Star became the escape party. The combined fleet was chasing behind, and many Dark Star spacecraft approached the blockade line between the Holy Stone and the Black Crow. If you want to escape, you must pass through the array of two civilized border troops. Savati was a little confused. At this moment, the Black Crow army on the other side decisively opened fire on the escaped Dark Star spacecraft. Seeing this, Savati was unwilling to fall behind and decisively ordered, "Aim at the Dark Star and fight me." The dragon's bringings changed his attitude. He wanted to control the situation and try not to provoke any party, but now it is impossible. If he gives up blockade and deliberately let the Dark Star go, what would dragons thought? That is the enemy she personally dealt with, and let the enemy go. Wouldn't he have to go against her? Although the Dark Star is difficult to deal with, Emmys is even more difficult to mess with. This Dark Star fleet has been defeated and cannot organize an effective counterattack. There's still Holy Stones and Black Crows to beat the dogs in the water. The attacks were made from front and back, and the artillery fire formed a large net to catch the escaped fish, and the Dark Star spacecraft exploded one after another. More than a dozen mercenary spacecraft landed, walked out of teams of mercenaries, entered the wreckage of the mothership, and rescued their companions. Since the mothership was shot down, Fasserini and other arrested mercenaries still have a chance to survive. The threat was lifted, and the mercenaries who were not caught gathered and rescued one prisoner after another. Fortunately, the mothership was relatively strong and had a shock-proof structure inside. Although it was a fall, most of them survived. Some Dark Star warriors also survived, and they were all caught without any resistance. Sirota did not have time to enter the escape pole, and was also tied to his subordinates, covered in dust. The situation was established. The joint fleet landed one after another, and thousands of mercenaries took off the ship with different races and amazing momentum, all of which were famous mercenaries with the Broken Star rings. If the mercenary industry of the Broken Star ring is divided into three levels, high, medium, and low, Han Xiao's Black Star is only considered to be medium and low in terms of strength and scale, and the three legions of these mercenaries present are high-end, and other collaborators are at least medium and high-end. Each of the three legions came a deputy legion commander, all of whom were A-level superpowers, with strong men gathering and gathering heroes. At this moment, the battle in the sky finally ended. The command ship of the Holy Stone and the Black Crow was parked above the planet, with eyes staring at the dragon captain, while Emeth controlled the force field and slowly landed on the edge of the crowd. The noise came to an abrupt end, and tens of thousands of people turned to Emmys in unison. These famous mercenaries bowed their heads slightly to express their respect for the dragon boat. The three deputy commanders, as representatives, walked up quickly and welcomed Emmys together, respectfully. In the past, when Emmys needed to hire, they all helped for free and had some friendship. They thought their kindness touched the unattainable dragon throne. Emmys was flattered to come over to help because of their face. The mercenary groups next to them also thought so, with envious expressions. Even Emmys gave face to the three legions, and the influence of the three legions is getting bigger and bigger. Thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for you, our members would be doomed. The three of them looked solemn and were expressing their gratitude, but Emmys didn't look at them and kept walking straight past the three. Everyone was stunned and followed her. Emmer stopped in front of Han Xiao and others and said, "You are all fine. I have just arrived at the right time. You have to be free in 3 days. You are so idle." Han Xiaoshi looked at it. Not long after he joined the Longtan camp, Emmers didn't have a deep impression of him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we can communicate more and establish a good relationship with one of the super strong men of the Broken Star Ring, which is very beneficial. Emmers didn't know him, but Master Han knew her very well. He had a casual personality and didn't need to be too polite when he spoke. Although he was her subordinate for the time being, he didn't have to be too low-key. Moreover, he basically knew Emmers' likes and dislikes, so he could easily answer the conversation and soon started chatting. The others were left aside. The atmosphere was strange and silent, and pairs of stunned eyes stared at the two people chatting and laughing. The three deputy commanders turned around stiffly, with awkward expression, and they would have misunderstood. Emmys' performance was clearly not for them, but was called by this strange mercenary. He is also a mercenary who was chased. Why is he so close to Dragon Zodiac? What is his name? Black Star? I haven't heard of this name before. What is the relationship between Dragon Zodiac and him? Members of various large mercenary groups were surprised and whispered to each other, asking about Han Xiao's origin. The name of Black Star quickly came into the ears of everyone present. After learning that Han Xiao was a member of Long Tan, everyone's eyes changed. The Dragon Zodiac is a transcendent force, and he is willing to do anything to rescue his subordinates. The Black Star itself is not large in scale, but its path is particularly wild, equivalent to a dragon's zodiac outside. No one dares to underestimate it, and is directly included in the Don't Provoke list by everyone. The news boat faithfully recorded this scene and played it on the show. Brimina stopped talking. She knew that the audience wanted her to shut up at this time, and stared at the scene with breath. Before this, no one guessed that it would end like this, whether it was the Holy Stone, Black Crow, Dark Star, Mercenary, or the audience who watched the Express show. The conflict had been entangled for 3 days, but the Dragon Crown suddenly came and solved the Dark Star quickly. The one who called the Dragon Crown was actually one of the mercenaries. I thought that among the mercenaries who were hunted, members of the 3 major legions were the highlight. I subconsciously ignored the Black Star mercenary group, which was not famous. I thought the Joint Fleet was the largest reinforcement, but I didn't expect that it was this small mercenary group that was not visible and had a strong helper than the 3 major legions, and the backstage was so fierce. In the streamer, Savati's eyes almost glared out. Since it's okay, I'll leave. Don't forget to ask me about the whereabouts of the teacher. After beating and Xing and saving everyone, Emmys flew directly to the sky, returned to Longtan, set off, and left, coming and going like the wind, without much whisper. As soon as Emeth left, the tense atmosphere relaxed, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. The existence of the Dragon Pole was so awe-inspiring that they dared not be presumptuous. At this time, the 3 deputy commanders all came to Han Xiao and took the initiative to make friends and show goodwill to him on behalf of their respective legions. Not only them, but they originally ignored Han Xiao's other large mercenary groups and also sent people to express their intention to cooperate. For a time, there were hundreds of people around Han Xiao, all of whom were the leader and deputy leader. I'm sharing her influence with Emmys. These mercenaries cooperate with me not because of my strength, but because of being a member of Long Tan for the power behind me. Han Xiao said intimately, this is the benefit brought by Emmer's camp. It shows his backstage, instantly becomes famous, and with the protection of Dragon Zodiac, even the Antarctic who suffers a loss will not dare to deal with him easily, which is equivalent to a deterrent force. Although there is suspicion of being a fox in a tiger's power, Honda Technician has never minded leveraging the power, only caring about what role it can play. The benefits are obvious and the disadvantages are also there. First, the fame of the dragon will grow too fast, and it is not matched with his own strength. Second, the fame of the dragon will overshadow the name of the Black Star and affect future growth. It is not conducive to establishing his own brand by always being the name of the dragon. Moreover, this influence will be accompanied by a long time. It is naturally good to back up, but for Han Xiao, who wants to be the dominant and self-contained, the famous backstage is an indirect shackle. However, the Black Star has not been established for a long time, so the benefits are definitely more beneficial than disadvantages. Moreover, Dragon Zodiac helped him once, and in return, Han Xiao didn't mind helping her with something. Not long after, Han Xiao's communicator had more contact information from dozens of mercenary groups, all of which were in the industry. Only the 3 large mercenary groups at the level of the army would be so enthusiastically sought after. And at this time, a prompt appears on the panel and the task has been settled. Escape day completed. Task rating, B. You have gained 1 20W experience, plus 3 popularity. After persisting for 3 days, the score was 2 levels higher than the minimum standard, and the reward was much higher. Han Xiao thought it was okay. No more or less, but a few players who persisted until the mission was successful showed an ecstasy look. Following the Black Ghost, there must be meat to eat. This has almost become the law in their minds. One mission can get 1 million and 2 million experiences. They hardly know how to use this astronomical experience. There are always a few successful people. Most players fail the mission with envy, jealous, and hatred, and wishing to strangle their companions to death. Han Xiao browsed the panel and opened the NPC template. Suddenly, he made a new discovery and his eyes lit up. Is this a new copy generated? Entering the copy generation interface, there is a new option below 6 kingdoms and berries. Battle, the power of Dragon's Seat. Han Xiao tried it curiously and found that the type of this dungeon was different, not generated by the main plot. 6 kingdoms and the berry is a series, which can intercept the fragments to generate multiple dungeons. The new dungeon is fixed, and only the scene of the Dark Star hunting until Emmys arrives is a fixed dungeon of a single battle. Only a major event can a series of dungeons be generated. The conditions for the campaign dungeons should be relatively variable. Since the name is related to Emmys, perhaps it is because she has the legendary nature and has increased the influence of the incident. Han Xiao secretly Sid. The budding event is version 1.0, with a maximum of LV60 dungeon. The adaptation level of the Dragon King's Power Dungeon starts at least 2.0 version. Han Xiao does not enter the dungeon, so he cannot view the specific details of the dungeon. However, based on his intuition, he knows that the new dungeon is definitely a crazy journey for players at level 60 today. Simply put, the player did not meet the minimum standard for challenging the new dungeon, and was at least 1 version missing. Although there are no substantial benefits for the time being, they can arouse a sense of novelty among players. This is the first copy that exceeds the upper limit of the version. If the Ace Reporter's meat bag processing and packaging should be able to refresh another hot topic. Well, and as an NPC that distributes more advanced copies, my qualities can also be sublimated. Han Xiao blinked. His qualities were the same as money, and no one would think they were too little. After dozens of regiment leaders left the cooperation intention with Han Xiao, they walked aside and directed their companions to clean the battlefield. The planet's surface was full of devastation, and the mercenaries recovered fragments and parts of the mothership, and it was lively. Han Xiao had free time and walked aside with the Black Star members. The high players were very stingy and didn't need him to worry about it. The wounds of the 3 Volga brothers were simply bandaged. Feng Yu had a deputy pharmacist, and she was half a doctor. At this time, she took the tools to help Melas treat the wound. Melas sat on a stone, his left arm was empty, and the broken mouth was like the texture of charcoal. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. Han Xiao looked at the wound and frowned and said, "The bones and flesh are necrotic. It is considered bad luck to meet ashes. I know there will be such a day, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly." Melas forced a bitter smile. The senile warrior was disabled. He had long been awakened, but when it actually happened, it was still difficult to control his loneliness and sadness in his heart. Han Xiao comforted, "Old Mei, you don't have to be too pessimistic. Many advanced civilizations have the skills to heal limbs, such as hatching cabins, nano-repair instruments, etc., or superpowered people with healing superpowers. Oh, speaking of it, I know a pair of sisters, let alone being disabled. Even dead people can be rescued. So powerful." Melas was surprised. He thought he would lose Xiao forever. He heard that he had the chance to recover, and immediately cheered up. "They're from my hometown. You also know that I left my mother planet just to save the disaster in the future. I couldn't go back before I found a way, and the sisters' abilities are not strong enough. You can bear it. I'll make do with it first." After comforting Melas, he turned to look at Erosia, who was still a ball of light at this time. "How do you feel now?" Han Xiao asked curiously. "The field of vision has changed, perception has changed, and the sense of control of the body has also changed. It seems that it can be extended continuously, without any physical limitations." As he said that, Erosia changed several shapes, used energy to vibrate, and spoke, and quickly adapted to the new changes. Generally speaking, changes in body will also change the mind. Do you have any special thoughts? No. Han Xiao scratched his head and suddenly remembered that when Araxia was still physical, he had no desire or curiosity. His thinking circuit was very calm. It was like the characteristics of energy life, but he didn't expect it to really become an energy body. He had several guesses and asked, "Can you change back?" Erosia tried slowly, and the ball of light continued to deform for a long time. Suddenly, she seemed to have found a way. The free light particles quickly contracted and condensed and returned to the human form. Then the light slowly dissipated and turned back to the original human form. With long hair fluttering, her expression changed on her almost flawless face, and she developed a little curiosity about her new abilities. The onlookers looked surprised. "Is it convex?" Tai Ertzi was stunned. "Is it Gu?" The meat bun was shocked. Erosia tried various operations, which could be transformed into energy bodies in a single part or energy throughout the body. In the energy state, the body was not restricted, but when the body was restored, it could only become its own appearance. The body state was damaged, and the energy was reorganized, and the wound would disappear, but it would consume some energy. As long as there is enough energy, multiple injuries can be recovered. Han Xiao held Araxia's wrist, sensed it for a moment, and said, "The power factor is active. Your superpower gene is activated. You are psychogenic, and energy is your ability to awaken." Among his various speculations, Araxia is the most likely to awaken to a superpower. Now it seems that the conclusion is the same. This ability is her superpower energy. This kind of superpower belongs to the category of transformation and can also be controlled as elements. For example, some flame and lightning abilities can turn themselves into fire people or electric people, but even in the elemental state, the damage suffered by these transformers will not be eliminated. Erosia's transformation is more like a reorganization of material structures and life properties. It has no fatal parts to become an energy body, and as long as the energy is not exhausted, it will not die. There's another difference. Erosia's transformation is different from a single element. Although it looks like light energy, when it is input to the energy core of the car, it automatically becomes matching electrical energy, which means that her energy form can be changed. Han Xiao is knowledgeable and quickly realizes Erosia's potential. This is a walking large battery, universal energy. Being able to change the properties of energy means having the opportunity to become high-level energy, such as particle energy, secret energy, etc. As for many issues, such as manipulation intensity, release range, and energy limit, these attributes require training and development of superpowers to be improved. As soon as Erosia woke up, she was close to level C at the beginning. Her superpower potential was amazing. There were also reasons why her bloodline contained energy, which only stimulated small part. You are already a superpower. Although Melas and I are not superpowers, We can also guide you to use our strength. With your potential, our strength should improve very quickly. Han Xiao said, guiding Araxia to become stronger is not only a requirement for related tasks, but also a requirement for the mercenary group to gain more combat power. At this time, Goa and Perth came over with the team. Fasserini was wrapped in medical bandages all over her body, like a rice dumpling, and 2 crutches were held under her armpits. She was supported by her subordinates and limped. If you hadn't called the dragon boat, the receiving troops would always be entangled. We would not be spared. You saved all of us. Please accept our gratitude. Goya's tone was solemn, and hundreds of mercenaries looked grateful. When the joint fleet was entangled, she was already desperate, but the dragon boat emerged and turned the tide. The reinforcements called by Han Xiao were the key figure. Sorry, I didn't adopt your suggestion at that time, so I was captured by Xing. I tortured for a long time. I asked me if I'd seen a bead. It was inexplicable. If we were not saved, we would definitely be silenced. Fasserini looked ashamed and wanted to throw down the support crutch. Regardless of dozens of fractures on her body, she went to grab Han Xiao's hand to express her gratitude, but was held down by Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked up and down and praised. Darkstar tortured you so badly. You can still persevere, it's great. You said these injuries? Fatherini looked down at the bandages all over his body and said, You misunderstood. These were fallen when the mothership fell. Han Xiao's eyes twitched, and there was nothing to say. By the way, talking about this, Goya interrupted and pointed to the sky. The Holy Stone's fleet sent a false response message, which led to you being captured. What are you going to do? You reminded me, I was almost killed by them. Fasserini emerged in anger, turned to order his subordinates, and shouted, Contact them. A mercenary took out the communicator and tried to contact the Holy Stone's fleet. The other party quickly confirmed the call, and Savati's face appeared on the screen. Savati expected that the decision at that time would cause criticism, but he did not feel that the decision was wrong, so he could only say that things went against his wishes. He made the wrong bet, so he had to solve the consequences. After receiving the mercenary's communication, he asked the operator to turn around as soon as possible, preparing to explain himself, pretending to be sincere, tidy up his clothes, and introduced himself. Hello, mercenary. I am Suwa, the commander of the 3rd Formation of the Holy Stone Defense Army. Before he finished his introduction, Fasserini cursed at the communicator, using his hometown language, and, after being transformed by the translator, it became easy to understand. You idiot! Han Xiao was excited. Wow! NPCs will not be silenced when swearing. It's great. Like it. Fasserini's guns seemed to have a big splash. The adjectives were very vivid, with all-encompassing postures. The nouns included the ancestors, parents, wives, descendants, etc. Han Xiao listened with relish and felt particularly friendly. It turned out that aliens liked to mating with their families. Savati was stunned by the scolding and could not make a single word. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his whole body was trembling with anger. I am a senior officer of the Holy Stone Civilization. Except for my leader and my wife, who dares to insult me like this? I endure it. When I glanced at Han Xiao next to me, Emperor Shiwa suppressed his anger. This time I was in a disadvantage. I will give you face. Pert looked surprised. He thought he was rough enough. Unexpectedly, Fasserini, who is usually very rational, was even more irritable than him. After being cursed, Fasserini took a breath and asked, Why are you trying to harm us? Savati's expressionless face and his stiff tone, explaining, You misunderstood. We do want to respond, but the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Sanqing has laid a blockade line, and there is no chance of breakthrough, so the reception troops failed to reach the designated location on time. This is an accident. We wanted to contact you after we arrived at the location, but you didn't respond at all. How do you explain? Silvati forced us to retreat. Seeing that the situation was not good, we did not exchange fire. We retreated first. We originally wanted to contact you to change the address, but Sanqing released short-term signals to our fleet to block communication, so that we could not inform you that there was a change in the situation. Just so, Sanqing used this message to capture you, and it was not surprising that we misunderstood us. Savati said seriously, without blinking, which shows that he has rich experience. As his identity, there is no need to explain a lot to a group of mercenaries, but Black Star is an abnormality. The backstage cannot afford to offend him. It is because of Han Xiao. Zawadi took the initiative to explain and pretended to be sincere. It was a bad result due to our mistake in action. I'm deeply sorry for this. In any case, I have explained the facts and hope you can understand. Whilst did Fasrani want to say? Han Xiao took a step forward, took over the conversation, and smiled and said, "So that's the case. It's really wrong to blame you. These are all misunderstandings formed by the intelligence differences between the several parties. You don't need to apologize. This is not your fault." Zawadi's eyes lit up, and he said with relief, "It's great that you can understand. Since the misunderstanding is solved, I won't leave. You will deal with this group of people from the Dark Star." After that, the Holy Stone fleet evacuated, and the Black Crow also left from another direction. The fleet covering the sky and the sun left, and the outer space of the planet became empty again. You won't believe it. That commander of Shiva is looking for excuses. Fasrani said. Han Xiao shrugged. How could I believe a lie that cannot stand the scrutiny? Goya stepped forward and sighed. Don't pursue it. Even if we know this is an excuse, we can't do anything about him. He is the border officer of the Holy Stone after all. The camps are different. Either you stab me, or I will kill you. This kind of thing is normal. Mercenaries pay attention to harmony to make money. The other party represents a great civilization with strong strength. They are just being deceived by others and cannot rise to the level of hostility. At the same time, it is not worth doing so. The senior leaders of their respective legions will definitely not agree, and they themselves are not easy to retaliate. They can only swallow their anger after suffering this loss. In fact, everyone knows the facts and still acts kind and pretends that nothing has happened. For a moment, everyone was a little depressed and sighed. Han Xiao smiled, but said nothing, and was vain on the surface. He had secretly recorded the Holy Stone civilization in his small notebook. He wouldn't just forget it. Using violence is too technical and not worth it. Since you have implied me, then it would be fair for me to come back. Well, when I have time, I will find an opportunity to kidnap their protagonist-type characters. Without knowing it, I can still have multiple cadres, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Han Xiao rubbed his chin, and a wilted smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The firewood was removed from the bottom of the cauldron and secretly crossed Chun Song, which was wonderful. Far away on the streamlight, the serene Savati suddenly felt a chill on his back and shuddered. After the battlefield was cleaned, the wreckage parts were recycled by mercenaries, and several members of the Dark Star were tied together, and several deputy commanders surrounded the captives and discussed in a low voice. Han Xiao walked over and asked, "Are these all the prisoners?" Well, all the escaped spaceships were destroyed, and only these living people were left. After a closer look, Ash was not included. Han Xiao said intimately, "It seems that he was blown up by the spaceship, and he should have died." He suddenly felt a pity that he finally met an enemy with a legendary nature, and his ability was restrained by himself. If he could kill Ash with his own hands, he might draw out his template expertise and die at the hands of a third party, and he would not have any reward. What are you going to deal with them? It's better to leave the people of the Dark Star to Ghidorah. We have contacted Ghidorah. They are happy to take the captives and are willing to pay for this afterwards, said the deputy commander of the Tianhuan Legion. In fact, it is more appropriate to let the Holy Stone or the Black Crow take over the prisoners. But these 2 parties do not want to be involved. Just now, Savati pretended to be generous and asked them to deal with the prisoners. But in fact, he didn't want to take over the hot potato at all. Upon hearing this, Sirota struggled suddenly and roared, "Kill me." The man from the unknown star fell into Ghidorah's hands and had only one end: life imprisonment in Hongwang Prison. Hongwang Prison only detains arrested members of the Dark Star. The inside of the prison is very mysterious. All members of the Dark Star who are imprisoned will no longer believe in the Dark Star after staying for a period of time and become loyal to Ghidorah. The Dark Star believes that this prison continuously brainwashes the prison, distorts the mind, turns them into traitors, and becomes Ghidorah's lackeys and tools. The organization has a deep taboo about Hongwang Prison. It is rumored that the reason why Ghidorah did not execute the war criminals of the Anqing was that she wanted to brainwash her former companions to kill each other and use evil intentions. Sirota is not afraid of life imprisonment. He is afraid of his spirit being distorted. If he wants to betray his faith, he would rather die. A mercenary kicked Sirota hard on the back of the head and kicked him unconscious. I'm going to Ghidorah's colony too. It's just the way. How about taking me for a ride? Han Xiao said. Haha, I'm not bad. The mercenaries sorted out for several hours and recycled all valuable things. The fleet set off. The spacecraft took off one after another. The combined fleet left in a mighty manner and headed for the Gadon galaxy next door. The matter came to an end, and the planet returned to peace. Only the devastated surface reminded people that a tragic battle had occurred here. All what happened here was recorded in the Broken Star Ring Express. A day later, news programs on other channels also used the Broken Star Ring Express materials to broadcast them again, and their influence gradually fermented. The most eye-catching thing is naturally the scene of Dragon Zodiac showing its might. The program on various channels has been repeatedly played many times. The second one is Han Xiao, who has attracted attention. The attention of the Anqing blood loss has to be aside. Countless viewers met a mercenary named Black Star. He was the only team in the Longton camp that was active outside. He was equivalent to a rogue of the Will of Dragons. His influence was far beyond his own. His background was wide. The name and information of Black Star quickly spread to the major forces in the Broken Star Rings, becoming one of the targets worthy of attention. Citizens of all races and viewers who have watched the show remember the name of Black Star, and various rumors passed down by word of mouth. Some people have heard new news that the three major legions and their collaborators have taken the initiative to reach a cooperation treaty with Black Star. The originally unknown Black Star suddenly became a hot newcomer in the mercenary industry. The huge connections can make many struggling middle and lower-level mercenaries envious. In just a few days, Black Star has become famous and has become famous. In the past few days, Han Xiao's panels have occasionally jumped out of the hint of rising popularity. The regions are different, covering multiple clusters of Broken Star Rings. The single value alone has increased by 37 points and is still growing continuously. This surprised him a little, and he didn't realize it until he saw the Star News. No wonder his popularity increased so much after the incident. It turned out that he was on TV. This popularity was the extra benefit brought to immerse influence. At least it saved a lot of time to gain reputation. This was crucial in the early stage of the development of the camp. If you become famous in one fell swoop, you will have a higher starting point. A few days later, the Gadon Galaxy, the joint fleet stopped in the colonial star Golden Palace of Ghidorah. Ghidorah's architectural style is beautiful, and she likes curves and curves. She can be seen everywhere. The tones are mostly gold and white, which are gorgeous and pure. Ghidorah people do not like the rigorous sense of tall buildings, nor do they like the seriousness of symmetry. The city is generally low and tortuous, and the aesthetic is very traditional and retro. The towering buildings are only the Mage Tower, the Gower Tower, the Government Center, and the military base. There are no metal vehicles on the street. Instead, they are replaced by the colorful magic tracks. People will be accelerated when walking on it, not slower than cars, and there is no traffic problem. In addition, there are also people riding mounts with strange styles, which are more expensive and rare. Flying vehicles are also related to magic. There's a facility called Flying Emblem Access Station. It costs some money to rent a prop that solidifies a variety of flying magic. Many people flew around in the sky, and the translucent magic wings behind them can fly far away with a flapping of the translucent magic wings. The pedestrians wore various robes, most of whom were Ghidorah with a skin tone that looked like gold-pink painted Ghidorah, and the color seemed a bit eye-catching. The pace of life of a city can be seen from the speed of pedestrians walking. Ghidorah people are slow in pace and live a more gentle and leisurely life. They adhere to Ghidorah's ancient style. Generally speaking, magic civilization does not develop rapidly like scientific and technological civilization, which also affects the rhythm of life and has huge differences in social forms, aesthetics, and culture. Han Xiao walked alone on the street. He came to the Golden Palace to find the appraisal master. He opened the secret speech beads and saw what was inside, which deserved the attention of the Uncle Star. The spacecraft was still waiting at the dock, but Han Xiao did not delay and headed straight to the target location. The appraisal wizard lived in a small villa in the remote suburbs. The door was deserted. Han Xiao found a place with a familiarity and rang the doorbell. After waiting for a while, the door opened and an old Ghidorah man walked out, looking at Han Xiao in confusion. "Who are you?" "Hello, Master Angton. I came here to ask for help. I want to ask you to open a magic secret prop." Han Xiao recognized that the other party was the target and said straight to the point. Unexpectedly, Angton looked confused. "I have only moved here for 3 months and have not notified anyone." "How did you find me?" Han Xiao was stunned and then realized that during this period, the player was still playing with mud on the novice planet, and he was too advanced. Fortunately, Angton moved here early, and it was embarrassing that he could not find anyone. Angton was puzzled and no longer confused. She invited Han Xiao into the room and said as she walked, "You are the first guest I received after moving, which is very memorable. I think I should write this day in my diary. What should I call you uninvited, unexpected guests? Just call me Han Xiao. It's officially open today. To celebrate the first order business, I will do my best to help you," Angton said with a hearty smile. The interior of the villa is very luxurious. When the two of them came to the basement, there were many magic props placed here, many magic arrays were carved on the walls and the ground, and various precision instruments for studying and analyzing magic. After paying the appraisal fee, Angton placed the secret language beads in the analytical array, opened the thick magic book, and began to chant. Ding, the ceiling magic array of the secret speech bead appeared in the air. Angton wore reading glasses, squinted his eyes to observe, and occasionally used his fingers to draw magic lines on the magic array, cracking them bit by bit, just like unlocking a lock. The magic system and the mechanical system are called the two most complex super energy systems. They are rich in mechanical types, from nanometers to warships, from nuclear weapons to phantom cannons, from network technology to artificial intelligence, etc., all inclusive belonging to the technology side. The mysterious side corresponds to the magic system, and the branches are equally complex, such as elements, secret techniques, protection, time and space, shaping energy, summoning, cursing, and blessings, etc. A mage can master spells of multiple branches without being restricted and can both ice and fire at the same time. Just like the mechanical department, spending experience betting on drawings, learning spells in the magic department also consumes experience. As long as you have enough experience, you can learn as much as you want. Of course, for players, there is naturally a difference between the two. The magician is divided into different stages when learning a spell. For example, learning the flame explosion technique requires 3 stages. It takes experience to complete each stage, and the more the amount goes on. If the learning of a certain stage fails, you have to spend more experience and try again. Only when all stages are completed can you officially master this spell. That is, you can obtain a new skill. The success rate of learning spells depends on intelligence and mysterious attributes. The higher the spells, the more you divide them in the learning stages. It is also a big pit that burns experience. It is relatively easy for advanced mages to master low-level spells, but it is difficult in turn. Moreover, high-level spells often have prerequisite requirements, such as learning prerequisite low-level spells first, or attributes must reach a certain value. The difference between spell branches is like the difference between mechanical types, which belongs to the difference in skill categories. In terms of the division of profession tendencies, the mechanical system includes gunners, military warriors, mechanics, etc. The magic system also has different categories. The difference in the mechanical system is determined acquired, while the magic system is often determined innately, and the awakening method determines the route. The first type is a mage who awakens the super energy genes, who is born with magic power and is activated through meditation to become a serious magician and is a talented player. The second type is that people who cannot activate mana, or even do not have the talent of a mage, have the chance to generate mana and obtain the qualification of a magician by implanting magic loops in their bodies. This is just like some psychics can awaken themselves, while others need to use genetic awakening fluid. The implanted magic circuit is the foundation of mana and needs to be continuously improved and enhanced. The biggest difference between a loop mage and a talented mage is that it is impossible to learn all spells. The loop is usually tendency and can only be a specialized mage, because the lowest foundation cannot be replaced once it is implanted, so there's only one chance to choose a loop. Of course, as the saying goes, it is better to be proficient than to refute it. Specialized mages are not weak, but they're still the largest group. After all, individuals have limited energy. It is better to study one in depth than to stop trying it out of every aspect. Some talented mages even implant loops and become specialized mages, because loops are equivalent to increasing the expertise of this type of spell, abandoning comprehensiveness, and returning amazing magic power. For example, Goya is a specialized mage, pure ice magic. There's also a special mage called Magic Net Mage. It is a group of anomalies. The magic power does not belong to itself, but is borrowed. It contacts magic entities that exist in other dimensions, usually with an indescribable appearance, through strange ways such as religion, prayer, rituals, etc., and reaches a contract. They cannot learn spells, and can only use spells given by the magic entity. Most of them do not consume blue bars, and only have the upper limit of the number of times they use per day, which is equivalent to cooling and no consumption. The way to become stronger is to enhance the connection with magic entities, or reach a contract with new magic entities to obtain more spells and uses. Han the Technician played a magic trumpet in his previous life. He was very skillful and focused on the combination of various spells into combos. He had countless combinations. He was completely two extremes with a rough and simple martial arts system. PK focused on details, required calculations, and had unique charm. It was suitable for technical players with good brains. In addition to the flame explosion stream and the summoning stream, these two martial arts competitions were brainless and did not require any bullshit analysis. As long as you burn all the blue bars, basically no one in the audience could stand, and it was done with recklessness. Holding a cup of magic coconut strong tea, Han Xiao sat aside and waited for several hours, almost falling asleep. Kerala in the air, the ceiling array was like a broken mirror and was finally cracked. It's done. Angton took off his glasses. Let me see what it is inside. Han Xiao took back the secret verbal bead, took a deep breath, and twisted slowly. The secret words beads without seals were like gamblers, easily twisted in half, and a pocket vacuum glass cabinet was fixed on each side. These two items were subjected to shrink magic to put into such a small bead. Unknown items have been identified. You obtain the secret language bead. You open the secret language bead. You obtain the 7th-generation alienated primordial. You obtain the superpowered gene stripper test model. It turned out to be these two things. Han Xiao's breath was suffocated. His eyes were fixed, and he finally understood why the Anqing was chasing him. The meaning of these two things was extraordinary. He almost snatched away the lifeblood of Anqing. These two things are related to the two major conspiracies of the Black Star, and are the source of the two major events. One of them is the main plot of Hylon 2.0 version, a disaster of alienation. He had a flash of inspiration and stringed things together. Danqing bought these two items from another organization. The seller was far away from the Broken Star Ring, and chose one of his subordinates to transport goods. It happened to be the Yinling man. He followed the tour group and prepared to deliver goods secretly. However, the Yinling man was traveling, and suddenly he was robbed by a bandit and was robbed by a slave trader. The transporter was in trouble and forced the Sanqing to come and find something. It happened that the other Yingling man hired us at first. At first, they didn't know that there was a secret transaction hidden behind it. Everything afterwards all started from the initial accident. Han Xiao exclaimed. By all chance, he cracked the private transaction of Sanqing and robbed the goods they bought at a sky-high price. The secret forces selling this kind of product are like arms dealers. Darkstar itself does not have much scientific research strength to develop new weapons, so it can only be bought to cause trouble. The alienated primordials have been released to the 7th generation, and they must have been tested in other places. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the panel prompted a new mission, and more than one. You trigger the alienation disaster of A-level main task. Mission introduction. You accidentally cracked the private transaction of Darkstar and discovered the source of the alienation disaster. Darkstar secretly deployed alienation primordials on multiple civilized homestars. When a virus enters the maturity stage, terrifying disasters will sweep over, and resisting disasters will be the responsibility of every creature. Task requirements. Clean up alienated viruses and defend the planet that broke out in catastrophe. See Blue Star, Progress, 0/3000. Barefoot Star, Progress, 0/200. Twilight Star, Progress, 0/00. Successful conditions. Successful defense of any of the above-mentioned planets before the alienated virus becomes a complete body. Failure conditions. All planets are lost, and all survivors are forced to evacuate. Reward. Depend on contribution progress. Note, even if the virus spreads. Resulting in a decrease in the overall progress. The progress accumulated by individuals will be included in the reward evaluation. Task current status. Freezing the next version of the main mission. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he was very surprised. He did not expect to trigger the main line of 2.0 in advance. The main task of the alienation disaster is not a single-player task, but a task performed by all players. Aquarium needs to accumulate 30 million progress, and each player's actions will accumulate into progress. The alienation disaster has several stages, and the virus will grow, causing a plunge in progress. The task requirement is to complete the requirements before the virus becomes an uncontrollable complete body, and all players need to work together. This mission is different from the players. I remember that the player's mission is enough to defend the Hylon star. Is there any other planet for my target because I got the alienated primordial? Han Xiao was a little surprised. This is a good thing, and there are more opportunities to choose. Of course, the first thing he defended must be Hylon star, not only the so-called hometown, but also for the next version of the player. At this time, the task state is frozen, and only after the timeline reaches version 2.0 and the disaster completely breaks out, the task will start. What he considers is how to use the alienated primordials in his hand to achieve the greatest effect. The key factor in solving the disaster of alienation is Ghidorah. In his previous life, Ghidorah took a long time to develop the antidote. The daylily was cold. If the alienated primordials were handed over to them, the antidote could be made in advance. Han Xiao pondered. This should be a way to maximize the alienated primordials. You need to think about how to hand it over to Ghidorah. The time given was too early, and the contribution level could not be counted as the task, and it would be suspected. He searched for memories, probably with a prototype plan, and the details need to be improved. He put aside for the time being, and he looked at the other two new tasks. You trigger the A-level mission Ghidorah Alliance. You trigger the level mission lineage. Ghidorah Alliance. Mission introduction. If you let the Darkstar return in a defeat, Ghidorah will praise all the behaviors that hit Darkstar. Tip. This task is a series of camp tasks, and you can complete the following requirements in this mission. Capture Eye. Hand over 100 Darkstar captains to Ghidorah without strength. Reward 50 W of experience. Ghidorah favor plus 100. Capture 2. Hand over 10 Darkstar elite warriors, C level or above. Reward 70 W of experience. Ghidorah favor plus 150. Total 24 goals. Expand/recover. After the mission is over, the score will be based on the number of completed targets and performance, and additional rewards will be given. This A-level mission has more than 20 mission targets, with a dense list of dense lists. The simplest one is Capture some members of the Dark Star, even the lowest level crew, cleaning members, and difficult targets, such as blasting a certain number of warships, or even destroying a Dark Star mothership. The most difficult thing is to kill/capture designated senior figures alive, which is a unique task. These mission goals depend on Ghidorah's actual reward for the Dark Star. If there is a new threat, the mission list will also be refreshed and new goals will be added. Han Xiao counted and found that the task rewards were very rich, so I won't mention simple tasks. Those high difficulty targets have at least 600,000 experience and also reward money and camp relationships. You can get random rewards for completing some particularly difficult targets, and you have a chance to draw good things. The unique task is the most abundant, and you can obtain unique abilities or props for the target. This is a follow-up event that occurred in the main line of the alienation disaster. Players' choices will lead to joining different camps. Ghidorah and Dark Star are the guides of the transition from the aquarium to the interstellar. Players entering the interstellar will be divided into two groups to start the camp confrontation. I captured the people of Dark Star, so I was a member of the Ghidorah camp. So I triggered the Ghidorah series of tasks, and the opposite task is Dark Star Alliance. One is the Order camp, and the other is the Evil camp. The main line of the alienation disaster is not that easy. Dark Star does not ignore it after release of the virus. Causing disaster is just a means for them to complete the plan, not the final goal. Players are a double-edged sword. Some are willing to work together, while others are afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Wherever there is unity, there will be division. Because Han Xiao was familiar with this mission, he was not surprised. Instead, he had only heard of another S-level, Bloodline, in his previous life. Bloodline is not a hidden task, but it is difficult to trigger. The pre-design of normal trigger requires that the camp relationship between Ghidorah or Dark Star achieves reverence, that is, 6,000 points of favorability, and it is obviously an abnormal trigger. Although the preset requirements are high, many players have triggered this task. However, no one has completed it. The difficulty of S-level tasks is completely another level, with one obvious feature, and there is very few task introductions. The task requirements for Bloodline only have a very general goal: solve the bloodline differences between the Ghidorah people. Apart from this, there are no prompts, and even no rewards are written. Players cannot get information from the mission introduction, and they do not know the steps and ways to complete the task. They are confused and can only rely on their own brains to collect information from the vast number of NPCs and find needles in a haystack, making it difficult to find clues. The universe is so big, players are like headless flies, and their extremely high freedom has become an obstacle to the task. In a past life, players who accepted the task worked together to fully exert their subjective initiative, took countless wrong paths, and finally found a seemingly correct way. This task actually has an implicit phase division. The characteristic of completing a phase is to trigger subversive changes in bloodline issues and get rich stage rewards. Using this as a clue, players can stumble and move forward. However, even if all the clues summarized can be written with 100 pages of posts, no one still finds a way to achieve the final goal. This task was also included in the statistics post, the tasks that make you give you blood in those years. In this kind of historical post that records the previous version of Shanghai events is a way for new players who later got into the trap to understand past events, and is nicknamed the Star Sea Chronicle. The progress of each novice planet has a separate chapter, and countless players add bricks and tiles to form a magnificent space. Honda Technician has been addicted to this thing before. He regards it as a novel, and can especially waste time hang up the machine, set up stalls, make gold in practice, and abuse vegetables. At least I know how to complete the previous stage and not return empty-handed. As for the final result, let's go with the flow. Bloodline stumped all the players at that time, and Han Xiao couldn't guarantee that he could complete it, but he was not worried. Anyway, he had many choices and was confident. These 3 tasks are rewarded with abundant rewards, and Han Xiao prefers this kind of sustainable development and basically opposes Dark Star, which makes him full of motivation. It seems that I have a lot to do, Dark Star. Han Xiao. In addition to 3 tasks, the superpowered gene stripper did not trigger related events. Han Xiao guessed that it might be because he intercepted only the experimental model, or perhaps it was because the Dark Star had not officially started this plan. Without additional tasks, he focused on the role of the stripper itself. The effect is to absorb the superpower's ability cells, which can be stored and transplanted to others, but it is not a permanent effect and has time-consuming limitations, because the adaptability of the cells cannot reach 100%, and it has many conflicting factors. After transplantation, the cells will continue to die out, and their abilities will continue to weaken until they disappear. The superpowered person whose abilities are taken away is not permanently lost. The superpowered cells are taken away, but they can slowly recover and produce new cells again, and their abilities will also come back. The amplitude of absorption can be adjusted. As long as you absorb less, the target's ability will only be temporarily weakened. The transplanter is equivalent to getting the XX capability experience card, but the advantage is that the transplant process can be repeated continuously. So, even if Han Xiao does not search for his memories, he can guess what the Anxing will do with this thing. The effect of the stripper is good, but what's the use for me? I'm not an evil camp, and I can't catch people as nutrients. I can't use it on my own people. No, this thing is a test model, and the effect is definitely not as strong as the original version, and it's not stable. Find an opportunity to try again. These thoughts flashed through my mind. Han Xiao put away the secret speech bead, and suddenly his eyes rolled, and asked, "Master Angton, can the sealing array be restored?" Angton nodded and smiled. This secret speech bead adopts the 6-level lock structure of Amev, and has 3 mixed arrays nested. Ordinary mages cannot break it. Fortunately, you came to me, and I specialize in analytical techniques and identification techniques. This is not difficult. I didn't use brute force to crack it, leaving a lock. Even if I find an apprentice of identification, I can restore the seal. Han Xiao's eyes lit up and said, "Then can you write the recovery spell into a one-time scroll?" "No problem, but there is an additional fee, just 100 INAR. Han Xiao immediately shook his face and remembered his painful bankruptcy experience. Angton's kind smile suddenly became obscene in his eyes. The magicians were indeed all profiteers. Angton pulled out a magic scroll made of some rare animal skin and wrote the spell scroll in less than a minute. After getting the scroll, Han Xiao did not delay and paid the money and left. Halfway through the way to the dock, Han Xiao found a remote corner, took out the alienated primordial and the stripper, and then pulled the spell scroll open to the CU bead. Buzz! A flash of light flashed, and the secret speech bead could no longer be twisted and returned to its original state, but he took all the things inside. Then, Han Xiao took out the communicator and contacted Wizened. "Black Star, what's the matter with me? Is Longtan still in the Feywind galaxy? Stop on a planet for the time being and collect gaseous fuel. Not far from the Holy Stone. Just near the battlefield last time. I didn't go far. Why are you asking this?" "Hee, I want you to do me a favor." After the discussion, Han Xiao returned to the dock, but did not continue on the boat, took all the members off the boat, and said that he was ready to go to other places. The mercenary went to Ghidorah's home planet to hand over the prisoners, so there was no need to follow him. The prisoners were not captured by him, so the task progress was not calculated. Moreover, after obtaining the alienated primordial, he had a way and was not in a hurry to contact Ghidorah. The 3 major legions had no objection. Goa, Pert, Fasserini, and others said sincerely goodbye to him, saying that they would cooperate again if they had the opportunity to do so in the future. The joint fleet took off, and the Black Star stayed at the pier of the Golden Palace, watching the spacecraft disappear from their sight. "Captain, what are we doing now?" Melos turned around and asked, everyone staring at Han Xiao. "Old May, you bring everyone back to Ubury Hub. Thank you for your hard work. Have a good rest. I want to go back to Longtan first." Han Xiao instructed Melos that with such a reliable cadre, he would not have to keep Gao Wan by his side all the time. The Golden Palace is very prosperous, with many docks and spacecraft rising and falling. Han Xiao easily found the interstellar tour group and asked Melos to take the player, Aroshia and Volga back to Uburi Hub. He found another tour group and flew towards Longtan. A few days later, the United Fleet arrived at the home planet of Ghidorah and was warmly received by the government. Senior Ghidorah officials personally met with the mercenary fleet at the dock, recorded the entire process, and broadcast it on the Interstellar Channel, in order to announce that the entire cluster would be rewarded as long as someone hits the Dark Star. After the routine welcoming ceremony, Sirota and other prisoners were handed over to Ghidorah's military and sent to Hongguang prison. The officials who met found that Han Xiao was not in the team and were a little confused. Why didn't that Black Star come? They left in advance. Hearing this, the official Ghidorah felt a little regretful. The superiors attached great importance to the person who made the dragon's zodiac fight. He wanted to take this opportunity to get to know each other, but unfortunately the person did not come. The official asked someone to hand over the remuneration to the mercenaries and emphasized, "There is one of the remuneration medals to the Black Star mercenary group. Please transfer it on your behalf." The three legions naturally would not greed for Han Xiao's money. They agreed and privately revealed that the Dark Star attacked them to find a pitch-black bead. Fasserini, the arrested mercenaries, had all been tortured this question, so the target of the Dark Star was obvious, so the three legions passed it to Ghidorah. Just as the two sides were in contact, Han Xiao returned to Longtan. Longtan floating island floats over a huge gaseous planet, and small unmanned collectors travel back and forth, like a hard-working bee swarm, collecting gaseous fuel and transporting it back to Longtan. At the guard base, Han Xiao saw Waysander. The guy was wearing a medical bandage on his head and was still bleeding. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, he rushed up excitedly, pulled Han Xiao aside with his back, and asked in a low voice, "I think the plan you mentioned is interesting. I told Jenny. She agreed. Have you brought the things?" Han Xiao took out the secret verbal bead and stuffed it into Wizen's hand, and said, "Just do as discussed before. By the way, you can do it. You can act. I will teach you if I don't know." Wizen looked disgusted. "I still need you to teach me? How do you think I whitewashed and joined Longtan? Wait for my good news." After that, he put away the secret verbal bead, giggled, and couldn't wait to call his subordinates to set off. The spaceship took off, drew a curve, flew in the direction of the pilgrimage stone, and the light flashed and the jump disappeared. Why is this guy more anxious than me? Han Xiao couldn't laugh or cry, but he didn't know that in Longtan, Visander was just catching thieves and maintaining public order every day and could go out to cause trouble. No matter who he was doing, he was as happy as on holiday. As a former star thief with a mixed-race devil race, he contained chaotic genes in his bones. He could tolerate boredom and stay in Longtan. Maybe this is love, hey? Several garrison space stations were like anchors on the border of the Holy Stone, with a huge metal base floating in the universe. The third formation was on duty. The battleships of the Holy Stone patrol back and forth. In the command room of the Lithun, Savati was half lying on the commander's chair, with his legs on the control panel. His hands were placed behind his head, and he squinted his eyes and napped, as leisurely as if he was sunbathing. At this time, a subordinate reported, "Commander, a spaceship is approaching, and they have sent a contact application." Savati's eyes did not open and asked lazily, "Who?" One of the three Longtan divisions, the captain of the guard, Chinyi wizened. Plop! A crew member saw the commander fall directly from his seat. Savati hurriedly stood up in the swivel chair, his expression stiff. He was afraid of anything he was afraid of, and when he heard Longtan's name, he had a bad premonition. The other party was Longtan's guard captain. Since seeing the dragon's throne show its power a few days ago, Savati naturally dared not give face and quickly passed the request. The streamlight came to the borderline, and an inlay was unfolded on the side of the battleship, and the moving mechanical magnetic tentacles were used to absorb the spacecraft. Visander boarded the streamlight, and Savati brought people to greet him and the two sides met on the bridge. "Are you an officer of the Holy Stone?" Waysander expressionless. Savati nodded. "Savati, the commander of the 3rd Formation of the Holy Stone Border Defense Army. Why do you come?" "Well, that's right. Our members were chased by Xing some time ago. The Dragon Lord personally took action and defeated Xing. The rescued mercenary revealed that Xing's target was a black bead. He reported this to me. I asked my subordinates to search for Longtan, just in case. Unexpectedly, the bead was actually picked up by one of my guards. He handed over the bead. We were going to hand it over to Godora. Since this nearby is your territory, we would like to ask you to hand it over. We will not waste time to travel again." Visander spoke righteously and took out the secret bead and put it into the dazed Savati without saying anything. "This, what? I don't want to do it." Savati looked confused and speechless. "The things are delivered. Then I'll leave." Waysander turned around casually. He came and went in a hurry, leaving behind a hot potato without taking away a cloud. For Savati, this was a disaster, which was a pity, and he couldn't refuse. Although this matter was sensitive, it was just a simple task. There was no need to give Longtan face. When he thought of Longtan's collision with the Dark Star mothership, his legs became weak, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Savati quickly reported it to the senior management. After the superiors discussed, they had no intention of greed for the secret words of the ink. Longtan was an insider and could not hide it. Moreover, retaining the secret words of the ink is easy to be targeted by the Anqing. The Anqing clearly attached great importance to this thing and didn't know what it was inside. At this time, a choice was placed in front of the Holy Stone. Should you open the secret words bead to take a look? The answer is yes. Even if you're not greedy for the things you handle, you should at least take a look at them secretly and have a clear idea in your mind. Anyway, the seal array can be restored and you're not afraid. The Holy Stone soon sent an appraisal magician and spent a day opening the secret speech bead, but they were stunned and it was empty inside. How could it be empty? What does the Dark Star want to do for this thing? Is there any important information hidden? This made the Holy Stone realize the result of handing over. The secret words beads were empty, which would arouse Godora's suspicion, thinking that they had taken away the things inside and couldn't wash them clearly. The Holy Stone was even more painful, and a natural idea emerged. Could it be that Longtan took away the thing? It may be a scapegoat to transfer the Holy Stone, but is it necessary for Longtan to do this? The uncharted star itself will not mess with them. Originally, the Holy Stone wanted to conceal the fact that she had peaked, so she had to contact Godora. To be honest, there was nothing inside, and it was not what we took. When Longtan gave it to them, it was empty, and it might have been taken away by Longtan long ago. Godora's reaction was simple. Guess I believe it or not. Good, you Holy Stone, you stole the things inside, and you want us to misunderstand Longtan and let us burn our body. Your heart is so devastating. The Holy Stone mute eats Coptis chinensis, and it is hard to explain it. Anyway, I insist that I didn't take anything. Both sides were suspicious of each other, but the things still had to be handed over. After discussion, they decided to hand over secretly. Long Tanfu Island. After receiving news from Waysander, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This is the blame. Although the Anqing failed once, he would not give up and would still track Mayuzu. He and the mercenaries were obviously the #1 target, which is a hidden danger. Han Xiao did this to clear the suspicion, divert attention, and let himself escape without hesitation, so that other mercenaries will be safe. Godora and Holy Stone will most likely keep it secret. However, the next step is to make Visander pretend to accidentally leak the news and destroy their original intention. In order not to be targeted by the unknown star, the Holy Stone will also emphasize that she gave the unknown word pearl to Godora. Unknown Star no longer needs to guess where the unknown word pearl is. Go directly to Godora and will not involve others anymore, which is equivalent to eliminating hidden dangers. This is very important in Han Xiao's opinion. Godora was originally hostile to the Dark Star, so it didn't matter. The Holy Stone was the most unlucky and was pulled into the water for no reason, and it also attracted Godora's suspicion. It was not a human inside and outside. Han Xiao actually had many choices. The Holy Stone pitted him once, and this time he could just come back. Don't you want to get into trouble? It doesn't matter, I'll help you mess with it. When the secret Yuju comes to Ghidorah's hands, the Dark Star basically can't get it back. Only the Holy Stone and Ghidorah know that the Dark Star will be kept in the dark. Even if the unknown star learns from other channels, he will think that it was Ghidorah or the Holy Stone who took away the things in it at most, and then suspects the mysterious force, who was once the imposter and also pursues the secret word pearl. The first force to discover the secret verbal bead in name was Long Tan, and Han Xiao had been hiding in the dark and was now picked out of the storm and left behind. In any case, he and the mercenaries who were once hunted were safe. In this way, the risk should be minimized. Although I now have the background of Long Tan, this is the deterrent power of others. My own strength is not enough, and it is not suitable to deal with the Dark Star head-on. It still needs to accumulate. It is more important to maintain a stable development momentum. The big stone in my heart finally landed, and Han Xiao's whole body relaxed a lot. His identity in Long Tan is a force that is active outside the country. He can act freely and achieve his goal, and he will not stay for long. A few days later, Han Xiao took a tour group to return to Uberry Hub, which had been away for more than a month. Melas had already brought his people back and was resting and on standby at the station. The day before yesterday, the 3 legions divided Ghidorah's remuneration with a lot of money, 30,000 inars. With this money, the deposit in their account was more than 70,000 and then broke the new high. These are the amounts that were bought directly in this trip, and the player's share was not included. This trip is not very dangerous for players. They have too little information and don't know what happened throughout the whole process. With Han Xiao dealing in secret, they make a lot of money. Han Xiao is also very pleased that his hard work has not been in vain. It is all purchasing power. Unexpectedly, the employment task that should have been quite simple finally became so turbulent in twists and turns, and Han Xiao took a lot of risks. This trip was originally just to compress technology, but it had a lot of unexpected gains, and the value was much higher than he expected. Interests are accompanied by risks, but fortunately, I exert my subjective initiative and escaped with thrillingness. The matter finally came to an end. After dealing with it for so long, Han Xiao finally had time to digest the harvest. With the compression technology, the combat mode can be greatly innovated. Finally, I don't need to throw my arms around and do it myself. In a mechanical modification room, Han Xiao rubbed his hands with an expectant look. The first step is to transform all current mechanical equipment into compressed forms and no longer worry about the insufficient reserve machinery. Renovating all weapons at present is a major project, and new structures need to be added after dismantling. Fortunately, Han Xiao's manufacturing speed is different now. He completed this step in 2 days of retreat. After 2 nights of staying up, Han Xiao was still energetic. In front of him, more than a dozen small metal balls were placed side by side on the table, only half the size of a palm, with a surface full of matrix-like patterns, full of mechanical feeling. Pick up a small ball and spread it flat in the palm of your hand, feeling not much weight. There are 2 types of compression modes. The first is to use buttons to open, while the other is to use force to activate. The difference lies in the user's screening. The former is equivalent to anyone who can use it, while the latter requires the mechanical magnetic force to activate, which is equivalent to a mechanical exclusive weapon. These are weapons for their own use, and of course he chose the latter. A trace of light flashed, and Han Xiao injected his strength into it. Kerala, the sound of mechanical components moving sounded, and the compressed metal ball quickly unfolded and deformed from the size of a palm, quickly turned into a Tangsha mecha that was taller than a man. It stood in front of it, and the deformation process was extremely fast and completed in 1 or 2 seconds. The armor on the front of the Tangsha opened like 2 leaves. Han Xiao stood in, and the armor was combined. Tangsha's tactical eyepiece lit up a faint light, and the armor was activated. Han Xiao reached out to aim at other balls, releasing magnetic force like slender fork-shaped lightning, quickly hooking up all balls, instantly a dense mechanical sound, and all of them expanded into various weapons such as guns, cannons, sickles, bat-winged aircraft, etc., immediately attached to the whole body, and it was fully armed in a few seconds. The expansion speed is good. You can enter combat mode at any time, so you don't have to run around with bloated equipment. Han Xiao was satisfied and let the machine return to the compressed state. Renovating the original weapons is the first step. The biggest advantage is that the number of weapons that can be carried has increased sharply, and what kind of machinery to add is exactly what Han Xiao thought about. Compression technology is called the watershed of the mechanical system. It can change combat styles at any time and cooperate with each other. On this basis, many advanced mechanical combat schools have been formed. My original combat style can adapt to both close, medium, and long range. The core is my own mecha. Strictly speaking, it is still a combat mode that is adapted to by individual combat and compression technology. The most famous one is the Legion Flow. The Legion Flow is also subdivided. The mechanical combinations used are different, and the focus of the Legion Flow is also different. However, it is too expensive. With my current financial resources, I still can't play for the time being. If I want to force it, it is not bad, but it is not cost-effective. Han Xiao pondered. Another condition for forming a Legion Flow is the assembly line for mass production. He has no relevant knowledge yet, and cannot play financially. The most important thing is that there are few robot drawings that can keep up with his own level. The Legion Flow requires different arms and mechanical combinations to play a strategic game. He cannot make enough robots. There are no big guys who can hold on to the scene. The Ranger's skills cannot keep up with their current level, and bullying low-level people is okay. Fighting at the same level will be completely removed in a short time. However, his idea was clearer, and he said in his mind, the tactics I need now are generally of these goals. First, get rid of the environment of individual combat, create other partners who can fight independently, and entangle the enemy. Second, enhance my own range attack ability and increase the attack distance. Third, lay out a layer of defense circle for myself. Use some machinery to form a barrier, attack, or defense. Fourth, the ability to move can ensure that I can quickly withdraw from the battlefield when the situation is unfavorable. So I need to interfere with and induce equipment, as well as the broken machinery. Well, fifth, since there is compression technology and primary machinery generation, you can use a super large weapon and the components can be split into different balls and spend time assembled during combat as a killer weapon to finalize. And it can be well matched with my will. Also, if the enemy is rushed in front of me, I also need to ensure my combat capabilities, and many close-fitting or medium-range weapons in the style of military warriors are needed. In this way, he would change from a one-on-one kite to a group fighting position. Han Xiao wrote down these elements on the paper, recalling the suitable machinery, biting a pen for a while, and the idea quickly took shape. There are 4 schools that are most suitable for me at present. The firepower coverage of the multi-turret god cult, the war giant cannon flow that ascends to heaven, the trap flow that buried mines, and the hunting dog flow. These schools belong to the relatively simple group fighting school. Except for the war giant cannon flow, the others use low-level machinery, which accumulates into qualitative changes through quantitative change, which is cheap and affordable, equivalent to the combo of migrant workers. Although it is a bit simple, it is practical. Multi-turret God Sect solves the firepower problem. Giant cannons are used as killer weapons. Trap flow forms a barrier. Hunting dog flow entangles the enemy's progress. And movement ability can be solved by its own mecha. At most, it can be synthesized into a small single-player vehicle. The original individual combat mode has already guaranteed its own combat capabilities. As long as the mecha is innovated, the Void Keel and miniature nuclear energy reactor he obtained from Longtan can just make a new series of mechas. After finalizing the plan, Han Xiao opened the panel and started to synthesize the drawings. This time he needed a large number of low-level drawings. He has 5 left in his hands, which is a real astronomical figure that players cannot imagine at this stage. However, The reason why the mechanical system is the most difficult profession is because the mechanism of gambling drawings is entirely burning the experience pit. Each combination is synthesized once more, and the consumption of experience will be doubled. If you are a player, the same combination will only try 5 or 6 times. If you still can't get the machine you want, you will usually give up. Because the risk is too high, you can spend hundreds of thousands or millions of experience to gamble. But you can synthesize a drawing or low-level machine that you can't use, and your mentality will collapse immediately. So it's called a gambling drawing, but it's really exciting, and what you want is this kind of terrifying feeling. If you can't get the drawing you want, and you won't be able to use it when you have a higher level in the future, it almost means you will miss the machine forever. Therefore, there is still a big difference in individual players in the mechanical system. After all, no one can be as generous as Han Xiao, regardless of the price. Ding ding ding, the panel prompts kept ringing, and dozens of low-level mechanical drawings were synthesized with a total expense of more than 30 million experience. This was just a bet on drawings with basic knowledge. If he hadn't known various combinations, the cost would have increased by 30 to 40%. The drawings are harvested, and the skill list becomes dense and dazzling. Han Xiao counts, and there are 6 types of turrets, 4 types of robots, 8 types of mechanical traps, 11 types of firearms, 7 types of melee mechanical weapons, and other types of mixed drawings. Although the basic drawings of the same type of machinery are all low-level machinery, their functions are different. In this way, the drawing library is richer, and I have much more room for choice. Han Xiao knew it. His goal was not only that, and he said intimately, with these low-level drawings, there are more materials for self-created drawings. It concentrates the advantages of the same type of drawings, innovates the drawings, and forms my exclusive equipment. Its performance is the best among the same level and the same type, and its power may exceed the level of the machinery itself. Learn from others' strengths and creates self-created drawings. This is the reason why he integrated so many low-level machinery. In order to leave the modification room, Han Xiao went to the market area to place an order to purchase materials. He had more than 70,000 in the account. He could buy a large number of low-level parts by taking out a small part. He could only wait for the logistics to ship it over to show his skills. Before that, he promised to create a mechanical prosthesis for Melas. In the mechanical modification room, Melas took off the bandage, revealing his empty left shoulder with a neat wound on it. A little nervous. What do I want to do? Han Xiao took the instrument to record the size parameters of the wound and did not raise his head when he heard this. Don't shout too loudly later. Will it hurt? I want to cut open your wound and let the robotic arm connect the unnecrotic nerves. Well, the pain is equivalent to cutting off your arm again and then embed a piece of metal into the blurred flesh and blood. Double pain, buy one and get one free. Melas's expression froze. Can I take an anesthesia? What is your physical fitness level? Do you have no idea in your heart? Han Xiao took out a small ball and spread it into a power sledgehammer. Why do I help you with physical anesthesia? Forget it. If I wake up halfway, I will be in vain. Melas swallowed. You wait a moment. Han Xiao finished measuring the size, took out the materials, and started to make them on the lathe. His movements were dazzling, and his progress was rapid. Melas sat aside, feeling nervous, and lived like a year. Not long after, a mechanical arm was released with silver alloy armor and a force-producing structure. A small shield like an arm armor was connected to the back of the hand. The connection between the breeding equipment was many tiny nerve connections. Han Xiao has the knowledge of neural links, and he had previously synthesized the drawings of the breeding robotic arm. He took out the knife and cut the scabbed wound. Melas immediately trembled all over. Then, Han Xiao used his pliers to push away the flesh and blood, picked up the robotic arm, aimed at the wound, and pressed it up. Buzz! The robotic arm is started, and many slender drilling needles pop up at the connector, drilling into the bones and connecting nerves. Melas's body bounced up suddenly, beads of sweat as big as beans rolled down, gritting his teeth, and a long muffled groan as if he was constipated from the gaps. After more than 10 minutes, the pain gradually subsided. In the pain, Melas regained his perception in his left arm. He tried to swing his arm, and the robotic arm moved with the heart according to the nerve reaction, buzzing, and the flexibility was basically no different from that of a normal left arm. So this is how breeding clothes feels. Melas was amazed and punched the ground, dong. A shallow pit was smashed into the steel floor. This is the -30 type breeding shield arm, which has strong output and thick armor. It is a good model for pure hand-to-hand combat. You can use it as you please do. Han Xiao said. Melas nodded. The breeding robotic arm could not generate strength, and the martial arts strength was weakened, but at least it was much better than not having the left arm. Melas was very angry about the ashes that turned him into a disabled Ashes, but he was more afraid and never wanted to meet Ashes again. Fortunately, the terrible guy was dead. The disability is only temporary. Black Star said he still has a chance to recover, and Melas couldn't help but look forward to it. By the way, 2 days ago, the other Sunil warriors contacted me and said they wanted to discuss something with you. Melas suddenly remembered. Han Xiao was puzzled. What are they doing with me? Do you borrow money? Tell them not to think about it. That's not what it means. Melas coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. Actually, they want to join the Black Star mercenary group. Because of the Dragon Capricorn incident, Han Xiao became a newcomer in the mercenary industry. In Melas's view, the purpose of wanting to join Black Star at this moment is very clear, just to gain Han Xiao's identity and popularity. With Black Star's soaring connections in the industry, you can get better treatment, so as to make more money and gain advantage. So Melas couldn't speak out, but it was not easy for those soldiers. He had to agree to speak for the mercenaries of the same clan. At this time, his face was nervous, and he was eagerly waiting for Han Xiao's answer. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Due to the influence of Dragon Capricorn, the Black Star signature has been initially launched. Establishing connections in the mercenary industry can get more employment opportunities, and the commission share will be improved. Those who come out to work as mercenaries are basically seeking money, which is very attractive to ordinary mercenaries who are alone. If I raise my arms and send out recruitment, at least thousands of bottom-level mercenaries will respond. Although it is more beneficial to me to expand the scale, there is no need to be anxious. Now that I have a foundation, what I need to do is to consolidate the status of Black Star. There is no need to expand rapidly. It is more important to develop stably. Outsiders are unreliable, but their reputation is affected. Han Xiao's target members are future players. They will only wait for the next version to open and recruit thousands of players. The scale can expand to the level of the 3 major legions at once. There will be no shortage of people, and there will be no rush to expand. However, Sunil people are a group of high-quality combat power. Since the split, their situation has become worse, and they are more urgent to make money. Han Xiao asked, "How many people want to come?" "More than 100 people. They read the news report, so they found me and wanted to join the Black Star." More than 100 people were just a small part of all Sunil warriors. Seeing the Broken Star Ring Express, they remembered that Melas, a B-level strongman from the same clan, was on the Black Star, so someone took the lead and gathered hundreds of the same clans and defected to Han Xiao. "Let me talk to them in person," Han Xiao said. Melas contacted the other party, and a familiar face appeared on the communicator screen. It was Relton, who had once had an intersection. Because he knew Han Xiao, he was pushed out as a representative. "Meet again, Black Star," Relton said. Han Xiao nodded and straight to the point. "Do you want to join my mercenary group?" "Yes, we mean to be affiliated with your name and perform Black Star's mission. For this reason, we are willing to pay a 15% commission." Relton said that although he had to pay the membership, he had good treatment and safeguarded safety with Black Star's connections. After a while, he would only earn more. "That is the way to join?" Han Xiao's eyes rolled. He paid resources, and the Sunils paid their labor to get what they needed. Moreover, the more cadres in the camp are, the better, and these are all NPC resources. But the Sunils didn't know what Han Xiao was thinking. In their opinion, they only paid a small price to take advantage of the resources of Black Star, and they took advantage of it. So at this time, Melas and Relton Both looked at Han Xiao, who was pondering with some anxiety. Han Xiao put on a thoughtful expression, pondered for a while, glanced at the nervous expressions of the two, and stretched out 2 fingers. "I want 20%. Seeing that his voice was relaxed, Relton breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. The two sides negotiated for a while and finalized the cooperation plan. More than 100 Sunil mercenaries joined the Black Star's command and formed a team of their own. The mercenary group interface of the communicator pops up one after another and applies. Soon, hundreds of new names appeared in the member list, and Han Xiao glanced at them one by one. These Sunil people are experienced veteran mercenaries, with a long mission experience and excellent quality. This group of Sunil mercenaries is very strong, and they're also a considerable force together. He nodded secretly. This team was organized by Black Star's first team, named Sunil Mercenary, and he and a group of Gaoan were the direct troops. The size of the mercenary group increased by 2 or 3 times at once. Sunil's team is equivalent to a worker. He only needs to sit on the floor to collect money, which is very comfortable. It's really much more comfortable to be a boss. Han Xiao. Sure enough, as long as there are connections and resources, there will naturally be people who are willing to work. Open the interface of the Black Star Mercenary Group, and the information has been updated. Black Star Mercenary Group credit points, 198 total scale, 173 people level D, 41 people level C, 130 people level B, 2 people number of employed completed, 2 main activity area, Gardon Galaxy Resident, Sunil Guard Battle, /expand, Silver Spirit Rescue Operation, /expand, Founder, Black Star, Han Xiao Creation Time, October 2nd, 688 General Comment. Small and medium-sized mercenary group with a good reputation, and has a cooperation treaty with large mercenary groups such as Tianhuan, Blade, and Zijin. The mercenary group belongs to the Dragon Boat. Sure enough, the Mercenary Alliance also put in the information that I was a member of Long Tan. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and this tag could not be torn off in a short period of time. The broadcast of interstellar news brought him dozens of points of popularity in various regions of the Broken Star Ring, and the total popularity of the camp interface reached 67 points, which increased several times. Although the total is quite large, when it comes to dividing it, there are actually only 1 or 2 points in other river galaxies and star areas. For most interstellar citizens, they just have an impression of the Black Star. Fortunately, the faction panel looks at the overall popularity. If it needs to be replaced by a normal way, at least 1 or 2 employment tasks must be performed in each area. Now it saves time in 20 or 30 tasks. Han Xiao and Relton exchanged a few words and asked Sunil's soldiers to gather at Uburi Hub. Melas, who was standing beside him, looked happy. In his opinion, Black Star was willing to accept his fellow tribe. This was a timely help, and it was so loyal. Send Melas away. Han Xiao opens the long-lost player forum. Countless posts have caught my eye, and the interval between posting is very short, which means high activity. I took a rough look and showed off my equipment, studied PK or dungeon strategies, auction things, teamed up, tier up, storytelling, and soak posts. Players in the first few echelons are already familiar with the game and have begun to gradually deepen the plot and study various techniques. In addition to the Aquarium Star, the main plot of Other Novice Planets is in full swing. Other Novice Planets do not have people like him who disrupt the situation, so the game experience is normal. During this period, many new players have also entered the trap, and many new players have asked for posts on the forum. The coordinates of Frost Winter Starbone Pool. Please help the Frost Baptism. Dungeon. The price is negotiable. This is the boss who is asking for guidance. The long singer-songwriter is asking the big guy to lead the Bandits Canyon. I will finish the fight and call 666. This is the Salted Fish's Hand. Gender girl with a delicate voice and a soft body, with an 8-point appearance. Looking for a male master, she requires considerate personality, handsome appearance, speaking ascetic, and a magnetic voice. She can coax people, care about people, and keep a straight man in hot water. She is ugly and respectful. Thank you for your cooperation. This is amazing, and those who don't know think it's a blind date. It has been almost 3 months since Han Xiao left Hylon. Many new players have entered the trap. The situation on Hylon has not changed much at this time. Instead, the third refuge has become one of the default gathering places for players. The Black Ghost prefix of the third refuge aroused the curiosity of some new players. They asked Han Xiao who was. The old players had the opportunity to show their qualifications and praised Han Xiao in a vocal and emotional way, so that the newcomers knew that there was such a legendary figure, and Han Xiao's name became more and more popular. There are more and more players, but it is far from the peak period of Star C in the previous life. But now is the first version. These new players are all ashes in a few more versions. With the changes in versions, the upper limit of players continues to increase, and the overall environment will become more dangerous. But this is a double-edged sword. As long as I keep the lead, and with the help of the player's power, I can gain a steady foothold in the Star C. Speaking of which, when the version is updated, the time is out of sync, and the players will disappear. In more than a year, it will be the first version updated. He has not browsed the forum for a while, because the area of the activity is basically irrelevant to the players, so he has not paid much attention to the overall trends of the players recently. On the contrary, the player is very concerned about his actions. The meat bag video is the only way to understand the interstellar pattern, and the responses in each episode are extremely hot. The meat bag edited the video into a TV series mode. The first episode was when everyone came to Uburi Hub to establish a mercenary group. The second episode was the Sunil defense battle. Now, it was in the third episode, and it was progressing to the Black Star joining Longtan. Before the Ashes appeared, it mainly introduced the 3 legions and Longtan, as well as the melee of the docks to rescue the captives of the Silver Spirit Man. Then after joining Longtan, a group of high-level players caught thieves in the guards. Compared with the previous 2 issues, this issue has hit a new high, and Han Xiao hasn't watched it before. He clicked on the video, and the opening of the movie flashed through the barrage that covered the sky and the sun and was dazzling. When he looked closely, he found that the content of these barrage was almost the same. The main film is 47:35. The screen is full of long legs. Oh, Lord Dragon, please marry me. Sister Emmers is mine. Draw the sword. Contract Sister Long. Don't accept any rebuttal. Han Xiao's mouth twitched and finally understood the reason why this video was so popular. At least half of the audience came to see Emmers. Han Xiao also likes watching videos of meat bags for relaxing pastime. At the beginning of each episode, the meat bag will be reviewed in the previous episode and made into a TV series mode. The third episode video will follow the previous episode. This time the background is more grand. Cross-galaxy combat. The vast galaxy river is vast and bizarre, allowing players to learn more details of interstellar life. More and more forces will appear, including Silver Spirit Man from other star fields, Tianhuan and other 3 super-large mercenary legions, Long Tanfu Island, etc. The picture perspective is the third party of the meat bag. Starting from receiving the Silver Spirit Man, the scene changes to the Longtan. The colors are psychedelic, the environment is dangerous, and the huge mercenary team is rampant in the Longtan. The race and equipment are strange. Players are in it, and the audience feels like putting themselves in their shoes and participating, arousing interest. At this time, the barrage is envious. Hey, I really envy these great gods who can roam around the universe. After all, high-playing teams are amazing. You have forgotten all the past. Those who can last for 30 seconds under the Black Ghost are real men. Hee hee, only our great gods are here. I heard that clubs in other countries are under great pressure to be shortlisted for international competitions, and they work overtime every day to do some liver tasks. All clubs are preparing for the National League 9 months later. Following Han Xiao's group of professional players has excellent development opportunities, which puts other participants under great pressure. The meat bag editing transition was very decisive and quickly jumped to the next event. The mercenary group locked the target. The melee of the dock was about to break out. A melee of hundreds of people was in full swing. Various abilities emerged one after another. Colorful light shone. The background sounds of explosions, beast roars, lightning, and other background sounds vibrated the eardrums. Some pirate gangs raised their guns and swept lasers. Some martial artists collided with each other, and Mars were splashing everywhere. The audience was dazzled and immersed in the scene, as if they were really on the battlefield, like a small boat with a rolling wave, following Han Xiao's back with the perspective of the meat bag. From the perspective of the picture, Han Xiao was clearly seen in the battle. He was wearing a tough and complex black mecha. A pair of mechanical turbine bat wings spread out behind him. The sickle pulled the electric wire, as if the god of death was coming. Then, heavy pendants fell from the sky, and each component automatically covered his body through magnetic links. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a tough attack form. The 4-meter-high exoskeleton mechanical giant strided and shot out a road to heaven like an iron ball. This body is so handsome. Can you start with a deformed shape? Ah, these angular lines. Ah, this precise and complex structure. This game is the beauty of the mechanical. The only beauty left in the mechanical system is left. It is really useless to fight. Our martial arts masters first win rate in the field of PK. What do you think? Your martial arts system is apart from punching and kicking, and there is no technical content at all. What's the point of playing? You don't understand the fun of the mechanical system at all. The drawings are so exciting, and the collection of materials finally creates a sense of accomplishment in the machinery, and how interesting the combination of tactics is. Then the machinery you worked hard to make was smashed by us. Go to find the crazy sword and rage sword if you have the ability to find the first martial arts warrior in China. Also, have you seen the competition video of the first mechanical machine in North America? How many martial arts systems have you beaten? Well said, I choose superpowers. The mechanical system is really too expensive. It costs money or death. If you don't have money, you won't have to make a living. If you don't have to do it, you won't have to do it. Haha, it's all scumbag. My magic will tear you into a sorry. In addition to these barges of fighting, there are also normal discussions. Black Ghost is stronger than before. Has he been so powerful, or has he gradually become more powerful? The player of the Sea Blue Star smiled and said nothing. Didn't the time say that this kind of NPC is the protagonist type? Very awesome. I think Black Ghost says that Sea Blue Star is about to have disaster. Go to the star to find a solution. He must have a role in the next version of the Sea Blue Star plot. Think about it. Interstellar is the stage of the future, and certain events will definitely help us transition from a novice planet to interstellar. I'll pay 50 cents, which must be related to him. Sit down and wait for the analyst emperor to be slapped in the face. TSK. Longtan is really simple in the folk customs. In addition to the discussion, there are also barges that show off. I don't know when I gave birth to perception, first a small piece of metal, then more parts. My world is dark. Although I can't see it, I can feel as if someone is creating my body. I don't know how long it took. My senses became more and more. One day, I suddenly felt pain. The pain gradually made my consciousness clearer. Finally, I gained my eyes. I tried to open it, and the dense stream of data flowed through my vision. What are these? I was very curious. A ray of warm light shot down, and the colors of the world spread in front of my eyes. I saw a small mechanical spider. Is this my body? I thought to myself. At this moment, I heard someone talking on my head. Finally, it worked. His tone was delighted. I raised my eyes and looked down at me in the sound. A man looked down at me with a loving look and smiled on his face. I had never seen a smile before. It turned out to be so clear and gentle. He is my creator. A kindness came from the bottom of my heart. But why did I have a heart? I have feelings? I'm just a machine. Are these what you gave me, the creator? The man stretched out his hand and stroked my body. The temperature penetrated my cold armor. It turned out that warmth was like this. It was so comfortable. I couldn't help but rub his hand, and he said with a smile, "It seems that the simulated somatosensor is very successful. The artificial nerves are functioning normally. Enter standby mode first." Suddenly, my body stood upright and didn't move. At this moment, I understood that although I had senses, I could feel the temperature and I could feel pain, but what really controlled me was intelligent programs. I was just a machine, not even considered life. The meaning of my existence was to follow programming commands. But the hard work you poured into me has senses, allowing me to feel the world and experience the senses of life. This is fair, isn't it? It doesn't matter. I am willing to trap in this body and look at you silently. Thank you for creating me. I'll go. The great God will appear. Show your operations when you disagree. Can you go back and sit down? Great literary master. Eat oranges? Han Xiao looked with relish, and the player's imagination was really rich. In addition to these normal barrage, the rest are all the daily screen watching of high play fan clubs. Li Ji's fan club contracts a handsome guy. I'm not convinced every day, so I'll fight it out. My old kings, princes, generals, and ministers smiled at the second-tier contestants fighting. The Black Ghost Engineering team came to the barrage construction, and all unrelated people went back. What he didn't expect was that a player was flooding the screen under his banner, and his eyes lit up. Being played with memes was one of the manifestations of becoming a famous person, but he didn't expect that he also had a group of people. The video is still in progress, and the barrage of demons dances. However, when Emmys appears domineeringly, all these different barrage contents disappear, and they all turn into rampant screen-licking barrage. Emmys was on the dock, sitting upright on the throne of the keel, with a high black skirt, and her overlapping slender white legs were like entangled white snakes, revealing a large area of snow whiteness, with a beautiful face and full of charm, and her whole body exuded a mysterious aura. Coupled with her powerful strength, she condensed into multiple temptations, and the audience immediately couldn't do it. Damn it, the best beauty! Get out of here! I lick it! Dragon Zodiac, Emmers, one of the 4 super A-level powerhouses of the Broken Star Ring. Be good. This is too sexy. Hurry, give me a tissue. Don't think it's wrong. I'll use it to bleed. Good. So domineering, so aggressive. I'm a woman actually got flirted. See screenshot. I want to use it as a wallpaper. What a pity, it's actually flat-breasted. You know, what kind of breast do such a domineering beauty want? I'll introduce you to me. This is my new wife. I'll announce that Emmer's guards were established on the spot. Emmer's didn't play for a long time, and hurriedly passed, and then entered the subsequent events. The final video ended with the plot of professional players catching thieves in the Dragon Tangard. Some high-playing interactions were interspersed later as behind the scenes, but since Emmer's appeared, the barrage has been stuck in her topic. The appearance is too short. I still have to continue watching the long-legged sister. Who the fuck wants to see this group of professional players? Get out. I'm abducted. I'm going to give me Emmer's. Han Xiao was amused and crying when he turned off the video. Beauties were always popular. After all, most of the games were big guys who snatched their feet, and girls were scarce. Emmer's was born, and her popularity immediately soared, almost overwhelming his reputation for being run for so long. She is strong and sexy, has a unique status, and is particularly attractive to fans. Her innate conditions are much better than Han Xiao. What can he do? He is also helpless. If a male character wants to be sought after, he must have characteristics. He is either a weird person or a real man with no limits. He is confident and handsome, but the added value of other factors is not high enough now. But the higher the popularity of Emmys in the player group, it will also be beneficial to me. I am temporarily under the dragon pole. If players know this, they can share her popularity and increase the attractiveness of my camp. This is just the icing on the cake for Han Xiao. According to his original blueprint, even if Emmy's influence is not needed, a large number of Aquarium Star players can willingly join him, but the higher the influence, the better, so he naturally has no objection. In 2 days, the materials I ordered will arrive. There are a lot of machines to be made this time. I guess I will be in seclusion for a long time. It is best to find something for those professional players first, so don't let them get bored, otherwise it will cause trouble. Meatbags are very upset recently. Although the third episode caused a new round of popularity due to Emmy's appearance, this series made his reputation soar, establishing his status in the world and forming a large number of hardcores. It also caused trouble for the meatbag. Dragon Slave is so popular. Many viewers are sending private messages asking him to edit more Emmer's pictures. He is naturally willing to do so. He has already thought about the content of the fourth episode, and it just happened to form an up and down link with the third episode. Things are turning around and finally rescued the Silver Spirit Man, and several new members were added. Until he was hunted by the Dark Star, Dragon Slave arrived to rescue, causing a sensation. But the problem is that he lacks this video material. When he was chased by the Dark Star fleet, he was not only trying to make soy sauce on the spaceship, but also struggling underground. He had no chance to record materials. He also missed the scene of Emmer's blow to the Dark Star fleet, which made him beat his chest and stamp his feet, and shouted that it was a pity. Such a grand scene is full of material from the explosive points, but is not recorded. It is a dereliction of duty. So, he was frowning recently and racked his brains and couldn't think of how to supplement this vacant content. At this time, Han Xiao entered the rest hall of the stronghold and looked around. Most of the players were staying here. When he saw him walking in, his eyes gathered over, flashing with the light of expectation. In the eyes of this group of high players, the Black Star Mercenary Group is a growth camp promoted by them. They are looking forward to what products will be updated in the camp store after this employment mission. Scan the expectant eyes of everyone. Han Xiao opened the camp interface and placed Sunil's Scum level armor, as well as some low-level mechanical drawings that he had previously fused. The drawings are only suitable for mechanical systems, mainly because non-commissioned armor is easier to sell. Last time, the player's soldier-level armor earned additional repair and strengthening costs, and then launched the non-commissioned level. Now the players with rich in their pockets will not be stingy. 3 Sunil armor types, assault type, defense type, and reconnaissance type, each with strengthening of the non-commissioned officer level. On average, the armor is 3 times higher than the soldier level, with a total attribute bonus of 15 points, an additional attack power of close combat, plus 20, and new accessories. The reconnaissance type moves very quickly, and the legs are ejected, jumping high and far, and can eject the chainsaw wrist blade of the armor, not afraid of close combat. The defense type is equipped with heavy firepower, tends to fight long-rangely, hold large-caliber machine cannons, armor-piercing gunpowder bullets, and the gun can be folded in half. After it is unfolded, the gun is about the size of a person. Every time the gun is fired, the gun flames are like thick smoke from explosions, and the bullets are like burning small fire shooting stars with a fast firing rate, pouring out a series of red flames. The guns are like drums, thudding, and the load capacity is 250 rounds and are equipped with many additional magazines. The assault type has the advantages of both and is relatively comprehensive. Previously, Li Gu exchanged the secret beads for non-commissioned armor, which was a set of reconnaissance type. Therefore, others were envious of the equipment attributes. When they saw the update of the camp store, they were all excited and did not need to introduce them, and they rushed to buy it. His price is 1,400 INAR, and he also sets the reputation consumption, which requires 1,000 reputation points. He sets that within the 0-1-000 favorability range. 50 INAR can be exchanged for 100 camp reputation points. The player's last purchase of the soldier level consumed 500 reputation and spent it. After this mission, Han Xiao rewarded them with another 300 points, which means that the real cost of purchasing the non-commission level is 1,750 INAR. The rewards players receive about 5,000 INARs from the Silver Spirit Man, which will cost 1/3 of them at once, but the player does not hesitate. Professional players make money just to buy equipment and improve their combat effectiveness as much as possible. There are 7 pieces of non-commissioned armor in stock, and the others are all in the form of pre-sale. Players are used to it and never doubt the credit of the faction. The 7 people who bought the first one got the real thing: gray metal, thick and tough, clear edges and corners, exuding a strong smell of steel, and the unique charm of silent combat weapons. The crazy knife grabbed one of them and quickly put it on. Finally, She put on the helmet and turned it into the combat analysis vision that comes with the helmet. All objects you see have attached database marks. At this time, a mechanical synthesizer sounded inside the helmet. Welcome to use Black Star Armor. Your number is HA0001. Automatic detection is being carried out. After the inspection is completed, the armor is in 100%, the hydraulic power is intact, the weapon system is intact, the ejection system is intact, and the user's physical signs are normal. The crazy knife tried to move his hands and feet, making a clicking sound of mechanical components moving, additional power, and buzzing the punches and strong performance. This set of armor is much stronger than the soldier level. I bought a reconnaissance type, which is very flexible. It just fits the heavy weapon to reduce the clumsy impact and can fight very aggressively. Quang Dao looked happy. He is an armed warrior and uses melee weapons most of the time, and the non-commissioned officer level has the greatest improvement. The mechanical system is the profession with the highest armor gain, which can be used by players of other professions, and the effect is also good. It adds additional protection and firepower, has an extra layer of blood, and it requires various functions of armor, such as a crispy magician putting on a protective armor and standing in a brainless position to match. This mixed style makes people feel weird and fun. The soldier level and the non-commissioned level are standard armor, while Sunil's stronger general level is exclusive to the superpowers with stronger attributes, and he has not learned it yet. According to convention, Han Xiao kept his hand when he was creating and spared room for reinforcement. In addition to armor, the few mechanical players in the camp prefer the newly added drawings. They are trembling every time they bet on the drawings, and Han Xiao can directly learn a lot of drawings, which makes them overjoyed. The drawings that Han Xiao put on are naturally an insignificant but useful type. Keep the important sources of goods yourself, and put out the unimportant ones, which can achieve greater results. Feng Yu's eyes shined, and her cute face was filled with joy. Optical disorder trap, this is good. Hey, that scattering turret is also good. Feng Yu is quite casual and cute girl, and she's also developed by the mechanical department to have a careful personality. A drawing costs only 300 or 400 nows, which is much more cost-effective than gambling drawings. She stretches out her fingers and pokes them and keeps buying. Han Xiao attaches more importance to mechanical players. Not only is it easier to make money from them because it is the same as him, but also can become his helper after he grows up, which may allow him to enter the next stage of mechanical players in advance. Players from other professions naturally don't care about these drawings. Only non-commissioned armor is their appetite. But selling things is not the main purpose of Han Xiao's trip. He distributed a large wave of camp tasks to everyone, and the rewards are all dungeon crystals. He intercepted some late-stage plots to form a level 60 dungeon, and the latest battle, the Power of the Dragon. The dungeon crystal can only be used as a task reward and cannot be sold, but the rules are dead and people are alive. These tasks reward the dungeon crystal. He is planning to treat it as a repetitive task. There is only one condition for completing it. That is, after taking on the task, it will increase the reputation of the camp by a certain amount. He sets increase instead of achieving a certain value. For example, after receiving the task, add 500 reputation to complete the task of battle, Dragon's Power. Get that dungeon crystal, and other low-value dungeon tasks can also be completed simultaneously, making the player feel that he has made it. In this way, it can attract players to spend money to buy reputation, and you have to spend money to buy reputation. The faction reputation can only be used in Han Xiao, which just attracts consumption. Moreover, if you have more than 1,000 points of favorable feeling, the consumption of buying reputation will increase. If you want more copies of crystals, you must continue to repeat the cycle of buying reputation, spending money, buying reputation. Although there are sometimes no new products, it has many additional services, such as repairs, reinforcement, etc. If you want to buy something, this kind of task is an extra reward as a promotion. If it is just for the copy of crystal, it can attract consumption. Anyway, there's only one service purpose. For me, I never have to worry about not spending money. Han Xiao was very depressed and was only released after the player bought the armor, but he did not let them take it for nothing. I'll go, a new mission, reward the dungeon. The requirement is to increase reputation. Oh, it's a pity. If I had this mission just now, I would have completed it directly. I lost it. It doesn't matter. I have to strengthen armor anyway, and the reputation of Black Star will definitely be used in the future, so I won't lose it. Oh, there's a new dungeon, the Power of Dragon Zodiac. Isn't this the incident we experienced a few days ago? It turns out that the camp not only updates equipment and products, but also turns our experience into dungeons. Everyone looks surprised. It's worthy of being a growth camp. They suddenly felt the excitement of cultivation. This was an unexpected surprise. After they followed Black Star to the Interstellar, they had never seen the dungeons. Unexpectedly, this camp brought their own dungeons. If they went through more employment, they would have deeds formed new dungeons, which can be chosen by themselves. Seeing this, Han Xiao thought to himself, by the way, if a camp can provide copies stably, this is also an attraction. Everyone was most curious about the Dragon Crusade dungeon, which was a new dungeon that they had never seen before. Among the crowd, Meat Bao saw the mission of battle, the power of Dragon's seat, and his heart suddenly jumped and his eyes gradually lit up. This copy, maybe it can reproduce the scene at that time. His heart beat like a thumping moment, and he immediately bought 500 reputation. He was nervous. When he touched the copy crystal, the information jumped out of the panel. LV90 Dungeon Crystal. Battle. The Power of Dragons. Introduction. At the border between the Holy Stone Civilization and the Black Crow Civilization of the Colton Star Cluster, a mercenary team was chased by the Dark Star Fleet. At the critical moment, dragons, Emmers arrived, which will be your test. Genre, time back term. Number of people limit. Current number of people passed. 0. Maximum done completion. No record. Record holder. None. Everyone came over and saw the item introduction. They were all shocked. Level 90 copy. This has exceeded our level limit. The level of the dungeon crystal does not represent the entry threshold, but is the level of challenge. Even a level 1 beginner can enter the level 60 dungeon, but the result is obvious. You can only go in and play soy sauce. Even if you find a team of training, the level of the dungeon monster is too different, and there will be high experience punishment and evaluation punishment. You can get experience and skills when playing dungeons, but you cannot bring out the equipment inside. However, after opening the dungeon, if the rating is high, you can reward the items and equipment in it. These are the benefits of playing dungeons. The number of dungeon challenges is limited and refreshes every once in a while. If you want to get the best equipment in the dungeon, you don't think about it if you don't get the top level evaluation. So far, players from various planets have challenged so many dungeons, and there are only a handful of dungeons that can produce reliable equipment or props, and the difficulty is very high. Not to mention them, all the players have never seen a level 90 dungeon. Everyone was surprised to be able to distribute such advanced dungeons. Han Xiao smiled in his heart and turned to leave. The non-commissioned officer level armor, drawings and copy tasks made a total of 98,000 INRs, nearly 100,000. With my deposit on the books, I have already had 130,000 to 140,000. At least 3 advanced knowledge can be bought. Han Xiao was very satisfied, and he felt a sense of fulfillment of the harvest. After he left, the players and the resident couldn't wait to form a team and wanted to try out what it would be like to have a level 90 dungeon. The meat bag formed 3 acquaintances, Quang Dao, Feng Yue, and Hao Yin, and combined with players from Chong Kong and other clubs, gathered a total of 10 people. He crushed the crystal of the copy, sprayed out a mist, wrapped everyone, and entered the copy at once. The world in front of me changed, and the meat buns and others suddenly could not control their bodies. Their perspective was raised, and they looked down at a very familiar planet. It was the planet Fei 122, which had the pursuit battle. The Silver Spirit spaceship was suddenly blown up, and the Dark Star mothership appeared, and then sent a large number of floating ships to chase the 3 mercenary spacecraft. This was the event they had experienced, but they were all on the spaceship at that time, But at this time, they were all on a spaceship from the perspective of a third party to see the process, which was another different experience. This is a cutscene. How Ian is experienced and communicates in the channel. Many copies have cutscenes, and everyone is used to it and stares at it. The huge Dark Star mothership, a dense floating fleet, was chasing endlessly, and the three mercenary spacecraft flew desperately, with a very picture impact. Immediately afterwards, they saw the Sky Ring spacecraft suddenly accelerate, and the flight trajectory became extremely erratic, and the floating fleet behind was led around like walking a dog. Wow, this is even better than drunk driving. I remember the one who drove the boat at that time was the Black Ghost. No wonder the people on the boat were so dizzy. Kwang Dao was still scared. The cutscene is about 3 minutes. This is a copy scene created by the dungeon, not a real picture. It condenses the development of the event and changes it. The mercenary spacecraft entered the underground and rushed to the joint fleet with the support. It turned out to be something that happened at the same time. The animation ends here, and Hao Yin, as the captain, received a prompt. The dungeon is about to begin. Please select the participating camp. Note, the selected camp will affect the goal and difficulty of completing the dungeon. Escape Mercenary. Your mission is to escape pursuit and support the arrival of the Dragon Celestial. Dark Star Chaser. Your mission is to catch a certain number of mercenaries before the arrival of the Dragon Celestial. Support Force. Your mission is to fight the pursuers before the arrival of the Dragon Celestial. Protect the target mercenaries from being arrested, and to assist them. You can actually choose 3 different camps. There seem to be a lot of processes in this dungeon, with different camps and different tasks. Is it considered that the dungeon will be officially opened if all 3 camps are connected? Feng Yu analyzed. Don't talk about so many useless things. Which one should I choose? Said Shining Fried Rice. Haotian pondered and said, This is a level 90 book. We shouldn't be able to get through. I just came to open the land, so I'll get familiar with the dungeon first. It's better to choose a familiar camp and escape mercenaries. I'll run away again. Everyone couldn't help but complain. There was no fun catching people when they ran away. However, most of them are professional players. Even if they know that level 90 is difficult to open, they will not retreat. Although he fled underground and could not see the attack of the Dragon Captain as before, the meatbag did not know the specific situation of this copy, so he did not speak. Hao Yin selected the camp of escaped mercenaries. The white star glow appeared on the edge of the perspective of the crowd. His vision was pulled by inexplicable force, and he quickly followed to the planet. The surrounding scenery swept by, and the fleets of various colors, white clouds and blue sky, etc., collided head-on to the gray and black rocky land. The next moment he passed through, fell into the dark underground space, and returned to the naked eye. In front of me was a dark and tortuous underground. Everyone was shocked, and they regained their sense of control. They lowered their heads and looked at them. They were in good health and had no missing parts. At this time, a virtual small box appeared in the sight of 10 people. This is the task list display. Players can set the UI by themselves and display some panel information in front of them at all times. Now, the copy task automatically becomes a portable display, which cannot be canceled and is suspended in the upper right corner of the line of sight. You are an escaped mercenary, with the underground space covered with the Dark Star floating ship and a group of soldiers. You know very well that if you are caught, you will face the torture of life worse than death. The surround of the net of heaven and earth is almost at a loss, but the supported troops ignited your desire to survive. Dula goal. Escape from the pursuit until the dragon's arrival. Count down to 12 hours. Perfection reward. 600 W experience. Fail condition. All members are arrested. Punishment. Each player is arrested. The total revenue is reduced by 10%. Optional mission I. Kill 100 Dark Star soldiers. Reward 40 W experience. Optional mission 2. Kill 100 Floating Star soldiers. Reward 70 W experience. Optional mission I. Protect 6 mercenaries being chased. Reward 100 W experience. Challenge mission I. No alarm triggering throughout the whole process. Reward 200 W experience. Challenge Mission 2. Losslessly throw away 5 pursuers, rewarding 350W of experience. Random event. During the escape process, you will have a chance to encounter random events. Complete 2 random events, rewarding 300W of experience. Side completions affect the evaluation of copy clearance. Note: the main characters of the contact event, the targets and difficulty of the dungeon will change. When the main characters are within 1 kilometer near you, you will be reminded, please carefully choose whether to change the route. After the task is displayed, a 12-hour countdown appears in the upper left corner of the field of view. The amount of information is so large. Quang Dao looked carefully for a while and said, the ultimate goal of the escaped mercenary is to stay alive. If you want a high reward, you have to be rude and slutty. Everyone looked at it one after another, and Han Xiao frowned and analyzed. 12 hours is shorter than our actual experience, and if a team member fails, the total income will be reduced. Therefore, to get a high score, all members must survive until the end and work together. And with this mechanism, it should mean that they can sell teammates. Ahem, but there is a price. Then the optional tasks are useful when encountering enemies, and there is conflict with the challenge task. The 2 challenges are stealth, and the other is causing trouble, which means that there's a trade-off between options and challenges. Well, looking at the reward comparison, it will be more difficult to cause trouble, and random events should be unexpected factors. This copy is very complete and finally talked about the main characters, which means that we will not follow the Black Ghost like before, but are independent. Before he could analyze it, a buzzing sound of a floating ship flying suddenly sounded ahead, and an anxious voice came from his headphones. All mercenaries should pay attention. 4 floating ships are searching for the area. Don't stay there, leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the searchlight light lit up in the passage ahead, and everyone's faces changed. Without time to communicate, they hurriedly turned around and ran wildly. This dungeon starts so quickly. It's only 2 or 3 minutes before the enemy comes. Minji Wechang finally worried and said, the dungeon is too fast. If the enemy density is too high, it will be very difficult to persist for 12 hours. Everyone ran for a while, and the floating ship behind them slowly advanced. It seemed that they had not found them, but the speed was not slow at all. Everyone ran so hard that their physical strength plummeted, and they did not open much distance. The worst thing was that there was only 1 road in this passage, and they had not found a fork. This is a level 90 book, showing difficulty everywhere. They are only level 60, and it is difficult for even the first wave of enemies to get rid of. The team is running too slowly and will be caught up sooner or later. Everyone realizes this and discusses it on the channel. Let's stop running, look back, and try the strength of the monster. Quang Dao suggested. Okay, adjust the station, output from the back of the mechanical system station, wander the superpower system, and go up the martial arts system. Han Xiao made a quick decision and directed everyone to form a simple cooperation formation. The searchlight approached quickly. A floating ship that was only a few meters long appeared. He found everyone and immediately flew over at speed. The miniature laser light cannon was carrying, it shot out slender green lasers. Bang, bang, bang. There was no smoke from the laser cannon, and the rock walls and ground were blown up, gravel splashed everywhere. Everyone rushed forward, beating the floating ship, and the battle started immediately. At the same time, the countdown border in each person's sight suddenly turned red, and a prompt popped up. You have triggered the first level of alarm, and the enemy's reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. Hurry up! We will resolve the battle within 10 minutes. With the time limit, everyone's faces changed slightly. Their eyes were solemn, and they accelerated the attack intensity. Bang, bang, bang. Various powerful attacks were thrown at the floating ship, but the shield of the floating ship was not a decoration. It carried a large amount of damage. The power of the micro laser was not small, and it could take away 200 or 300 points of blood in one shot. Although the damage seemed to be low, it had a fast attack speed. If you're a B-level superpower, it is easier to deal with floating ships but they are only at level 60C, and the players have no templates and few specialties, so they're not advantageous in attributes. Level 60 players are at the bottom of the C level. Moreover, even if the 2.0 version players reach level 90, they're just C+. The level span of each level is constantly increasing. For them, the floating ship, which should be an elite monster, has become a boss directly. As time passed, everyone was anxious, and if they were anxious, they would easily make mistakes. In the end, they paid the price of 3 people and exploded the floating ship within 10 minutes, making a rumbling explosion. The rest of the people were out of breath and were in half their condition. It's so difficult. The branch line requires the explosion of 10 floating ships. One is so difficult to deal with. We have 3 people left, and the level difference is too much, said Flash Fried Rice. The 3 people were gone, and the total income was directly reduced by 30%. It was only about 10 minutes before the game, and the loss was so great. Everyone realized that they came in at their current level to seek abuse, and the strength of the monsters in the dungeon had been adjusted and enhanced. When the floating ship exploded just now, several Dark Star soldiers inside escaped urgently. They should have been at the level of ordinary people or low-level superpowers, but the level was a bunch of question marks, exceeding level 60. Fortunately, the explosion of the floating ship caused the blood volume of the Dark Star soldiers to plummet by half. Otherwise, the players would kneel. The alarm continued, and everyone turned around and ran away, but the reinforcements came too quickly. Everyone was exhausted and had to sell their teammates to ensure that the remaining people survived. However, this was just a drinking poison to quench their thirst. Not long after, Han Xiao was attacked by 2 floating ships and was beaten to death and was captured. All the members were killed, and the countdown was frozen. It only took 30 minutes from the opening to now. The eyes were blurred, and everyone was kicked out of the dungeon and returned to the stronghold. It's gone in half an hour. How can I play this? Ming Wuchang finally looked speechless. At this time, all the other players who formed a team to brush the dungeon were kicked out, and they were wailed and all were abused. They exchanged experiences with each other and asked them again. The camp they chose was all fleeing mercenaries, all seeking stability. The best result was the team of kings, princes, generals, and ministers. After 50 minutes, the worst was the team of fish and eggplant. They encountered the first wave of floating ships and failed to solve the enemy within 10 minutes. They were surrounded by 2 reinforced floating ships and gave them directly to Curry. But no one was frustrated. After all, the copy introduction was clearly written. They were challenging the higher level and were mentally prepared. They did not kill each other 8 times and 10 times. What is called reopening. Professional masters have always liked to challenge high difficulties. Hardcore players are never knocked down by difficulties. Everyone is excited and continues to enter the dungeon. The same dungeon has a limited number of challenges. The game refreshes and returns to 0 every 6 days. The players also get some copies of the budding battle from Han Xiao, but they decided to use up the number of times battle, the power of Dragon Seal first. Han Xiao and others entered the dungeon again, and they were still familiar opening animations, and then they reached the interface of the camp selection. Now the meat bag couldn't sit still and said, "It's too difficult to escape the mercenaries," and they couldn't stand it at all. Other camps should be easier. Chasing is better than escaping. There are also support troops. We should be able to live in another camp. Let's try another camp. During the first challenge, the meat bag recorded the process and could be used as material, but what he cares most about was the scene of the dragon's show of power, even if it was a cut scene. Playing the dungeon is not his goal, but video is the only goal to survive until the countdown ends and watch a wave of cutscenes. The few of them were very familiar with each other. Seeing him say this, Quang Dao and Han Xiao agreed, and the others had no objection. This time they chose the camp of the Dark Star Chaser. After the last abuse, they thought it would be more reliable to choose the Dark Star camp. This time when entering the dungeon, everyone found that they had become the ground troops following a floating ship, and there was still a countdown, but the Dark Star camp only had a 3-hour countdown. The mission was different from the escaped mercenaries. This time, A certain number of mercenaries were to be captured within the time limit. The optional tasks were to protect the initial floating ship and help other Dark Star companions encircle the target. The challenge was to capture specific targets. The Dark Star camp has a characteristic. As ground troops, they must follow the floating ship and cannot leave freely. Otherwise, the dungeon will be determined to fail and the battle will be triggered. It should be safe now. Everyone felt relieved from the role of prey to the hunter. Following the floating ship, they soon discovered a team of mercenaries. The attack order was issued, and everyone immediately stepped forward. Then, they discovered a sad fact. Damn, the mercenaries will fight back, and they are so fucking strong. The floating ship that everyone had worked hard to explode was broken into pieces by this group of mercenaries with all levels of question marks, which was easy to break into pieces. Then, in order to get rid of the alarm, the group of mercenaries chased after him and killed people to silence him. Everyone was in danger and immediately fell from heaven to hell, and they felt very disappointed. Who is the hunter? It's a big deal if you can beat me so much. The prompt appeared, saying that they could wait for reinforcements after 10 minutes, but their group of pursuers became runaway. Both camps have dangers, and the Dark Star has many reinforcements, while the mercenaries have strong single combat power. No matter which one they choose, they have to face the other's advantage. However, the Dark Star camp has an advantage. As long as they escape for a distance, the mercenaries dare not follow. The meat bag ran away, and he was far away, and he was very fast and decisive in selling his teammates. The others had to follow him and run away. After escaping for a while, and leaving 2 lives behind, the mercenaries finally retreated, and the remaining people survived the disaster, holding their waists and breathing heavily. The meat bag ran the fastest, but in the best condition. He had no other strengths, just running fast. I think, since the floating ship exploded, we will stay here and wait until the copy is over. Before he finished speaking, a new order came from everyone's headphones, and they were dispatched to follow another floating ship, but they were still the same. They failed to follow the orders as the copy, and there was no way to steal chickens. Skipping is impossible. Everyone looked helpless and was about to move, but a new prompt appeared. Ding dong, ding dong. The prompt sound echoed in the ears, and the border of the field of vision kept flashing red, as if it was very urgent. Notice, you are within 1 kilometer of the main characters. Please make careful decisions about whether to change the route. How Ian's eyes froze, and he pondered. According to the normal way, it's impossible for us to complete the task. Why not try to contact the main characters? I guess the main characters are also divided into camps. If you can meet people from the same camp, the difficulty of the dungeon should decrease. If you encounter an enemy, it may be a killing plot. This is a gamble. He has rich experience and analyzed it with great analysis. Everyone felt reasonable and looked at each other, then wait. The red light flashed more and more quickly, indicating that the main character was getting closer and closer, as if the death bell was coming. The storm was about to come, and everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. Rumble. A faint vibration sound came from the wall, becoming louder and louder, as if approaching. This voice. Kwang Dao suddenly widened his eyes, realized something, looked panicked, and shouted, "Run!" However, it was too late. Boom! The next moment, the rock wall next to it collapsed. The round silver ball cart crashed into the rock wall and rumbled over. They were just in the middle of the way, and all the members were instantly destroyed. In the stronghold, Hao Yin and others' bodies appeared again, and their faces were stunned, as if they had not yet come back to their senses from being killed instantly, and they couldn't help but look at the crazy knife. Kwang Dao looked ache. That's the vehicle of the Black Ghost. I just sat in this ball and ran away together. I'm sure I won't be able to survive when I meet him. Our luck is not good. The meat block's cheeks twitched, and she was crying without tears. Her mentality collapsed. I just want to record some material. Why do I treat me like this? The players of Black Star began to suffer a journey, and were tortured to death, but were still happy, and were in pain and happiness. Meat bags are the most uncomfortable person. He doesn't have the spirit of professional players to face difficulties and is almost in a trance after being abused. But for the sake of material, he had to force himself to continue suffering, which was very tragic. The dungeons Han Xiao were distributed to keep players busy for a while. The materials ordered arrived in a day later. He locked himself in the mechanical modification room, accompanied the metal and lathe all day long, and started to create a new generation of combat system. Time passed day by day, and in the Feiwen galaxy next door, a hidden small spacecraft visited the Feiwen 122 planet. Planet Feiwen 122. An old-style small spacecraft slowly landed on the devastated gray and black ground. The airflow ejected from the bottom caused a circle of air waves on the ground. The engine made a buzzing noise. The propulsion device was very simple. The speed, noise, and shock absorption performance were extremely poor, and it was a technology that was about to be eliminated. In the interstellar trade market, only the poor people with shortage of money would buy this kind of simplest spacecraft. However, this old antique is equipped with top-level tracking equipment, including optical invisibility, sound braking, gravitational wave penetration, quantum network shielding, etc. Several members of the Dark Star disguised as travelers walked off the spacecraft and placed a dedicated signal diffuser onto the ground. The invisible radio waves passed through the gaps on the surface of the planet at an incredible speed and penetrated into the underground. As he continued to penetrate deeper along the winding cracks, in a dark and narrow space, a pair of eyes that had been sleeping for a long time suddenly opened. A tiny light was lit on the back of his hand. A microchip was implanted in it. It received a signal and emitted a slight tremor. The vibration occurred in blood vessels and bones, awakening the sleeping person. Finally come, after a while, the spaceship on the surface finally waited for the target to appear. In a crack in the distance, a man crawled out and walked slowly. It was Ash. He was covered in dust, and his cheeks were thin. He was the only survivor of the Sirota fleet. Before the arrival of the Dragon Cat, Sirota issued a retreat order, but Ash learned that the enemy was Emmys and knew that the mothership was in danger. So he took the risk of staying underground, going deep into a cave, using superpowers to form a piece of carbon matter to wrap himself up, and controlling his heartbeat and blood flow rate, entering a state of fake death. Sure enough, those companions who boarded the fleet and evacuated were all blown up by the mercenary fleet and the Holy Stone Black Crow, turning into dazzling fireworks in space and turning into ashes. After the destruction of the Sirota fleet, the mercenaries captured Sirota, the highest commander of the mothership, so they had no time to search the entire planet for possible escaped fish. This Dark Star troops were basically wiped out, and there was no need to waste time. Ashes survived. He, a valued cadre, implanted a positioning chip. After everyone evacuated the planet, a rescue spacecraft came to pick him up. At that time, Han Xiao also tended to be Ashes, but he still had a hint of suspicion. After all, such a legendary character should not die so easily, but he couldn't search the entire planet. Other mercenaries rushed to Ghidorah and would not help. With his manpower alone, it was unnecessary to explore the entire planet, and it was not necessary to do so in terms of probability, so he did not go deeper. No matter whether the Ashes were dead or alive, Han Xiao could accept it. Several Dark Star warriors came forward to support him, but were swept away by the Ashes. No one needed to help him. They looked cold and said in a deep voice, "Tell me what's going on now. Are Sirota and the others dead?" Emmer shot down Sirota's mothership. We were attacked by Holy Stones and Black Crows. The fleet was wiped out. Some members of the mothership survived, including Sirota. They were handed over to Ghidorah by mercenaries. Colton News reported this a few days ago, and they were sent to Hongguang prison. Each mothership is the mobile base of Dark Star, and losing anyone is a heavy loss. Ashes gritted his teeth. Where is the secret word Pearl? We received the rumor that the secret word Pearl was picked up by the Longton guards and handed over to the Holy Stone civilization, and they handed it over to Ghidorah. Ashes shook his body and shouted in a low voice. In other words, our sacrifices are meaningless and all are futile. How can we give up such a big loss? Even if we can't beat Dragon, we have to pay the price. She attacked us to save Black Star, so she would find an opportunity to kill Black Star and let her know that we are not easy to mess with. At this time, a solemn and powerful shout stopped Ash's words. At this critical moment, it is not suitable to provoke a powerful enemy. Remember, Ghidorah is the real enemy. A virtual image appeared in front of the Ashes. It was a mixed-race Ghidorah man with light golden skin, with some strange scales and wrinkles like animal skins. His forehead was a whole, mysterious pattern, which extended down to his eyes and nose, just like a barbarian wore makeup. This man was older, but his eyebrows were very sharp and his aura was as solid as a mountain. As soon as he saw him, the anger in Ash's eyes was restrained. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "Teacher." Several members of the Dark Star next to him also bowed their heads in fear and fear. His Excellency Anner. Anner is the mentor who discovered the potential of Ash's supernatural powers and taught him to grow, a senior cadre of A-level combat power, and has a respectable status in the organization, only under the leader. He looked down at the Ashes and said in a deep voice, "I can see that you are resentful," and said, "Who is the one who makes you angry?" Black Star. He is a mercenary leader under the Dragon Priest. I failed twice. No, it was 3 times. Since I officially served the organization, I have only these 3 failures. He has made me shame, and he has special abilities to restrain my supernatural powers. Only his death can wash away my shame. Anner interrupted and said coldly, "Childish, narrow. The organization invests a lot of resources in you and trains you into a powerful warrior. It is not that you can deal with irrelevant people. The organization has high hopes for you. The responsibility you shoulder is far beyond your imagination. A small mercenary should not be the target you are thinking about. Put your eyes on him and waste time." After a pause, he added, "Besides, Black Star is a member of the Dragon Captain. Now is not the time to provoke them. When the big thing is done, he will slowly settle it." Ashes lowered his head and asked, "What should I do?" Anger affects your reason. This is an unforgivable mistake. Within a year, you're not allowed to take tasks. Stay in the base to concentrate on training and reflect on me. I understand. Ashes nodded. He respected Anner very much, calmed down, and accepted such an arrangement. His hostility towards Black Star was suppressed by him. The teacher said that he was destined to be the trump card of the organization. He planned for major events and should not waste energy on irrelevant people. After thinking about it, Ash asked the last question, "Teacher, what should I do if the secret word bead?" Ghidorah will sooner or later know what's inside when she gets the secret word bead. The 7th generation latest model of alienated primordial fell into the hands of Ghidorah. The organization's plan is at risk of exposure. This matter needs to be discussed for a long time. In a few days, the leader will hold a high-level meeting to discuss this matter. The future strategic plan will be made based on this reason. After getting the answer, Ash will no longer delay, board the ship and take off, and the spacecraft will leave far away. Gibberley Hub. 10 days passed by, and the players were on standby at the base and had nothing to do, and they spent most of their time brushing dungeons. Everyone tried many times battle, the power of Dragon's Seal, exchanged experiences with each other, brainstormed, and found a possible way to pass the level. First, you must choose the support force camp. The countdown is the same as the Dark Star camp, which is also 3 hours. Compared with the 3, this is the simplest camp. Then you must be lucky. In the first 20 minutes, you will meet a major character, Goya from the Skywallow Allied Army. Gather together, and then do not do any side missions. Follow Goya for 2 hours, then pinch the time and leave before encountering the next wave of strong enemies that can cause the players to destroy, so that you can spend 2 hours and 20 minutes. The difficulty is only the last 40 minutes. If everything goes well, there should be 6 to 8 players left. By selling teammates one by one, there's a chance that one person will be left to pass the level. Doing so will result in a 90% reduction in rewards, but at least you can pass the level. However, Although there is a theoretical approach, most of it depends on luck, and so far, no one has succeeded. Originally, these professional players thought that if they chose the mercenary camp, they would survive if they met Han Xiao. But they thought too much. No matter which camp they met Han Xiao, they would die. Needless to say, the Dark Star camp, if it is a mercenary or support camp, after meeting Han Xiao, you can spend a long time safely, but in the end you will definitely encounter ashes. Everyone will be killed instantly. Even if you leave Han Xiao in advance, you will still encounter ashes. Professional players will shift their focus to the budding dungeon at level 60. The level is suitable and much easier. Even if the reward for the level 90 book is high, they can still be seen but not touched. The meat bag did not record the material of the dragon boat, so he had to make a previous series, recording the picture of the 60th level Bud copy, continuing the previous Black Ghost chapter. It just so happened that this series had not ended yet. Players only heard about Han Xiao's deeds and had never seen the picture. The video of the meat bun records the copy process. The copy of Mengya is a large group that Han Xiao sneaked into Mengya's headquarters until Mengya's final collapse. It progresses layer by layer and is magnificent. The meat bun was originally just trying to use this issue to make a transition. But once the video was released, the response exceeded his expectations, and the enthusiasm was comparable to the Black Star chapter, which surprised him. After the influence of the Black Stars, more players from other planets met the character Han Xiao, the first NPC to take the player out of the planet. Players in other areas were quite curious about his previous experiences. It just so happened that the Black Ghost series was basically a single story of Han Xiao, and many new viewers were attracted. No matter how popular Emmys is, it is impossible to shake Han Xiao's status. After all, she is just a new character, and everyone is familiar with Han Xiao, so his image will not be affected by it. The Dragon Zodiac is beautiful, but Han Xiao can get benefits. What's the point of being beautiful? It's a qualified NPC that can make money. Moreover, according to the progress of the third episode of the Meat Bun Black Star, Han Xiao and Dragon Zodiac are in the same camp, and the two influences are superimposed, making players even more excited. Because the Meat Bag edited the Black Star series of videos in the mode of a TV series, Han Xiao and the Black Star mercenary group were the first main perspective, which made the audience feel a sense of immersion, as if they were a member of the Black Star. Seeing the growth of the camp, they empathized and felt happy. This episode is a new episode of the Black Ghost series. It is the end of the berry. Han Xiao stole information from Mengya headquarters, fled thousands of miles, fought fiercely, and the 6 countries responded to it. In the last battle in the encirclement, the convoy rushed into the vast desert with yellow wind. The wind swept the dust and sand, and the sky was full of yellow. The murderous aura was as tight as the strings, and the artillery fire was like a heavy rain of steel, splashing wildly, blowing open the desert flowers, and the rumbling of the explosion seemed to sweep the earth. The picture follows the perspective of the meat bag and personally participates in the battlefield where the dungeons reappear. In order to better reflect the shock, he chose the camp of the budding side and watched Han Xiao rush around with his own eyes, unstoppable. In the action, he was like lightning flashing. At the last moment, he exploded several budding executives, and the next moment he flashed 100 meters away, knocked over several off-road vehicles with heavy shoulders. The bursting waves of air were like knives, shaving on his face and causing pain. In the picture of the meat bag, Han Xiao was like a boss. The budding leader fought with him. The vibration caused by the collision was no less than the explosion of the shells, and the air was shaken. The picture, shaking and trembling, and the impact almost overflowed the picture, as if the picture would shatter like a mirror in the next moment. The two of them were wandering like a dragon and snake, running through the entire battlefield. The aftermath alone could knock out soldiers and chariots along the road. The audience was dazzled and immersed in the scene, so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. Bang! The final thunderous attack made the scene shock. The audience was trembling all over, and their emotions seemed to have swelled thousands of miles away, and they finally took a breath. The budding leader flew backwards with blood, rolling and shoveling out hundreds of meters of traces in the sand, and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. On the other side, Han Xiao stood among the fragments of mechas, revealing his true face, and the meat bag was shaken to the ground by the waves of air just now. At this moment, the perspective was just looking up, and the floating dust and sand fell, like a yellow curtain being torn apart. Han Xiao had no expression on his face, standing under the scorching sun, above the yellow sand, between artillery fire, and singing lightning was entangled all over his body. At the moment, the highlight was full. Even if players of Han Star know that Han Xiao is very strong, they can't help but feel excited. This is the first time that players on other planets have seen Han Xiao's performance. They're the best in their careers as soon as they start to be shocked. They're excited and tremble all over. Wow, this man is so fierce. So he is such a person, and he has such experiences before. Every novice planet has a protagonist character. In comparison, Han Xiao is the most eye-catching one. Many new viewers attracted by the Black Stars are amazed and have a stronger interest. They immediately want to find the previous videos of the meat bag and learn more about Han Xiao's deeds. The video continues, and the last cutscene is the nuclear explosion at Minya headquarters. The mushroom clouds soared into the sky. Their shapes were unpredictable, and the dark red fire in the thick smoke was like boiling magma from hell. Earth-shaking. Just as the audience was shocked, the explosion noise suddenly disappeared. Only the scene of the nuclear explosion was retained. At the same time, a man's voice sounded from the background. The clouds of war are filled with the blue sky, like the wings of death sweeping across the sky. At the end of the video, the meat bag was unique and added Han Xiao's previous speech. The picture here is the end of the budding path. The 6 countries dropped nuclear bombs and ended the war. The background sound was Han Xiao's speech when he established a shelter. The nuclear explosion just set off the content of the speech. The 6 countries started a war for their interests, and the shelter was aimed at retaining the spark of civilization. The contrast is strong and it feels different. After the video ended, the audience was still unsatisfied, as if they had seen a short epic drama. They recalled the overall plot direction of Han Star and were filled with emotion. Although Han Xiao never spoke from beginning to end, the speech he had added to the meat bag to his last speech made him look so good. Thieves urinate. Some viewers were thinking about his inner activities and interpreting his behavior. At the time of the incident, some players had done similar things, and the topic became popular again. A real man is not a BB. Just do it when he goes up. Hey, I am very righteous and understand the suffering of the people, so I want to destroy the buds of evil. It's not bad. I deserve to be my husband. The input method upstairs is very spiritual. Black Ghost. Nonsense, I just eloped to take my sister. Do you think the nickname of I Pity the Sweet and Technician Han is called in vain? Players from all walks of life opened their brains and excitedly discussed. Although this video was rushing to work, the meat bag production manager caused a warm response. Han Xiao's presence was greatly improved, and the influence was subtle. Han Xiao originally gave the player a rich impression, but this time, the player's impression of him was sublimated and became clearer. He had a legendary color, and his unique charm slowly took shape, which was unique from other characters' characteristics and personality. This is exactly what Han Xiao aimed to bring the meat bag. Now it seems that he has done well. Han Xiao, who is building machinery, took a break from his busy schedule and watched the video, and was very satisfied. A few days later, the mechanical modification room. The air smells metal, and the fruits of these days, hundreds of small balls are neatly placed on the table. It's finally done. It's faster than I expected. These creations are new machinery he extracted from the refined and fused of the same type of low-level mechanical drawings. The performance and attributes are significantly improved, covering a variety of advantages. Before starting manufacturing, he spent 2 or 3 million experience to upgrade these drawings to the full level. The more he made, the higher his proficiency and the faster his manufacturing speed was. Han Xiao took off his protective suit, counted the number, and separated the different types of mechanical balls. Using compression balls is also required. Generally speaking, mechanics will carry these balls with them in portable bags, or make them into accessories, such as necklaces, bracelets, earrings, etc., or tie them to the end of the braid like Godora investigators, or put them into combat uniforms. Because the compression structure is tight, and it is a hole, and there cannot be any more debris, the ball and the ball cannot work, otherwise it will become infinitely unfolded, and only a mechanical hole or a separate component can form a compressed ball. Han Xiao compressed the mecha, so in daily life, he used a black combat belt to install a compression ball. This thing was originally used to load magazines with a metal buckle as the center, and the belt was split into two, forming an X shape stuck on the waist and hips, increasing the carrying capacity. Here, the weapon in an important order is installed, and the core machinery of the mecha is made into jewelry. He was wearing a necklace made of 3 compression balls, bracelets on his left and right wrists, 2 small balls made of earrings, and on his left and right ears. His hair was not short at this time, just tied into a braid, drooping behind him, and several compression balls were tied to the tail. Han Xiao came to the mirror and took a look and was immediately happy. Wow, this non-mainstream person is just like an iron ball, and he really has personality. Han Xiao thought it was okay. In the face of practicality, he didn't care much about appearance. Although handsomeness is a lifelong thing, he chose to be strong. In addition to belts and accessories, there are also many compression balls in the clothes. In daily life, he looks like this. Once he enters the battle, he will summon the mecha combat uniform. He has added a new ejection pipe to store and release compressed balls to the combat uniform structure. As long as the mecha is on the upper body, a special magnetic link can absorb the compressed balls carried by the body. Just like a bullet loading, it enters the pipes in different parts and ejects out at any time, making it more convenient to unfold the machinery. Hundreds of compression balls, some of which are spare machinery. After sorting out the results, Han Xiao pushed the door and walked out of the mechanical modification room. Melas was waiting at the door. Seeing him coming out, he walked up and said, "Captain, Relton and the others arrived at Ubury Hub 2 days ago, and were waiting to see you. Lead the way." Han Xiao sorted out his clothes. The two left the station and sat on the floating vehicle in the hub hall, blending into the large army that was traveling around the air. After a while, they landed on the middle floor of a building on the edge of the hall. This floor was a temporary lounge, including a temporary stronghold rented by Sunil mercenaries. The location was remote and narrow, and it was the cheapest lounge. They saved money as always. Ding dong. After ringing the doorbell, the silver-white alloy door slid open. The two walked in. There were more than 50 people crowded in the narrow room, which was very cramped and crowded. It was half of the total number, and the other half stayed in the lounge next door and rushed over after hearing the news. Seeing that it was too crowded, Han Xiao invited everyone to talk to the public rooftop outside. The public rooftop also has the function of a parking space for flight vehicles. It is like a miniature port with urban-like hub halls behind it, with tall buildings standing in the sky, flying vehicles coming and going, rising and falling on each floor. The rolled wind swept across the rooftop, blowing hair, bringing a hint of heat. The wind sprayed by the carrier is hot. Black Star. Captain. Sunil mercenaries nodded and greeted each other. Relton was elected as a representative to express his gratitude. Han Xiao looked at this group of people. Sunil's mercenaries were disabled and changed into mechanical breeding suits. He had read the resumes of mercenaries before. More than half of them were C-level superpowers, and a small number were D-level. Logically speaking, D-level was not suitable for being a mercenary, which was too dangerous, but Sunil was in a difficult situation. No matter how small the mosquitoes were, they were still flesh. He could only let the slightly more powerful mercenaries lead the weak members of the area. In this way, I will choose a task that suits you, and then you will decide whether to accept it. Since you have joined me, you must obey the command. The ugly words are ahead. You can object to my assignment and discuss it, but if you disobey the orders secretly, I will terminate the cooperation immediately. Of course, I don't want such a situation to happen. I also understand your difficult situation. After all, I have carried out Sunil's tragic employment, so you don't have to worry that I will force you to perform tasks that cannot be completed. The but determines the head, since as the leader of the camp, you still have to ensure your absolute leadership. Although Sunil's mercenary is a talent to him, Han Xiao will not completely accommodate the other party because of this. The Sunil mercenary nodded without objection. In their opinion, Han Xiao was willing to let them share their influence, which was already a timely help. Han Xiao transferred out the mercenary interface and selected several tasks for everyone to choose. These employment tasks are not public employment issued by the Alliance to everyone, but private cooperation applications sent by other partners. The treatment is good. The difference is that ordinary mercenaries apply for tasks to ask for help, and the selected party. However, the private employment he received was specially brought to the door by others and asked him to act together. The two are essentially different. This is the benefit of the Black Star mercenary group becoming famous. The collaborators are all large mercenary groups, and they may not need help, but they are willing to share the benefits. In fact, in order to establish a good relationship, it is mainly because of his identity as Longtan. Most Sunil mercenaries were alone, and they were born and died, and often had to get meager rewards. When did they see such a rich but safe task? They were overjoyed. Although they had only a few choices, they were still in a tangle. After discussing for a while, they chose to accept the cooperation application sent by the Skywallow Allied Forces, escort a resource exploration team together, and go to the North Carton Galaxy to develop an unmanned planet. When everyone was choosing, Han Xiao didn't say anything. He leaned against the transparent glass railing on the rooftop and lowered his head to play with a compressed ball. When they finished choosing, he spoke. Although this task is quite simple, just in case, I need to test your combat effectiveness first. Let's go to the actual simulation room. The Sunil mercenary was helpless and felt that it was unnecessary, but he could only follow the commander's wishes and set off to the actual simulation room. Han Xiao rented a large room, walked in, and stood opposite everyone to form a confrontational position. The Sunil mercenary looked at each other, and Relton coughed dryly, stepped forward and asked, "Then I'll be the first to test." "No need, you guys go together to save time." Han Xiao hooked his finger. Everyone was shocked. There were hundreds of people here. Do you want us to go together? Even a B-level superpower is too arrogant. Anger arose from the bottom of my heart, and everyone felt underestimated. Although we are here to surrender to you, if you look down on us, you will regret it. The Sunil mercenaries dispersed with anger on their faces, pulled out their weapons, and made a posture of preparing for battle. The team of hundreds of people leaned over slightly and made a stance about to charge. The condensed momentum was like a lion about to rush to eat, and there was only Han Xiao on the opposite side. Only by being valued can you get better treatment. Everyone decided to do their best to show their full strength. Since you want to be beaten up by a group, let's make you feel sour. Melas started the simulation room, and the white room turned into a flat, gray, rocky surface, which was very vast. He looked at the soldiers of the same clan who were waiting for battle and shook his head. These days, he would occasionally be called by Han Xiao to test the power of his weapon and had a deep understanding of Han Xiao's combat power. At this time, he only hoped that this group of people would not be beaten too badly. Han Xiao moved his shoulders and touched the compressed ball in his belt. At this moment, he suddenly felt like time and space was reversed, as if he had returned to the past. He used the mechanical system to shine for the first time and beat children from all walks of life in the arena fish pond. From then on, he never returned on the road to high-quality play. At this time, he not only tried to test Sunil's mercenary, but also tested his actual combat effectiveness, and at the same time established his authority. Sunil mercenaries joined the gang for his influence, and they actually didn't agree with his strength. Nowadays, most mercenaries viewed the Black Star mercenary group this way. Many people were so sad, thinking that Black Star was purely lucky to join the Dragon Terrain. Otherwise, it would be a third-rate team, and it would be fine if they were. This is the disadvantage of becoming famous quickly, which makes people doubt their strength. Han Xiao has long known this, but with the pros and cons, It is definitely a fox and tiger power that can make more profitable by taking advantage of the situation, and it is normal to have some side effects. Mercenaries have always respected the strong. He did this at this time to defeat these people and establish prestige. His mouth curled up, revealing a sense of fighting. Come on. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Sunil's mercenary immediately started and charged forward with great strides. The long-range soldiers fired shells and lasers, approaching rapidly. Han Xiao stood still. A flash of lightning flashed across his body. Two compression balls acting as earrings flew into the air and quickly turned into two sets of floating shuttles, forming two blue-purple shields, blocking the head and in front of him. All long-range attacks exploded on the thin energy shield, and the mirror-like shield brought out a ripples of energy. Sizzling, the sound of electric current continued to sound, and then compression balls flew out from their belts one after another and floated around them. The lightning-like magnetic force was directly activated, and these compression balls were bounced away by magnetic force, and the speed was like a bullet dragging the slender lightning marks. It hit the ground with a clang sound and expanded directly. This scene is like a celestial girl scattering flowers, sprinkling beans into soldiers. Stream in an instant. The next second, 22 ground-based turrets appeared on the field, 14 floating turrets, aiming at hundreds of enemies in unison. Twist. The flame tongue at the muzzle was more than 1 meter long. Part of it was a large-caliber gunpowder turret using special ammunition, and part was an electromagnetic kinetic energy turret. The firepower of the 36 turrets was covered with no dead corners. The formation of Sunil's mercenary suddenly became messy, and his speed dropped, and he struggled to dodge against the rain of bullets. The turret is located next to or behind Han Xiao, while the hundreds of meters area on the periphery is covered with mechanical traps and obstacles, restricting movements and preventing the enemy from rushing. Each trap is 1 or 2 meters in size, with a larger trigger range than the volume, and is flashing with dangerous electric light and sparks, making people not want to try what it feels like to step on it. In the blink of an eye, a position unfolded beside him. The Sunil mercenary suddenly struggled and was surrounded by dangers and suddenly fell into a passive position. But Han Xiao kept standing there, his hands in his pockets, and he didn't move, looking calm, as if the extremely violent cover bombing at this moment had nothing to do with him. After obtaining compression technology, the depth and breadth of the mechanical system's combat power are enhanced at the same time, and they have the ability to take the initiative or subvert the situation in an instant. They pay attention to rapid laying and arrange tactical machinery. The speed of laying has a great impact on the final outcome. In the version after the rise of the mechanical system, other superpowers basically attack and advance against the mechanical system to prevent the mechanical system from laying the field. If the mechanical system is allowed to arrange weapons, the situation will be irreversible and slide into the abyss of failure. Of course, this is a normal situation, and some special abilities or props will not be considered for the time being. From the perspective of combat rhythm, the mechanical system takes the rhythm innately, forcing the enemy to resolve it. This is a great advantage. Moreover, even if the mechanical system rhythm is temporarily broken, he has no time to lay the field, and he cannot be careless. If the mechanical system takes a breath and lays the field with his back, the situation will reverse suddenly, and the previous efforts will be in vain. Han Xiao's mechanical system has been initially formed and has this difficult ability. He is experienced, and the speed of laying the field cannot be slow. At this time, the field was full of artillery bombardment, and Sunil mercenaries fell one after another. This was a competition. After Sunil mercenaries fell to the ground, Melas, who was standing aside, pulled them out of the battlefield. Since the battle began, he has been busy and has never stopped. A martial arts mercenary bounced his legs and jumped up suddenly, drew a parabola in the air, tried to avoid the traps all over the ground, and jumped to Han Xiao in the air. At this moment, a metal trap he had crossed suddenly triggered, and a lightning jumped into the air, exploded with a bang, and a blue current like a big net was exploded. After closer look, it was a capture trap composed of slender metal ropes. It was powered by high voltage and covered the martial arts mercenaries in the air. Sizzling, the man screamed and was instantly charred by electricity. He fell into another repulsive trap. An invisible force ejected into the conical area upwards. The man bounced up again on his head and feet. Several turrets turned to him and fired. The continuous bullets pushed him out like an extended rod. With a bang, he fell to the point of dizziness and fainted directly. This scene immediately dispelled the idea of other mercenaries jumping up. It's not that easy to jump over. Han Xiao smiled. There were landmines in the trap, and there were also jumping traps that sensed objects above to prevent rushing in the air. Within the range where his mechanical force can contact, the machinery can obtain its own bonus. Some turrets are placed by him, and the power is several times stronger. Whoever rushes in front will encounter the most violent firepower. Faced with such a situation, the mercenaries scattered around, charged from different directions in front, back, left and right, and dispersed the firepower of the turret. Relton was covered with green shields, and the light was shining by the rain of bullets, and he ran forward. In other directions, there were many mercenaries equipped with shield generators, and colorful balls of light passed through cannon fodder and traps and approached quickly. Han Xiao hooked his fingers, and another wave of compression ball flew out, falling beside him, spreading into more than 20 B-shaped robots, about the same size as a medium-sized dog, all over the body, covered with armor, but with a streamlined body like a cheetah, like an armored Black Panther, with a vertical opening on each left and right shoulders, revealing a three-piece side-by-side gun barrel. There's a machine gun inside, and the buttocks are scorpion-like tails, which are very flexible. The tail end is a sharp alloy blade, flashing with lightning. Han Xiao prepared a total of 3 sets of migrant workers combos. One is the firepower coverage flow of multiple turrets. This thing does not require technical content, and it is done with the shooting. The second is the trap flow. A little operation depends on the layout area, whether it can protect itself and limit the enemy's movements. The third is the hunting dog flow. The hunting dog flow is to manipulate a group of small mechanical beasts, entangle, harass, and culminate the enemy like a hunting dog. The reason why it is called this name is because the basic machine that formed the tactic is called the mechanical hunting dog. This kind of drawing is easier to get, while Han Xiao uses an enhanced version of the mechanical beast. Black Panther Combat Mechanical Beast. He fuses several low-level robot beast drawings to form new drawings. The armor value of a Black Panther has 2,700 points, while the basic mechanical hound is only 1,500 points, and the attack power is about 70% higher, with more functions, stronger performance, and an indispensable self-destruction function. Go! Han Xiao nodded, and more than 20 mechanical Black Panthers rushed out with a fast speed. The barrel of the shoulder opened fire, wandering in the gaps in the trap, attacking from the enemy's side and rear. This was the weak point of defense, which immediately involved everyone's pace. Once the mercenary approaches the mechanical Black Panther, the Black Panther immediately jumps away and always roams at a distance, which makes people feel annoying. Only when the raid is raided can they approach the enemy. Sometimes 3 or 4 mechanical Black Panthers will form a cooperation, which will involve the enemy's attention in different directions. Then a mechanical Black Panther will raid from the rear, ejected, and slashed its tail, leaving a line of cold light, jumping out of considerable damage values. The mechanical Black Panther is equipped with smart chips, 4 in one group, and can only perform simple tactical cooperation in 4 units. Han Xiao's chip manufacturing level is still at the basic level, so the mechanical Black Panther's combat capability is not independent enough, and the identification instructions are limited, so it can only be used for harassment. The turret, trap, and mechanical beast. These 3 axes were chopped down, and Sunil's mercenary seemed to be trekking in the quagmire, struggling hard. Han Xiao observed the effect and nodded secretly. This system is not afraid of group fights. It can beat superpowers who are weaker than me. If you deal with the same level, it can also restrain and consume blood. Well, but the damage will be very high. Bang! Just as he was thinking, a mechanical Black Panther was shaken away and hit a turret, smashing the cannon barrel. In a blink of an eye, someone finally passed the blockade. Relton's body was full of green light and finally rushed into his side. He shouted in a deep voice. The green light turned into a knight's light spear in his hand and stabbed violently. Kerala. In the blink of an eye, the compression ball on the necklace unfolded, and the white mecha instantly covered the body. The light spear stabbed in the chest, and it could not even be pierced through the bone-white mecha. Han Xiao raised his hand and slapped it in the face without saying a word. Bang! Relton was slapped on the ground with his head and face down, and hit the ground with a loud bang, without any power to fight back. Everyone's faces changed, and Han Xiao's appearance changed at this time. He was wearing a white combat uniform. The texture of the armor was like a bone, but it was incredibly hard. It looked more like bone knight armor, with gorgeous shapes and shoulders carved into a dragon head. The breastplate and waist and abdomen were nested and connected, which could support more flexible movements and set off a streamlined figure. Those present didn't know if it was their own illusion. This mecha seemed to exude an inexplicable aura, which made people feel mysterious. Virtual Dragon. The individual mecha is stronger than the snake mechas, such as Viper and Tungsur. This set of dragon mechas is not more technical, but is rare in raw materials. It is made of the void dragon bones obtained by the dragon tank. It is light and tough, and contains special energy. This set of mechas does not have so many mechanical weapons, and is especially used for hand-to-hand combat. The armor value reaches a terrifying 3 points. In addition, the void dragon bones give the mechas additional equipment skills. Han Xiao's necklace was strung with 3 compression balls, all of which were mechas, 1 set of virtual dragons, and 2 sets of replacement tanks. Whether the mechanical system is strong depends on the attributes and quantity of the machinery. He is not short of both. Only with money can he make such a struggle. Seeing this, the other mercenaries stopped and smiled bitterly. We admit defeat. The difference in strength was too great. After many hardships, they found that Han Xiao himself was stronger than the machinery and the whole audience and could not beat him at all. There were hundreds of them, and they originally thought they were the ones beaten up, but now they felt that they were the ones beaten up. They obviously surrounded Han Xiao, but it felt like Han Xiao was surrounded by them alone. Han Xiao smacked his lips, still feeling unsatisfied. He had not tested all his weapons yet, and he had not taken out a set of giant cannons, so he had to regretfully take back all the machinery. After cleaning up the battlefield, these Sunil mercenaries gathered in front of Han Xiao, but were slightly injured. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe, and the strong were always respected. Han Xiao said a few scenes, which roughly means that you pass the test and have good combat effectiveness. Then he sent the Sunils away and asked them to set off for the mission. Back at the station alone, Han Xiao came to the mechanical modification room, pondering and summarizing his experience. From the current results, the imagined tactics are basically formed. My level 95 transfer requirement is a bit difficult, and it may be a long time in this level card. This set of combos is very strong at this stage. It can be regarded as a transition and has many strengthening directions. He took out these newly created mechanical weapons and observed the item attributes of the panel again. The variety of turrets and traps is basically new drawings that integrate various mechanical technologies, and the performance of each has increased by 25% to 40% year-on-year. He looked at the data of the virtual dragon. Tungsha is a relatively comprehensive type, so he did not create another duplicate type. The virtual dragon is good at melee hard work, and because of the rare materials, the equipment has strong abilities. Virtual Dragon. Type. Combat Uniform. Single Light Mecha. Quality. Purple. Equipment Requirements. LV90. Mechanical System. Power greater than 4,000. Endurance higher than 200. Basic Attributes. Armor Value / Defense Power 375. Power Level 1360. Energy Value 9,000. Height 1.91 meters. Weight 143 pounds. Management method. Low-level intelligent chip plus neural link. Extra agility plus 10. Energy. Portable and stable nuclear fission mini-reactor. Automatic charging. Recovering 120 energy. Value per minute. If the energy is consumed as fuel, consume 30/ and recovering energy 55/ standby mode consumption. 25 energy/minute. Fight mode consumption. 48 energy/minute. Core power. 775/1200. Skeleton module. TM 1.50 nanometer biochemical tendon. Mecha lining filler. Elasticity is included as the action. Improve output. Enhance physical performance. Strength plus 57. Agility plus 45. Power occupies 150. Available energy to stimulate tendons. Consume 40 energy per minute. And overall attribute bonus plus 33%. Armor module. Void keel bone. Pink rare material. Armor value plus. Defense plus 320. Palm module. Vibration converter. Purple. Generate shock. 11% of close-range damage is armor-piercing attack. Power 50. Wrist module. Wrist force enhancement ring. Power plus 10. Power 30. Leg module. Internal booster jet circuit. Agility plus 8. Power 30. Propulsion module. Small motorized device. Purple. X12. Power occupies 240. Survival module. Sign monitoring. Constant temperature survival system. Oxygen filtration. Horizontal gravity gyro stabilizer. First aid injection device. High pressure resistance device. Power proportion 150. Chip module. Damage detection. Analysis database. Trajectory prediction. Remote online control. Fighting assistance. Neuron signal conversion command. Power proportion 110. Address module. Electromagnetic pulse conditioner. Purple. Obtain excitement state. All attributes plus 7%. Last for 15 minutes. Consume 5 energy at one time. Power 15. Address module. Compressed ball storage and ejection pipeline. Original ability. Powerful performance in combat mode. More energy is distributed to biochemical tendons, generating greater extra effort. Strength plus 45. Agility plus 35. Original ability. Immortality. Void dragon bone has incredible toughness. Physical damage is weakened by 20%. Magic damage is weakened by 18%. When the armor value is lower than 40%, this effect doubles. After leaving the combat state, the armor value will automatically recover at a speed of 3% per minute. Original ability. Mysterious power. The Void Dragon Bone contains mysterious energy, consumes 60 energy, and can obtain 1-minute state blessing. Power plus 15. Agility plus 11. Close-range attack power plus 34. Attack speed plus 16%. And cause 40% close-range splash damage. Cooldown time 75. Original ability. Void Dragon Bone contains extraordinary magic power. After it dies, the void magic power is deposited in the bones. The equipment will convert energy and form a void jet, causing 278, 1790 damage. Consume 5,300 points of energy or strength each time. Controllable. No cooling. If the next jet is released within 10, the energy consumption will be plus 30% each time. If this skill is not released within 10, the energy consumption will be restored to the basic level. Side effect. This equipment is blessed by void energy, and the load is extremely high. After wearing, the health limit is reduced by 3,000. Note, when you stare at this mecha, you can feel the soul that has not disappeared. The equipment limit is quite high. Generally, mechanical players reach level 90, and their endurance is difficult to reach 200 points. Even if they have 200 points of endurance, they are only 8,000 health. After putting on it, they lose 3,000 blood, which is almost half of them. They're most afraid of the mental blows of the mind power system, which can penetrate armor, but that is only about 1/5 of my blood, and it is still very fleshy. 3,000 blood exchange for 30,000 armor value, which is a big profit. Han Xiao knew it secretly. The Void Dragon is the strongest combat uniform. He can make it present. After using up the material, it cannot be copied. Whether it is meat level or output, it is a pervert in the same level. The two core skills are immortality toughness and void ejaculation. The former enhances resistance and has the ability to automatically repair. The latter has terrifying explosive power, which comes from the magic power deposited by the Void Dragon bones. Although Han Xiao is a mechanical system, the Void Dragon created can be regarded as semi-magical, semi-mechanical equipment due to its material characteristics. If you want to make an automatic repair effect through mechanical means, there are many possibilities. For example, a nano-repair robot requires high-end knowledge of energy branches, nanopower, or alloys with memory characteristics. This high-end material technology that needs to be armed. By the way, talk about magic. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he called the three Volga brothers. The three of them looked like a mold printed, which was difficult to identify. They were usually spoken by the boss representatives. "Captain, what are you doing to us? What magic have you mastered?" Han Xiao looked at Boss Volga. "I am a specialist mage and proficient in water-based spells," Volga introduced. "The second brother is good at energy-shaping spells and gaining halos, and the third brother is a mindful master. In fact, when I was a child, the three brothers studied with Master Phil to study in the school, but the third brother was rejected. I still remember the admissions tutor saying to him, 'Give up magic, your talent is not suitable for this school. For you, magic is as high as Mount Verisal.' Do you know Mount Verisal? It is the highest mountain in our hometown." The boss was a chatterbox, chattering endlessly, and instantly turned the topic. Han Xiao was stunned for only 2 seconds. The topic had turned to how the first pet they raised at home died in their childhood. "Stop." Han Xiao hurriedly stopped Boss Volga, coughed, and said, "I asked you to come over because I wanted to possess the weapon." As he said that, he pointed to the machine on the table. The three of them had no objection to the leader's request, but when they saw it in a blink of an eye, their faces suddenly became bitter. There was so many machinery, and the workload was too high. "I wrote the specific requirements on paper, just on the table. You could do it slowly when there is no task." Han Xiao waved his hand, strides and flashed, leaving the three of them looking at each other in the same place. The third Volga was in high spirits. He was not a magician, and he had nothing to do. Fortunately, he glanced at the two brothers and left proudly. The other two looked at his swaggering back, just wanting to appreciate his magic light bullet. In theory, enchantment can be applied to most dead objects, and machinery can be done naturally. Enchantment is also a life profession brought by magic players. In the past life, most magicians work part-time in the enchantment business to earn extra money. Water enchantment improves physical damage reduction, and energy shaping generally gives additional attacks. Han Xiao used mechanical means to strengthen his weapons, and he temporarily reached his own limit. He was looking for new ways to strengthen. Since there are magicians in the team, try to make them useful. I am now at level 95, and I am still 5 levels away from the level 100 advancement limit. But the main profession of the mechanical department is stuck in the transfer requirement. So, I have to learn 2 high-end knowledge. Alas, I haven't learned all the advanced knowledge yet. Shaking his head, Han Xiao was a little helpless. His main profession reached the 5th stage, accounting for level 65. When a player has this level of main profession, it is already version 2.0, and the next level of transfer must be completed in version 3.0, so that he can only get access to high-end knowledge. Even in version 3.0, the cost of learning high-end knowledge is extremely high, and it basically needs to be redeemed in the faction store. Players need a long time to get enough favorability and money. The random transfer requirements of his job this time are quite difficult. It took him so much energy to upgrade his knowledge alone, and it is even more difficult to buy high-end knowledge. The regional exchange of the Gardon Galaxy has only 1 high-end knowledge selling, which is still relatively marginal knowledge. Even so, the price is dozens or hundreds of times higher than advanced knowledge. The price is so expensive, and he has more than 100,000 INAR on his book, but he still can't afford it. There are 2 difficulties in this job transfer requirement. One is money, and the other is channels. The former must pay time costs to make money, and the latter must slowly look for sellers in various galaxies of the Broken Star Ring. Few mechanics are willing to share their own knowledge, so Han Xiao felt that he could not change jobs in a short period of time. Even if he had the identity of Longtan, it could not be avoided. I have advanced requirements when I reach level 100. I will simply find a new secondary profession and upgrade to level 100. I will first look at the advanced requirements. If it is convenient, I can complete it with the transfer requirements. Han Xiao pondered. The secret word Pearl triggered 3 large tasks for me, all of which are related to Ghidorah and the Dark Star. You have to plan slowly. It is best not to act rashly before the next version. No, including the hidden tasks on Erosia, it should be for difficult tasks. Erosia is very mysterious. She awakened the energy-based superpowers and seemed to be curious about the superpowers. Han Xiao asked Melas to guide her to temper her strength, and sometimes she personally guided her. She found that Erosia was gifted and progressed rapidly, and her body contained extraordinary potential, as if she was sleeping treasures. The superpowers drew nutrients from it and grew very fast. Han Xiao estimated that it would be possible to officially reach sea level in less than a month. Open the forum and browse the players' dynamics as usual. I saw that among the players of the Black Star mercenary group, some people posted the process and difficulties of the level 90 dungeon. This is the first time that all players have seen a dungeon that exceeds the upper limit of the version level, which has caused heated discussion. Han Xiao looked at it and found out the situation of the new dungeon. He thought about it. With his experience, a level 60 player should have the chance to steal the chicken successfully and complete the dungeon with a very low success rate. Hey, the meat bag has posted a new video, he exclaimed, and found the new video of the meat bag. The latest episode is the 4th episode of the Black Star. Han Xiao looked surprised, opened the video, and watched it briefly. This issue continues the content of the previous issue, which is the second half of the employment incident, from Long Tanfu Island to the Dark Star to the pursuit of the Dragon Boat, and then to the Dragon Boat to show its power. The meat bag still failed to open up battle, the Dragon Boat. He had given up and drew this scene himself. So what the audience saw was a simple slide of children, a colorful kindergarten rank hand-painted, and accompanied by the description of the meat bag with a passionate voice. It felt like a salesman holding a salted fish and insisting that it was a Shangfang sword. Seeing that the visitor is not good, the Dark Star mothership shouted and whipped tightly, and fled in a hurry. Emmys glared at him and shouted, "How? Don't go away with the thief ship." After that, he activated his superpower, used a stunning move, and picked up the Longtan floating island at hand to throw it towards the Dark Star mothership. In an instant, the wind and clouds stirred, the sky and the earth changed color, and the two collided like a stone hitting an egg, and the mothership was like a kite with a broken string, falling to the earth. The meat bag was holding a tune, as if he was injecting chicken blood, and his tone was even more excited than the midnight salesman, as if he was explaining a battle of the century. However, the picture was extremely simple. A black stick man threw out a golden sphere, pulling a dotted line representing the movement trajectory behind him, hitting a large ball of black representing the Dark Star mothership, and then an onomatopoeia bang was drawn next to it, with a font still red and bold. This person is really a treasure. I really found a ghost. Han Xiao's Moutwisha. As he expected, the density of the barrage in this section was rampant, and the audience's complaints were max. Fortunately, except here, the subsequent scenes changed back to the video, and finally ended when everyone returned to the Uberly hub. The incident came to an end. All the players saw was the surface of the matter, the conspiracy behind the Dark Star. They were all kept in the dark. Only Han Xiao knew about it. In addition to highlighting the scene of Dragon's power, another center of the meat bag is the new cadres of the Black Star mercenary group, to be precise, Erosia. In front of her, the 3 Volga brothers have become little transparent. After Emmys attracted the attention of the audience last time, Erosia triggered another frenzy. Her appearance is still above Emmys, with an almost perfect and exquisite appearance. Although she does not have the added value of Emmy's strength, status, temperament, etc., she also has her own charm. The point of amnesia makes her suddenly become pity, making people feel mysterious, and most importantly, she has breasts and is very big. Without surprise, the war between the flat chest party and the party ignited again. How can you calm the world if your breasts are not flat? How can you gather people's hearts if your breasts are not huge? Although the dragon zodiac is very strong, beautiful, and has long legs, but she is flat. One white covers 100 ugly things. One flat destroys everything. I'm sorry, I'm not in love with you. It's not that I said you, it's really bad. It's all full of brains. What's the point of being big? Big is beautiful. These screen-licking monsters split into the Emers party and the Erosia party, and they were having fun fighting. Han Xiao was happy about it. The more intense the fight, the more popular the topic, the more it was. Anyway, no matter how much they broke, it would not affect him, a male human. After closing the forum, Han Xiao began to think about his next action plan. This time I have experienced many big storms, got involved in higher-level struggles, and entered the site of Dark Star. It is best to keep a low profile for a while, accept employment safely, consolidate your current status, and save money at the same time. This time, in order to compress technology, Han Xiao has experienced many dangers for the time being and has no need to worry. He has gained fame, ability, and connections. Moreover, I and the players are prospering. Now, it is version 1.0, and the player's ability is limited. When the next version of the player grows again, the benefits they get from the players will increase sharply. Back at the Stronghold Hall, all the players were here and saw Han Xiao appearing and surrounded him. "Hey Xing, when will we take the next mission?" asked Huang Dao. This group of players play dungeons every day, and they're almost depressed at the base, and they all look impatient. "Put it a little bit, let's go today." On the way, Han Xiao received an invitation to hire from his cooperative allies. It was not difficult, and he was well paid. Before the next version arrived, he was only prepared to accept such tasks, accumulate wealth, consolidate his position, and develop in a low-key manner. After doing a big deal, it's impossible not to maintain health. Upon hearing this, the players were excited and quickly picked up good things. More than 50 armored warriors stood neatly in front of them. Han Xiao glanced, turned around, and strode out, and the players followed closely behind. Set out. Han Xiao set his action policy, accepted the invitations of his collaborators, and was active in various galaxies of the Broken Star Ring. As Long Tan's popularity faded, the mercenary group's own status and reputation gradually established in the cooperation tasks, and its resume gradually became richer. The Black Star mercenary group ran around, busy with tasks one after another, and time flew in a flash. 9 months later in a flash. P.S. I'm sorry. I'm not finished writing until the morning. This is yesterday, and there is still another chapter today. The stars of the evening, ruins of the ancient city of the Southern Territory. The coalition forces of various tribes gathered here, including the Blue Shield Knights of the 3,000 people from the Veen Kingdom, the 5,000 barbarian berserkers of the Howling Barbarians, the 1,000 alchemist bombers of the Dibu tribe, the 500 beast envoys of the Listen Sun, and the miscellaneous army of the Nandi city and the Principality, a total of 15,000 people, stationed in the green grass field outside the ruins of the ancient city, and various flags fluttered with the cold south wind. There are no clouds in the sky. The sky here has a dusk-like color, which makes everything dark. The sun hanging high in the sky looks very small, very far away from this planet. The commander's deliberation tent, and the commanders of various armies gathered here for fierce discussions. There was only a tall man with light blue skin who did not speak a word. He was the commander of the Blue Shield Knights, a war hero in the Kingdom of Veen. He went from a civilian to the commander of the ace army of the largest kingdom of Twilight Star, and his deeds were praised by the people of Twilight Star. After everyone was almost the same, Rick spoke in a deep voice. The commanders of the other tribes present respected him very much, and stopped arguing and listened to his speech. Riesel and his believers are hiding underground in the ruins, preparing for the ritual to pollute the source water. We still have about 6 sutra hours, about 2.5 hours. There are almost 800 high-level magical statues he spent 20 years to create. He has arranged a complex blockade array. Only by destroying all the puppets, the passage to the ritual altar will open, which means that we must break through the blockade of the puppets in a short time, find their place, and stop the ritual. Otherwise, most of the source water in the southern territory will lose its vitality and hundreds of thousands of people will die. The reconnaissance forces sent back the news that each puppet is more than 7 meters high, extremely hard, and is also blessed by prayers. The Rhea's steel sword will crack when it is cut and can only cut a white mark. This information has caused us to lose 6 elite soldiers, and Raziel's corps has 100 polluters, which can corrode our weapons and bodies. No matter how elite soldiers are, they cannot withstand the corrosion technique. The situation is too difficult. It is difficult for us to rush in a short time. Alas, Raziel has been preparing secretly for 20 years. If we could have 10 days earlier, oh no, even if we discovered his conspiracy 3 days earlier, we would not have been so passive. Now we can only gather such a few of us urgently. A commander sighed. Rex said in a deep voice, "This is related to the purity of the source water and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. We cannot fail." The National Protection Mage Group contacted the Ascenders in the Upper Realm. Ascension hired warriors from the Upper Realm and will help us fight. After saying that, Rex looked at the corner of the tent. A human wearing a red technology combat uniform was sitting there, which was completely different from the group of armored people. He stood up and said, "I am the commander of the Red Horn Mercenary, Ling. Your fellow tribe has paid the remuneration. We will do our best to help you." Rex asked, "Captain Ling, are you sure?" Rex shook his head and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, the situation here is much worse than the explanation we did when we accepted the mission. We have limited strength and cannot handle tasks of this level. The specific situation has been reported to the employer. The second batch of foreign players are on the way. If the speed is fast, they should be able to arrive within 2 hours." Rick's face darkened and his brows frowned slightly. "Time is too urgent. Are reinforcements reliable?" "Don't worry. The second batch of mercenaries supported are much better than us. As long as they can arrive in time, solving the accident here is just a small task. Their stronghold is in this galaxy. If it weren't for this reason, they wouldn't bother to take action in such a small incident. I hope this is the case." Rix was worried, and Linger seemed full of confidence. The Star of Twilight is located in the Gadon galaxy and belongs to the jurisdiction of Godora. This planet is far away from the stars. Even during the day, it is dusk like dusk. The name comes from this. There is no moon at night. It is pitch black. There is no seasonal difference here. Every day is very cold. Logically, this should be a frozen planet that cannot give birth to conventional life. The vitality comes from the rivers crisscrossing the surface and underground. The natural water of the Star of Twilight contains magical energy and has warm characteristics. It resolves the coldness of the entire planet, breeds plants and creatures, and is also called source water by the race of the Star of Twilight. Source water is the most important resource of the entire planet. The civilization of Twilight Star is based on the source water. The changes in wars and history basically revolve around the source water. The organisms have long-term drinking of source water, and the Vian people with strong constitutions. The light blue-skinned Vian is the main race. The ancient Vian kingdom is the most powerful country on this planet. The existence of Yuan Shui determines that the Twilight Star is a civilization dominated by magic. The technology has slow and stable development, and it attaches importance to individuals. The social structure has obvious characteristics of magic civilization. For example, people who can control magic freely have a high social status. Although this is a surface civilization, since it is both magical and Godora, it has a high relationship and has a certain connection with the interstellar world. Once a strong man reaches a certain level of power, he can apply for Godora's help and enter the upper realm, that is, the interstellar world. This kind of powerful man is called the Assassinator. There have been hundreds of Assassinators in history, some of whom have no news while some people occasionally return to leave a communicator. This is also the holy object guarded by the National Guardian mages, used to contact the Assassinator. Not long ago, the Kingdom of Vian discovered the conspiracy of the infamous pollution mage Riesel. He wanted to use some kind of large magic ritual to absorb the source water of most of the southern territory, so that he could gain unparalleled, huge magic power. The magic power of the source water will last for a long time. Even if it is consumed, it will be restored in the natural cycle. However, this ritual will plunder all the magic power of the source water in an area, and the source water that has lost all its magic will take at least hundreds of years to slowly recover. The magic concentration of the source water in the entire planet will be diluted, causing the planet to drop in the temperature. Even if the source water can be circulated, it takes time. If this area loses its blessing, it will be covered with frost within a month and becomes a dead place, resulting in hundreds of thousands of people being homeless or even death. In the ancient times, 1,000 years ago, someone performed the same ritual. This is the cause of the northern wasteland of Twilight Star. It has not been completely thawed yet. At that time, all tribes united, killed the culprits after fierce wars, and destroyed the inheritance of this ritual. However, 1,000 years later, this ritual appeared again. So the Kingdom of Vian urgently summoned troops to contact other countries to form a coalition force, and headed straight to the location where Riesel held the ceremony to prevent the Twilight Star from repeating the same mistakes. Moreover, the soil in the south was fertile. If it was frozen here, it would greatly reduce the grain output, and thousands of people would starve to death in the future. Linger's Red Horn mercenary group accepted the employment of the Twilight Star Ascender and came here a few days ago to solve the problem. However, the number of magic puppets exceeded expectations, so she had to apply for foreign aid. Surprisingly, it turned out to be an unexpectedly powerful mercenary group willing to come and help. This mercenary group is a well-known bigwig in the industry. It is a marginal figure in the mercenary industry, like Han Xiao. He usually has no chance to interfere with such bigwigs. Now Lin Gu is relieved. With them, the mission is stable. Time is urgent, and Rix no longer delays. He sent orders to the coalition forces of various tribes to set up camps to fight. Rumble, the sound of footsteps and the sound of beast hooves gathered into a torrent. The Black Army moved and quickly approached the ruins of the ancient city. From a distance, you could see the dense secret green magical statues in the ruins, with 4 arms holding a giant axe in hand, flashing with magical luster, texture like rocks and metal, and it felt difficult to shake just by looking at them. Blue Shield Knights charge in a roundabout way. Rix pulled his armor under his back, and his legs clamped. The knight's mount was a creature called a running beast. It had a snake neck and horse body, and its 4 legs were folded, and it roared and rushed out. 3,000 Blue Shield Knights followed closely, facing the magical colossus 3 times taller than them. Each knight's eyes were full of fearlessness. The golem was controlled by people and quickly formed a formation, colliding with the charge of the knights. Bang, 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 bang. People were leaning on the beasts, and sparks flew everywhere. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Other tribes also joined the battlefield. Swords and sharp claws slashed on the golem, and the roar was louder than the alchemy bomb. The berserker and the knight were pressing in front. A warrior was pounded by the powerful force of the golem and screamed repeatedly. The enemy's polluter hid behind the colossus and released corrosion techniques to the warrior. Only by destroying all golems can you open the blockade array and fight for golems with your lives. Often, you can destroy a golem at the cost of 13 to 18 elite warriors. Even if the Red Horn mercenary group uses guns and abilities to help, the speed of killing golems is not fast enough. The number of golems is more than the expected 800, and it is simply a wall of despair. The bright red gradually expanded on the green plain, and the dusk sky witnessed this bloody battle. Continue to charge, don't stop. The knights led by Rix had lost 1/4 of their personnel and had killed the most golems. He looked determined and walked around the battlefield and rushed back again. A spear stabbed the golem's legs, and the spear tip containing the burst enchantment burst out and exploded, shattering a small piece of the golem's body. A golem can straight the troops of hundreds of ordinary people. The Blue Shield Knights are elite troops of the Vine Kingdom. Each knight is a warrior with magic power, and its strength is far beyond ordinary people. Such heavy damage to the battle is already a serious injury to the vitality. At the same time, there is a human excavated space underground in the ruins of the ancient city. There's a huge altar with strange shape. Countless black-clothed believers are praying and whispering, instilling magic into the magic circle of the altar. In the middle of the altar is an old VN wearing a bright red robe. This person is Riesel, a golden-framed mirror floating beside him, exerting the classic eye, which shows the war above his head from a bird's-eye view. These idiots have indeed fallen into your plan. The group of golems is specially used to consume them. Our magic circle is hidden under the plains. Blood is introduced here. Only enough blood is used as fuel can the ceremony be started. Hee, you tied the blocking magic circle to the golem. It's a wonderful idea, which forces them to fight against the golem. A senior believer said flatteringly under the altar. Raziel nodded and asked lightly, "How much blood is missing?" "Want another hour? The fuel to start the altar is enough. You will become the master of magic and the strongest mage ever." The senior believer looked fanatical. "The strongest Han?" Riesel looked at him with a sad look, shook his head, and said to himself, 20 years of preparations are finally going to be successful. I was stuck at this level for so many years. This is the limit of my talent. As long as I take this step, I can go to the upper realm. The battle on the ground lasted almost an hour. In order to hurry up, the army almost gave up defense. Under their crazy attack, half of the golem was blown up, and all the enemy polluters were killed, but the soldiers were also killed and injured, blood flowing into a river. The remaining people were exhausted, and the damage to the war soared at an astonishing speed. Stand with this efficiency, we can stop this ceremony in time. Rix yelled loudly to boost morale. At this time, a cold appeared on his head, and a golem was beckoned by his side, and a giant axe slashed down. Boom! Rix hurriedly rushed out, and the running beast on the spot was split in half by an axe. The axe blade was embedded in the ground, and the running beast's blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. If he didn't dodge, this would be the end. Before he could get scared, the cow came forward with an axe, and the shadow covered Rix's head, holding it high. Rix had a severe pain in his legs. He had just been swept away. His face was sweating, and he tried his best to stand up. At the critical moment, he suddenly realized that the shadow under his feet seemed to have expanded, followed by a louder and louder whistle. Bam! An alloy track airdrop cabin fell down with a bang, just hitting the golem. The airwave swept away the golem and Rix. Dong 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 dong. Then there was a series of sounds of landing, and several airdrop cabins of the same style landed around one after another. Swish! The hatch door opened, and a group of soldiers wearing heavy steel armor came out one after another. The leader was a human man, wearing a black windbreaker and many spherical jewelry, watching from side to side curiously. Are these people just new reinforcements from the upper world? Even though Rix had a calm personality, surprise flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the golem rushed towards the human man, and the axe suddenly slashed down. Rix subconsciously wanted to shout for a reminder, but the next scene made him hold back the words. The man raised his hand, his wrist slightly sank, and he easily held the axe that was enough to split a running beast and raised his eyebrows. Wow, this planet welcomes guests so enthusiastically. We are here at the right time. Don't stand there, work. Linger, who was fighting, saw it and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A finally come Black Star mercenary group. Twist twist. A group of professional players following the arrival of the airdrop hole raised their large-caliber armor-piercing cannons and opened fire at the surrounding secret green golems. A series of fire lights exploded on the golems, bursting out of thick gray-black smoke. In the continuous steel storm, these golems that could withstand the knight's charge trembled all over and kept retreating, unable to move forward even a step forward, and their bodies continued to collapse fragments. In 9 months, everyone has experienced dozens of battle employment. They have already gained rich experience in dealing with this magical combat puppet and are familiar with it. Although the number of people is much smaller than that of the army, they have taken over the dominance of the battlefield. Melas drew out the ship-killing knife, and one knife could smash a golem, which was extremely efficient. The three brothers Eroshia and Volga stood next to Han Xiao without any action. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and watched the audience, standing there, not preparing to do it himself. Melas and this group of high-quality games were enough to solve the enemy, and his subordinates met the business capabilities. He, a handoff manager, did a very comfortable job and would not do anything if he could do nothing. Simply put, this incident is a villain who wants to cause trouble on a planet, so he is invited to solve it. At least hundreds of similar incidents occur in the Broken Ring every day, and the villain's goals are also strange. Everyone has experienced many times and is used to it. They are familiar with the workflow, and the orbital drops and then starts to clear the scene. Han Xiao doesn't need command. He is proud. 9 months have passed, and he deliberately controlled the scale of Black Star, and he still had the same personnel as before. However, as his resume grew, he had a good reputation. He cooperated with large mercenary groups such as Tianhuan, Blade, and Zijin. Although most simple tasks are as long as they pass by, they often show reliable performance when encountering difficulties. It didn't take long to establish the impression of a reliable collaborator. Originally, most large mercenary groups only wanted to win over and make friends with him in his long-term background, but slowly recognized the ability of Black Star. When the Colton Star group needed foreign aid, Han Xiao was often the option to be considered in the first sequence. If the credit points of the mercenary group accumulate to a certain extent, they will be included in the list of the good reputation teams in the region by the backend system. Some emergency employment in this area will be automatically sent to the Black Star separately. Those who could do more work. This is how Mu Zhixing's support invitation comes from this time. In fact, he had just completed a guard hiring with the Blade Legion's team the day before yesterday. According to custom, he should have rested at the Uberly Hub stronghold for a while, but when he saw that it was an emergency of Twilight Star, he decided to cancel his vacation and come to do things. This planet is one of the infection targets of the alienization disaster, mission that has not yet been launched, so he just came to take a look. The development level of the Twilight Star civilization is at a low level of magic, and has not yet reached the level of the magic industry. It attaches more importance to personal power. Although it has sent some ascenders who should be level to God Aura, the society generally has limited understanding of the interstellar and is even worse than that of the Sea Blue Star. Han Xiao thought to himself that each civilization has different names for the starry sky. The Twilight Star is called Upper Realm and Ascendance, which reflects that their civilization is more inclined to individuals. Moreover, most people do not understand the situation of the interstellar situation, only know that it is a higher-level world, and there are reasons why the kingdom does not popularize this common sense. The alien star also launched an alienated primordial here. Now that 9 months have passed, it is almost time to update version 1.0. It is time to visit other places where the 2.0 alienation disaster occurs and be mentally prepared in advance. Black Star, I have long admired my reputation. Lingo walked over, with a tone of pleasing and awe. If the Black Star people participated in the battle, he was not worried about the situation at all. He took this opportunity to talk to Han Xiaopan and get to know him. Hello. Han Xiao stretched out his hand and shook it with him. Linger was a little flattered. He thought that such a leader in the industry would be more arrogant, but he didn't expect to be so approachable. The two were chatting here. On the other side, Rix got up from the ground, picked up the shield and spear, took a breath, had no time to communicate with reinforcements, and hurriedly joined the battle. His army had a chance to breathe, gathered again, and cooperated with the players in the battle. The golems shattered one after another. and a group of players' new forces helped. The battle ended quickly. The remaining soldiers hurriedly bandaged the wounds and seized the time to recover their strength. Rix came to Han Xiao and Ling with a solemn expression and no politeness. He said, "Destroy these golems. The door to the altar will be opened." Riesel's sect gathered there, and there are more enemies waiting for us. We have no time to delay. Please follow us and act immediately. Rix saw Rix in awe of Han Xiao during the break of the battle, and knew that the newly arrived reinforcements were of great origin, with a little respect and alertness in his tone. The visitors from the upper realm were always mysterious in his eyes. He couldn't help but glance at the airdrop cabin and secretly guessed how the people in the upper world came with this thing, and didn't know what the principle was. "Okay, the chat ends here. Let's work." Han Xiao nodded. Since it was the request of the employer, then work first. After a brief rest, the coalition forces hurried into the ruins to find the passage and soon discovered the entrance to the underground altar. This is an abandoned dungeon, transformed into a secret base by Rezale and used it secretly for many years. Everyone entered one after another and went deeper along the corridor. The dungeon was not big and the passage was narrow. Rick's troops were numerous, so they could only leave some people on the ground as guard posts. Han Xiao and others followed behind, wandering alone outside the army. Things were very serious in Rick's eyes, but for him, the situation was very simplistic. Find a target boss and kill him directly, and the world would be pure. At the underground altar in the deepest part of the dungeon, the mirror shows the scene of the army entering, and hundreds of believers changed their faces one after another. Damn it, why did another group of warriors from the upper realm come? Our plan was destroyed. The golem did not kill enough people, and the blood was not enough to activate the altar. It's over, the senior cultivator said in a panic. Rezale no longer calmed down. His face became solemn. He stared at Han Xiao and others in the mirror, and a hint of envy, yearning, and jealousy rose in his eyes. These people all come from the upper realm. It's almost there, it's almost there. I'm about to become a person from the upper realm. Rezale has always believed that the people trapped on the planet are pathetic. The believers thought that Rezale made this plan to become the strongest wizard. He scoffed at this statement. These foolish believers do not know the vastness of the interstellar world and have narrow visions. It is pathetic. Perhaps in the eyes of interstellar citizens, the starry sea is just like that. But for those who can only use imagination to describe the universe and society, being able to go to the starry sky is an extremely huge attraction. Moreover, he also knows exactly that there are other civilizations and other races in the starry sea, and the desire for knowledge and curiosity are as fierce as burning flames and cannot be suppressed. This is the exploration instinct of smart creatures. If you want to make progress, you will stand up to the peak and see the scenery you desire. When you never have it, you will often be extremely eager. Rezale's goal was to go to the upper realm from beginning to end, and he could do anything and care about the consequences. However, the sudden arrival of the upper realm mercenaries made the plan he had painstakingly prepared variables. Without these people, your plan will definitely be successful. A deep madness appeared in his eyes. "Teacher, what should we do?" said the senior believer anxiously. Rezale looked down at the turbulent believers under the altar. This was the group he had built for decades. A hint of silence appeared on his old face, and slowly said, "Lend me your flesh and blood." His staff lit up a charming red light. The stone pillars of the altar were filled with bright red halos, and the ground showed a complex magic circle with a shiny light. At this moment, all the noise disappeared. The believers' eyes burst, and their faces became blue-purple, as if they were suffocating. They grabbed their throats frantically, but their hands and feet twitched and fell to the ground one by one, struggling wildly, and the human body twisted into countless strange postures. The high-level monk looked painful, his eyes full of disbelief. He climbed up the altar with difficulty along the steps, and his trembling hands wanted to grab the hem of Rezale's robe. However, his hands were stretched halfway, and his eyes suddenly exploded, and blood gushed out, dripping onto the ground, turning into a thin bloodline, like a long red earthworm, automatically climbing to the base of the altar and permeating. Hundreds of believers died suddenly, and the blood in their bodies was squeezed dry by the magic circle, turning into mummies with wide mouths, sunken facial features, and skin bone like skin bone. The altar that absorbed the blood became particularly smooth, like gray jade. The scene that was still noisy just now was already dead silent. The blood is finally enough. Rumble. The altar buzzed, and the ceremony started. The powerful magic power containing the smell of blood has built a special magic array. Behind the altar is a source water vein. The slowly flowing underground source water suddenly boils, and subtle spots of light, like fireflies, float on the water surface. These are all concrete magic powers. The spots of light suddenly gather into several light dragons, which were crazily absorbed by him along Riesel's facial features. 5 minutes later, Rex led his troops here and saw the altar and the mummies on the ground from afar. When he saw clearly Riesel was absorbing the magic power of the source water, his face looked like a great enemy. "Oh no, the ceremony has begun. Stop them immediately." Rix was about to call on the troops and rushed over. At this moment, a buzzing sound of magic sounded around the altar, and defensive arrays appeared on the walls. Colorful light covered the altar, superimposed with thousands of defensive magic, which was extremely strong. The ground rumbling, 20 new golems crawled out from the ground and stopped beside the altar. Rix's expression changed drastically. With so many defensive magic and golems, he couldn't rush through it in a short time. He thought he could stop the ceremony after finding Rezael, but he was stopped outside. Riesel had planned for so long that he could not fail, so he naturally arranged a large number of defensive measures. As long as he resisted the enemy for a short time, he could complete the ritual of absorbing magic. Thousands of kilometers of source water veins contain magnificent magic power. This ritual was inherited in ancient times. Only by building a magic source in the body can we accommodate so much magic power to break through the boundaries of strength. If he was allowed to complete the ceremony, the Southern Territory would be over. Break these defensive magic quickly and fight with me. Rix was anxious. Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly pressed down on his shoulder and interrupted his conversation. Rix turned around and saw Han Xiao crossing him and walking before the team. "You guys are too slow. Let me do it." Han Xiao's tone was undoubtedly with professional confidence. Unlike the anxious Mu Zhixing soldier, he always looked light and did not take these protective measures seriously. Kerala. The next moment, compression balls flew out and spread out quickly. Hundreds of various turrets surrounded Han Xiao, and the spitting artillery fire instantly tore up layers of magic protection. In front of him, these defensive magic was as fragile as paper. In 9 months, although Han Xiao did not change the combat system, he strengthened it and increased the number of various machinery, which was even more powerful. In less than 10 seconds, 20 golems were torn into pieces. The intertwined fire made the dungeon as bright as daylight. The terrifying power of his sudden burst made these soldiers extremely horrified. Rix looked shocked and murmured, "What a terrible attack power, even the legendary Assassinator. Even a National Guardian mage does not have such strength. Is this the power of the Upper Realm warriors?" He had heard secrets from a National Guardian mage group that the warriors in the Upper Realm were completely different from those of them who only use magic power. They have all kinds of strange abilities. This time, they finally opened their eyes. The artillery fire easily shattered the defensive magic, shattered the altar, and the ceremony was immediately interrupted. Riesel fell to the ground, frightened and angry, looking disbelief. He didn't expect that he had been deploying defense measures for many years, and was completely torn apart in just a short while. The strength of this mercenary in the Upper Realm was far beyond his imagination. But the next moment, Rizel's face changed. He felt the surging magic power in his body break through the shackles, and a new force was born in his body. He widened his eyes and suddenly burst into tears. Success, I succeed. Although the ceremony was interrupted not long after it began, part of the magic power he absorbed had helped him break through the bottleneck and finally reach the standard set by God Aura, and could go to the upper realm that he was extremely yearning for. The increase in power gave Riesel an illusion, as if he could defeat all enemies with a wave of his hand, but he didn't want to fight. He turned around and started to activate the explosion rune to collapse the dungeon. He left with his secret passage. He was full of excitement, and his wish for many years was about to be fulfilled. However, planning is often the opposite of reality. Recognizing the sharply rising energy reaction, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Oh, I've temporarily broken through to level B. But the next second, the Void Dragon mecha instantly possessed, and Han Xiao came to Liesel like a teleportation, pressed his head, and smashed it down. Bang! Before Rezael could react, his head was inserted into the ground, his staff was taken off, and he fell far away. The strength he had just improved had no effect at all. The feeling of strength lasted for a few seconds, and it was broken up. Is it useful? His old cheeks were close to the ground, and his gorgeous robe was stained with dust, as if he was suppressed by mountains. Riesel couldn't move, and he was shocked and angry. After years of expectations, he finally had hope. No matter what, he could not fall to the darkness before dawn. Even if the opponent is a powerful enemy from the upper realm, I am still not unbearable to fight now. Rezael activated his magic power, and the torrent of mana mixed with blue mingled with his body as the center rushed out, rolling up a fierce wind. The soldiers of Twilight Star, such as Rix, who were 100 meters away, changed their faces. Nidim Ring, pushing away the enemies within 10 meters around, and using them to deal with close enemies is a spell that the Twilight Star mage is required to practice. The power depends on the strength of the mage. The push ring released by Rezael is the strongest that Rezael has ever seen. It is rumored that only the Assassinator can do such a powerful magic, which means that Rezael has reached that level. Rix couldn't help but look tight. It was tricky. Prepare to throw spears to support. Rix made a loud order, and the Blue Shield Knights wearing knight armor around him raised their conical spears and prepared to throw them. In his opinion, Riesel reached the strength of the Ascensioner and should be evenly matched with the upper warriors. In order to prevent it, he decided to intervene and help, but when he turned around, he found that other upper mercenaries looked calm and fought with their arms, without intention. Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry. The strength of the Black Star Captain is well known in the mercenary circle of the Gadon Galaxy." Rex was stunned. After a closer look, his eyes passed through the backward magic power and saw the scene at this time. No matter how huge the magic power that Riesel burst out was, Han Xiao was still standing in place, as stable as a reef, and his outstretched palm fixed Riesel on the ground like a nail, without moving at all. At this moment, Riesel suddenly realized that the palm of the mecha pressed on his head began to brew terrifying power that made him frightened. It seemed that any powerful attack would be released at zero distance. His weak body would definitely not be able to withstand it. In a panic, he didn't bother to push Han Xiao away and hurriedly released various defenses to himself. The next moment, the Void Dragon mecha had a gray energy mist, which spurted down the palm of his arm. Rezael's head was just held in his palm, and welcomed the strongest wave of power. Boom! A violent explosion. Gray mist gushed out, just like the gray shock wave of thousands of sharp blades spreading around. The ground was filled with gullies in an instant, as if it had been plowed. In the center of the explosion, there was an extra hole with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Before the aftermath of the explosion had dissipated, a gray light appeared on Han Xiao's body, and the second energy jet exploded immediately. Void Jet. The lion still needs all his strength to fight against the rabbit. Even if the enemy is weak, Han Xiao will not give any chance and will do his best. Although Rezael broke through the B level and was at the same level as him, he just reached the threshold and was not familiar with his own strength. When Han the Technician deals with this cute newbie B level, It is as easy as his father hitting his son. He released 3 full-power void jets in a row without interruption, consuming 1,170 points of mecha energy. 3 high damage jumped out of Raziel's head, and a total of 4,700 health was killed in total. Only a few seconds before and after, and the killing efficiency was extremely high. This is the strongest burst method when wool burning is not used. Wool burning has cooled for 5 minutes, while widow burning has not, which has become Han Xiao's conventional killer weapon. The smoke dissipated, and Raziel lay in the pit. His whole body was covered with scars of energy impact. The Void Jet was a pure energy attack, containing the attributes of space, just like the ice attribute can slow down and the fire attribute can burn. The intuitive manifestation of the space attribute is part of the resistance of the immune target, reducing the amount of damage reduction. The damage in a very short time exceeded half of the blood. Raziel fell into a serious injury and fainting state and had a concussion. A small B-level B-attributed character was easily fucked by Han Xiao in less than 10 seconds. After several actual combats over 9 months, Han Xiao has already understood the various attributes and functions of the Void Dragon mecha. Among the light-mounted individual combat uniform mechas of the same level, Void Dragon mecha is definitely at the forefront. Void Jet is an extremely useful trick to deal with superpowers of the same level. The gap in strength is so big. Rick's mouth was dry and his eyes were shocked. Raziel, whose strength had skyrocketed, was already one of the top powerhouses of the Mujixing. He could not beat Raziel now. However, in front of this mercenary, Raziel was as powerful as a baby. Are all the people in the upper world so strong? The soldiers of the Twilight Star looked dazed. A storm that was of great importance in their eyes was resolved so lightly. Everyone had an unreal feeling, as if they were dreaming. Han Xiao grabbed Raziel's back collar and threw him in front of Rick's. The mecha automatically folded, and he returned to his casual clothes. Hundreds of turrets around him turned back into compression balls, pulled by magnetic force, rolled towards him on the ground, lined up obediently one after another, climbing back to his belt and clothes lining, as if hundreds of cannons returned to their nests and thousands of balls were heading towards the clan. Finish the fight. Stop working. Han Xiao clapped his palms. With his current strength, it is no difficulty to run the Muji Star. He can beat him with one word. Rex woke up from a dream and asked his subordinates to tie up Raziel layer by layer with iron chains, explaining, "The king wants me to capture Raziel alive and take it back for public trial, and force him to learn the ancient rituals from to prevent others from knowing how to draw the source water spell. You can do it yourself. My work has been completed." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. At this time, Raziel woke up slowly, dizzy, and found that he was tied up by chains of suppressed magic. The magic power in his body was forced to remain silent and could not be used. He subconsciously wanted to struggle to resist. Suddenly, he saw Han Xiao next to him and stopped moving quickly. As long as Han Xiao was by his side, resistance was just to bring shame on his own, but he couldn't help but be angry, staring at Han Xiao, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for this group of foreign players in the upper realm, he had succeeded now. Before that, how could he have expected that the kingdom of Vine could call for such powerful reinforcements? These group of intruders were the culprit of the destruction plan. Raziel was so angry that he was itchy. "Why are you stopping me? It's obviously something that has nothing to do with you." Han Xiao shrugged. "We're so many whys. They are all work. I have dealt with dozens of villains like you. What qualifications are there to complain about the police? If you want to blame, you will blame you for being unlucky. When we encounter it when committing the crime, what is your motive? I just don't want to be trapped in a backward planet forever. Can you understand that when I learn that we are just one of the countless races in the universe, the feeling of disillusionment and surprise coexistence? We are not special, but it also means that we have many companions. I don't want to stay here and wait for death like the people on this planet. I want to see the real world." Raziel pulled the chains and made a clamor, saying, "Since my ritual has failed, There is no need for you to deal with me anymore. Aren't you mercenaries? They can hire you to deal with me, and I can also hire you. Please take me away from the Twilight Star. I can pay all the wealth as a reward. If you don't need it, I can also serve you. Riesel was still making the final effort. When the soldiers next to him heard this, they couldn't help but feel nervous, afraid that the mercenaries in the upper realm would rebel. Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly rejected the new mission. Riesel's request popped up on the panel and said lightly, "Sorry, our Black Star is a credible mercenary group. Moreover, even if you have a good reason, it is not an excuse to harm the planet." Riesel was angry and helpless and remained silent, allowing the soldiers to pull his iron chain and stumble. Back to the ground, the army gathered and rested and was about to set off to return. Rix found Han Xiao and said solemnly, "Captain Black Star, Commander Ling, on behalf of the Kingdom of Veen, I invite all the heroes to the palace to visit. The king wants to thank him in person. I don't know if you have time." "Okay, then let's follow you and just visit the Star of Twilight." Han Xiao nodded. This is of course an excuse. His main goal is to inquire about the signs of alienation. Taking the upper-level route is the most convenient channel to collect intelligence. Since the king came to his door in person, he would not miss it. "I'll stay here too, so let's go together." Lin Gu, who was standing beside him, didn't want to stay there, but when he saw Han Xiao agree, he quickly changed his words, with the purpose of staying with the Black Star mercenary group for a longer time to show his presence. The coalition quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and the tribes left in different ways. The Blue Shield Knights escorted Riesel and set off for the Vine Royal City. Late at night, the Knights of Blue Shield are stationed on a plain. The night of Twilight Star is very dark, and they cannot see their fingers. Most of the creatures in the wild are darkening creatures, and the light has the effect of dispersing wild beasts. The Knight's temporary resident has arranged fluorescent illumination spells as light source. The faint fluorescent light floats in the camp and can barely see things. Riesel was locked in the prison van in the center of the camp, surrounded by guards, constantly changing shifts, staring at him at all times. It was late at night, and in a single tent, Han Xiao opened the interstellar communicator to check the mercenary hiring interface. P.S. This is yesterday, and there is still today. Black Star Mercenary Group credit points. 875, credit level, high. Total scale, 173 people D, 39 people C, 132 people B, 2 people completed employment, 76 main activity area, Colton Star Cluster Rescue, Sunil Guard, Silver Spirit Rescue Operation, Rose, 95, 12 Planet Exploration, Zuberly Hub, Luden, Large Stargate Maintenance Guard. Note: eliminating parasitic eating worms. Catching Prune Civilization Rebel Leader Kai Lipola Pa Wasaza. Remaining 71 employment tasks. Fold/expand. Founder, Black Star, Han Xiao Creation Time. October 2nd, 688 General Comment. Small and medium-sized mercenary groups have excellent reputation, high credit, strong ability, and have completed employment tasks with high evaluations. Most of the mercenaries under their command are immortal and have cooperative relations with many large mercenaries. They are stationed in the Jubilee Hub for many years and are often responsible for surrounding affairs. They are under the command of the Dragon Emmers. They are a reliable mercenary group active in the Colton Star Group. They mainly accept combat and escort tasks and are trustworthy. In the past 9 months, the Black Star Mercenary Group has a much richer resume. It has players to use combat power, and the manpower is not lost, and it can also increase the harvest. It is very convenient. For 9 months, he has only done cooperative employment tasks, developed in a low-key manner, and reaped a lot of money. The deposit reached 784,000 INAR. In addition to purchasing some materials, metals, and parts to make new machinery, everything else was saved, ready to complete the job transfer task. With so much money, buying one high knowledge is not a problem, and it is a bit difficult to buy two. According to the standards of interstellar mercenaries, the Twilight Star mission is very simple, and the reward is naturally not high. However, He accepted this mission not just for the reward. Because Han Xiao was preparing to find out the news of the alienation disaster on Muzixing, he asked the spaceship wandering in the outer space of Muzixing to leave first when he was rushing during the day. He came by boat. It was better to have more collaborators, and travel was free, which was better than Didi's spaceship. The faint light from the communicator screen shone on his face, with three-dimensional light and sunny weather. In a few days, it will be the International League. After dealing with the matter here, I will bring the team back to Uberry Hub. 3 months ago, well, more than 2 weeks ago for the players, the Event League released the first international finals. It said that the mall set up a collection crystal specially purchased for countries with high-end games. The effect is similar to the Dungeon Crystal. It gathers from each planet to a simulated competition venue, and the schedule is live broadcast on the entire channel. The first competition system is the same as in the previous life. After players can travel interstellarly, the international competition is held in a real environment, and the stage becomes planets and galaxies. Players from these big clubs in China have been following him for a year, and their earnings are full of oil and their equipment is very powerful. Their performance in international competitions is definitely better than in previous life. The performance of the first event in previous life in China was quite annoying. They won't be able to play games until the match point, and they played in such a stalemate. In order to prevent public opinion from sticking to the pot, the tactical style is basically dragging and cowardly, and it is called too stable. It is all bladder. Sometimes it can kill the enemy, sometimes it takes more than half a day, but in the end it still loses, which makes people feel frustrated and uncomfortable. In the end, the ratings of the Chinese team were very low when broadcasting the game. Players like to watch foreign game men's passionate scoring. When encountering China's stress-resistant bladder game, they will skip directly. Although the ranking of the first Chinese club was acceptable, they did not have any outstanding performance. The first impression left by players and viewers around the world was that they had good stress-resistant ability. If I weren't a little tough this time, it would be a waste of time to follow me. Han Xiao curled his lips. When the International League is finished, the version will be almost updated. Players will disappear for the time being, and the benefits of accepting employment will not be high. Then, the small team will not be mercenaries for the time being. The action of the small team is more flexible, just to make some preparations for the 2.0 alienation disaster. It needs to be planned, and then to deceive some protagonists and increase cadres. While thinking, he suddenly noticed a subtle abnormality. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He stood up and walked out of the tent. There was silence around him. He glanced around and was slightly stunned. The prison cart in the center of the camp was empty, Raziel was missing, and the guards around him were gone. Escape. He didn't want to make a mistake in a mission, so he changed into a mecha and scanned it with radar. He found that Raziel's signal was in a small wood outside the camp, with more than a dozen soldiers next to it. There was a separate signal not far away, with a much higher intensity than the soldiers. When searching the database, it turned out to be Rix, the commander of the Knights. The other soldiers are asleep. What were they doing when they tied up Raziel to the woods at night? No. Han Xiao took a breath. That's an old man. He admired this taste. He walked into the forest in fear, cushioned, always ready to turn around and run before seeing something unclean, turn on night vision mode, and look carefully at the scene in the woods. Raziel was tied tightly and wearing a chain that suppressed magic. Several knights surrounded him, holding steel swords. The few people's lips were twitching, as if they were saying something. Han Xiao raised the sound collection function of the combat uniform and heard their conversation. I'll ask the last time, where did you get the ritual method? I found a stone tablet in an ancient dungeon ruin with incomplete ritual method written on it. I changed the spell with blood as a driving force. How many times do you want me to say it? Who else knows this spell? No one. After I wrote down the spell, I destroyed the stone tablet. Do you think I would tell others such a dangerous spell? It's safe to be in my hands. Raziel replied to the knight in front of him with an impatient look on his face. The knight rubbed his hands and suppressed his excitement in his tone. Why not do this? Let's make a deal. Tell me the method of the ceremony. I will let you go. I will not hide it from you. I am very interested in the upper world. He too? Riesel's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed the last life-saving straw. Haha, there is no way out. Immediately afterwards, Riesel thought for a while. A sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he felt that after he said the method, this group of people would definitely kill people to silence him. He secretly raised his guard and asked, "How can I believe you are not trying to deceive me?" The knight in front of him said, "We are the guards on duty at this time. If you die, it will be easy to track down us. Then aren't you afraid that I will kill you after I escape?" Riesel narrowed his eyes. Do you dare? Once there is a magic fluctuation, the group of upper realm mercenaries will come to solve you. Then if I run away, you will be investigated? Huh. You don't need to worry about this issue. What if you let me go and call someone right away? Then you can give us out. After a conversation, Riesel gradually believed that these knights really wanted to trade with him. His tense nerves relaxed a little, and his attention was focused on arguing with the knights in front of him. He didn't notice that the knights behind him quietly raised the steel sword and pointed it at his vital point. Even if Riesel reaches level B and is stabbed by the steel sword when his ability is suppressed, it is life-threatening. Han Xiao observed secretly, and his eyes flashed when he saw this. He originally thought that these knights were plotting for Riesel's spells, and the deal was about to be negotiated, but why did he suddenly have the intention to kill? Seeing that these knights were about to take action, Han Xiao thought about it and walked out. Hearing the steps, everyone present suddenly turned their heads and saw clearly the visitor, and they were shocked. Riesel's face changed drastically. "Why is it you again?" If the conversation just now was heard, the fire of hope that had finally risen would be extinguished by a soaking urine. Han Xiao glanced at it, and found that although the group of knights were surprised, they were not panicked when they were hit by private transactions. "What's going on?" Han Xiao decided to ask first. Have you heard?" A knight asked carefully. "Guess." Han Xiao's eyes fell on his steel sword. "Kill him." The knight shouted loudly, turned around and stabbed Riesel in the chest, splattering blood everywhere. Han Xiao's face turned strange. He thought these knights wanted to deal with him. "What's the situation now?" Riesel's eyes widened, and before he could react, the other knights also stabbed him with swords. Han Xiao flashed, and the knights felt a flash of their eyes and fell out of the air. In an instant, Han Xiao gave him a kick and kicked them away. "Although I don't know what the situation is, I'll stop you first." Han Xiao glanced at Riesel. The guy knelt on the ground. His face was pale, and he was breathing heavily. Although he was a magician, his endurance was more than 100, and he couldn't die. The steel sword was not stabbed deep, and it probably pierced his lungs and had difficulty breathing. Who can explain it? Han Xiao glanced at the knights. Everyone pursed their lips and said nothing. Turning to look deep in the woods, Han Xiao said to the darkness, "The one who is hiding, they don't speak, so you can explain it to me." The sound of footsteps approaching in the forest, and Rix, who had been hiding on the side for a long time, walked out with a calm face. When Han Xiao appeared, he knew that he could not hide it. Taking a deep breath, Rex slowly said, "These knights are my confidants. I arranged them to work together and bring him here to kill Riesel." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you already caught it? Why do you have to assassinate? It's okay to kill him with a sword openly." Rex shook his head. "The king asked me to catch him to live, openly judge him, and be imprisoned in prison. Black Star Crown, you're not a person from our kingdom. I will tell you clearly. The top leaders of the kingdom who have the level of Ascensioners will likely hand him over to the Godora messenger in exchange for some things. So Riesel will survive and go to the upper realm as he wishes. I don't want to give him a chance to survive for such a person who almost killed millions of citizens for his own selfishness. Moreover, Riesel knew how to absorb the source water. It was impossible for anyone in the king to have selfish intentions and would force him to tell him the ritual spells and let him live. This terrible spell is risky of spreading. Once such a thing happens, a similar crisis will occur. So even if I disobey the orders given to me by the king, I cannot let him arrive at the capital alive. As long as I kill him like this, I can use the excuse of Riesel running away and being shot dead by us. Black Star Group Commander, I am very grateful for your timely help. but this is a matter of our kingdom. Please don't interfere. Rick spoke in a stern tone. Although he knew he was not Han Xiao's opponent, he had no intention of giving in. Han Xiao suddenly realised. Wow, so that's it. The transaction turned out to be a routine to distract Li Zale from the spotlight. I have some ideas. He looked at Rick's up and down. He looked at him with such a righteous spirit. Could it be another protagonist? Or, you've already made up the excuse to act in front of us? Han Xiao rolled his eyes and pointed at Zale and said, since you don't want him to go back alive, why don't you give him to me, so that you can easily fall back? What do you want him to do? Rix frowned. Don't ask. In short, I will take him to the interstellar world. The upper realm, who is far away from you. We'll never let him come back. Rezale suddenly became surprised when he heard this. What he dreamed of was going to the upper realm. He was already desperate, but he didn't expect another village to be dark and bright. However, when he looked up, he saw Han Xiao smiling at him, with an indescribable meaning in his smile, and he had bad intentions, as if he was emitting a cold air. Rezale shivered inexplicably, and the excitement that had just emerged quickly cooled down. He suddenly had a sense that this was probably not good news. Boom! The explosion woke up at night. The Blue Shield Knight in the camp walked out of the tent and looked at the woods not far away in shock. At this time, thick smoke was rising. When he turned around, he saw that Rezale in the prison car had disappeared and was shocked. The prisoner ran away. At this moment, someone shouted. A knight hurriedly picked up the shield and the steel sword and rushed to the explosion site. Entering the woods, everyone saw Han Xiao standing in front of a large pit with fragments of charcoal-like corpse broken into charcoal, and there was no human appearance. Rix arrived in a hurry, with a solemn look on his face. What happened here? Your prisoner almost ran away, and I discovered it. Han Xiao shrugged. You saw it too? I accidentally played too much. Reza strangled to death. The knights who arrived looked surprised. Rix's face changed, and he shook his head and said, the king wants to live. He would not die at first, but he actually seeks death. Unfortunately, as the commander, he made a decision on this matter in a few words, pretended to punish several guards who were guarding him severely, and then ordered the knights under his command to go back to sleep. Seeing this, everyone did not investigate. Since Reza was strangled to death, there was no need to escort and no need to be nervous along the way. Many people breathed a sigh of relief and were secretly happy. Most of them had the same idea as Rix, hoping to kill Rezal. Some knights' hometown is the Southern Territory. Rezal almost killed their families in the countryside. If there were no upper-world warriors, the consequences would be unimaginable. The attempted crime could not be regarded as nothing had happened. A few veterans who had followed Rix for a long time noticed something and gave Rix meaningful eyes. They knew their superiors. This escape was probably planned, and they made a show to the kings and nobles who asked to be captured alive. Kill Rezale to prevent anyone from being bad. Rix has a high reputation in the army and is loved by others, and the soldiers have no good impression of the nobles, tacitly understood and did not know anything. When everyone dispersed, Rix nodded to Han Xiao and left together. Han Xiao did not return to the camp, but walked to the distance. In the dark night, he came to the back of a small hill where Rezale was thrown here, with Melas wrapping his arms around his chest and guarding the side. Rix finally handed over Rezal. Although he wanted to kill Rezal to avoid the long nights and dreams, he had no choice but to believe Han Xiao's words. How is his situation? Han Xiao asked. The chest injury has been bandaged. I can't die. Melas replied. Very good. I want to follow the knights to the capital. You will stay in the wild with Rezal. When I finish my business, I will call the spaceship to leave. Melas nodded, then looked at Rezal and said in confusion, Black Star, do you want to recruit this mage? He is not a good thing. I seem to be short of people. Han Xiao patted his back. Don't forget, I also promised to bring hundreds of thousands of superpower warriors to solve your Sunil's problem. I still look down on him. Okay, I will listen to you. I will stay to guard him. If he wants to run away, I will slash him with one knife. Melas trusted Han Xiao very much. He knew that his fate was bound to Han Xiao. He just joined Black Star with a skeptical attitude. After so many incidents, he firmly believed that Han Xiao had the ability to implement the promise he had when recruiting him and had the ability to change the future of the clan. Since you are not recruiting, what do you want him to do? Melas asked. Rizel looked up at Han Xiao. Her old face was frightened, and she didn't know what was waiting for him next. Look at it. Han Xiao took out a small suction cup-type device. There were many tiny needles in the center of the suction cup, pressing it on the blood vessel in the corner of Rizel's arms. The needle was inserted into the blood vessel, slowly extracting blood and gradually bringing a magic light. Rizel suddenly felt the magic power in his body passing away and looked at the device on his arm that looked like a blood-sucking insect. This thing is drawing his magic. No. He tried hard to struggle, but his strength was quickly disappearing. The magic power continued to disappear, and soon, the wrinkles on Rizel's face increased rapidly, as if they were 10 years old, and a sense of weakness penetrated throughout their body, as if they were back in childhood and when they were an ordinary person. The magic power in their body dried up, as if they had become an ordinary person. Where's my power? Return the power to me. Less than half a day after he gained the power of the Assassinator, he lost the power he had finally obtained, and he had a great ups and downs, and Rizel collapsed. Even if the plan that had been operating for 20 years failed, his mentality was not as desperate as it is now. Power is the foundation to support his confidence, and Han Xiao took away his foundation. Losing his strength, Rizel's nature seemed to have become an ordinary person. No, he was even worse than that of an ordinary person, crying and begging again and again. Han Xiao shook his head. Some people have power, domineering and doing evil. Once they lose their power, they become soft boys, strong on the outside, but do whatever they want. The device he had in his hand was this super gene stripper, experimental model, he got from the Dark Star secret word bead. When Melas saw this, he shivered, put him away quickly. I'm scared. A few months ago, Han Xiao had experimented with the effect of the stripper. The first experimental material was the crazy knife. The effect on players was to absorb 20 to 50 random attribute points and a certain amount of strength and add it to himself, and the other went up and down, and the effect lasted 10 to 120 minutes. In his previous life, the super energy gene stripper was in the hands of the Dark Star. Only by completing related difficult tasks can the player obtain the broken super energy gene stripper. The effect is similar to that of his hands, but it is a little weaker. The stripper is very practical in combat because it requires contacting the target's physical body when it works. Most people have physical or magic armor, which is difficult to take effect. The premise is to control the enemy and prevent the opponent from moving around. The prerequisite is very strict. However, the hidden function of the stripper must be effective in the target without protection. Examples of the unprotected state are harsh conditions such as dormant, captured, paralyzed, voluntary, etc. That is, the target is under your full control. If the player is unfortunately caught, he will fall into a weak period commonly known as sheep tail, with a 12-hour weakening period with a 30 to 90% attribute decrease, depending on the power of the stripper. If the NPC is hit, it will not only be weak, but also generate an ability potion. After drinking it, it will temporarily obtain a certain ability of the target, which will appear as a temporary character card on the player's panel. The second experimental material that allowed Han Xiao to get this result was Melas. Melas clearly remembered the feeling of panic and weakness when he was seized, and his heart was extremely palpitations. He only endured small power, and it took several days to recover. This kind of thing that could seize the genes of the superpower is simply the natural enemy of the superpower. How many superpowers have been destroyed by the organization that developed this kind of device? Han Xiao took out 3 blame potion tubes and filled the blood extracted from the device. You get Pill of Ability X3. He drank a tube directly, and the fishy and sweet smell filled his mouth, and the warm blood flowed down his throat, which was very pungent. Then a warm heat exclusively belonging to magic spread in his body. You get Character Advent Card, Rizel, Temporary. People Advent Card, Rizel, temporary source water magic, temporarily obtains power beyond oneself, with all attributes plus 20%, lasting 5 to 15 minutes, and uses 0 to 1 times. The character card exists for 15 days, buff bonus, good ability. Han Xiao was very satisfied. Riesel lost his magic power for the time being, but this crying old guy himself didn't know it, which means that Han Xiao could keep picking up the wool from him and mass-producing ability potions. Although the temporary character card he obtained each time was different, I believe that players would pay for this new product. In his previous life, the Unknown Star also implemented this plan with a super energy gene stripper. The difference is that Han Xiao would not catch people casually as a battery. The temporary character card is icing on the cake for him and does not force it. Only when he meets a person who can start with peace of mind will he do it. I remember you begging me to take you to the upper realm. Hee, I promise you now. Han Xiao's smile was like a demon in Riesel's eyes. The old guy shivered with a look of horror and begging. Going to the upper realm like this was completely contrary to what he imagined. A strong sense of regret arose from his heart and climbed up his eyes. You are the devil. Raziel wanted to roar, but could only make a weak voice. Han Xiao is happy. You still have the evil one to complain first. 2 days later, the Blue Shield Knights returned to the capital. The city was located on the plain. A river of water separated the city from the middle and turned into the west and east coasts. It also distinguished the class. The east coast was a noble mansion and palace, exquisite and luxurious. The west coast was a crowded civilian area with fortresses and various arches and sewage pipes formed complex streets. Only those who have lived here for more than 10 years remember the route. Ordinary people were completely lost after a few circles here. It was noon, and the sun was the size of soybeans hanging in the sky. The light was dark, and the city was covered with dark yellow colors. The buildings and streets were blocking each other, and the light and shadows were staggered, just like the dusk under the setting sun. This was the brightest moment of the day, a twilight star. Rix brought everyone to the east coast and lived near the palace. The officials came to greet him. Facing these visitors from the upper realm, the officials' attitude was even more respectful than when facing the king, and they wanted to lower their heads to the ground. On behalf of the Kingdom of Veen, I welcome you to the Star of Twilight. His Majesty the King invites all the soldiers of the upper realm to attend the court dinner. I hope you can enjoy your face. At that time, our Ascensioners will communicate with you through the National Protection Mage Group to pay the remuneration for this employment. As the local customs are followed, everyone naturally has no objection. Han Xiao's main goal of this trip was to inquire about signs of alienation. It would be best if the king came to his door. If the palace dinner was a banquet where he could walk around at will, it would be just right for the king to inquire about information. At night, the palace was brightly lit, and everyone accepted the invitation and changed into exquisite formal outfits brought by the official. Attend the dinner. The palace waiter led the way. Everyone came to the garden courtyard, which had been decorated as an open-air banquet venue. The bright and warm firelight dispelled the darkness of the night. Long tables were filled with exquisite food, green, bright yellow, and bright purple plants, fruits and vegetables, fragrant barbecue of unknown animals, sweet pies filled with fresh milk, and light blue and clear wine brewed with source water. The waiter shuttled through it with a plate. The musicians sat in the center playing strange-shaped instruments, and the notes danced happily on the strings, while the light blue-skinned Vian nobles raised their glasses to each other in the courtyard. Not long after the banquet began, there was a pavilion in the corner of the courtyard, where King Vian and the senior nobles sat frequently looked at the courtyard passage. As soon as they saw the arrival of the upper warriors, the king cleared his throat and stood up. Welcome to the court dinner. Million. Thank you for your generous help. The king said, Mio means king and leader in Vian, and it is also the king's claim. King Gale was a very strong, middle-aged, and elderly man. While speaking thanks, he walked down the pavilion and came forward to greet him in person. Without any airs, the other nobles stopped to talk and saluted Han Xiao and others. In front of the visitors from the upper realm, They knew that their status as a nobleman was meaningless. This was a gap of levels. It was a bit similar to the chiefs of the primitive tribes facing visitors from civilized society metropolis, but the gap was even bigger. The soldiers of the upper realm were strong dragons that were enough to ignore the local snake. Ling seemed to be the only one who only Han Xiao was following the leader, and Han Xiao had to come out as the leader to answer the conversation, saying a lot of polite words, making a simple task and a trivial matter. Then King Jala brought the relationship closer and said a few jokes that were not funny at all. The nobles burst into laughter, as if it was a ridiculous joke. A group of national guardians walked out with interstellar communicators and their cautious appearance, as if it was a holy object. After operating a few times, a virtual projection of a psalter appeared in the center of the courtyard, causing the Wayne to be amazed. Han Xiao heard an old noble beside him saying to his descendants, "It's rare at this moment. Only when important guests come, we can see such a miracle." Boss Volga curled his lips. These people have never seen the world. The second brother glanced at him coldly. "Aren't we the same when we were young?" The eldest brother was speechless, hummed, stopped talking, and turned to look over. He saw that the third brother was already holding a beast's leg and gnawing, and his mouth was full of oil. King Gale communicated with the assassinator. The assassinator thanked everyone for their help and transferred the reward to their accounts. Then he ended the communication. King Gale smiled and said, "Please enjoy food and wine. This is a wonderful tonight." The guests and hosts enjoyed the fun, and everyone integrated into the atmosphere of the banquet. Different civilizations and races have their own cultural customs. Everyone followed the customs. From time to time, aristocrats came to chat with a restrained and curious attitude. There were programs at the banquet. Not long after, a group of dancers came on stage, shuttled through the crowd, spinning and jumping, and their eyes were. Han Xiao had no feelings for these blue-skinned Wayne people. After drinking a few sips of yuan shuiju, he turned to see Araxia staring at the dining table, as if he was hesitating whether to eat. Han Xiao walked over, habitually embraced her shoulder, leaned over and took a look, and said, "There hasn't been a battle recently. You don't need to use superpowers, just eat something." Araxia ignored Han Xiao's actions, picked up a purple fruit, bit her lip, and hesitated. She didn't need to eat to make a living. She would automatically absorb the free energy in the environment and maintain her own consumption. This is the characteristic of the life of the energy body. But Han Xiao used to be curious about what would happen to her food, so he teased her to eat some food. Although Araxia was not hungry, she tasted the delicious food and thought eating was a very interesting thing, and eating became her entertainment. Compared to her ignorant and extremely calm personality 9 months ago, Araxia now has more humane characteristics. Aroshia's digestive function is very powerful. All food will be decomposed into energy, and there will be no residue, so there is no need to perform excretion activities. However, a strange accident occurred. The energy only acts on itself and cannot be applied to external objects. It is energized before the food is digested. After the body is lost, the residue that has not been digested in the stomach will fall out in the form of splashing. At that time, everyone was about to start a war with a group of enemies. This scene shocked both sides. Everyone looked at the sputtering food residue below the energy-based light ball and fell into deep silence. From then on, before eating, Aroshia would count the days with her fingers and calculate whether she needed to use her abilities before digesting the food. Oh, her abilities have grown rapidly, and she is not much more than the players. She has reached C+, and only half of the level left to the B level required by the task. After picking it up and putting it down several times, Araxia finally took a bite of the fruit, showing a happy expression, and handed the fruit he had taken to Han Xiao. "It's delicious. You can try it." Han Xiao wiped his bite, and his face suddenly wrinkled, and he pushed Araxia's hand away. "Ah, sour. You have a strong taste. Keep it for yourself." Han Xiao guided her to exercise her strength. After getting along for a long time, Araxia became closer and closer to Han Xiao. The two interacted intimately, but there was no inappropriate thought. Han Xiao did not treat Araxia as a normal female creature at all. In his eyes, she was an energy body without gender, very pure. Araxia herself did not feel as a female, and it was natural to hold her back. When he walked aside, Han Xiao was almost done. He found King Gale and said he wanted to talk. King Gale invited Han Xiao into the pavilion and asked with a smile, "Captain Blackstar, what do you want to talk to me about if you have anything to do?" Han Xiao lowered his voice. "That's right. I want to ask you about a situation. To be honest, I have a special intuitive ability. When I arrived, I felt that some kind of virus from the interstellar planet existed on the Twilight Star." King Gale was shocked and sat upright. "Are you saying that our planet is infected with a certain disease?" No, this is just a feeling. You also need to check whether there are any large-scale identical symptoms recently, so that you can determine whether there is a virus." King Gale attached great importance to it and ordered the affairs officer to sort out the information on the territories of various places. The Kingdom of Veen has existed for many years and has a huge intelligence network. Each lord will submit a territory report every period of time, which is very convenient to collect. Not long after, the affairs officer returned to the banquet courtyard and sorted out a few pages of reports. King Gale took a look and shook his head. "It's all normal infectious diseases, and there seems to be no new symptoms on a large scale." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "It's not necessarily a sickness, but it may also be an abnormal behavior, such as lethargy." King Gale was stunned. Who would go to check his sleep without any trouble? Everyone closed the door and sleep. Who would tell everyone about the quality of the sleep last night and no record of the sleep status of the people? King Gale suddenly thought of something. This year, the mineral output in the territory of various places has decreased by 16% compared to last year. But the mineral veins have not been exhausted, and the mining personnel are only a lot more than last year. The factors that can affect the yield seem to be only working hours. Is it related to this? Maybe. Han Xiao looked at King Gale more and was able to find potential connections from another seemingly irrelevant thing. This king seemed to have some ability. The incubation period of an alienated virus is very long and has many transmission routes. The early symptoms of an infected person are drowsy, which is more and more likely to get drowsy. The symptoms continue to aggravate. You can sleep for 2 or 3 days at most. At that time, the alienated virus is about to break out. The higher the growth of the virus, the shorter the incubation period, and the more severe the symptoms will be. You may even skip the drowsiness and enter the next stage. According to the version time, the current alienated virus is still in the juvenile stage, which is very hidden. I don't know how Hylon Star is doing now. Han Xiao thought to himself. King Gale was a little worried and asked if there was a solution. Han Xiao shook his head and said he didn't know what this was, but you'd better be careful and then say goodbye and leave. Han Xiao had already received the news he wanted and reminded King Gale to prevent the Star of Mu from being unprepared. After all, this planet is also one of the mission goals. During the incubation period of the alienated virus, Han Xiao has no way to solve it unless he is willing to give up the unstarted alienation disaster mission and face huge risks. Before the disaster occurs, he will hand over the 7th generation of the alienated virus primordials to Ghidorah to create an antidote and face Ghidorah's suspicion and interrogation. It is a loss to do so. Only when the disaster breaks out and causes a sensation, Ghidorah and the Dark Star officially confront each other, can the greatest value of the things in his hand be played. The only way I can prepare for the disaster of alienation is to increase my combat power, and I have to wait for the opportunity for other means. The next day, Han Xiao politely rejected King Gale's invitation again, said goodbye to leave the capital, called a nearby partner spacecraft in the field, picked up Melos and Rezael, and set off back to Uburi Hub. Linger got Han Xiao's message number and happily took the people away. Now the Black Star mercenary group is a celebrity in the size of the Uburi Hub. Finally, it enjoyed the treatment of the Skywalker allied forces that I saw when I first came to Uburi Hub a year ago. There was no need to queue up, and many services had priority. The group was walking on the road, and many mercenaries and passersby on the street gave good-willed eyes and nodded. Returning to the base, he knocked out Rezail, placed it in an empty room, used as a cell, and left him there for the time being. There is a more important thing to pay attention to now. The International League opens in 3 days. The international competition is divided into 2 stages. The first round is the regular season. All contestants are divided into groups and take turns to play. The point system. The teams with the top 8 total points enter the international finals, while the individual competition is the top 16 points enter the finals. The second stage final was a battle against each other, winning 3 games in 5 games, and finally winning the international championship. In China, the teams qualified to participate are the dynasty of kings, princes, generals, and ministers, Haotian and Legay's Temple, while the individual contestants are the kings, princes, generals, snow-blooded flowers, and crazy swords and angry swords. Other professional players who were not shortlisted accompanied them in actual training day and night and lent their equipment to the contestants openly. At this important moment, everyone put aside their daily holidays and worked together. This is true for clubs from all countries. They hand over the best equipment and skills to the contestants, and each contestant has condensed the best essence. This is the first time that it has appeared in an international event. Except for the kings, princes, generals, and ministers, the other participants are more or less nervous. Not only them, but professional players from all over the world have the same mentality, nervous and expectant. The grand event is approaching, and the enthusiasm of players is ignited again. The forum is full of information from clubs from various countries, and various analysis posts and prediction ranking posts have been released. Compared with regional events, the enthusiasm of international events has reached a higher level. Players from different countries discuss together, and the forum is very lively. The meat bag is close to the water, and the tower will get the first month. The Black Star episode, which has been made for 16 episodes, is temporarily stopped, and a special episode will conduct pre-match interviews with Chinese players in the mercenary group. P.S. Alas, I've been chasing books recently and have been harmonious. It's so scary. I have written 5 books before and blocked 3 books, so why don't there be a heroine? Because I'm afraid I can't control it, and I can remember it. I'm happy for a while. I went to Dongchong the next day. Damn, it's quite rhyme. The international competition is about to open. This time I invited several captains and contestants to have a simple pre-match visit. The video is Han Xiao's stronghold at the Zaberli Hub. For professional players were sitting on the sofa and were interviewed by meatbags. The 4 were kings, princes, generals, Hao Yan, Li Gu, and Quang Dao, and Furious Sword. They were all captains or individual contestants of the participating teams. Shui Ran Fanhua, who was originally ranked 2nd in the individual competition, did not enter Han Xiao's interstellar team, and still stayed on the Sea Blue Star to play with Mud, so the interview was missing. The 4 of them greeted the camera and then entered the normal interview process. The meat bag transformed into a transformation, as if he had become the host of Shanghai Times. His waist was straight, sitting upright, meticulous, but no matter how formal his posture was, he could not hide the slutty he exuded from the inside out. The interviews were all routine questions, such as whether you have confidence, what preparations have been made, and what kind of expected rankings are like. Ask if you have confidence. Try saying no in front of the audience. The club still wants to open. What preparations have been made? Who would reveal this kind of team secret to you? If you are seen by your opponent, you are half of yours and half of mine. Expected ranking? Which club doesn't say that they want to be champions? Even if our goal is only the quarterfinals or the semifinals, we should lose and not lose. Professional players who do not aim at the championship are not good cooks. The 4 professional players answered this kind of question in a slew of template answers. After asking these questions, the meat bag began to talk nonsense with the 4 people from all over the world. This informal interview can be more casual about the topic. The meat bag was thrown out from foreign experts and teams for everyone to evaluate, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Who do you think is the strong enemy you value the most in this game? Asked the meat bag. Ligo pondered. French Tula Club, the American Devil Team, TS Thundersnake Team, Key Team, the British Rose Knight Team, Japan's Yamaki Team, South Korea's Kimchi Club, etc. I'm looking forward to competing with these masters. Although the opponent is very powerful, I have confidence. These teams are famous big shots from various countries, and their status in their respective countries is the same as that of the 4 major Chinese families. The meat dumpling nodded and looked at the other 3. Then do you have any opponents you value? The princes, generals, and ministers. No. Hao Yin. My opponent is only myself. Kuang Dao, angry Jian, looked at the 2 masters who were immediately on the left and right, swallowed, and said carefully, I think the guy said it very well. Hao Yin and the princes, generals, and ministers glanced at him, their eyes full of no prospects and young people such as hatred. Kuang Dao shrank his neck so hard that he was staring. Li Gus smiled stiffly, and he wanted to take off his shoes and pat the captains who looked like door gods, pointing to the mulberry and scolding the locust. He said, I can't hear it, right? Here we were interviewing happily, and there were dense complaints floating on the barrage. The Key of Solomon quickly watched the interview with China and changed to interview videos from other countries. In the French side, the captain of the Tulip team, Lost Angel, was interviewed. You asked me which opponent I value? Well, the 3 teams in China are strong enemies. Most teams should think so, haha, and the kings, princes, generals, and ministers are old opponents. The Lost Angel is a veteran, with a gentle voice and a smile. The Key of Solomon watched interview programs from other countries. When the host asked about the opponent he valued, the name of China must be on the list, and all teams attached great importance to the China team. The esports level of China Club is good and can rank in the front line, but this is the first time that all teams are targeted by them. This attention comes from their opportunities. China is the only region where players have participated in the interstellar world in advance. These foreign clubs have always paid close attention to the experience of China players on Black Star and regard them as strong enemies. After exiting the forum, Solomon Key looked at several teammates in the room and said lightly, It seems that other teams are the same as ours. The Chinese team is a trouble. Outside the house is covered with ice and snow, with endless ice and snow, with demon nests and military camps scattered. From time to time, demon army wanders on the ground. This room is also a military camp. Several players, including Solomon Key, all look like demons. The panel information race is a juvenile demon, more than 2 meters tall, with short sheep horns on their heads and tails dragged behind them, with thick legs with anti-joint joints, black demon scales on their bodies, equipped with armor and weapons, fully armed. Although their faces are ferocious, there are still some human faces with different appearances which can be distinguished. This is the base camp planet chosen by American clubs, one of the garrison planets that extinguished the Legion, Frost Winter Star. These people are professional players of the Koi Club and are all well known. Electrolux, far away from the Aqua Blue Star, is a retired player of the Koi Club. Koi is very enthusiastic about installing spy and spy. He has a mature operation team that provides various intelligence and indirect help to his team. The captain, Solomon Key, this account is the official account registered by the club. Every captain uses this name. The previous generation has retired. The Solomon Key of this generation just took office last year. By selecting and defeating all the players in the team, the Koi Club saw extraordinary potential in him and made him the captain in an extraordinary way. He decided to focus on training for a long time and put high hopes on it. The Koi senior management is preparing to use 1 or 2 seasons to form an ace team around him and several old players, betting on a future and looking forward to the opportunity to achieve the 3 consecutive championship dynasty in the future. This is the dream of every team. The Solomon Key of this generation is not as steady as the old players. The fighting style and command style are both known for their speed, fierceness, and attack. The senior management has high hopes for him, and he believes that it is natural to get such treatment with his own ability and is arrogant. But he has the capital to be arrogant, and his teammates, fans, and senior management appreciate his sharpness very much. Humility is the virtue of China, not the virtue of the United States. Being straightforward and arrogant is the characteristic of American players. In the first league, most clubs were waiting and watching, intending to get together and get familiar with the competition, and there was no mandatory requirement for rankings, but Solomon's Key is not concerned with those, and he only had one goal, that is, the champion. There are many opponents, but there are only a few strong enemies that can hinder us. The Chinese dynasty is one of them. Apart from these obstacles, other teams do not pose a threat. They are all praise we use to grab points. The Key of Solomon put his legs on the table, scanned his teammates, with a confident and contemptuous smile on his lips. Guys, let me take you to win the championship. 3 days passed in a flash. Han Xiao handled the affairs of the mercenary group and refused to accept employment for the time being. He declared that he would take some rest for a while and would play for 3 or 4 months in international competitions. Han Xiao was only going to give the players a vacation in the early stage. For about 1 month, he would take a break himself and get some job transfer requirements and deputy professions. Today is the opening day of the International League. Han Xiao stayed in his room and opened the forum. The top of the International League was the real-time video of the International League, which had not started yet. In the lobby of the stronghold, all the Black Star players gathered here, and the contestants were surrounded in the center, waiting for them all to refresh the collection crystal. He rubbed his hands wildly, and when he thought of competing with experts from various countries, he was nervous. He had never been on such a big stage. I have established fame in divisional events, but if I perform poorly in international events, my previous efforts will ruin most of the money. Only when I perform well in international events can I establish fame and even go further. Quang Dao was in a hot heart and secretly prayed not to make mistakes. On the other side, Hao Yin, Wang Ho, General and Prime Minister, and Li Go were talking. If some of us are unfortunately divided into one group, it is best to cooperate with each other. If a team loses hope of qualifying, then help another team in the same group. If there is a civil war, don't fight too hard. Li Go said. Hao Yin interrupted him and said lightly, "No matter who the opponent is, I will do my best. My professional quality does not allow me to let go." The princes and generals yawned and said lazily, "Even if I let go, you can't beat me." Li Go almost turned his nose up. Why don't these two people know the general? We are now representatives of China. If the ranking is not good, it is wrong whether it is reasonable or not, which will have a huge negative impact on the reputation of the team. The game is only the result-based. For better results, what is wrong with making some adjustments appropriately? People need to learn to adapt. At this moment, a prompt appeared on the contestants' panel, and everyone hurried into the mall, and the collection crystal had been refreshed. After buying it, it was crushed directly, and a mist sprayed out to wrap the people. When the mist dissipated, the contestants disappeared from the spot, just like the effect of a dungeon crystal entering a copy scene. The eyes of the mad dagger flashed, and the surrounding environment changed drastically. He was in a huge arena, surrounded by other Chinese contestants. Looking into the distance, players of different races appeared out of thin air. Players from all over the world came one after another, gathered together, and looked at each other, and the accounts on each other were well known. French Tulips, British Rose Knights, American Demon World, TS Swedish Tomahawk. The Mad Knife looked at them one by one, and they were all world-famous strong teams. At this moment, he felt a sense of real participation in international events. The excitement made his body tremble slightly. Next to him, the princes and generals were still lazy, waved and greeted many foreign players from afar, and many great gods knew each other. This scene appears in the forum's broadcast video, and players are enthusiastic about famous professional masters. The lively atmosphere is like a carnival of millions of people. The host appeared in the center of the arena, attracting the attention of the contestants. He first congratulated the contestants present on being shortlisted for the National League, and then said an official remark. The event was hosted by the International Esports Organization. After about 5 minutes of self-talk, he finally entered the official stage and began to explain the competition system. There are 13 sub-districts in total, with a total of 39 strong teams and individual contestants from all over the world being shortlisted for international competitions. The competition mode continues with the divisional competitions. The team competition events include team competitions and ring competitions, and individual competitions have single-handed competitions. Listening to the host's narration, Han Xiao nodded secretly. There were fewer competitive events in the first league. In his previous life, there were more variety in the competition events in the next few sessions, including challenges, dungeon competitions, scene survival competitions, hunting competitions, racing competitions, and other strange events. For the sake of highlights, the event is becoming more and more crazy, not only to fight, but also to make a prosperous and turbulent, and to make a socialist. The host continued. The 39 teams and the players will be divided into 3 groups, B and C. The group will be played in a loop. The winner will win points. The number of points will be adjusted according to the loss of the battle. The teams with the top 8 total points and the players with the top 16 individual competitions can enter the finals. He looked around, and all professional players looked different, excited, solemn, confident, and serious. Then I announced that the draw will begin. When drawing lots, each team looked at each other, looking at the Chinese team the most frequently, with some fear and attention. Most people don't want to be assigned to the group with the Chinese team. This is a difficult bone to crack. The grouping was completely random, and the lottery results were soon released. The dynasty was assigned to Group A, while the temple and Chongkong were assigned to Group C, and all teams were disrupted and distributed. Group A is the most normal. The ratio between the strong team and the weak team is appropriate. The Chinese dynasty and the American demon world are the 2 strongest teams, and the chance of qualifying is not small. Group B is mostly a lot of less famous teams, which are crowded with weak teams, and the environment is safest, but there are no dark horses in it. Group C is the worst. The strong teams in Ishui, such as Kimchi, Tulips, Rose Knights, TS, Swedish Tomahawk, etc., almost 60% or 70% of the strong teams were assigned to Group C. In addition to the host, there are also specially invited commentators, all of whom are professional commentators or former retired players, talking freely and analyzing for the audience. Qualification depends on the total points. Grouping has a great impact on the results. If strong teams in the group gather together, it will be difficult to score points. Perhaps the team with the ability to qualify will fail. On the other hand, if there are many weak teams in the group, even if the strength is slightly inferior, they can qualify. In this case, in order to qualify, the battle will be extremely fierce. No one dares to retain their strength. Even if they face a battle that will definitely lose, they must make the opponent lose more and eat less points. Therefore, the game in Group C will definitely be extremely exciting. Group C is a group of death. If so many strong teams are placed in the other 2 groups, they can lock in qualifying and no one can guess the result now. Each team may be eliminated. Such a game is interesting. I look forward to their wonderful performance. The result has been decided. The team in Group C looked solemn. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Li Gu and Hao Ian looked at each other with inexplicable eyes. It seems that you have hit it. We are assigned to a group, and we're going to fight a civil war. Hao Ian's expressionless face. Li Gu frowned and said nothing. The grouping was not good for him, but this was something that could not be changed. It will be difficult for so many strong teams to qualify. Today is the opening ceremony. After the lottery draw, all participating teams will continue to study the information of their opponents in the same group. 4 hours later, the official announcement of the forum compiled a schedule. The density of international competitions is low. In one day in the game, each group will have 2 team duels and individual matches. That is to say, the international group match will take about 45 days, and each team will fight with 12 teams in the same group once. The competition officially started the next day, and the entire channel was broadcast. Countless people saw the strength of the championship, runner-up and 3rd place in each competition area. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a competition among hundreds of schools. Each team has its own special tactics and gameplay, which is eye-opening and excited. Each group has a rough situation. The North American Magic World is in a crushing position in Group A. It is impeccable in both team competitions and ring matches, but has not yet fought with the Dynasty in the same group. Although Group B is a weak team with less fame, it is a team that can be shortlisted for the International League and is also a team that has been cruelly eliminated. Overall, the gap in strength is small and evenly matched. The most eye-catching one is the Kangaroo boxing team in Australia. While Group C has the highest ratings, the strong team competes with fierce fighting and the most exciting one. China's first game was on the third day, with the Chinese Dynasty versus Poland's Wings. Chinese players were looking forward to their team's debut internationally. Other teams also watched the game one after another. This is a great opportunity to observe the strength of the Chinese team. Although it is different groups, most teams think that there is a high probability that they will encounter the Chinese team in the final circle and cannot be neglected. After much anticipation, the match between the Dynasty and the Wings began on the third day of the schedule. The night is pitch black and the moon is hanging in the sky. A desolate and ancient ruin, collapsed houses and broken stone pillars seemed to tell what kind of prosperous city there had been. Cold blue light balls wander aimlessly in the ruins, as if the wandering night watchman brought light and dispelled the darkness. This is the actual scene of a novice planet, which is copied into a game map, and the team matches are all played in a dungeon copy scene, and the terrain randomly copies the scenes of each novice planet. The audience is from the perspective of God and can see all the actions of the two teams. The Dynasty team descended in a corner of the ruins. Everyone was wearing Senil Scum armor and carrying different mechanical weapons. They had a strong sense of technology. They turned their heads to observe the surrounding situation. Well, the ruined terrain, many obstacles limit ranged attacks, and it is night, suitable for melee and assassination. The professional combination of the Wing team is a combination of defensive abilities, ranged mages, and combat mages. The output ability is very sufficient, but the back row is correspondingly fragile. If you fight, you need to quickly cut off the back row. The opponent should? No, it is definitely a fast displacement skill. Our agile players should not follow the large army. Act alone, sneak near the battlefield, and wait for an opportunity to move. There are two situations for the opponent's output. One is located in a lot of protection, and the other is also to act alone to find the output environment. Given that the opponent's output is numerous, the two situations may exist at the same time. The only light source here is these running light balls. When they enter the aperture, they are exposed to the opponent's eyes. The light area represents danger, and lurking in the dark is safe. Therefore, the battle can only erupt in the dark. It depends on who of us discovers the other party first in the dark. They have magicians, which can attach cat-eye technique and life perception. Our reliance is the night vision of the mecha, infrared heat line of sight and radar functions. In terms of detection, we are slightly better. Wang Ho and generals were calm and experienced, and quickly made analysis and response methods. The team competition was not only about meeting and face-to-face chops, but also competing with all aspects of abilities, cooperation, detection, tactics, etc. The opponent's information comes from the divisional competition. Now that so long has passed, although the profession will not change, the tactics of each team must have new changes. The reason why China is afraid of is that it breaks out of the barriers of a novice planet and has too many opportunities to get in the interstellar world, so there is no way to guess their tactical style and equipment. The unknown is the biggest enemy. The Dynasty's professions only have martial arts and superpowers, but they wear high-quality mechanical equipment, which is equivalent to each team member having a part of the mechanical output ability. Even if there is no mechanical affinity increase, its power is considerable and its hard power has an absolute advantage. In this case, the Dynasty takes the initiative to attack and search for the enemy. During the live broadcast, the Wings team exerted various hidden spells to sneak away from the enemy, clearly not wanting to confront the Dynasty head-on and was very afraid. In the past life, the Chinese team was often the one who avoided the war, which was stable and cowardly. But now the role has changed, and he took the initiative. Through the perspective of God, I saw that the dynasty chased prey like a hunter, taking the initiative while the opponent fled everywhere. Such a powerful scene made the Chinese audience very comfortable, and the strong confidence of the dynasty can be felt through the video. The confidence of the dynasty comes from Han Xiao. They follow Han Xiao and travel around the interstellar world. Their equipment and skill advantages are among the peak groups of people in all teams, and they are extremely strong. This is the advantage brought to them by the Black Ghost. It is useless for professional players on other novice planets to be envious and jealous. There is no slutty figure like Honda Technician on their planet. In the past, the Chinese team was chased and beaten, but now it's the opposite. It's not bad. They are all promising young men. Han Xiao smiled and was quite happy. The wing team was cautious and used chameleon technique and other traces to block magic. However, the map was so big that it would not run far away. Sooner or later, the kings, princes, generals, and ministers commanded the team members to fire guns into the sky, breaking the stalemate, allowing the enemy to hear the direction of the gunshots, so as to destroy the uncertain situation and constrain the possibility. Either the enemy leaned over, or the enemy escaped in the opposite direction, or wandered around from the side and gained the advantage of strength. The dynasty was not afraid of being known to the enemy. The outbreak of the frontal battle originated from an accident. As the kings and princes expected, a combat mage on the other side acted alone around the team. Tai Ertzi, who was also acting independently on the dynasty, keenly discovered the lonely enemy. Although Tai Ertzi is not inconsistent with the adjustment, he is very decisive and suddenly attacks. Tai Ertzi is a martial artist who takes the agile route, or an assassin. He uses a reconnaissance non-commissioned mecha, a streamlined and lightweight body. A pair of wrist blades are like deadly poisonous fangs, like a cheetah-like thunderstrike. A set of assassin combos step on the nodes, not only flowing, but also as fast as lightning. There's almost no gap between the combo and position change, and it is an excellent operation even at the professional level. The combat mage was attacked and failed to react. He was instantly injured by Tai Ertzi's storm-like storm. He did not persist in the support of the large army, and turned into a white light and died in the battle. Kill alone, Tai Ertzi retreated into the darkness again, disappeared without a trace, leaving only blood on the ground, hiding his merits and fame. The assassin's way, one strike and retreat thousands of miles. Damn it, this little knife is so handsome. Although the second prince has a problem with his brain, he is still very strong. The audience was excited and excited. This wave of sudden, single killing opened up the situation. The Wings team lost a teammate, which made it worse. They were caught up by the dynasty's troops. A wave of team battles was completely defeated, and they were powerless to turn the world back. The dynasty made a zero-damage crushing game, shining, making the audience excited. In the next ring match, he performed stably and defeated his opponent. The princes, generals, and ministers defeated two people, and they were extremely fierce. The first game was a perfect start, and this performance was no less than the demon world in the same group. A big victory inspired the audience and also made other teams more afraid. The mecha of the dynasty was unveiled in the event for the first time. The enhancement of this equipment to players is comprehensive. If you fight head-on with the dynasty, no one dares to say that its winning rate is above 50%. It seems that targeted measures are needed to deal with the Chinese team. Many captains had the same idea. Tai Ertzi made great contributions this time. During the post-match interview, he could not hide the excitement on his face. He didn't want to hide it, so he was reborn and boasted about how important he played. Only a player as critical as us should be the captain. The captain is too bad now. Kings, princes, generals, and ministers have long been accustomed to it, and they can't hear it. The schedule was fierce, and one round was played in 4 days, which means that each team had fought and completed its debut. Hao Yin's Chong Kong team is the same as the Emperor's dynasty. The style is completely opposite to that of the previous life. It was indirectly changed by Han Xiao and let himself go. It was very strong. Unfortunately, they met a strong team in Group C. Although they won in the end, they also won miserably and did not get a lot of points like Emperor's dynasty. However, Li Ji's temple team is exactly the same as in his previous life. Even if he has the advantage of his hard power, he will play steadily, hoping to avoid making mistakes. His debut was a bladder urination, which made people complain. He is obviously so timid and timid. Can he be more passionate? However, Han Xiao had no hope for the temple. The temple has never asked for merit, but for no mistakes. He wanted them to become radical unless the Sao flew into the sky. Fortunately, there are dynasties in Chongkong this time, and the temple did not suffer much criticism. After all, the concept of a team having a good bladder and a team having a good bladder is different. P.S. There won't be too many games in the game. I will only write a few important games, and I will mention the other ones. Mathematics is my weakness. Did I calculate the number of games incorrectly? There are 13 teams in a group, and different teams only play each other once, without repeating them. The total number is 91 games, and each group plays 2 games a day, so it should be 45 days. The previous chapter has been changed. I calculated it wrong. It should be 78 games played for 39 days, and suddenly exposed my math level. Thank you for your axe correction. After the first round of first appearance, the points ranking was also released. The Demon World ranked first, and the Dynasty followed closely behind. The top 3 to top 6 were teams in Group B, and they had a lot of fun in the fish pond. The strong teams in Group C fought fiercely with each other, most of which were miserable wins and couldn't eat many points and rank behind. However, there were also powerful guys in the strong team. French Tulips in Group C ranked 7th, which seemed a bit low, but their opponent was Swedish Tomahawk. Swedish esports have always been very strong. This is also a super team, a strong team with the qualification to win the championship. However, French Tulips can grab so many points on them, which is really terrifying. Han Xiao recalled the first league in his previous life and suddenly said, "Yes, the first champion was French Tulips." The strength of these people is overwhelming. The professional matching, equipment selection, and skill complementation are almost perfect, and the tactical cooperation is seamless. It seems that only the Dynasty entered the quarterfinals of China, and the other 2 teams are in the middle of the points and cannot qualify. Looking down, the points from 8th to 17th place are the same, which is very stalemate. This is just the first round, and the ranking is nothing. Each team still has 11 games to play, but the final result is still hard to say. The individual game has a high ratings. One-on-one match has been a kind of sentiment since ancient times. All the great gods are leading the way. The Crazy Knife narrowly defeated the opponent in the first game, and the kings, princes, generals, and ministers also won. However, another Shui Ran Fanhua suffered a defeat. This man is a great man of the Queen Momo. Fans call him Sister Shui, and they all regretted his defeat. In the first round of the Chinese players, he was the only one who lost. After the game, the Chinese players asked Han Xiao to repair the mecha. During the game, these professional players spared no expense and invested a lot of Einel to strengthen mechanical equipment. Han Xiao accepted it without saying a joke. It was thanks to the players' unremitting efforts that he could accumulate nearly 800,000 annals today, and buying a spaceship was enough. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to buy a spaceship. Why buy it if you can? The schedule is progressing step by step. The Chinese team is in a very strong momentum. During this period, they also encountered strong teams. Although they played hard, they finally won. The equipment sold to them by Han Xiao was screened. Although the non-commissioned armor was powerful, they were not invincible. The players were all at level 60 and gathered the essence of a region. The equipment was not bad. They could not tell if they had any trump card that could determine the universe at one fell swoop. They made a big splash at the critical moment. Although China's hard power is at its peak, the game changes rapidly, and there are countless examples of using tactics to defeat the strong with weak. It is impossible to sell the most core equipment in advance. Han Xiao will not destroy his sales plan in order to increase China's ranking. He has not even understood what's going on in this world yet. Where can I get the leisure to control the players' league? Moreover, in his eyes, the league is more of a business opportunity. Seeing players participating in the league mainly wants them to show their excellent equipment, so as to expand the potential customer base. As long as the ranking is not bad, it will be enough for him. After fierce battles, all teams had a clearer understanding of other opponents and developed targeted methods, and China was also targeted. The most powerful thing about the Chinese team is the mechanical weapons and mechas from Black Star. As long as they target this, their threat will be reduced by a level. As a result, the few opponents that the Huaxia side met changed their professional matching and put on multiple mind masters. In the early stage, the mind power system is the biggest nemesis of the mechanical system. None of them can only control objects, but also ignore physical armor. If it is a magic system, it has high mental resistance and can block it. The martial arts system has good physical fitness and reduces the duration of negative state. The superpower system is not a part. The only mechanical system is targeted. Relying on mechanical combat, the body is mostly fragile. The mind power master just passes through the armor and causes direct damage to the user. There are many mental control methods, various deterrences, illusions, and confusion. The attack distance is still very long and can ignore the terrain. The brainlessness of this profession is only ranked behind the martial arts system. When encountering this kind of targeting, the special features of the Chinese team are revealed. Although they are wearing armor, their main body is martial arts and superpowers. The Mind Master weakens the role of the armor and pulls them from their peak strength. The problem is, even so, the Chinese team's strength is still first class, and the opponent still has to face a group of professional players like wolves and tigers. In addition to the mind power system, the elements, rust techniques, and curses of the magic system also have a restraining effect on mechanical armor. Of course, things are relative. While they restrain the mecha, they are also very crisp themselves. The existence of armor has forced these teams to devote more energy to deal with it. The strength is obvious at a glance. This thing is universal in all professions and is comprehensively enhanced, which is equivalent to a layer of thorn shell with thorns on the outside, an extra blood strip, and also has long-range output. If the fault tolerance rate of an ordinary team is 3, then the fault tolerance rate of the Chinese team is 10. The increase is too big. Even if there is a certain damage correction balance, it is impossible to eliminate China's equipment advantages. In fact, when things like mecha are 2.0 or 3.0, they are basically standard for everyone. Everyone is the same, so they start competing for the performance of mechas. The gap will not be as big as it is now. Unfortunately, in the first version, the characters selling armor are extremely rare, and they are all rough, semi-finished products. With high-quality, full-armored service, only Han Xiao's family is the only one, and there is no other semicolon. However, the targeting is still effective. The Huaxia team's losses have increased significantly. Everyone is a strong team in each competition area. Not every time can they crush the victory. The next game was played back and forth, win and lose, which was very intense and exciting. The ranking of the standings fluctuates every day, touching the hearts of audiences from all over the world. The dynasty fought with the demon world and won with a subtle advantage, ranking first in the standings and attracted much attention. Such results make Chinese audiences proud. Every time they go to China, they will definitely stay in the forum to watch. Not only Chinese audiences, but many foreign audiences are also attracted by the performance of the dynasty team. China's game ratings can rank in the top 3. Compared to the dismal past life, it is a completely reborn change. The situation in Chongqing and Temple in Group C is not very good. They have been hovering between 8th and 12th, wandering on the edge of qualifying, and competition is fierce. Ubailey Hub, Black Star Mercenary Group stronghold. An idle alloy room was transformed into a cell, where Riesel was imprisoned His hands and feet were firmly fixed on the iron bed, and several needles were always inserted into him, injecting nutrients and sedatives. His eyes were empty and unconscious, with haggard and broken complexion, as if he had been played with. He was treated as a material for a stripper, without freedom, almost tortured to the point of being unhealthy, and the magic that had just recovered would be pulled away without giving a glimmer of hope. The door opened. Han Xiao walked in, glanced at him, and kept moving, changing into a new nutrient, humming a small song, turning a blind eye to Rizel's miserable appearance, like a doctor who was used to seeing life and death, then took out a stripper and routinely extracted blood. The bright red blood with fluorescent light entered the test tube along the pipe and turned into a new ability potion. Han Xiao had accumulated 8 potions on hand. Rizel turned his head to look at Han Xiao and spoke. His hoarse voice was almost inaudible, revealing deep weakness and weakness. "Are you going to trap me? Forever?" "Of course not forever." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Do you think you can live for so long? Can make a deal? You let me be free. I can give everything and serve you. I just want to come to the upper realm to satisfy my curiosity. I don't resist working for anyone." Rizel begged in a tone. Han Xiao picked up the new potion of ability with his fingers, shook it, and the sticky red liquid hung on the wall. He turned to look at Rizel and smiled. "I already have everything about you." "You? Good. Poison." Rizel gritted his teeth, his eyes with deep hatred and deep despair. "I won't deal with innocent people like this. If you were an ordinary person, maybe I would sympathize with you, but you are a villain who almost killed millions of creatures." "Haha, do you expect me to feel compassion for you? That is an insult to the millions of people who almost killed you." Han Xiao was not shaken at all. He had experienced a dark period of being imprisoned by the buds and used as experimental materials. He knew this feeling very well, and he was very happy to impose it on people like Rizel. He asked himself that he was never a kind person who was fraternal, nor was he a good person. Look at the day of death with peace of mind. That kind of liberation is your last hope. Han Xiao said indifferently, "Close the door," leaving Rizel inside, roaring in despair, and his old and weak body let out a beast-like howl. Back in his room, Han Xiaoqing washed and disinfected the stripper, lined up all the potions of ability, labeled them on them. With the wind of the league, these potions were ready to be sold to players. Looking at these potions, Technician Han suddenly had an idea. Only the stripper can be used on NPCs, the agent can be formed. If I extract my own genes, can be successful. Han Xiao became interested, so he carefully washed the stripper, aimed at his arm, and pressed it down. He adjusted the lowest power. "You are using Super Gene Stripper Test Model." A sense of emptiness came from the inside and instantly penetrated the body. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and did not stop until he pulled a tube full of it. "You get Power Potion X when it really works." Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and then he looked at the character panel. A wind buff was attached, which lasted for 12 hours, and the total attributes were reduced by 30%. At this time, he felt a little weak and dull. He didn't care. He rested at Uberry Hub. He had no chance to fight during this period, and his temporary weakness was not in the way. What effect will my ability potion have? Han Xiao felt extremely curious, and his eyes rolled. "It's a waste to drink it myself. There are ready-made customers." A glimmer of light flashed, and the crazy sword that had just finished today's game appeared in the lobby of the stronghold, with a little worried expression on his face. "Oh, I suffered another defeat. The Lost Angel is too stable, and I can't win him. My points ranking is lost again. The next opponent, Koi Club, is also a powerful guy. If you lose again, you will never be able to qualify." Kuang Dao shook his head, looking worried. The schedule is half over, and the situation is gradually becoming clearer. On the other side of the team competition, the dynasty locked a qualifying seat in advance. Chong Kong and the temple are still on the verge of 8th place. The situation is stalemate. If a certain game fails or the score is too little, it will be thrown away at once. With the harsh environment of strong teams in Group C, the possibility of catching up later is extremely low. However, There was no crazy sword in the team competition. He performed well in the individual competition, ranked in the middle with around 17 or 18, and his winning rate was about 55, but he struggled to win every time and felt the shortcomings of the military martial arts profession. Although the profession of the military warrior can fight and bear it, and can be both melee and long range, it is relatively comprehensive, but it has no special advantages for the time being. Although his operation is very good, it is still far from the top level. These perverts in individual competitions have their own sets of special tactics, and are good at dragging the battle into their rhythm. The crazy sword discovered that if the military warrior wants to catch up in this regard, the only way is to rely on stronger or more distinctive mechanical weapons. The flaws of the mechanical warrior are a crime of non-warfare. The mechanical system is not very suitable for the first version. After all, each generation of gods wants to make up for the shortcomings of the mechanical warrior. If you want to make up for the shortcomings of the mechanical warrior, you can only rely on stronger machinery and higher-level mechanical bonuses in the future. In each version, the mechanical warrior is a playable, comprehensive, and good profession. He can be competent for MT and can also be an output player. It is a choice from T2 to T3. The development curve is smoothly rising, unlike the mechanics. The results of the Mad Knife's success are already rare. In addition to his good level, the bigger reason is the high-quality mechanical equipment obtained from Han Xiao. If he had not met the Black Ghost at the beginning, he would have to spend time in the district competition and could not be on the international stage. Among all the players who follow Han Xiao, Guang Dao is the most hardcore supporter, not only because he has received the most help, but also because he has been together for so long. He likes the character Han Xiao very much. Sometimes he always thinks he is a real person. Although all the NPCs in Shanghai are like real people, Han Xiao gives him a special feeling. It may also be because Han Xiao is the first important person he meets, and he has preconceived reasons. After calming down, Guang Dao was ready to find Han Xiao to repair equipment. And by the way, he wanted to add some new weapons to the next game, hoping that it would work. Just as he was about to set off, Han Xiao came to the lobby first, and Guang Dao immediately greeted him, expressing his willingness to repair it, and the store interface appeared in front of him. He quickly browsed and suddenly found several new products at the bottom. Hey, ability potion? I haven't seen it before. Is this new thing? Guang Dao was surprised. Han Xiao put several abilities potions into the store interface, and the quantity was limited, so he priced quite high. The effect of the introduction was to gain ability of other characters in the short term. He wrote about who the potions came from. The potions made by Han Xiao were among them, and he was discovered by a crazy knife. The Black Star's ability potion is only one. What's the effect? The potion price is 2,000 INAR, which is not cheap, or even a bit expensive. Only after using it can you know the effect. The effect of the temporary character card obtained each time must be one of the creator's abilities. As for what ability to draw, it is random, not fixed. The Guang Dao had not decided to buy it yet. At this time, the participating teams, such as the Dynasty and the Temple, also came over and discovered new product ability potions. Temporarily obtaining other people's abilities, this seems to be a buff potion. Why is it so expensive? Is the effect very powerful? In order to improve combat effectiveness, these teams spared no expense. Hao Ian immediately bought a Rizal's ability potion. After drinking it, he was prompted to get a temporary character card, which was the effect of increasing the power of the next magic attack by 77%. He was a little surprised. It's a pity that I'm not a magician, otherwise this increase will be quite powerful. It can be used at critical moments in team battles, such as excellent AoE opportunities or the crust of the opponent's crust. If used well, it can establish the victory in one fell swoop. It is not the first time that players have come into contact with character cards. Character cards can increase their combat power. It is very practical. Usually only special tasks will be rewarded, but they are hard to come by. They didn't expect Han Xiao to sell character cards here. Although it is temporary, they are also surprised and happy. When Guang Dao heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly paid for the only Black Star ability potion. He is in the mechanical department, and Black Star is also a mechanic, and his ability is definitely in line with him. No matter those teams fighting for the remaining potions of abilities, the sword walked aside and carefully drank Han Xiao's potions. A panel prompt appears. You get People Advent Card, Han Xiao, Temporary. People Advent Card, Han Xiao, Temporary Black Star Advent. Your mechanical affinity is increased by 247%, lasting for 3 minutes, and the number of uses is 0/1. The character card exists for 5 days. The crazy knife suddenly widened his eyes, and his astonishment frozen on his face. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, for fear that he would misread the number. 225 times bonus. The crazy knife almost sprayed water. I used all the bonus skills, and the mechanical affinity was only half of this value. The attributes of Black Star are so terrible. How strong is he? This is no longer something that perverts can describe. It's a bug-like increase. Use this character card at this level. Don't mention any techniques or operations to me. Even a pig can rush across the opposite side. Han Xiao has many abilities, but this time the temporary character card draws his mechanical affinity. This is not a skill, but the basic attribute of Han the Technician, so it becomes the effect of buff bonus. Without using any skills, Han Xiao's talent and passiveness are superimposed on 247% of mechanical affinity. Once the skills are used, this number will be increased by 1 or 200. This is the simplest effect, but it is also the roughest increase. Because mechanical affinity is the core attribute of the mechanical system and directly affects combat effectiveness. As the level of the mechanical system increases, the mechanical affinity will continue to increase, but the bonus of using temporary character cards is an additional increase, which is a complete enhancement of over time. It is almost equivalent to temporarily obtaining attributes after tens of levels. And after several dozen levels, it happens to be the level of force exerting from the mechanical system. Fortunately, the temporary character card can only be used once, but it is hard to come by. If it becomes a fixed skill of the player, it will be amazing. It is as lonely as snow. Invincible as it is invincible. Seeing the crazy knife breathing heavily and extremely excited, Han Xiao touched his chin and was very curious. What ability did this kid draw me? Why is he so excited? The Sword of the Crazy Sword, the 3rd place in the individual competition in the Sea Blue Star Division, the professional weapon warrior, known as the #1 weapon warrior in China. At the stronghold of the Frost Winter Star Koi Club, Solomon Key browsed the information of his opponent in the next individual competition, smiled casually, his tone with a slight arrogance and strong confidence. It seems that there is no suspense. The old player Cursed Scepter asked, "Are you going to use the Howling Gate? You're thinking too much. You don't need to use your trump card to win the next opponent." I bet, like the Lost Angel, the Golden Champagne of the Rose Knight, and the Martial Scarlet, there must be tricks hidden in masters like this. Although I am ranked 7th now, as long as I use my trump card, I will definitely reach the top. However, as long as I qualify in the group stage, it is enough. It is best to leave the killer weapon for the finals before using it. The Key of Solomon is very confident in his trump card. Howl's Gate is a special spellcasting prop he got from a hidden mission with extremely difficulty. Although he doesn't know what the trump card of other masters is, he is confident and dares to say that he is a one-on-one challenger who is close to invincible at this level. Even if he doesn't use the killer weapon, his combat power is one of the best. Being able to reach the 7th place has already shown his strength. After playing this game, my ranking can be increased by 1 more. The last few games are difficult to deal with. I can retain my strength and lose intentionally. In this way, my ranking will drop to 15 places, which just can guarantee qualifying. That's enough. Based on the prerequisites for winning the next game, Solomon's Key began to formulate the final group stage plan. In his eyes, the next game is to take advantage of the points before dealing with a strong enemy. I am sure to win, and I don't have to consider the possibility of losing. Winning is certain. It depends on what posture you use to win. Guangdao is one of the few mechanical systems in the international individual competition, and it is also the only one of the Chinese mechanical systems. It has the title of China's #1 military, and has attracted the attention of many fans and audiences. Since the start of the game, Guangdao's performance has been average and ranked in the middle, but even in the winning game, the audience can see that he has struggled to win and his ranking has never been up, which seems to have reached its limit. The 3 Chinese individual contestants, the kings, princes, generals, and ministers, are ranked high and are not worried about qualifying. Shuiran Fanhua is ranked downstream. Now that the competition is over half, unless he wins all the next time, there is no hope of qualifying. The Guangdao wanders away from the edge of the 16 and has the opportunity to become the second qualifier in China, carrying the hope of many fans. The next schedule of Guangdao is relatively extreme, either the top 10 masters or the weak players in the downstream. According to his performance analysis, even if he can win all the weak players, his points will be a little worse. At least one master must be defeated to have a chance to qualify. However, Guangdao's performance is now less than the top and less than the bottom. The winning rate against the masters is very low, and the situation is not optimistic. And the opponent in this game is the 7th-ranked Solomon Qi. Many fans were secretly anxious and cheered him up. Some people also sarcastically said that the crazy knife was blinded and made it the best weapon in China, and they were embarrassed to go abroad. In short, the quality is uneven, and there are all kinds of remarks on the forum. No matter what perspective you look at things, time will not slow down every minute, and the day of the game will come on time. The Mad Sword and Solomon Qi entered the competition venue. The audience saw the picture of the 2 people having various attribute values such as health, physical strength, status bar, etc., which made the game situation clear at a glance and was convenient to watch. The battlefield was a huge city, with towering and thick concrete and steel walls surrounding the city tightly. The 2 landed at both ends of the aisle of this huge wall with an average width of 4 or 5 meters, and saw each other's tiny figures from afar. In the picture, the north wind is sweeping, dark clouds are covering the city, flying sand and leaves are passing through, and desolate and vast. The audience stretched out the perspective of God and found that the exterior of the giant wall was painted with red paint with several square words. The 3rd sanctuary of Black Ghost, haha. I actually arrived at this venue at random. Yo, I know this place. Isn't this the 3rd sanctuary of our planet? The Chinese audience looked surprised. The narration of the 2 commentators rang out at the right time to introduce the battle. The 2 players in this game are Solomon's Qi and Mad Sword, the Demon Clan Mage versus Human Armored Warriors. The current ranking of Solomon's Qi is 7th, while Mad Sword is 18. The pre-match winning rate is 57% to 43%. Judging from the performance of the 2 players in the previous few games, Solomon's Qi has a slight advantage. It can be noted that the venue is the 3rd refuge of the Black Ghost of the Sea Blue Star. The Chinese players are from Sea Blue Star. Mad Sword should have the advantage of familiarizing themselves with the terrain. It is worth mentioning that the Black Ghost, that is, Black Star, is the first person to lead the Chinese players into the Interstellar. Now the Chinese players follow the Black Star. It has to be said to be a fate. They have started to act. Okay, let us look forward to a wonderful showdown. At the beginning of the battle, the crazy knife did not intend to fight head-on. He shot a steel cable from his armored waist, hooking a house under the city wall. With the sound of the high-speed steel cable sliding, he was pulled down away from the city wall and took out a large-caliber machine gun in the air. The gunshots were fired, and a series of orange-red bullets were shot at the Key of Solomon. Buzz, Solomon's Qi holds the bone staff and activates the instant magic rune on standby. A circle of translucent blue-green magic covers protect him. The bullets hit dense Mars on the shield. The audience can see that his status bar has an extra shield to the durability, which is slowly decreasing. At this time, the Mad Knife had disappeared between the buildings and shot bullets from time to time, as well as small high-throwing grenades, exploding black smoke on the city wall. Seeing this, Solomon's Qi squinted his eyes. Because he is familiar with the terrain, he uses wandering tactics first. Will ranged attacks consume my blood? Humph. As he said that, Solomon's key also jumped off the city wall, took out several magic scrolls, tore them open, and burst out magical brilliance of different colors. There were several buffs in his status bar instantly. Tracing technique, hiding technique, perceived misleading technique, shadow demon cloak, fake death technique. I'm going, it's too expensive. Magic scrolls are so expensive. Chinese audiences couldn't help but feel sweaty for the crazy knife. Although they rarely come into contact with magic, they can also learn a lot of the effects of magic from the forum. The radar built into the crazy sword armor suddenly lost its trace of the enemy. He frowned. Magic hiding, troublesome ability. I'm at a disadvantage in detection. It's not good to kite. Thinking of this, he changed the detection attributes of the radar and began to detect air disturbances to reposition the opponent's position, and his perception range was smaller than before. The two sneaked and tracked each other, with attack and defense, focusing on testing. Once the opponent's weakness or loopholes were discovered, the thunder attack would immediately come. The audience stared at the game in a blind eye. The nervous mood slowly narrowed as the distance between the two sides continued to rise. The two's movements blocked vision, arranged inducing traps, and selling flaws when wandering are all delicate operations, commonly known as fighting wits and courage with the air. Oof. The dull, panting sound echoed in the armored helmet. The crazy knife hid behind a house and observed the tactical screen. The traces of air disturbances were revealed in the field of view, presenting a blue line like a snake. The head of the line is the opponent's position. Crazy Knife is good at melee combat, but chooses to distance himself because the information of the Solomon key revealed that the opponent is not as fragile as other mages. Many melee martial artists suffered a rash approach, resulting in a crushing defeat. Crazy Knife's plan is to find an opportunity to attack, control the enemy, and fight the output with full force. Although there is an invincible killer, the Mad Sword will not be used rashly. If you can win based on your own ability, the Save Character card can be used again next time you face a strong enemy. His magic shield has a time limit and consumes blue bars. I still have a lot of ammunition, which can consume about 28% of his blue volume and about 15% of his health. Thinking of this, the Mad Knife opened fire at the enemy's position and hit the magic shield. However, at this time, a new buff suddenly popped up in his status bar, tagged Reverse Revenge Mark. The Mad Knife secretly shouted that it was not good. This skill is rare, and the first time the opponent used it, the previous information did not have this item. The effect was very simple. The attacking opponent would be positioned. The opponent's attack within a certain period of time can automatically track the enemy. This is a spell used to deal with stealth and sneak attacks. The next moment, the burning sensation approached quickly. Boom! A frost fireball exploded through the house where the Mad Sword was hiding, turning the environment into a blue sea of fire. The Key of Solomon slowly walked from a distance, with an expressionless face. He was a demon wizard, a fellow practitioner of ice and fire, and merged the two to form a frost fire stream. The magic fusion function is like the self-created drawings of the mechanical system. The difference is that the success rate of magic fusion is quite high, but the experience consumption is also greater. The fusion mechanism is to mix two or more magic skills into one to obtain new effects, and it requires the consumption of specific casting materials. For example, the formation of the frost fireball requires magic, frost, plus big fireball of the material stubborn fire ice crystal. The several magic rules used for fusion will be forgotten. If you want to remaster the original skills, one is the new skills after separation and fusion, and the other is to find someone to spend experience and learn again, which is also very exciting. The characteristic of Frostfire is to quickly consume the durability of metals and is an excellent means to deal with mechanical systems. Hesitate. At this time, a magic halo appeared on the surface of the non-commissioned officer-level armor of the Crazy Sword, and the leaping frost and fire were repelled. The speed of durability fell rapidly. The enchantment from the Volga brothers gave his armor a certain degree of magic resistance. We can't guard against those orphans of mind, and we can't guard against you magicians. The armor on Quang Dao's legs stomped the ground suddenly, and the propulsion device on his back emitted blue fire, and the power increased sharply. The whole person collided like a rhino. A huge folded alloy shield popped up on his left arm armor, which was enough to protect him in the back. The right hand pulled out a short metal stick with the waist armor, which automatically rose and grew step by step, turning into a slender gunsling spear. Enter melee mode instantly. The alloy shield suddenly hit the magic shield with a huge force. The Solomon key was slapped to take 2 steps back. At this time, the crazy knife peeked out at the right time, stabbed it into the magic shield, and a concentrated bursting bullet slid from the bullet groove of the gun into the chamber. The next moment, the violent explosion was released by the tip of the spear and exploded inside the magic shield. Boom! The black smoke spreads, and the fire is flowing. Beautiful attack. The tactics of the weapon warrior are changeable, and the Mad Sword and Angry Sword has changed another set of weapons. Speaking of which, he has never used the same weapon in every individual game. A commentator shouted nice. Wait, there is very little blood loss. It seems that it has not been completely hit. In the black smoke, the figure of Solomon's key had disappeared, replaced by a stone brick that was broken into powder. He himself appeared 15 meters behind the crazy knife and was not injured much. Oh, I used object replacement technique on myself in an emergency. This skill cooled down for a long time. 5 minutes. It seems that Solomon's key is very careful to protect the blood volume. That's right. After all, the Mad Sword is equipped with a mecha, and the blood volume is almost 1.7 times that of his. After the stealth situation was broken, the two entered a tug of war. The Mad Sword kept poking and poking, and the Solomon's key was kite and frostfire. The two fought back and forth and were full of passion. It seemed that they were evenly matched in the scene, but the status bar showed that the Mad Sword was at a disadvantage and the blood volume was falling faster. The two professional players fought, so they were naturally not a standalone output. They each used their delicate transposition dodging skills. Obviously, the Solomon's key's skills were slightly higher. However, it seems that the trend is on the side of the Mad Sword. It is covered in armor and the amount of health is too high, and it can even consume it to death on the opponent. However, the commentary was not optimistic. The Mad Sword has 80% health, 66% armor durability, 73% health of Solomon's key, 31% magic shield, and 68% blue. The situation is actually very unfavorable to Mad Sword. Although he has a lot of health, if the armor durability is finished, his combat power will drop at least half. He has only 1 armor, and as long as his opponent has blue, he can create new magic shields at any time. Bang! The frostfire exploded, and this time it had a repulsive effect. The crazy sword was forced to retreat a few steps. The key of Solomon retreated, his eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, I beat him well, I underestimated him a little, but it would not affect the result. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the key of Solomon was chanting a strange demonic word in his mouth, like a low murmur. His eyes seemed to be burning. From the gaps in the scales, countless blue flames gushed out, and his figure suddenly rose and expanded, turning into a demon attached to the blue fire, with a new buff attached to the status bar. Demonic talent, real name liberation, elementary stage. All attributes increased by 13%. Last for 10 minutes. The health and blue volume are restored to 30%. Remove all current buffs, including gain. Immediately afterwards, he took a deep breath, and the surrounding flames turned into a burning airflow, which was sucked into his mouth. He had 20% more fake blood, fire excitement technique, and his blood volume suddenly reached 120%. The commentator excitedly said, Here's here, the talented skills of the Demon Clan. The cooldown time is 3 days. Among all the regular races of novice planets, the talent of the Demon Clan is most suitable for actual combat. He is born with self-reinforcement skills, which is very perverted. Rumble, The situation suddenly fell to the bottom. Frostfire bombarded indiscriminately. The sword endured the ravages of the storm. The opponent's magic power increased greatly, and the blood volume also overflowed, which was equivalent to losing so much durability and blood volume himself in vain. The Key of Solomon threw away the magic combo step by step, without giving a chance, and looked calm. Just like his pre-match prediction, this is a game with no suspense in the outcome, and no need to use a trump card at all. The Chinese audience was shocked, and looked at the embarrassed crazy sword in the picture, and became depressed. Oh no, I can't fight. It's so cold. Americans are really lucky. He chose Frost Winter Star to start. All demons have this perverted skill. All of them are like a boss. The scorching heat passed through the armor and the armored helmet, and the crazy sword smiled bitterly. Damn, I really can't beat him. I am worthy of being the captain of the big club. With his skills and combat effectiveness, I have little hope to defeat the Key of Solomon. However, he is not alone. Although I can't beat you, I'm more absurd than a pervert. Who are you? Kwang Dao gritted his teeth and played his trump card. Character card, Black Star arrives. Buzz. A 4-meter-high translucent phantom suddenly appeared behind a mad knife, wearing a black dress, and her appearance made the audience familiar with her. If it weren't for Han Xiao, who else could it be? Isn't that a black ghost? The audience looked surprised. The tall phantom had no expression on his face, and slowly stretched out his hand and pressed it on the head of the crazy knife. Sizzling, the dazzling lightning suddenly lit up, and a violent mechanical force poured into the body of the crazy knife along the phantom's palm. The next moment, the crazy knife was surrounded by lightning, and the electric light was shot. What kind of skill is this, damn? Before the commentator could react, the next scene almost made his eyes pop out. I saw that the mad sword was poked out with a spear, and the newly created magic shield of Solomon's Key was poked out with one blow. Fragile as a bubble. Immediately afterwards, the mad sword approached with his body, and the shield slammed hard on the shocked face of Solomon Key. Bang! The demon flew out like a cannonball, smashing a house and directly dropped by 21%. Just a slap of the shield, more than 1/6 of his health was knocked out. The fake blood was completely beaten. Super bonus, directly dealing suppression damage. In an instant, the situation flipped. The scene became quiet, leaving only the burning sound of the flame, pipe, and the flashing sound of the electric snake sizzling. The audience hurriedly looked at the status bar and was stunned. Black Star arrival, mechanical affinity plus 247%, lasting for 3 minutes, from the character arrival card. Han Xiao this? The commentator opened his mouth and had nothing to say for a moment, and only said one sentence, abnormal. But he forgot that the praise of abnormal was just the key to Solomon. The mad knife was covered with lightning and thunder. The light and shadow effect was brilliant, and the style increased sharply. It turns out that I got my mechanical affinity. Han Xiao was paying attention to the game of Kwang Dao and laughed. This kid is so lucky. He got all this. Through the status bar, the audience was surprised to see the buff's name hanging on Han Xiao. In this form, Han the Technician felt very novel. When he was creating ability potions, he had a sudden idea. Now it seems that in addition to making money for himself, he also gained a wave of fame for him. The name of Black Star is very familiar to players. I didn't expect to see Han Xiao's character arrival card in the game, which was unexpected. But then I thought, Mad Sword? No, it was the Chinese players who followed Han Xiao to Interstellar. It seemed normal to have Han Xiao's character arrival card. The problem is that the effect of this character card is too strong. Who can stop it at this stage with a mechanical bonus of 2.5 times? Han Xiao's personal attributes are all question marks in the player's detection information. He has never known his true level. Now there are finally clues with a basic foundation of 2.5 times affinity. No wonder he is so strong that he looks like a ghost. He is probably above level 100. Han Xiao has always been a blessing in the eyes of mechanical players. At this time, he showed his strength at the tip of the iceberg through the crazy knife, which made the mechanical players watching the game feel excited, as if they saw the great prospects of their profession. Bang, bang, bang. The crazy knife did not dare to delay his time, and charged forward with great strides, and the guns pierced wildly and exploded in a series of explosions. Even if the Solomon Key tried his best to avoid the attack, the aftermath of the sudden increase in power could make his blood fall down in pieces, and soon it dropped to about 40%. The magic shield he used to call could not even block a single blow. More than 10 seconds ago, the one who was beaten was a crazy sword. At this time, the scene was reversed. The Key of Solomon had no power to fight back and did not dare to be distracted from counterattack. If he had not avoided a move, he would have disappeared. This buff has a terrifying increase in the mechanical system. If this continues, I have no chance of winning. After being shocked just now, Solomon's Key quickly adjusted his mentality and looked gloomy. He originally thought that it was a foregone conclusion to win this victory, but he did not expect that his opponent had such a powerful killer weapon. The Key of Solomon also hit a trump card. After winning this game, he would deliberately lose in the subsequent game. He could just qualify for the line and leave the trump card to the final circle before using it. However, he was forced to change the plan by the crazy knife. If he kept the trump card again, he would definitely lose. If he lost this game, he would not be able to let go of the next few games. The opponents were all strong enemies and could not retain their strength. He would definitely use the trump card. Since that is the case, it would be better to use it now. As long as he could win this game, everything would be easy. The sudden outbreak of the Mad Sword did surprise him, but the Solomon Key soon found a way to deal with it. He admitted that during the Black Star arrival, Mad Sword was an almost invincible existence, and whoever got on and died, but his state lasted only 3 minutes. As long as he dragged it over, he still had a chance of winning. Just so happens that his trump card, Howling Gate, has such a role. So, the Solomon Key used the last displacement skill, Flame Jump, to disappear from the spot, appearing in a sea of fire, opening more than 20 meters away, quickly pulled off his necklace, pressed it to the ground, and the amount of blue instantly plummeted by 40%. The surging magic emitted a foggy blue light, pouring into the necklace, emitting dazzling light. At the same time, the chanting of the Solomon Key sounded. The frost of death spreads, the holy fire that extinguishes life, and builds a bridge with the blood of the demon clan. Please respond to my call and let our enemies witness the cold winter that frozen the world. Woo! This is a phantom entity of a scout, squad of the Extinguished Legion. He is Summoner. The narrator suddenly raised his tone, almost breaking his voice. The audience's face changed drastically. You can summarize the image of the Summoner in the minds of players in one word: Beast. In the previous life, the Magic Summoning Stream and the Mechanical Legion Stream were called two major gangsters. Is it balanced? Technical? Sorry, I have never heard of those things. I am just strong anyway. The human sea tactics drown the enemy. If there are enough summoning objects, players can fight against the crowd. At this stage, the Legion flow has not yet appeared, but the summon flow has begun to appear. Of course, powerful genres naturally have their limitations. Summoning spells have failure rates, and they also require casting mediums. Some are specific summoning props, some are certain abilities themselves, and sign contracts with summoning objects. There are several forms of summoned objects, such as real entities, uniqueness, and they will disappear when they die. The Solomon Key summons the phantom entity, similar to the copy of the dungeon, and then move after death, endless. Most of the real entities are elite summoning objects, and the phantom entity is used as cannon fodder. His Howling Gate is a rare pink level 60 summoning prop that can summon a squad of demon scouts. The demon scout is a specialty of the Extinguishing Legion. Howl Gate is a personal challenge mission, which is very difficult. It was originally possible to complete it at level 60 or above, but the Koi Club helped the Solomon Key get this pink prop with its team strength. The attributes of these 5 demon scouts appear in the status bar, with a health value of 2,500, an attack power of 134-197, and a defense power of 40. At this level, it is still early to summon the evacuation of the summoning. Ordinary summoners can only summon small demon scouts, such as timberwolves and poisonous snakes. Their attributes are less than 1/3 of that of the demon scouts, and he can summon 5 demon scouts in one go. What's the concept? A level 60 martial arts player has a blood volume of about 3,000 to 4,000. These 5 demon scouts are approximately equal to the blood volume of 3 martial artists, and the damage is also very considerable. The maximum theoretical damage of a round of fire concentration is nearly 1,000 points. This is the confidence of Solomon's key to fight alone, and not only is he a demon wizard of Frostfire Stream, but he can also convert into a summoning stream at any time, which is extremely powerful. The audience was still lamenting the power of Black Star arrival, but the situation was changing, leaving everyone stunned on the spot. I'll go and summon a group of elite monsters. It's no different from a boss. There's this move. This man is a dog. The Key of Solomon asked the Demon Scout Ranger and the 2 Demon Axemen to surround the Mad Swords, and the 2 crossbowmen protected him and shot at a long-range shot. He had little blood and was afraid of the attack power of the Mad Sword, so he hid behind the crossbowman. The crazy sword looked calm, raised its shield and held a gun, and charged forward with great strides. The steel armor collided with the 3 demons, making a loud bang, and the impact force burst out the surrounding air. The audience only felt that the picture was shaken. Boom! Bang! Immediately afterwards, the spear tip of the gun released the explosive smoke and electric sparks, and swept the sword with a mad knife, and hit the 3 demons at the same time. The audience could see that the blood volume of the 3 demon scouts disappeared in an instant by 1/4. With the bonus of Black Star arrival, the damage of the Mad Sword is extremely terrifying. Not only that, the armor defense also increased sharply, and you are not afraid of siege. Just hold on for 3 minutes. The Key of Solomon was annoyed. In his eyes, the first time that the Howling Gate was presented to the world should be a refreshing, crushing victory. However, the first time it was used was to delay the opponent and cover his retreat. Disgraceful. Just as the 2 were fighting fiercely, the number of people watching it was rising steadily, and the game was changing with excitement, attracting more and more audiences. The appearance of the summoning technique made the audience think that the situation would change again, at least it would become even again. However, the next scene was still a one-man show of the Crazy Scouts. A single player beat a team of demon scouts, and the summoner who was supposed to crush the opponent was still being beaten by the Crazy Sword. Summoner is a very powerful profession. Well, although the player of Solomon Key is at an absolute disadvantage now, this does not affect the strength of the summoner. The commentator was originally analyzing the reason for the powerful summoner to the audience. Looking at this scene, he felt that his persuasion had dropped sharply, so he could only talk down. You are not in line with common sense. Many contestants were also watching this competition, feeling solemn. The Solomon Key has powerful summoning props, which is different from the one-time character card of the Mad Sword Angry Sword. His summoning technique can be used all the time. This guy is a strong enemy and must make a target plan in advance. Although contestants from various countries are even more afraid of the Solomon Key, they have to be glad. Fortunately, this Black Star arrival state is only one time, otherwise it would be a play. The Solomon Key felt that this was the longest 3 minutes. The Demon Scout who had high hopes was all chopped by the Mad Sword chopping melons and vegetables. When it was time to see the time, it only took 2 minutes. The Mad Sword state could last at least 30 seconds, but he was already exhausted. The audience is happy about this. Awesome, a real man in 3 minutes, killing people with people, and killing Buddha with Buddha, and a new world is created. What Black Star is coming? This move is clearly called the Great Demon Disintegration Method. Can the summoner be beaten by someone? It's so embarrassing. Take off his skirt. Solomon's Key, what can I do? I'm also desperate. This is like a high-level account to abuse food. Hey, speaking of it, getting so many additional mechanical bonuses, the Crazy Sword and Anger Sword is indeed equivalent to a high-level account. I'm so laughing. This summoner is like being destroyed by a group of people when he swipes a boss copy. Looking at his little eyes, how confused. Puff! The gunstorm pierced into Solomon's chest without any obstacles. He grabbed the spear, looking unwilling and angry. He lost with his trump card, and let others know his trump card in advance. This battle was a loss, and the wife and the soldiers were lost. Boom! The explosion occurred inside the body, taking away the last trace of blood, and the key of Solomon turned into a white light and died. The commentator waved his fist and spoke excitedly. What a wonderful battle. Congratulations to Ecstasy Sword for winning the final victory. The ratings of this game were extremely high, and the number of replays increased rapidly. Players from all over the world talked about this game. Especially the summoning stream was beaten, which was very pleasant to hear. Because the crazy sword relied on the Black Star arrival, Buff tortured the opponent. Han Xiao indirectly gave him a wave of presence. This mysterious NPC character, who has been active in the player's vision since the server was opened, finally revealed the tip of the iceberg of strength. Han the Technician now has a topical nature, and his past deeds have been made into memes by players. As long as there are related posts, it is easy to attract a lot of people to play memes on the forum. This time, it has caused players to speculate about his abilities, guessing what skills a mechanic has, what kind of genre, etc. The crazy knife defeated the strong enemy, and the hope of qualifying became greater. The biggest trump card of the Solomon key was forced out, but in the end he lost. The summoner, who was supposed to be like a boss, became the side to play the boss. After the game, many reporters interviewed Nyener Huai and asked how the Solomon key felt as a summoner, as if he poked the wound in his heart with a knife and left angrily. In fact, his Howl Gate is indeed very powerful. In the subsequent group stage, in order to keep qualifying, he could only do his best to defeat strong enemies with Howl Gate, showing the strength of the summoner. However, the better he performed, the more he highlighted the pervertedness of the Mad Sword. This is inaccurate. It should be said that it is the pervert of Han Xiao's character card. Kwang Dao got rid of the entanglement of the post-match interview, hurried back to the hub base, and went to find Han Xiao. He tasted the sweetness of the ability potion and turned the tide. This kind of good thing is better. When they arrive at Han Xiao's room, the people from the dynasty, the temple, and the sky surrounded Han Xiao early. They all watched the game and rushed to buy Black Star's ability potion. However, there is no new product on the store interface. Everyone looked up and looked at Han Xiao. This scene made Han Xiao feel very illusioned, as if these players were hungry pigs and had become the old mother who was feeding. What do you think? Want the potion of ability? It's gone. Han Xiao drove everyone out. You guys have my blood in the potion, and it will be enough to try it once. You can't squeeze me out even if you can satisfy you. The group stage is approaching, and the situation is gradually becoming clear. Chong Kong is 8th and Temple is 9th. The points gap is not small. The Temple must win a big victory to overtake Chong Kong. However, the next game is a civil war between the two sides, which means that no matter who wins and loses, one side must step on the shoulders of the other to obtain the qualification to qualify, and the defeated side basically fails to qualify. Many Chinese audiences were nervous. Everyone hoped that their 3 teams could enter the quarterfinals, but the situation was dilemma. This civil war was expected when it was grouped, but when it really happened, they still felt very nervous. Group C had many strong teams, and it was difficult to get points. Many teams with qualifying strength did not even rank in the top 10. The results of Chong Kong and the Temple were pretty good. Some players calculate points and get a complicated result. Chong Kong's points are higher. If you lose this game deliberately waterproof and get sufficient points, the Temple can jump to the 7th place, and Chong Kong is squeezed to the 9th place. However, the gap between Chong Kong and the previous one is very small, and the next schedule is easier than the previous one, and it is likely to overtake and return to the 8th place. In this way, the 2 teams have the opportunity to qualify. The worst result of the Civil War was that the Temple won a miserable victory, only getting few points. Chong Kong was defeated once, without points, which was equivalent to both sides being defeated. This round was in vain, and no points were generated. Not only did the temple situation remain unchanged, Chang Kong's ranking also became unstable. To achieve the best result, we can only cooperate secretly. However, this is just the audience's idea. Hao Ian never engages in those twists and turns. His professional qualities make him do his best when facing any opponent. It is even more impossible to play counterfeit games. His personality is very pure, straightforward, and he doesn't think about what is there or not. Chang Kong had no intention of keeping his hand. This civil war was fierce. Both sides had armor, and their strength was almost the same. They fought with artillery fire and were full of passion. The final result of the civil war was that Chang Kong was better, defeating the temple and making his ranking more stable. But the hope of qualifying for the temple was strangled by Chang Kong himself. A small number of fans of the temple immediately stopped and angrily squirted about Chang Kong, rising to the level of betrayal. However, most people, including some fans of the temple, did not agree with this remark and felt that Chang Kong was right at all. This is a game, and the game is to do its best. There is no professional ethics in playing counterfeit games, and what is there to say if you are not as good as others? The temple naturally stands from the right perspective and advocates that fans not criticize Chang Kong. This time we didn't play well, but it is impossible to say that we are not angry. When our international competition ends, our competitor, Chang Kong, continues to fight on their bodies. However, the temple has always been very social, and the situation has been settled. It is useless to be angry or vent. The problem, I think, is stop-loss. This is Li Ji's strength. He is proficient in shaping images and guiding public opinion. Under Li Ji's leadership, not only did not let go of the group matches, but also changed the tactics and played more fiercely than before, as if he knew that he could not qualify, so he played with his style. The bigger purpose was to make a gesture that prevents the opponent from snatching too many points from them, indirectly help Chang Kong to hold the enemy, create an image of never giving up, and embody the spirit of unity. Then he found some people to make this guess on the forum, bringing a rhythm and making the image of the temple become glorious and glorious. Standing at the commanding heights of public opinion, he gave a thumbs up when talking about the temple and said good things. In this way, it not only gained fame and reputation, but also weakened the negative impact of not qualifying. It also used this method to contrast with the Sky that defeated the compatriots team, setting off his own noble character. The senior officials of the temple were quite satisfied with this result. Among the 4 major Chinese families, the temple is the most commercial club. If the benefits of losing the game are higher, Han Xiao has no doubt that they will do so. With the end of the last group match, the results of the qualifying were released. 1. Demon World 2, Dynasty 3, Yagi 4, Koi 5, Tulip 6, Kangaroo Boxing 7, Rose Knight 8. Chang Kong. The most outstanding person in the group stage was Han Xiao. He had already surpassed the Demon World in the middle of the schedule and became the first, but in the last few games, he took the initiative to let the water go and fell to the second place, because the final circle depends on the group stage points ranking. If the Emperor ranks first, then his opponent is Chang Kong, which is not good. So after the team discussed, the Emperor decided to drop a ranking, but everyone knew that if the Emperor was willing, he could maintain a record of winning with a high profile to enter the final circle. This ranking is very different from what I remember. Han Xiao's existence is like a butterfly flapping his wings, which changed the situation in the league. He vaguely remembered that there was a quarterfinal seat in his previous life that was Korean kimchi, and kimchi is now ranked outside the 10th place, and the seat was overturned. Many strong teams here have shined in every league in their previous lives. Unfortunately, the novice planet they are located in is far away. Otherwise, Han Xiao would like to attract these professional experts to join his camp, and his ability to do business, do tasks, is very reliable. Among the quarterfinals, only China and the United States have 2 teams shortlisted at the same time. Only the Dynasty entered the quarterfinals in the previous life, but now there is more Chang Kong. In the individual competition, Guangdao qualified in the 15th place, and Wang Ho generals and prime ministers qualified in the sixth place. 2 Chinese players were also shortlisted. Strong teams and masters from various regions competed on the same stage. To achieve such a result, it was considered a brilliant performance. Star Sea Times specially conducted a program to explain the results of the teams, analyze the situation in the future final circle, and believe that there are 3 teams with the most potential to win the championship, namely the Demon World, the Dynasty, and Koi. The 5-game, 3-win match system. Each team will definitely give out trump cards and target the enemy in full. The final round schedule was released, and the first round was Koi vs Tulips. The performance of the Chinese team in the league has improved greatly compared to their previous lives. During the group stage, Han Xiao stayed at the Jaberli hub and temporarily refused the invitation to cooperate with other mercenaries to rest the team, but he was not idle either. He buried his head in creating more machinery, taught Roshia, directed Sunil's team to perform other tasks, and accompanied Melas to conduct combat training. Now that the group stage is over and the ranking has reached expectations, Han Xiao no longer focuses on the details of the game. What achievements the team can achieve next have little impact on him, and he continues to carry out the business of the mercenary group. Just as the main butler of Long Tanfu Island sent a supply task, the logistics manager Haier applied for a batch of new parts and supplies. The seller's team was an Agadora colonial star in the Jiawan galaxy, which needed Han Xiao escort. Emmys almost cares about everything. Jenny has always been in charge of all the affairs. Compared with the other 3 super A-level bosses who broke the star ring, Emmys is the least concerned about the cultivation of her own power. The other 3 have more or less combat troops. Emmys only has a group of guards. The Black Star mercenary group is her only external combat power. It is actually just an errand. After all, compared with those large fleets, a medium-sized mercenary group is as small as dust. Longtan's protection was not given for nothing. His Black Star mercenary group was nominally Longtan's field force, escorting supplies, chasing enemies, visiting on the spot, collecting intelligence, etc., and often had to do some errands, similar to the daily tasks of the camp, and lacked much experience, mainly to increase the favorability of the camp. Now Han Xiao's favorability in Longtan's camp has reached 2,100 points, and his relationship is friendly. Han Xiao took everyone to set off because the contestants entered the competition with the gathering crystals, so their position was not restricted and they also acted together. Although the game is important, it is also important to hold Han Xiao's thighs tightly. Otherwise, no one will repair the armor. Happy New Year! Although I can't be happy when I think about giving red envelopes to my relatives' kids tomorrow. Tulips defeated Koi 3-1 and entered the semifinals first. Most of the strong teams retained their trump cards in the group stage, but the trump cards of Koi's team were shown in advance because of the match between the Mad Sword and the Solomon Key. Although Howl Gate is strong, the period from the group stage to the final circle is enough for other teams to think about tactics. Tulips are strong and stable, and also have a killer weapon. They were only used in the quarterfinals. Just as Solomon Key expected, they were immediately caught off guard. If it weren't for the extraordinary performance of Solomon Key in the third game, they would have been crushed by 3-0. Koi's team stopped in the quarterfinals, and such a result was far from the goal of winning the championship, which made Solomon's Key very angry. On the other hand, the Black Star mercenary group came to the planet where the material team was located and prepared to escort it. A fan-shaped, flat-shaped light, golden interstellar space hangs in the outer space of a Godora colonial star, circling endlessly along orbit. The alloy shell exudes a hazy, magical glory. Spacecraft of different types are anchored here, and the seller is waiting for Han Xiao to come here. His name is Terrell. He is a well-known businessman in the Jiawan Galaxy system. He runs a commercial department store and has been working with the Longtan Logistics Department for a long time. Han Xiao has performed many escort missions and is familiar with Terrell. The group arrived at the airport pier, and screams rang out from afar. Haha, Longtan's Black Star, we're meeting again. Trell is a Godora man with a round figure and a warm smile. He quickly stepped forward and gave Han Xiao a greasy bear hug and smiled and said, I'm going to trouble you again this time. All the supplies Longtan needs have been packed, and the list is listed. Do you need to count them? He led Han Xiao and others to the side, and the metal boxes were stacked into hills, which were all purchased by Haier. I don't doubt your credibility after so many cooperations, but this is Jinny's request. Let me count them. Han Xiao handed the list to Feng Yu and threw the task of counting the goods. Understand. Terrell rubbed his hands and smiled heartily. Material escort is a daily task and rewards 150 points for the Longtan camp favor. Han Xiao and Trial know each other. Because of Longtan's identity, Trial gives him some discounts, so he often buys things from Trial in private and trusts the other party's reputation. However, at this time, it is better to be careful when doing things for Longtan. Logistics is a problem when purchasing supplies on the virtual network of Star. Except for those advanced civilizations that popularize long-distance transmission equipment into civilian use. The logistics in Star is usually contracted by a special express delivery group, or sellers cooperate with travel groups to airdrop express delivery along the way. There are many people who have broken star rings to pick up scatters. Some low-level star pirates specialize in robbing logistics spacecraft, so the commercial team usually hires mercenaries as guards. This is similar to escorts. Feng Yu quickly counted it, and the quantity was correct. Han Xiao nodded and said, No problem. Then let's go now. I've contacted a travel spacecraft and parked at port 5468. Terrell turned his head and said to the entourage behind him, Dyke, take people to put the supplies into the cargo hold, and then follow Black Star to Longtan to hand over the cargo. The man called Deck nodded and invited the workers to transport the boxes to the port. He is an ordinary supervisor of Terrell Group, with a very ordinary appearance and is very inconspicuous. Everyone stepped on the gangway of the travel spacecraft, and Terrell stood at the dock and shouted, Say hello to Jenny on my behalf. Han Xiao waved his hand and walked into the spacecraft. After the cabin door was closed, he wrote a security mission to some players, asking Melos to take them to the cargo hold to shift to protect supplies, while he took the others to the spacecraft's passenger cabin. The bumps came, and the spacecraft rumbling and took off. It was a small travel spacecraft, and no other passengers were booked by Terrell. This trip was specially used to transport supplies to Longtan. There were not many people on the ship. In addition to more than a dozen crew logistics personnel and members of the mercenary group, there were more than a dozen workers from the Trail group. Dyke was their leader. Han Xiao had seen him several times before and had not communicated much, but found that Dyke brought a girl on the ship this time. Are you the Black Star? As soon as everyone sat down in the cabin hall, the girl beside Dyke spoke, tilted her head, and looked at Han Xiao curiously. Han Xiao looked at her and said that this was a human girl in the universe. She was not old, about 15 or 16 years old. She was only as tall as Han Xiao's chest, dark brown short hair, fair skin, beautiful appearance, tall nose, pretty face, and a pair of lively eyes full of youthful vitality. Uncle Dyke often tells me stories and tells you about your deeds. The girl's eyes wandered around Han Xiao, with the meaning of looking at her. Dyke coughed dryly. This is the daughter of a friend of mine, her family. Cough, cough. Let me take care of her for the time being. She pestered her and wanted to go on a boat with me, so I took her with me. Lord Haishing, isn't that a problem? It's okay. Han Xiao shook his head, looked at the girl, and laughed. What's your name? Zaiwia. It sounds nice. Which planet is your hometown? Zaiwia curled her lips. Are you checking your household registration? Uncle. Han Xiao was speechless. He was obviously young and handsome, and you were talking nonsense. Zaiwia glanced to Han Xiao, turned her mind, and snorted. I heard that you mercenaries have no principles, and whoever bids more will fight for whom. I really want to know, aren't you holding the money you earn from selling your soul? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Before he could speak, Dyke pulled Zaiwia up in fear, scolded her, and then hurriedly apologized to Han Xiao. She is ignorant. Don't take it to your heart. It's okay, young people, it's understandable. Han Xiao waved his hand, and his words were basically zero to him, so he naturally wouldn't care. He smiled and said, This little girl is quite brave. Since we know that we are a group of thugs, they dared to scold her in person, which is a little courageous. I'm not a little girl. Ziwia looked thin and angry, and she straightened her chest. Well, it's really not small, but it still needs to be developed. The meat bag looked down and showed a hee-hee smile. Suddenly, Han Xiao turned his head and stared at him without saying a word. He hurriedly put away his smile, looked at his nose and his heart, and sat upright. The group tied up the fixed belts, and the spacecraft quickly entered the jump mode, and then they could walk around at will. Sivia was lively and active, running around the spacecraft curiously, visiting the structure of the spacecraft, and being amazed, and sometimes lying on the porthole and looking at the flowing light of the jumping outside the window. Dyke smiled bitterly and said, "This is her first time riding a spaceship, which has caused you trouble. As long as it doesn't affect the mission, it's fine." Han Xiao looked at the girl's lively back and squinted his eyes. Sivia, this name seems to be familiar. He did not let go of a trace of suspicion, returned to the room, pondered for more than 10 minutes, and finally found an image of the name in his memory that was in line with the name. Mechanical female knight, Sawia? Han Xiao was stunned. Unexpectedly, the girl he accidentally met was actually a famous person. Moreover, in the plot of his previous life, Sawia was quite famous, especially in the player group. Now Sivia is still a girl who has not grown up. Han Xiao recalled how she looked after she'd grown up in her previous life. Her long hair was fluttering, her heroic figure, wearing slender and light mechanical armor, and a cloak was dragged behind her, like a knight, were important indicators for identifying the charm of a female character. Book. Sivia has a lot of books, and beauty is just one of the factors. After all, there are too many beautiful female creatures in the sea of stars, and the bigger reason is her background, identity, personality, and plot. Beauty has never been the focus of Han Xiao. He secretly recalled Sawia's character background. The time was a bit long, so he only remembered the general situation for the time being. Sawia's father was chased by a certain mercenary group and died of misfortune. At that time, she was still very young, so she embarked on the road of revenge. She turned to some forces, learned a lot of mechanical knowledge, became a star pirate, and chased the mercenary group. In that version of the timeline, as the Red Empire began to expand again, everyone in various star fields was in danger. The large mercenary organization of the various star groups imitated the mercenary in the star field of the bright silver spiral-armed star field and took the lead in establishing the Broken Star Ring Allied Army, becoming a super-large mercenary joint group with hundreds of millions of members and tens of thousands of space warships of various types, enough to participate in the large-scale space battle. Sawia was the mortal enemy of the mercenary allied forces at that time. The player participated in the mercenary allied incident at that time. In their eyes, Sivia was an opposite famous villain boss. Many players received the task of chasing Sivia, but they all failed. Sivia was very strong. This was against the mercenary allied forces for a while. After a while, Sivia often appeared in the player's vision. Later, it seemed like a coincidence that his father was a bad guy. I don't remember the specific details. Anyway, I learned that his father's death was his own fault, and then disappeared for a while. When she appeared again, she changed her career. She no longer became a star pirate, but became a free rebel with broken star rings. She helped the invading people, spontaneously deal with some villains, did many famous deeds, and refused any form of reward and employment. All behaviors were spontaneous, similar to a superhero, well, commonly known as whitewashing and turning back to justice. Although Sivia is not the protagonist of a certain event, she's a famous figure like Hela. Many events of the Broken Star Ring often involve her intervening. Players wander in the wild and occasionally encounter her dealing with the villain. You can come forward to help. She is loved by many people in Broken Star Ring. These are things in the future of 3.0. Han Xiao shook his head. Sivia's experience of turning back into a wrong and her personality transformation from cynical to knight-like integrity contains a lot of entry points for the book, such as, "Wow, what do I want to do? I didn't expect to meet a future celebrity." Han Xiao touched his chin. For some reason, I felt a little strange inside, as if I had missed some important information. Longtanfu Island is located in the Ryan galaxy of the Colton star cluster at this time. There is a small star gate that can jump in the middle, with a trip of about 10 days. Honda technicians build machinery every day and make transactions with players. He didn't pay close attention to the league, but only looked at the results. The quarterfinals were released. Chong Kong met the number 1-3 Magic World and stopped in the quarterfinals. It was a pity. The dynasty defeated the Rose Knights 3-2 and won a semi-final seat. Japan's Yaki fought fiercely with the Australian Kangaroos and won 3-1 in the end. The teams entering the semi-finals were Tulips, Demon Realm, Dynasty, and Yaki. The next grouping is crucial. I wonder if the prayers of countless Chinese audiences played a role. The opponent in the semi-finals of the Dynasty is Yaki. Compared with the Tulips as stable as an old turtle and the unrivaled Demon World, Yaki is undoubtedly a soft persimmon, and she has the greatest confidence in defeating her opponent. The Chinese section of the forum is almost a scene of celebration. In terms of individual competitions, the kings, princes, and generals reached the quarterfinals and stopped at the quarterfinals, but he was already very satisfied. He was already overjoyed to be able to reach the second round of the International League, and his results far exceeded the initial expectations. Compared with the rankings in his previous life, he has made too much progress. In his previous life, Kwang Dao could only become famous in the Divisional League and was not even qualified to be shortlisted for the International League. Now he has won a seat in the top 16 of the first International League individual competition. The Kwang Dao gained the most, and his status among Chinese players has leaped from obscurity to a super rising star. 10 days later, the spacecraft exited the jump state, only half a day left to Longtan. It happened to be the mealtime. I walked out of the mechanical modification room and came to the food room. This is the place where I usually eat. Many people eat here. They are all space-portable foods. They can't say whether they are delicious or not. They can only say they have a taste. Melas greeted him at the bar, and Han Xiao walked over. Drink a drink. Melas placed a bottle of wine in front of him, and the alcohol made his face red. I almost forgot that you were addicted to alcohol. Han Xiao sat down, and the bartender handed over a new wine glass. Melas smiled and picked up the bottle and poured a glass for Han Xiao. Shaking his head and picking up the wine glass, he was about to take a sip, but his movements suddenly stopped, and an inexplicable sense of alertness surged in his heart. Han Xiao frowned slightly and looked at the introduction of the items on the panel. Spirited liquor added. The effect is unknown bang. The sound of the impact scared everyone, and they put down their food and looked over in surprise. Han Xiao grabbed the bartender's collar and pressed the panicked bartender to the bar, expressionless, and said coldly, "Are you poisoning? What do you want to do?" The bartender was the crew logistics staff, unable to break free, looking panicked. Melas was startled. "Captain, are you?" Han Xiao pointed to his glass of wine. "There is something inside. It should be poison." "Impossible. The wine was brought by me. Why is it okay if I drink it? Am I poisoned too?" Melas was shocked and hurriedly touched his tongue and throat, but there was no sense of poisoning. "Wine is fine. It's a problem with the wine glass. The items in the wine bottle are normal. Only the glass of wine was added with ingredients. It is possible that someone put something in the wine glass in advance, and the bartender who took out the wine glass was the most suspicious. It was originally a very simple daily escort mission, but Han Xiao didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He was very curious. Who wants his life? At this time, the players and merchant team workers surrounded him, and Dyke and others rushed over after hearing the news, looking puzzled. "What happened?" Han Xiao said it briefly, and everyone looked surprised. "Would it be a mistake?" Dyke asked. Shaking his head, Han Xiao composed a new mission and threw it to the players present. "You trigger the task, Detection of Toxins. Task Introduction. Your leader is suspected of being poisoned and assassinated. Are you willing to help him test the effect of toxins? Task Requirements. Drink spirited liquor with ingredients. Reward. Black Star. Han Xiao's favorability plus 315W experience. Note. Possible death. Mercenary group players received a prompt from the panel. Their eyes lit up. The first time they encountered a task that was so easy to increase Han Xiao's favorability and earn experience, it would be a big deal to die once. Everyone was about to rush up to grab the wine glass, but saw a figure flashing, and the meat was moving like a rabbit, and the speed was extremely fast. He grabbed the wine glass and became stuffy without saying a word. "Why are you running so fast?" Tai Erzi was shocked. "I, an agile martial artist, can't keep up with your Sibida. How did you practice it?" The meat bag glanced at everyone with pride. Before he could speak, his face suddenly changed. The blood vessels under the skin raised and turned blue-black, crawling all over his face, opening his mouth wide but unable to make a sound. Seeing this, the other players retreated one after another, and there was no one within 3 meters of the meat bag. The meat bag was frozen in place for a few seconds, and then his facial features were bleeding. He fell to the ground and died suddenly, and died on the spot. What a man like the wind, he died so much. Huang Dao was amazed. Just die like this. The workers and crew of the business group were shocked. A living mercenary died in front of him. His companions were as if nothing had happened. What kind of mercenary group is this? It's so cold-blooded, so terrible. Moreover, these mercenaries were too loyal to He Xing. Before He Xing could speak, they rushed to drink poison wine and test the poison with their bodies. This was not like a mercenary at all. It was simply a fanatical cult. However, the next moment, the corpse of the meat bag turned into white light and disappeared. Then a trot sounded outside the door, and the meat bag ran over from the resurrection site. Dyke said in surprise, You... Han Xiao looked at him. "I cooperated many times, but you didn't know that we had a nickname of Immortal Mercenary Group? So that's it. I don't know the rumors in the mercenary world." Dyke smiled bitterly. No wonder these mercenaries were so calm. It turned out that they were all undead. The name of Black Star is widely circulated, but its specific capabilities are mainly well known in the industry, and other industries do not know much about this. What is the effect of poison? Han Xiao turned his head and asked. Meatbags checked the panel prompts just now. You're taking some toxin and are making an endurance judgment. Your endurance is less than 280, and there is no relevant immune skills. You enter the poisoning state. High concentration of decayed blood toxin. This is a toxin produced from a certain superpower, requiring injection of blood toxic antidotes. It is currently toxic to 135, and it loses 750 blood points per second, lasting 8 seconds. Warn, your health is too low. Please take the antidote as soon as possible. Your health is less than 0 points. You are dead. The meat bag was told truthfully, and Han Xiao nodded. Losing 6,000 blood in 8 seconds is very fatal to the player, but I can't drink it to death, which proves that the poisoned person has limited knowledge of me. However, the murderer was able to plot against me on this journey, but it also means that he had mastered my whereabouts. At least he knew that this ship was transporting supplies to Longtan, and I would definitely appear here. The ship is so big, and a murderer must be hidden among these people. Moreover, the name of the Immortal Mercenary Group did not scare the murderer away. There were only 2 possibilities. Either he knew that I was not immortal, or a vendetta. Han Xiao frowned, and many speculations appeared in his mind, and even the suspicion of the player could not be ruled out. This possibility has to be guarded against. He strengthened himself by helping the player, but never completely trusted the player. After all, he knew the player's urinary nature, and just hoped that he had guessed wrongly. It was not that the player had accepted the task of assassinating him privately. After verifying that Han Xiao's words were not false, a pair of hostile eyes stared at the bartender, who fell aside. When the bartender saw the toxin attack, his face was pale and trembled all over. It's not me, I don't know about this. I just took an empty wine glass from the cabinet. Han Xiao opened the bar counter, and there were many empty wine glasses inside, all of which were taken out and filled with water. Everything was normal. Only his own cup was poisonous, and frowned and said, "So many wine glasses. Only the cup you gave me was poisonous. How do you explain?" I don't know. That cup is placed outside. I really took it casually." The bartender was almost scared. Melas suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, feeling scared. If the bartender got the wrong cup, wouldn't I be finished? You are so good, you can't kill you. Han Xiao replied casually, staring at the trembling bartender, and said, If it weren't for you, then someone else was tampering in the wine glass. Captain, are the captains there? The spaceship captain rushed to the crowd with a heavy face. I am the captain of the Kailuo. I apologize for this happening on my ship. I will cooperate with you to find the murderer. I want to call the surveillance video of the spaceship these days to see who has approached this place. As you wish. In addition to the bedroom, most areas of the spaceship have surveillance, and the food room is no exception. The murderer can be locked immediately through the video. The bartender was surprised. Then am I fine? Are you dreaming? Han Xiao said angrily. Tie him up and bring him with me. The captain brought everyone to the main control room. He was about to call out the surveillance camera, but he was shocked to find that the video had been cleaned up and the earliest video was less than a day ago. The surveillance videos have been deleted. The captain was shocked. Only I can perform operations of this level. Could it be that the spacecraft system has been invaded and the other party can bypass the alarm mechanism? He hurriedly opened the background, used the fingerprint pupil membrane to enter the captain's permission, and activated the system self-test, but found no intrusion loopholes. Why can't the invasion be detected? Could it be that the spacecraft is completely controlled by the enemy? The captain was sweating profusely and had to check the spacecraft operation log, hoping to find the source of the operation ID to delete the video. This small travel spacecraft belongs to an interstellar travel group. The captain is hired and the authority ranks second. The highest system authority belongs to the group. The captain cannot change the log, so the murderer cannot modify the log even if he controls the spacecraft, unless the opponent's technology is strong enough to bypass the quantum network defense at the group headquarters and seize the highest authority. However, there are no traces of logging in with other permission accounts in the log, and everyone quickly discovered the operation record of deleting the video. Operation log number 00, 22 hours ago. Clean up all surveillance videos. Permission authentication is passed. Confirm/return confirmation deletion. Cleaning is completed. Operator, captain's account. P.S. There's another chapter later. The captain's eyes widened. Why is it my account? It's not my job. 22 hours ago. I was sleeping at that time. It was the murderer, and the murderer stole my account. But the login password is my fingerprint and pupil mask. How could it be stolen? Everyone looked at him with a suspicion. Maybe it was you. There is no surveillance video now, so you can do whatever you perform. There are several possibilities. The senior management of your tour group colluded with other forces to deal with us. It may be that the other party used some means to obtain the captain's body code sample, or a disguiser lurked on the ship. Melas pondered. Everyone's face changed, and they looked at each other with a suspicion, looking at everyone like an enemy. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked around the crowd. Everyone on the boat gathered here. Even Suiya was here, hiding on the edge of the crowd, looking at him with half of her face. His eyes suddenly moved. Wait, Sivia? A sudden light of inspiration appeared, and Han Xiao finally found where the weirdness he noticed came from. He looked at Dyke. Is Sivia your friend's daughter? Dyke nodded and asked in confusion. Yes. Is there any problem with this? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Her family. It seems that only her father is left. If I remember correctly, that person is not a simple person. Haha, I almost fooled him by you, pretending to be quite like confessing and lenient, resisting and strictness. Are you talking to yourself, or will I tell you for your help? Dyke's expression froze, a look of disbelief flashed, and his eyes clearly expressed his shock and doubt. How did you know Sivia? Although Han Xiao didn't know the specific identity of Ziwia's father, he remembered that in the background introduction, her father was a villain, which was enough. Dyke was just an ordinary employee of Commercial Group. A villain was actually his friend. Although it was not impossible, it was still very strange. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. He should have noticed this a long time ago, but everything was normal at the time, so he didn't think about it carefully. It seemed that he had been a little relaxed recently, because the league was off for a month, and he had not experienced too much crisis in the past 9 months, he subtly reduced his vigilance. Fortunately, he noticed it in time, and he couldn't help but feel aroused in his heart and secretly awakened. At this time, Sivia walked out and frowned. Her temperament changed. Her previous youthful aura was all her disguise. Although her body was still in adolescence, she no longer felt like a girl, and her temperament became mature. Ziwei stared at Han Xiao with a complicated tone mixed with shock. "You actually recognize me?" She couldn't figure out. It was obviously the first time we met. So how could Han Xiao recognize her identity? Logically speaking, He Xing would not know her existence at all, and she had been hiding in the dark. Sivia thought about many possibilities of exposure, but she did not expect that her identity would be revealed, which would lead to her plan not being able to proceed as scheduled. In fact, if it weren't for remembering Sivia's background, Technician Han would not be able to directly identify the identity of the murderer. Suddenly meeting a future famous person is not an accident. "Hey Xing, my father was sent to prison by you. You mercenaries who had no bottom line would only fight for money. For this reason, they would not hesitate to help those tyrannical rulers suppress the suffering people. My father could have saved everyone, but you mercenaries who harmed him." Sivia gritted her teeth and was angry. Since she was exposed, she no longer pretended to be that girl. The players looked at each other, confused. "Have we ever done this?" Feng Yu couldn't help asking, "Little sister, what's your father's name?" "Langri. How can you forget his name?" Sivia was excited. When Han Xiao opened the interface of a mercenary group, he glanced and found the name in his mission resume. This was a cooperative mission with the Purple Gold Legion to eradicate the rebel stronghold stationed on a certain planet. The name of the rebel leader was Langri. It turned out that guy was Sivia's father. Han Xiao was speechless. He became this certain mercenary group that dealt with her father in the background of Sivia's character. What else can I say? It seems that it is a butterfly effect, and suddenly suffered a sudden disaster. Not only you, but also the Purple Gold Legion. This will not be the first time. I will hunt you forever. Sivia shouted. Bang! As soon as the words were finished, the sound of smoke bombs exploding sounded behind everyone, and the dark red, poisonous fog rose. You're shrouded in some kind of poisonous fog, and are calculating the endurance. Your endurance is less than 280, and there is no relevant immune skills. You enter the poisoning state, low concentration of rotten blood toxin thick fog. This is a poisonous fog extracted from a certain supernatural toxin. You need to take a blood toxicity decompression agent. It is currently toxic 30/30ths, and you lose 200 blood points per second. Stop inhaling the poisonous fog for 3 seconds before the state disappears. Everyone hurriedly turned around and saw that the captain had put on a gas mask. The poisonous fog bomb was thrown out by him. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the spacecraft system echoed throughout the spacecraft. Automatic navigation changes destination. The closest star preheating the transition engine. Estimated arrival time. 13 minutes and 48 seconds. The whole ship enters blockade mode. All gates are locked. Repeat, all gates are locked. Rumble. The main control room door slammed, and all channel gates of the spacecraft were closed. The captain was prepared, and before the alloy door on the other side of the main control room closed, he rushed out at a fast speed. Melos failed to catch the captain in time and punched the metal door, leaving a shallow depression. The front alloy door just separates a small number of people from the edge of the crowd, and Sivia is in it. At this moment, Han Xiao and others were trapped in the main control room. All crew members were shocked. The captain was also from the enemy. Swish. At this time, the spacecraft's ventilation duct sprayed out a stream of dark red poisonous fog, and the air system had been passively wielded and was activated by the captain with permission. Han Xiao held his breath, and his eyes flashed. Not only assassination, this ship itself is a complete trap for them. Sivia can accurately grasp their itinerary, and 80% of them are the reasons why the big tree attracts wind. At this time, a new task appears on the panel. You have triggered the emergency mission, Sivia's Revenge. Task introduction, a cause and effect. Due to a common employment, you made Sivia lose her father. Now, you're going to welcome her revenge fire. Task requirements. Resolve the revenge method of Xiwia. Task reward. Reward 12,000 experience. TSK, we are so angry that we can use our small to make a big deal, and we want to send us into the stars to burn it into slag. I have a good idea. I'm beating the old one. Are you a young one? Han Xiao smiled and was not panicked at all. He was very familiar with this operation. This was how he used to deal with the buds. What should I do now? Melas looked over. He could breathe normally and speak. His endurance was more than 280 points, and the poisonous fog could not hurt him. Her plan is interesting, but it missed the most important link. Kerala, the mechas spread out from the necklace, and pieces of armor spread throughout the body. The helmet filtered the poisonous fog. The poisoning state quickly disappeared. Han Xiao walked to the main console, tapped the screen, called out the spacecraft system interface, moved his fingers, shook his head, and laughed. I'm a mechanic. Players activated the filtering of armor to be immune to poison gas, looked at Han Xiao, and waited for the dispatch. The captain used his authority to lock the spacecraft navigation. I'll invade the spacecraft system and change the route. You exploded the metal door. Some people went to the main room to insert this chip, and others caught Xiwia and her accomplices back. Han Xiao spread his palms, and a flash of lightning, and a black chip flew out his pocket. I understand. Melas nodded, put away the chip, swung the ship's knife, and stormed the metal door with one sword, making a harsh sound of steel tearing and slashing the gap. Dozens of armored players raised their guns and fired, and the alloy door was quickly riddled with holes and collapsed with a bang. In the poisonous fog, everyone walked out of the main control room. In front of the passage was a locked alloy door. The people who were separated before were trapped in the middle of the passage. Many people were poisoned, and their lives were hanging on the line. Dyke was actually in it, but Sivia disappeared. The player took out a gas mask and put it on these people. Dyke was so angry that he took a breath and immediately cried bitterly. I was forced. The girl threatened me with my family and forced me to cooperate with her acting. I really have no choice. Sorry. Don't talk nonsense. Where's Sivia? Melas asked. She and that captain are the accomplices. She opened the alloy door with her authority and ran away, leaving us here. Bang! Melas slapped Dyke and said, Tie him up. The regiment commander may ask questions later. The gunshots roared, and everyone used brute force to break through the alloy doors. The speed was not slow. Sivia turned the spaceship into a trap, but the spaceship itself could not trap them. This was the gap in strength. Han Xiao guessed that Xiwia's next action was to get the life-saving pod first, protect herself before the jump, and, at the same time, let all emergency escape pods go away, leaving everyone trapped on the spaceship. However, he was a mechanic and could seize the authority of the spaceship. This was a loophole in Xiwia's plan. When Han Xiao opened the spacecraft system, his fingers were flying, as if there were continuous phantoms. He entered countless codes and soon invaded into the system background and was resisted by the alarm mechanism. In 9 months, he purchased some new advanced knowledge, such as advanced intelligent technology, which supplemented the shortcomings of network technology. The Black Ship is a more powerful auxiliary intelligence. After being inserted into the main room, the speed of cracking the system can be twice as fast. The alarm was humming, and the sound of the spacecraft's system echoed. System intrusion was detected. Please stop your behavior immediately. Because time was limited, Han Xiao did not bypass the alarm and chose a rough cracking method. Well, the 13th-generation network firewall of the TAK series, the 47-bit algorithm of the silver light sequence, and the randomly generated key wall are quite advanced. Han Xiao kept moving, and while invading, he said, It will take about 5 minutes to break through this system, but there are 2 minutes left to enter the jump mode. Xiwia will take a life-saving pod before this. Arashia, go and catch her. Hearing this, Arashia turned into an energy state and left through the wall. The metal wall was meaningless to her, and only the energy barrier could prevent her from passing through the wall. Everyone acted one after another, and Han Xiao stayed in the main control room, focusing on cracking the system. Damn it, why is it exposed? How could Blackstar know me? The rapid footsteps echoed in the bridge passage. Suiya hurriedly ran, using the captain's authority to open a metal door, and then close the metal door after passing. The gunshots in the distance became clearer and clearer, as if the death-hunting bells were heard, which meant that there was not much time left for her. Once she had a head-on conflict, she would have no power to resist. It was the moment of racing against time. Sivia didn't dare to stop. The wet heat was squeezed out by her tightened lungs again and again, running out of breath and panting. In order to complete the trap, she took out all her savings to hire a free killer and learned about Han Xiao's whereabouts through an intelligence network of a force. Suiya knew very well that she was too weak and wanted to deal with the Black Star mercenary group. She could only rely on this conspiracy. She originally wanted to turn this spaceship into the Black Star's grave. Unfortunately, she is only able to protect herself now. Do you regret it? A voice echoed in my heart, and Sivia bit her lip. Many pictures appeared in my mind. The father's doting eyes and happy memories of childhood seemed to be coated with a layer of warmth. However, the pictures seemed to be broken. The flames swallowed these memories, and the mercenaries falling from the sky splashed flames, destroying all this. If my father had not sent her away early, he would have died tragically in the rain of bullets. After the mercenaries surrounded her, her father was sent to prison. After a long time of hardship, she was able to revisit her old place. Her father's stronghold was like her home, but now there are only charred ruins left. I still remember when I was a child, I liked to hide under the shade of an old tree and spend lazy afternoons. But the tree had been burned to charcoal and emitted an unpleasant smell. The once dense shade was left with only bare black branches. Whenever I think of these, an irrepressible anger will ignite, burning her nerves and destroying her reason. It is worth it to take revenge on this group of mercenaries. Sivia bit her teeth tightly. Soon, she came to the life-saving pod, which contained more than a dozen emergency escape pods. The captain happened to arrive here from the other side and complained, "You didn't tell me there was such a big risk. I want to increase my reward." The bumps of the spacecraft became more and more obvious. Once they entered the jump state, they could not use the escape pole. Unless they wanted to be torn to pieces with the escape pole at the jump speed, Sivia hurriedly pulled down the manual plug door of the life pole. Amid the sound of the airflow, the excess escape pole was released, leaving only the last two. The two were about to walk in. A golden light lit up behind them, and Aroshia, in the form of a light man, walked through the wall and arrived in time. "Go away!" Sivia gritted her teeth and was about to enter the life-saving compartment. The captain suddenly pushed her behind her and threw her at Aroshia. In a critical moment, he didn't care that Sivia was an employer and wanted to delay time. In the air, Suiya turned around in shock. She didn't expect the captain's sudden betrayal. Buzz! A circle of energy impact rings spread, and before Sivia hit Aroshia, she was bounced away, hitting the wall and falling aside, her expression twisted in pain. Aroshia's arms were stretched out, and her forearm turned into a golden energy wave, sweeping like a whip. The shells of the two life capsules were melted through, leaving a coherent, blazing red gap, which was obviously useless. The captain's face changed drastically. Boom! The metal gate collapsed, and Melas and a group of players arrived one after another, surrounding the two. At the same time, the spacecraft suddenly shook and entered the transition mode. "It's over." Sivia closed her eyes in despair. The poison gas slowly dissipated, and the locked alloy doors also opened one after another. The spacecraft stopped jumping and quietly suspended in the universe. It was only a matter of time for Han Xiao to break through the spacecraft system. After controlling Suiya, he would not have any pressure and easily seize the captain's authority. At this time, the entire spacecraft was under his control and canceled the navigation to the stars, and the crisis was naturally resolved. Suiya felt that her plan was very fatal, but in fact it did not pose much threat to the current Black Star mercenary group. With the strength of the mercenary group, he could break the deadlock with strength. The technician Han was not panicked at all. Suiya was still too young during this period, and it was not so easy for him to fail. The panel prompts the task to be completed, and the players looked happy. The matter came to an end. All the crew were gathered in the cabin hall, surrounded by mercenaries holding guns at them, and in the center were three people, Sivia, Dyke, and a captain, tied tightly. Han Xiao sat on the sofa, with his elbows supporting his knees, leaning forward, slowly scanning the three of them. His aura was like a dragon and a tiger, full of pressure, like a three-party trial. The crew members and the merchant group workers were afraid to breathe, even when they were not the subjects of interrogation. Dyke hurriedly explained the situation. A few days ago, the Trell group prepared Longtan supplies and decided to let him be responsible for handing over the goods. After that, he was approached by Sivia and forced to cooperate. If you can grasp our whereabouts, there are other forces behind you to help you. Just because you're a little girl, there is no such a big intelligence network. Han Xiao's expressionless face, and if you can bribe the captain to take risks against a mercenary, I guess you have also relied on the energy of that organization. Ziwia stared at Han Xiao with a stubborn look on her face, as if she had made up her mind to say nothing and was unwilling to bow her head in front of her enemies. Bang! The gunshot rang out loud. There was a curling blue smoke at the muzzle. Spots of blood splattered all over Sivia's pretty face. She shook all over and turned to look over. I saw a blood hole in the captain's forehead, and his shocked expression frozen on his face, slowly softened, and the pool of blood slowly expanded. The captain thought Han Xiao would interrogate him, but he was still struggling to talk, thinking about how to deal with interrogation to save his life. However, Han Xiao was not interested in him at all and gave him a bullet. His eyes widened were full of reluctance. The corpse suddenly deformed and turned into another man. This is a sensible ability, which is particularly suitable for infiltration. Melas's eyes lit up. I'm right. I'm really a disguised person. Seeing this, Han Xiao immediately guessed the cause and effect. It seems that the original captain has long been dead, and he is replaced by this disguised person. He is the killer employed by you. You should be the one who poisoned the wine glass. Suiya bit her lower lip tightly, turned her head to look at the corpse. Even though she was still stubborn, her body couldn't help but tremble, and there was imperceptible water vapor in her eyes. Only when she faced the fear of death did she act like a girl. You kill me too. Sivia closed her eyes suddenly and tried to show a look of dying. I don't object to this. Han Xiao refused to comment, and his scorching muzzle hit Suiya's fair and smooth face. Through the barrel, he could clearly feel Suiya's trembling became more and more intense. At this moment, a virtual image appeared in the center of the hall, a luxuriously dressed lizard-like race. She glanced at the audience and looked at Han Xiao with a puzzled tone. Our group spacecraft was invaded by System. Black Star, did you do it? The reaction was too slow. I've been waiting for you. Han Xiaoho leaned on the back of the sofa chair, stared at this lizard-like man, and temporarily put Suiya's affairs aside. This spacecraft belongs to an interstellar travel group, and the lowest authority is in the hands of the group. Once the spacecraft is taken away by outsiders, the group will immediately notice that it can be located remotely. Unless this connection is cut off, this does not only require hacker technology, but also requires various interfering and invasive hardware to block the underlying authority. Han Xiao seized the captain's authority and had long known that the actual owner of the spacecraft would come to him. Although the spacecraft is under his control, it is impossible to block the owner's remote monitoring. With his technology, it takes several days to half a month to change the basic settings of the spacecraft and eliminate the operation rights of the underlying authority. The protection of the underlying authority is even more stringent, and the difficulty difference is like the gap between hacking into small and medium-sized enterprises and hacking into government agencies. The lizard-like man thought the spacecraft had been stolen, but he seemed to have something else to do, so he suppressed his anger and asked about the reason for it. Han Xiaoyan briefly told the process and learned that the captain was replaced and that someone wanted to assassinate the passengers during this trip, The lizard-like man's face changed drastically, although the humans present could not see it. I believe that your tour group took your flight, but encountered such danger. Your reputation is so disappointing. If other customers know, who would want to take an unsafe flight? Han Xiao covered his heart, exaggerated tone, and blackmailed nakedly. Hiss. I was so scared that I hadn't recovered yet. I felt so uncomfortable. You have to compensate me for the 12 expenses including mental loss, loss of work, and post-physical examination fees. The lizard-like man shook his tail and said helplessly, Sorry, this is our group's dereliction of duty. We will definitely deal with it properly and give you corresponding compensation. The assassination was hard to guard against, and his tour group also suffered an unrestrained disaster, but there was no way who told me that the incident happened to a spaceship. There are many interstellar travel groups in the universe, and the competition in the industry is still very fierce. If it is spread out with fire, its reputation will definitely decline. Black Star is at least a mercenary group for seeking money. He is trustworthy and is willing to compensate and spend money to avoid disasters. The tour group had dozens of spaceships, which accounted for thousands of inars every day. The local wealthy people would not kill them for nothing. Han Xiao directly offered a sky-high price and had a dispute and finally determined it to be 30,000 inars. The other party reluctantly agreed and endured the heavy bleeding. He bought nearly 30,000 inars at one time, and his deposit increased to about 840,000. Han Xiao secretly sighed that blackmailing is much faster than being a mercenary, but it is not as good as his harvest of players' wallets. Before you recycle the spacecraft, I will lend this ship to me for a few days. Anyway, you have long-range locations and know where the spacecraft has gone. Han Xiao said, This. Okay. After the agreement was reached, the depressed, lizard-like man turned off the communication. Han Xiao had no intention of snatching the spaceship and was not a child. He could grab any candy from anyone's family. He would take away a serious spaceship with a master and would be wanted, unless there are no witnesses. In comparison with the benefits and efforts, this is an act that is not worth the loss, and it would be safer to extort a sum. In the past life, many players have proved the consequences of robbing the spacecraft with practical actions. They will be wanted regardless of success or failure. They are pursued by mercenaries, bounty hunters, and various civilized patrol and law enforcement teams. The initial favorability of many civilized camps in the Order plummeted. Moreover, once the city and planet in the Order are discovered, they will be surrounded by guards and captured in prison, and they will be pierced and cannot do whatever they want. Han Xiao was not interested in repeating the same mistakes, and he did not need a spaceship in urgent need, so there was no need to make him feel uncomfortable. Besides, he knew how to get the spaceship for free and had no sequelae, so he naturally lacked interest in robbery. After solving this, Han Xiao looked at Shi Weiya again. The girl was tied up by a tortoise shell with a large tortoise, and she sat aside with her long eyelashes trembling. She looked like she was wearing rain and was pitiful, but she had no effect on Technician Han. The dead enemy is a good enemy, and it is not soft-hearted. Wait, who tied her like this? Han Xiao only noticed the superb rope skills of Zaiwei at this time. The meat bag immediately raised his hand, as positive as the 3 good students who raised their hands to answer in class. With a look of spring breeze, I tied it. It looks good. You are really letting yourself go more and more. Kuang Dao's lips twitched. On the side, Melas shook his head and asked, Hey Xing, what are you going to deal with her? Han Xiao played with the gun and glanced at him. From your tone, you seem to have any opinions? Just say it if you have any opinions. I'm not a dictator, you know, democracy. Melas paused, carefully used words, and said slowly, she said, You mercenaries help the tyrannical rulers suppress the suffering people. I think she must have misunderstood something. We all know what Langri is, but she doesn't seem to understand. I think, is it better to ask first? As he said, Melas sighed. After all, I understand the impulse of revenge. Not to mention her child. If there is a chance to let me assassinate the leader of the Dark Star, I will not hesitate. Wow, then you are great. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He turned to look at the player behind him and asked, "What do you think?" The players were stunned, as if they didn't expect that they would be named. "We? It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's okay. But which one has more rewards? This little girl is pretty. It's a pity not to kill it." The players answered in scattered answers, most of whom are males. They like to be decisive, with a very iron head and a strong one. Female players like Jiang Yuluo and Feng Yue are softer and advocate checking the truth. Sivia pursed her lips tightly, trying her best to make her expression fierce, but her delicate body was still shaking. She was powerless to resist and could only wait for her own destiny to be judged by others. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and stared at her, with his thumb supporting his jaw and his index finger hitting his chin, looking thoughtful. He has many ways to deal with it. Killing is the simplest one. As long as he aims at Sivia, who pretends to be fearless but trembling, the future players will lose thousands of notebooks, making her character journey in his own hands before it even begins. I also have a reason to do this. It is natural to kill the enemy, and no one can find any fault. There were countless people's blood stained on his hands, and Han Xiao didn't care about another famous figure in the future. However, he is not bloodthirsty. As a goal-oriented chaoticist, for him, killing is just a means, and interests are the goal. The question he was thinking about at this time was whether he could extract more benefits from Sivia, which one would have higher interests, kill her or leave her. Whether Sivia's future is good or bad, it doesn't matter. Han the Technician only needs valuable people, just like that crazy woman in Hela. No, she saved Aurora. She was not crazy yet. But in the plot of the previous life, the number of creatures that died in Hyla was calculated based on the planet, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were extremely guilty. However, Han Xiao was interested in her power, not a mess of things like personality and beauty. The enemy is divided into several types of mortal enemies that cannot be resolved, such as Mingya and Darkstar, competitors who are both enemies and friends, enemies that are caused by misunderstandings, etc. In his opinion, Suiya is an enemy caused by misunderstandings, and Han Xiao knows what kind of misunderstandings it is. Langri himself was a rebel who committed evil deeds, but as a father, he must have concealed or even deceived his daughter, and he must have found excuses to embellish his behavior. Therefore, Sivia thought that his father Langri's behavior was to fight against the tyrannical ruler. He was a pioneer in liberating the people, etc. According to her previous life experience, Sivia was quite upright, but she was blinded by hatred and lies and distorted her mind. If she had let her know what her father was, she might give up revenge like she did in her previous life. Han Xiao had known the truth for a long time. It was just a matter of making a comeback for him to know how to quickly subvert Sivia's cognition. But this was not the key. The point is, what benefit can you get from it? Well, it may trigger the relevant tasks. There is a reward, so she still has some value in use. So let's keep her alive for the time being. First do the task, and then deal with it according to the situation. If it is still a hostile attitude, bury her on the spot. Han Xiao thought. As for releasing people, that is simply not a vague one. From the perspective of a businessman, Sivia is not only an individual, but also a valuable resource. Her assets are not yet rich enough to spend money on the street and waste resources. Thinking of this, Han Xiao stood up and said, "Everything is done. Prepare to set off. Lock her up." Zaiwia's little face was full of surprise, and she looked up. "Where are you going to take me?" Han Xiao said lightly, "Go to see your father." Zaiwia suddenly widened her eyes, unable to believe it. P.S. There's no need to argue whether to kill or not. Behavior is just a means, and interests are the goal. Don't you understand the brothers of Han the Technician? There is no free lunch in the world, and Technician Han doesn't even have free water here. After receiving my drip of water, you can't repay him. Agilo Prison City, a giant fortified by steel, is located in the Agilo United Garage satellite. It is one of the 7 satellites of the main star of the new Felon Alliance. It is used to detain political prisoners, war criminals, treason criminals, and other important criminals of members of each alliance. Sivia's father Langri was detained in it. The New Felon Alliance is a small civilization alliance of the Broken Rings-Colton clusterine galaxy. The Sea of Stars is vast, and there are many civilizations. There are countless political alliances in this form. Some civilizations have formed alliances with each other, joined forces to help each other, and each get what they need. Generally speaking, the civilization alliance is regional, and most of them are civilizations in a certain region that decide to develop friendlily and govern together, so they become allies. The New Felon Alliance has 8 members, all of which are small interstellar civilizations, ranging from galaxy to planetary level. These civilizations were once countries on the same planet, and the name of the parent star was Felon. After the technology of Ferran star entered the interstellar world, countries could not reach a unified end. If we could not reach an agreement, then split. There are so many resources in the universe waiting to be developed, there is no need to hang ourselves on a tree. We must be harmonious and not war. Therefore, the most powerful countries stayed on the home planet, and other countries took immigration spacecraft, moved to other planets, and finally developed and became different civilizations. Fundamentally, these civilizations are of the same system, with close technical and cultural ties. So after years of division, they finally joined forces to establish the New Felon Alliance, which is the most powerful force in the Rhine Galaxy. In my previous life, this forum was discussed in the forum. The Earth cannot be unified. Perhaps it is not bad to adopt this form of civilization. It is good to break up peacefully. Of course, this is more ideal. The issue involving limited resources has always been complicated. Moreover, whether the Earth can develop to the interstellar level is a question. Now, technicians from Han no longer need to care about this issue. Langry was originally a senior officer of a country. He was a warlord who could dominate the side. He lived a good life and had a low salary. However, one day he exerted his influence to incite the army and secretly colluded with many people, gathered a group of rebels, wanted to be his own country, called an uprising, but actually did evil and built his stronghold as a solider. He fought with his old boss for many years. In the end, he was beaten up by a large wave of interstellar mercenaries who fell from the sky and went straight to Huanglong. The Black Star mercenary group was one of these mercenaries. He accepted the invitation of the Purple Gold Legion. A total of 7 mercenary groups cooperated to complete the task. At this time, Han Xiao drove the Kaishu spacecraft to the territory of the New Felon Alliance and reported it in advance. The Alliance Affairs Department welcomed the mercenaries who had worked with and agreed to his request to visit the prisoners. The spacecraft landed at the Agilo Joint Garage satellite port and took ground vehicles to the prison city. Han Xiao only brought a few people on this trip, Arosia, the Tide Sivia, and a few players including the meatbag. The others were waiting on the boat. This time, it was just for Sivia to meet her father, and there was no need to make a big fuss. Why did you do this? Suiya's eyes were complicated when she was moving forward steadily. When the assassination failed a few days ago, she thought she was dead, but she didn't expect that Han Xiao not only did not kill her, but also brought her to see her father. She was one of the few times along the way when she was awake, she was wondering if she was dreaming. Without the permission of the League, she could not enter the tight defense of Agilo Prison City. She thought she would never have the chance to see her father. Sivia didn't understand why Han Xiao helped her. Let you know that your hatred is meaningless, how unworthy it is to sacrifice your life for this, and let your father know about your death. Because of a lie, I really want to see his expression. I like it the most when killing someone to kill my heart. Han Xiao shrugged, too lazy to see Suiya's expression being angry again, and opened the panel on her own. After leaving Sivia's life, a new mission, Lie, was triggered, requiring Sivia to recognize the so-called truth, and the reward is acceptable, with 540,000 experience, and the truth does not need to be investigated at all. Just come and ask her father directly. In the background of the characters in his previous life, Sivia's father was blown into pieces by the group of mercenaries who were not very good at attacking, but now he was captured alive by Han Xiao. Because the reward for capturing the alive for that employment task was higher, he let Langry survive which provided convenience for this time. The Agalo prison city is very majestic, with many guards, and many snipers and machine gunners are arranged at high places. The searchlights make the night sky bright like daytime. Everyone enters the prison smoothly, and a guard chief comes to greet him. Black Star, I have long admired my reputation. The Guardian had a beard and generous personality. He reached out to hold Han Xiao heavily and laughed enthusiastically. My friend Barney served in the 37th Field Corps. He had participated in the annihilation operation of Langrye strongholds, fought side by side with the mercenaries, and had seen your strength. He often talked about you to me. I was stuck in this lifeless prison city every day and finally saw a famous person like you. It's a pity. Han Xiao kept a reserved smile, exchanged a few words of greetings, and followed the Guardian. Soon, everyone stopped in front of the metal door of a single cell. Only one door is left. Suiya's face was excited, and she wanted to rush in and see her father immediately. However, Han Xiao grabbed her shoulders and made her unable to move. She said, Captain, I want to meet Langrye alone first. No problem. The captain nodded. What do you want to do to my father? Suiya was like a furious kitten, with flames burning in her eyes, and bit Han Xiao's palm hard. However, she couldn't hurt Han Xiao, but instead she was shocked and her head was dizzy. A -13 reflex injury popped up on her head, and the word immunity popped up on Han Xiao's body. What do I want to do to him? A good question. I want him not to be so decent when he sees you. It is better to lack an eyeball or an ear. Han Xiao curled his lips and walked into the cell alone. The metal door closed behind him, blocking Suiya's roar. The room was dimly lit, and it was divided into two areas with an electric-heated iron cage. The cage was the cell. Langley was sitting against a black wall full of moss and dirt, with a stubborn face and a dull eyes, and was much more vicissitudes and decadent. Hearing the noise, Langrye thought it was a guard, but subconsciously turned to look over, but saw the nightmare engraved in his heart. His expression quickly became frightened, and he jumped up suddenly. It's you. Why are you here? Are you afraid of me? Han Xiao walked to the iron cage without expression. Don't you thank me? If you change to other mercenaries, and it will be hard to pick up your corpse, can you still stand here like now? Although through the iron cage, Langrye did not feel any security. He hurriedly retreated, hit the wall, his throat trembled, swallowed his saliva nervously, and the pain in his knees became more and more severe. He still remembered the situation at that time. A group of armored mercenaries descended from the sky and entered the hinterland, sweeping his army like chopping melons and vegetables. The mercenary waved his hand and summoned hundreds of machine guns. At least thousands of people died in the hands of this man. He rushed to his front, and 2 shots penetrated his knees, making him almost suffocated. Until now, Langrye had to rely on a simple nerve stent implanted in the knee to stand up. Stop talking. I'll come and find you. Han Xiao said lightly. Your daughter, Suiya, I don't know what lies you told her. Anyway, she believed your lies and thought you were a great man, like the pioneer of liberating the people. If you want to avenge you, try to assassinate me. What? Langley's face changed drastically, and he rushed to the railing, grabbed the heated railing tightly. Regardless of the high temperature of his palms, and bursts of burnt smell came out, almost facing Han Xiao, with anxiety and anger on his face. How did you do her? What else can you do? Han Xiao made a knife-waving gesture in his palm. Of course I'll kill it. A shot hit the jaw into his head, a hole was opened in the back of his head, and the brain and blood were sprayed all over the wall. One of my subordinates thought she was pretty and was about to peel off her face as a specimen. Langley almost fainted. His daughter was all the motivation for his survival now, and his expression became distorted. Evil, regret, heartache, despair, hatred, and other emotions flashed, making a dying beast howling, roaring wildly, and even his fear of Han Xiao was thrown out of the sky. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Looking at the angry Langrye calmly, when he roared and his voice was hoarse, and he could only stare at him with a strong breath, Han Xiao slowly said, Okay, enough jokes have been made. Your daughter is outside the door. I have caught her. This time I will take her to see you. Langry was stunned, with a look of shock. Unable to react, his emotions fluctuated and felt almost exhausted. He sat down on the ground with a plop, pointing his trembling hand at Han Xiao, but he couldn't say anything. Han Xiao squatted down and looked at Langry. You are a smart person. Whether I kill your daughter depends on you. Langry's face changed a few times. He lowered his head and remained silent. Speak. I don't have time to wait for you to think about it. Han Xiao knocked on the iron cage impatiently. I'm not a good thing, but you're even more evil than me. Langry's eyes were complicated and hoarse. I will do it. Tell her everything I have. From the beginning, I was a senior spy installed by other forces under the control of others. Everything I did was to subvert the order of the new Phelan Alliance. I will let her know that I have been cheating on her. I'm not the kind of person she imagined. I am just a despicable traitor. For my own selfishness, I destroyed thousands of evil people in my family, destroyed her image in her mind, and made her completely disappointed with me. My father... You can do it yourself. Han Xiao stood up. Langry looked up at Han Xiao. Will you let my daughter go? Han Xiao was too lazy to answer, turned around and walked towards the door, leaving a sentence. Anyway, if I don't like it after the conversation, I will fulfill what I just said. I will only give you this chance. When he opened the door and left the cell, he saw that Sawiya was full of anxiety on her face, glaring at herself, but her eyes couldn't stop glaring at the gap in the door. Get in, you only have 10 minutes. Han Xiao waved his hand and asked Araxia to let go of Sivia. Sivia rushed into the cell impatiently and couldn't wait to see her father. Closed the door. The guards came to monitor the video, monitored the conversation between Sivia and Langry outside the door, and could clearly see the changes in Sivia's expression. From the initial anxiety, gradually turned into shock, then shocked, and then fierce quarrel. Through the thick iron gate, Sawiya's roar was vaguely heard, and tears finally burst out from her eyes. Like completed. You have gained 540,000 experience. 10 minutes are here. The guard opened the door and brought Sivia out. She was lost in her soul, her eyes were dull, and her face was still full of tears. She lost all her fighting spirit and was as dead as a walking corpse. The vitality she had 10 minutes ago disappeared, as if the belief she had been persisting in collapsed. Just now, she realized that the glorious image of her father in her heart was based on lies. She had been deceived for more than 10 years. She was not a great man. Everything she did was despicable. She deserved it to fall to this point and was self-defeated. Even if there were no mercenaries involved, he would be wiped out by the army sooner or later. If it weren't for the Black Star, his father would not even survive. The world seems to have been subverted, and the childhood pictures in my memory, which are full of warm sunshine, seem to have deteriorated. Everything is a lie. The heart seemed to be hit into a sieve by 1,000 bullets. She could not digest such information in a short period of time. Her vision seemed to be spinning in a trance, and all the sounds became distant, and she could not hear them clearly, as if she was isolated from the world. Thump! Sivia fell to the ground and fainted. Through the gap, slowly closing the door, Han Xiao took a last look at Lang. The rebel leader seemed to have been aged by dozens of years, but his face was very calm, and even felt a little relieved. Shaking his head, Han Xiao grabbed Sawiya's back collar, carried the little kid on his shoulder like a sack, and curled his lips. Congratulations on growing up. The group came to the lounge, and the Guardian explained a few words before leaving. Only Han Xiao and others stayed in the room. The mission has been completed, and the next thing is to deal with her. Han Xiao threw Sawiya on the chair, looking at the unconscious girl with a thoughtful look. I'll let Sivia know about her father's deeds. Referring to her previous life experience, she should change. But it's not clear. First, Sivia learned the truth after many years of fighting. At that age, she was more mature and adaptable. Now she's still a child. Maybe she will still hate me, or rebel and escape in a short period of time. Second, Langry had long died in her previous life, but she is still alive at this time. It is likely that it will be beneficial. After thinking about it, Han Xiao decided to take a look at Sivia's reaction first before making a decision. In his opinion, it is natural that leaving Sivia can create greater value. There is no reason to let go of an NPC resource delivered to the door. He thought that, after a while, he would carefully read the employment resume to see if there is any such opportunity to wait for the rabbit. Han Xiao was about to reach out and wake up Sivia when he suddenly thought that the meat bag was next to him, so he didn't take action. He took 2 steps back and turned to Orochia and said, "Wake her up." Orochia walked forward and slapped the meat in the face, and Sivia woke up slowly. "Well, my face is so numb." Sivia opened her eyes and felt that her face was muddy and still hurt. She glanced blankly and saw Han Xiao. She subconsciously wanted to be angry, but suddenly remembered what happened before fainting. Her anger disappeared and she felt depressed. She lowered her head and looked at her toes with a depressed look on her face. "I thought my father was great, but the fact is that Lang Eli was a traitor and a separatist. Even without the Black Star, his father would sooner or later be defeated by other mercenaries. On the contrary, because Han Xiao kept his hand, his father could survive, and her hostility towards Han Xiao naturally no longer existed. If the target of revenge for it is a traitor, even his father, Sivia feels that what she does is wrong. Langry's fate is his own fault, and there is no justice that can be obtained for him." The glorious image of the father in her heart collapsed, and Sivia's senses towards Langry became both complex and contradictory. She believed that her father's love for her was real, but what he did was beyond his acceptance. Her father had been deceiving her for a long time, so of course it was impossible not to complain. As for whether Han Xiao coerced his father to say this doubt only flashed away, because Han Xiao did it too obvious, was very confident, and did not hide it. He thought about it for a moment, and knew that it was impossible. He was just a little girl who failed to assassinate him. What is the need for a leader of a mercenary gang that was famous in Galaxy to fool her? Han Xiao grabbed Langry with his own hands. If it weren't for knowing her father's true background, how could he suddenly bring her here to question her father? Moreover, the father said to her in detail, and the charges of treason, espionage, eavesdropping secrets, taking the lead in secession, etc. are all true. Maybe when I was investigating before, I was still hoping that those suspicious points were all the charges framed by my father. But the initiator told everything in person, breaking all her fantasies. Ziwia looked at Han Xiao with complicated eyes. Although the mercenary commander was scaring her all the way, his behavior was to help her. After her father was arrested, she experienced a lot of human feelings. This kind of kindness from strangers caught her off guard and felt very guilty. When the anger of burning reason retreated, she said this sincerely and sincerely. "Thank you. You are a good person. Also, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Oh, it seems that the spiritual transformation project is quite successful, but it's true that the person who tied the bell must untie it. Our team leader is called Technician, Merciful and Beautiful. What do you think?" He put his meat bag on his hips and laughed. Han Xiaoquan, as if he didn't hear it, looked at Ziwia at this time. This girl is no longer irritable. She looks a little quiet and elegant. She has been captured for many days and looks a little dirty. The dust on her face cannot cover her facial features and eyebrows. As a popular film industry in her previous life, it can be seen that Sivia is a beauty. I don't care about anything else for now. Let me tell me which force has helped you grasp my whereabouts. Han Xiao asked in a deep voice. Sivia no longer conceals her and tells her everything. That is an organization that sells intelligence called Middle. I took out part of my savings to let them pay attention to your whereabouts and bought this information. The disguised person I hired was a free killer. He and I jointly formulated an assassination plan. Poison gas and venom are his things, but he has been killed by you. Sivia stopped and suddenly realized that Han Xiao killed another person but left her. Is it because I know her? Speaking of this, she asked her all along, "Why do you know me? Did my father tell you?" Just coincidence. Han Xiao went over perfunctorily and thought about the intelligence organization named Middle. Intelligence forces are generally neutral. If customers ask for information from certain people or forces that cannot be provoked, they will refuse to sell them. Not provoking two powerful existences is an unwritten rule for intelligence forces. And he is obviously not qualified in the eyes of intelligence forces, and his immediate boss Emmers is the real one who can't afford to offend him. To be honest, Han Xiao doesn't like the feeling of being peeped at the scene, but there is no way to do it for the time being. This is an inevitable situation. If you want to solve this problem, you can only enhance yourself, whether it is strength, influence, or fame. As long as the intelligence forces feel that he is an existence that cannot be provoked, they will not sell information about him to the outside world. You still have to keep working hard. Han Xiao kept this in his heart, squinted his eyes, and continued to ask, "What are your plans?" Ziwei shook her head, looking confused. Suddenly, she lost her goal, and she didn't know where to go. The sea of stars is so vast, but she has no direction to move forward. Father, although he's not a good person, he told me the truth all the time. Maybe he didn't want to drag me down and didn't want me to delay myself because of him. He wanted me to have my own life. After calming down, Suiya understood her father's behavior, which was to save her. Otherwise, how could he want to take the initiative to destroy the image in his daughter's mind? Although he still had a knot in his heart, she had no other choice except to accept the reality. She whispered, "The universe is so big, I should go to different places to take a look. I hope to find other things that can be persisted for. Want to leave?" Han Xiao had an expressionless face. "Did I allow you to leave?" Suiya was stunned. The first mercenary code. All work is paid, my help is paid, and you think you're just for assassinating me? I'm in a good mood and don't want to kill you, but it doesn't mean you don't have to pay the price. You have to compensate for all my losses. Han Xiao hugged his arms with his hands and snorted coldly. I don't have money now." Sivia looked embarrassed and twisted her body, uneasy. She used all her savings to organize the assassination. This was the funds left to her by Langri, and she had basically spent all of them. "No money." Han Xiao's expressionless face. "Then just repay with your body." Ziwei's eyes suddenly widened, her face turned red, and she stuttered, You, I'm still a child, I can't." Several players were shocked and looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. "Damn, so you're like this." A fellow disciple. The meat bun was recorded quickly, satisfied. "This is so exciting." Aroshia tilted her head and said to herself, "This should be the act of human beings sending mating signals." Hearing this, Han Xiao almost couldn't hold back his serious expression, with a weak eye, and said angrily, "What are you thinking in your mind all day long? I'm not interested in your body. What I want is your freedom." Sivia breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Han Xiao nervously. "Freedom? What does it mean?" "You have to work for me for 10 years. 10 years are too many. Can you lose a little?" Sivia made a little gesture with a pleasing look on her face. 12 years. No, 10 years are good." Sivia waved her hand quickly. "In these 10 years, you are my subordinate. If you want to escape or betray you, I won't give you a second chance. Maybe you can escape, and your father has no place to run." Han Zhao's tone was faint. Hearing the threat, Suiya's face turned solemn. She wanted to be angry, but she felt powerless. She was in a complicated mood. She lowered her head and whispered, "I will not escape my mistakes. It's only 10 years. I'm still young, I can afford it. Anyway, I have no other place to go now. If you have the courage to kill someone, you may not have the courage to keep someone. Since you choose to keep Suiya's life, Han Xiao naturally has to exert her greater value, which can create more benefits than killing her. At the peak of her previous life, Suiya was at least an A-level superpower, and she was considered a good potential stock, which has been acquired under her command, and she has added a quality cadre. Moreover, her talent is in the mechanical department, which is just in line with her own abilities. She can become an assistant. Although it takes time to grow, it is worth investing. Han Xiao also wanted an A-level powerhouse who had already become a model, but it was too difficult to fool experts at cross-level levels. There were not many people as easy to deceive as Melos, so there was still help from the right time, place, and people. Judging from the personality of Sivia in her previous life, although she is sometimes extreme, she is still a normal person after giving up revenge. Now that she has completed this process many years ahead of schedule, it will only be better than in her previous life. Moreover, Sivia is also a popular person after all. In this way, players can indirectly increase their popularity in their own camp and use various postures to enhance the popularity of the camp. However, after she joined her, the star pirate career that players talked about would not appear again. But she has a foundation after all. As long as she is trained, the flavor will definitely not be inferior to her previous life. As for the possibility of raising a tiger, it is not that Han technicians are expanding and even the growth rate of players is not as good as him. If she doesn't even have this confidence, then she is still scattering in the universe. It's better to go back to the sea blue star to raise pigs. When the group returned to the spaceship, Sivia was obviously not adapted to her identity change and seemed a little restrained. Han Xiao asked the three Volga brothers to spread basic knowledge to her, but she was pulled aside by Melas. "You asked her to join our team?" Melas said in surprise. Han Xiao briefly said the process and glanced at him sideways. "Do you have any objections?" "No. I have no prejudice against a little girl, but she has no combat power. How can I be a mercenary? She has talent, and it will not be worse than you after training." Melas's mouth twitched. "Compare a little girl with me. I always feel that you are insulting me." "Haha, you think too much. I will only insult you when practicing." Han Xiao beat him up and turned to look at Sawia. At this time, she was surrounded by players and was at a loss. This is the traditional welcome ceremony of Black Star. In his previous life, Sawia had moved many forces to finally get knowledge of the superpower and demonstrated her potential. Now that she has joined her own camp and wants her to come in handy, Han Xiao naturally wants to teach the superpower knowledge. According to Sawia's route in her previous life, the most suitable system was the mechanical system. Han Xiao touched her chin and decided to go on the battlefield in person to adjust to train her. Long Tanfu Island is also in the Rhine Galaxy at this time. Han Xiao set up automatic navigation of the spacecraft, leaving the new Phelan Alliance, arriving in Long Tan and handing over supplies. Although Dyke was coerced, he also participated in the assassination. When Terrell learned about it, he was furious and fired Dyke on the spot. Even if there was a reason for the incident, he would not want to use those who harmed the interests of the group again. After that, Terrell apologized with fear and fear. Han Xiao never missed the opportunity to fetch the wool. The compensation he asked for this time was to enjoy a higher discount. Terrell immediately agreed. He was different from the tour group to which Kailuo. His business cooperation with Longtan was very close, so he could speak better. Speaking of the tour group, a group of lizard men came to Longtan to receive the spaceship. At the dock, the tour group's team had arrived and transferred the compensation to Han Xiao's account. Then they recycled the colored snail number. After all the goods were unloaded, Han Xiao watched the people leave the spaceship, shook their heads, took out the interstellar communicator, and prepared to take the DD boat. At this time, Longtan Guard Captain Waysander came up and quipped in a familiar tone, "I heard you were assassinated. It's just a farce for a child." Han Xiao glanced at him. "Are you interested?" "Of course, I have to stay on this island every day to maintain public order. Do you think my life is colorful?" Waysander said angrily. After chatting for a few words, Han Xiao sent Waysander away, came aside, opened a forum, followed the event, and after the episode of Sivia, the league finally ended. Countless people on the forum were discussing it enthusiastically, and he roughly watched the game process. In the semifinals, Emperor Chao defeated Yaki 3-2 and entered the finals. On the other hand, Tulip defeated the Demon World. In the finals, Emperor Chao and Tulips were against each other. The ratings of the finals broke through the sky. Han Xiao did not watch the video, but when he looked at the content of those discussion posts, it seemed that the game was very exciting and stalemate. He played the peak level of professional players, opening his eyes to the public. In the end, it was a pity that at the 2-2 match point, the dynasty made a small mistake, but Tulip seized the opportunity and snowballed into a victory. After losing the game, Tulips were really terrible. When they faced them, any small loopholes would become the key to turning the situation around. With the final results set, the first league came to an end in the eyes of the crowd. Tulip won the championship, the Dynasty won the runner-up, and the semifinals were the Demon World and Yaki. In terms of individual competitions, the champion was a German player, and the precise German craftsmanship was so terrifying. The kings, princes, generals, and ministers made the top four. Among all Chinese players, the kings, generals, and ministers achieved the most dazzling results in the league and reached the world-class level. As the peak player who ranked first in China for many years, such a ranking undoubtedly consolidated his position again. At the forum, audiences from all over the world were commenting on their own teams. Although the Dynasty failed to win the championship, it was a bit regretful that Chinese players were still very happy. At least they won the runner-up and surpassed most teams. The first league was proud and showed their style. Many foreign audiences were even attracted by the performance of Chinese teams. Compared with the rankings in the previous life, the results of this game were much better. China had only won quarterfinals in the previous life. Now, there are two Chinese teams in the top 8, Chongqing quarterfinals and the runner-up of the Dynasty. There are also progress in individual competitions. Princes, generals, and prime ministers in the previous life were the only players to reach the top 16, and now they have used the more crazy swords to win glory for the country and enjoy the triumphant treatment. The results are obvious prompts compared to their previous lives, and the only reason is the only reason for Honda Technician. The players who follow you have good grades, and their influence will also be subtly improved and expand the potential market. Han Xiao is very satisfied with the player's performance. The Dynasty was very happy about such achievements. Even Tai Ertzi, who has always been flirting with a cheerful face, rarely criticized his captain. Chongqing's ranking is good, but it is not lost. Hao Ian is not satisfied. His vigorous attitude never faded. He won the top 16 of his personal games and was very satisfied. This was an achievement he had never dared to imagine before. Most Chinese players were quite satisfied with their results, but the temple was a little jealous of the achievements of the Dynasty and Chongqing and the praises he received. In comparison, the temple's performance in the first season seemed dim. After the league ended, various follow-up programs were staged one after another, reports and comments on the league by each program, press conferences for each team, and the final award ceremony, etc., but these were not the focus of Han Xiao's attention. The successful conclusion of the first season also means the version update is coming. The last version was updated 3 years ago. For Hylon, the sudden appearance of players really triggered a wave of panic, and the updates from versions 1.0 to 2.0 will make these players disappear again. During normal times, 6 days in the game are equivalent to the player's reality 1, and the time flow rate is stable. However, when a version is updated, the time relationship between the two parties will be disconnected. The 1.0 version is updated, and the span in the game is 1 year, while for players, it is only about 2 or 3 days. The time span of each version is different. Players will enter the Starry Sea at different nodes on the timeline. It is usually a major event or a catastrophe, and this is how the version is formed. When a version was updated, these players were not there. Without these easy-to-use cannon fodder, I would have to be more cautious in my actions. Moreover, I have no channels to quickly harvest experience and money in a year, so I just happen to explore those potential tasks. For specific actions, I need to make a plan. Han Xiao fell in a deep thought. P.S. This is the day before yesterday. There is another chapter later. I fainted yesterday and thought I had updated. I missed. I thought it was updated. I'm embarrassed. The main members of the mercenary group are temporarily players. When they disappear, the only team they can command is Sunil's team, and there are still fewer NPC characters. During the time when the players disappeared, the income of the mercenary group decreased, so they could temporarily close their business and free up time to recruit more characters. When the 2.0 version opened, the alienation disaster broke out, and the players of the Sea Blue Star will begin to connect with the Star Sea. Just in time, during the version update, I have time to prepare. Now, with only more than 50 players, I have created huge benefits for myself, and the 2.0 version is a period of profit booming. The mountains and fields are full of green and leeks, and they cannot be cut. The spring breeze blows again. Just thinking about it, the technician Han is quite looking forward to the harvest next year. His goal is to accept thousands of players and make the Black Star mercenary group a guide for players to enter the interstellar star. Of course, this is not as easy as saying. He has hidden competitors, that is Ghidorah and the Dark Star. These two forces will use the planet as the battlefield during the disaster of alienation and start a local confrontation. In this case, players choose a camp. Han Xiao wants to intervene, which is equivalent to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. But the benefits are also obvious. Both sides mainly fight, and only he is dedicated to players. His position in the players' hearts and the camp influence and sense of belonging created by the Meat Bag program can attract players. The more players you recruit, the better. In this way, you need to make sufficient preparations yourself. The so-called preparation is the first, various benefits, such as equipment, tasks, rewards, etc., to enhance your own strength and power, and the second, it is measures to deal with the disaster of alienation. The former is aimed at players, while the latter is aimed at the main plot. I have more than 800,000 INRs, which is almost enough to buy 2 high-end knowledge to complete the transfer task. However, I am now at level 95. At level 100, I still have an advanced task stuck. After spending all the money, I can only upgrade to level 5. The most cost-effective method is best to get a secondary profession first. And to level 100, you will first look at the advancement requirements. If it cannot be completed in a short time, you'll not be in a hurry to spend this 800,000 for the time being, and you can save it as funds. I still have about 1.5 billion experience on my body, and it is not enough to rush to level 120, let alone keep experience betting on drawings and upgrading skills. Since there is no player to harvest this year, Han Xiao calculated carefully. Level 100 advancement is the second chance for race sublimation. He obtained a void gene from the void dragon bone marrow, which affected the route of race sublimation, and the improvement will be particularly large. He still wants to advance. Second professions are easy to find, but those that are too rare are more troublesome. Han Xiao searches memory. Those fancy rare secondary professions generally require various complex operations to get them. Those with too high difficulty require too much energy. Those with low difficulty do not match the mechanical system. The secondary professions are just embellishments for him. He does not pursue rareness, but only needs to be able to cooperate with the mechanical system. In this case, the attribute profession is good. It just so happens that you can get this profession at the Uberry Hub. Although it is not rare, the effect is rough and simple. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. After completing Long Tan's daily cargo transportation task, Han Xiao was called by Emers to go around the house and asked about the progress of her teacher, and then he took everyone back to Uberry Hub for rest. Professional players just finished the game and were tired. They agreed with each other in their feet. It was much easier to run in the hub city, just like on holidays. However, Han Xiao was not just to take care of them. The main version was updated, so he took this opportunity to harvest the last wave. Some eliminated machinery was sold to players, occasionally selling high-quality products, and then accepting reinforcement and repair tasks. For this reason, Han Xiao went into seclusion for several days. When there were more players in the camp, no matter how fast he made it, he would definitely not keep up with the needs of the majority of players, unless he could assemble the production line himself, but this was far away. However, Han Xiao had a solution to this problem, which is to enhance the NPC resources of the faction, use his connections to open up opportunities for players to do tasks and make money on other maps, and make money by making money. Sunil is a player training base he prepared. After selling things for a few days, Han Xiao took a flying disc vehicle to the 57th floor of a tall building in the center of the hub city. This is an absolutely neutral organizational office called Space and Space Research Association. The name sounds very generous, but has nothing to do with time and space. This is a scholar association that stores knowledge and exchanges academics. It has offices in various star fields, with a membership system and a loose structure. The Time and Space Research Association aims to preserve the information and history of all civilizations in the universe, such as academic knowledge, historical records of cosmic civilizations, literary works of various races, etc., which are diverse, similar to a knowledge base, and provide a platform for many member scholars to exchange new research topics with each other, with a strong academic atmosphere. This organization is naturally public, and the leader is the Void Spirit sect. This cosmic civilization has the strongest cultural atmosphere and has countless members in various star fields. Even the Glorious Federation and the Red Empire later joined the seats of the association's administrator. The inventory of the Time and Space Research Association contains practical knowledge, such as technology, magic superpower knowledge, etc. Practical knowledge is more precious, and those that are too sensitive are generally not for external exhibitions. This is also a requirement of higher civilizations. If you want to browse these important knowledge, you must obtain higher authority. The only way to improve the relationship between this camp is to donate unknown materials and documents. While increasing authority is very complicated and there is no clear way, it can only wait for managers to screen. First of all, you must participate in various exchange meetings organized by the association, put forward new insights, give a sense of existence, and improve your status and reputation among members. When the camp relationship is sufficient and the membership is long enough, coupled with a clean and honest person and a practical social status, such as having a high degree of positive legend or having a high camp relationship in a higher civilization as a manager, you'll have the opportunity to be promoted by the manager. In short, it is extremely complicated. In the past life, players began to care about the Time and Space Research Association in the later stages. At that time, it was to seek the top professional knowledge. This thing is rare, and research will have relevant information. This is one of the ways to obtain the highest professional knowledge. However, if you want to get it, you have to spend a lot of time and energy, and there is no shortcut to take it. Anyway, you don't have to make any idea for a long time. It's better to enter this association early than to enter late. So Han Xiao, simply participate now. There is no threshold for joining the club, just paying the money. Compared with the quality of the research club, the admission fee is very affordable, only 500 INR. Of course, Han Xiao's goal of this trip is not that long-term. Joining the research association can directly get a secondary career, which is what he wants. There are no twists and turns in the procedures for joining the meeting. Enter the information, fill in the form and pay, tease the receptionist, and complete it in one go, and the whole process is only 10 minutes. After leaving the Research Association office, Han Xiao opened the panel. At this time, there were new projects in the Deputy Occupation column. Scholar. He directly invested his experience and raised it to level 5, reaching the upper limit of the total level of 100. Scholar upgrade to LV5, Intelligence plus 10, and gain 1 potential point. There is a secondary profession called a tribute profession. For example, for every level upgrade, a single attribute will be greatly improved, and there are no free attribute points, only potential points. Scholar. Each level improves 10 points of intelligence, and 5 levels in a row, directly increasing 50 points of intelligence. Intelligence is the core attribute of the mechanical system, and it is related to mechanical affinity. Han Xiao's current expertise, mechanical analysis, and understanding. 10 points of intelligence improves mechanical affinity by 1%. Han Xiao basically adds all intelligence points. Now he has more than 600 points of intelligence, which is more than 60% bonus. This is the core expertise. Moreover, Han Xiao knows that this is just one of the skills related to intelligence attributes in the mechanical system, and he will gain more professional skills in the later stages. Moreover, the secondary profession of scholar gave him another specialty called research theory. The effect is to add 1 point of intelligence for every 3 skills mastered, which is extremely suitable for the mechanical and magic system. These 2 skills are much more famous, and they enjoy intelligence bonuses for combat power. Compared with the magic system, it also requires mysterious attributes. The mechanical system gets the highest bonus from scholar, and the two are perfectly adapted. Even if a drawing in the mechanical system is a skill, Han Xiao now knows that the drawings have exceeded 100. Just level 5, scholar, can improve him 90 points of intelligence at once. Among all the easiest secondary professions to obtain right now, attribute professions are the most useful option Han Xiao believes. Every player can easily obtain this attribute secondary profession, provided that you know that there is such a thing. The bonus is extremely considerable, and it provides growth-oriented attribute expertise and can even play a good role in the later stage. In the previous life, many top professional players would choose to learn 1 or 2 attribute professions, which is very practical. The most awesome one is the lucky profession. You can tell from a name alone what kind of profession is gambling. He still remembers the special effects of gambling. If you win a certain amount of things by gambling, betting, etc., you can improve your luck. The amount you win will accumulate, and the higher the luck bonus will be. If you lose a certain amount, it will in turn reduce luck, which perfectly interprets the name of this secondary profession and the meaning of the lucky attribute. In fact, Han Xiao really wants to get the gambler profession. After all, it will only be from 1 to 0 if you drop and you don't have any use. If you win, you'll make a lot of money. After experiencing the feeling of clear mind after upgrading for a while, Han Xiao looked at the panel, and checking the level 100 advanced tasks was his main goal. After only one look, Han Xiao suddenly doubted life. Should I learn the gambler profession first? Your total level reaches 00. You can continue to upgrade after completing the advanced task. Trial of Strong Man. Kill a strong enemy whose combat power exceeds 1 level of your level. You can form a team to complete it. The team members cannot exceed their own level. The current progress is 0 / your uncle. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. This advanced task itself is not the most difficult, but at his level, the difficulty has increased several times. He had drawn similar advancement tasks before to kill powerful enemies across levels. At that time, he was at level 40. He required to kill 3 targets across level 5. The span was very small, which was a world of difference compared to the advancement requirements at this time. I am in the B-level position now. Isn't I going to kill a strong enemy of A level? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. If this task appears at a low level, it will be a bit challenging, which is equivalent to teaming up to win BSS, but the gap after the advanced level is getting bigger and bigger, and the difficulty is increasing exponentially. Trial of Strong Man only appears in the advanced requirements of B-E. After reaching A, this task will no longer appear. If he is at B+ level, the strength gap is not that high, but he is only at level 00. In terms of level alone, it is just B level to medium level. However, this requirement happens to appear at this level. It feels like the goddess of luck is just a stern kick when she lifts her skirt, which is simply a bloody bad luck, which makes Han Xiao extremely uncomfortable. What is the concept of A level? It can cause a devastating disaster on the surface of a planet. Its power is only below S level, and it is enough to walk horizontally in the sea of stars, calling the wind and rain to dominate one side. Level B is the backbone of the starry sea, while level A is the high-end force, with a difference of tens of thousands of times. The gap in strength is too huge. Han Xiao sighed. The task was decided, and it was useless no matter how painful it was. He had to go ahead, so he could only find a way. There are also a huge gap between A-level superpowers. If I want to complete the task, I can only pick the soft persimmon inside. But no matter how soft it is much harder than me. I will definitely kneel down when I try hard, so I can only use secret tricks. Fortunately, there's no need to fight alone, and there is no way to complete the task, otherwise I should just take a shower and go to bed. Han Xiao pinched his chin, and his brain ran rapidly. First of all, we must determine the target and search for similar opportunities in our memory. Secondly, we must formulate a plan to weaken the enemy to the greatest extent before the battle, and take his life while he is sick. Otherwise, we will have no chance to face a level A-level strongman in full state. The unlimited killing method means that we only need to kill the target with one's own hands. The most ideal plan is naturally to kill the prisoners who cannot resist. It may be possible at low level, but there is no chance at this level. Even if some forces imprison A-level prisoners, they cannot kill them casually, and they will not let others attack. Therefore, the only way to complete the task is combat. It's like hunting. Hunters are targeting powerful prey and hiding in the dark. They require immense patience to make the prey fall into a trap. But the advancement task is not completed in a short period of time. Han Xiao is glad that he did not change his position first. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. There are many goals, but none of them are easy to mess with. You still need to make a long-term plan. Han Xiao said inwardly. When we returned to the stronghold, most players were not there. After the first season, there were many subsequent activities. The online time of these professional players was significantly reduced. Only Meet Bao, Feng Yue, and a few players maintained the online time. However, they were not in the stronghold at this time, but were outside doing daily life. Han Xiao knocked on the other people's room, and Melas, Aroshia, and others all went out, leaving only himself at home. The huge lobby of the stronghold looks deserted. After looking at the time, it was dinner. He took a bottle of bright silver alcoholic beverage from the cabinet, started the convenience food box, and presented a box of instant food wrapped in tin foil in 1 minute, with lean meat and beans drizzled with black sauce. Han Xiao placed the quick food and drinks on the table in the center of the hall, sat down on the sofa, took out the spoon, and ate slowly. These simple things were his dinner. After eating for a while, the gate of the stronghold opened and the cadres came back together. Melas walked in front with a toothpick in his arms, talking and laughing with the 3 Volga brothers. Sivia was carrying a big bag and wrapped around the expressionless Aroshia and kept talking. Aroshia's answer never exceeded 5 words, but Sivia was having fun chatting. She got out of the lost faster than she imagined. It was no wonder that at least her father was still alive, and only the lost things would make people worry. She understood her father's intention and wanted to live a new life, so she naturally didn't want to be depressed all the time. Araxia also changed into a new dress and a long dress. Based on Han Xiao's understanding of her, it was probably because Sivia bought it for her. When Han Xiao was working, the group of cadres went out to purchase together and had a meal with them. Otherwise, Araxia would rather stay at home. As soon as they entered the door, everyone saw Han Xiao sitting on the sofa, eating a box of instant food. Han Xiao glanced up and said, "Are you back?" Everyone hurriedly curled their smiles and nodded seriously. "Old May, go check the task report of Sunil's team during this period. 3 brothers, the batch of machinery I gave you last time. Remember to attach the magic to me. Araxia, don't transform in the stronghold these 2 days. It's not easy to clean up." Han Xiao put down the spoon, stood up, walked toward the mechanical modification room, and said, "Zaiwia, come with me." Zaiwia's face tightened, and she hurriedly followed Han Xiao into the mechanical modification room, and closed the door. Kicking away the discarded parts on the ground, Han Xiao found a box, sat down, looked up and down at Sawia, standing in front of him, without saying a word. Sawia was uncomfortable all over by him, and said carefully, "What's the matter with me?" Han Xiao knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "I have wanted you for 10 years. You are my subordinate now. You are not for you to come on vacation. What do you think you can provide me?" "I don't know." Sawia lowered her head. She didn't understand what Han Xiao wanted her to work for 10 years. She was obviously just a child and could not help with anything. "You are not useful now. In the future, I will teach you the knowledge of a mechanic. Only when you become stronger will it be useful to me. If you resist learning and don't want to work for me, don't think I will allow you to live in my mercenary group. I don't need waste." Han Xiao was not polite. Do you want to teach me the knowledge of the superpower?" Sawia was stunned and stuttered. "I thought you just wanted a maid." Han Xiao frowned. "What do I want a maid? Can you be more useful than a cleaning robot?" Sawia's eyes wandered, and she said without confidence, I never thought. The superpower? Can I really do it? Well, do I have that kind of talent? My eyes can see a blurred future, and in you, I see potential." Han Xiao said lightly, Langley never let you get involved in the category of the superpower. It's really stupid. When you were born, the superpower genes kept lurking in your body, waiting to wake up. Your bastard father buried you for many years. Don't say he is a bastard. Suia was dissatisfied. That's my father. I haven't lost my memory yet. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He has 17 serious charges, including not limited to betrayal. Okay, he is indeed a bastard. Ziwia bit her lip, but you are not allowed to say. Only I can say. Stop talking nonsense. Talk about serious matters. I will awaken you to magnetic power and teach you supermechanical knowledge. Ziwia couldn't help but stand straight, feeling that she was about to step into a new level, looking forward and nervous. Then, what should I do? Han Xiao took out 4 thick books, stacked together, with a thickness of about 40 centimeters. These 4 books are basic mechanical theories written by different characters. The panels allow him to not need to study and accumulate such a way, and others are not as convenient as him. If you want to become a mechanic, you must go through years of learning. Even if Sivia is very talented, this step of getting started is essential. First, memorize all these 4 books. Looking at the thick books, Ziwia opened her mouth wide, which was far from the picture she imagined. This is too many. Ignoring her opinion, Han Xiao continued. I will only give you 10 days. I will check it in 10 days. If I fail, then memorize 1 more until I pass the exam. Ziwia's face suddenly felt bitter. She felt so tired that she could not do it even if she was tired. Moreover, she had never been exposed to relevant knowledge. So how could she understand the content of the book? I'll ask me what I don't understand. When the assessment passes, I'll teach you how to awaken the mechanical power. Han Xiao waved his hand, and Ziwia had to walk out with the book in her hand, looking depressed, and seize the time to recite the book. Although Han Xiao himself does not need to learn this way, the knowledge actually exists in his mind. Han Xiao has not studied it. It is completely fine to teach other characters about mechanical knowledge. I don't know how long it will take for her to grow to the point where she can help. Han Xiao shook his head. Long-term investment is like this. It's not that fast to get the money back. Fortunately, what he lacks the most is patience. The afterglow of the league has not yet been eliminated, and players are still immersed in aftertaste. After a few days, the official version update announcement suddenly appeared on the forum and was instantly topped, which once again surprised the players. It was translated into various languages and is aimed at players in all regions. In less than a minute, the number of replies quickly exceeded 10,000 and is still growing wildly. The general meaning of the announcement is that in the early morning of 12 days later, the 0.0 version update will be officially launched. By then, all accounts will not be able to log in. It is recommended to go offline in advance to avoid unnecessary losses, etc. However, no mention of the update content was mentioned. Players couldn't help but feel mysterious. The unknown new version of the ship deepened the players' expectations. The main plot of each novice planet has been completed, and famous figures from different planets have also shown their own charm, and each has a group of people who pursue it. After completing the main plot, players are in a period of free exploration and are still very interested. Even for side missions, there are many extended plots, which are extremely realistic. Compared to killing monsters and passing levels, this is more like a journey, making people linger. Therefore, many players are eager to know what new plot will happen to the planets they are in the new version, and care about the fate of these characters, and look forward to the full picture of the vast universe. The unknown version of the content has caused speculation from players on each planet. Many people guess the subsequent development through the plot and characters of 0.0, and the reference information is a chronicle record that summarizes the deeds of each planet. After the main plot of each region 0.0 was completed, players finally released record posts with great interest. This forum attracted the attention of countless players and published chronicles of their planet one after another. All players will contribute to the tasks, deeds, characters, etc. they encounter, and restore all events that happen to the planet during this period, whether it is the main line or the sideline, or even a distinctive MP. have player records. Everyone participates in the same thing, and this feeling makes players enjoy it, as if they are in the tide of the times and work together to achieve a great cause. This sense of belonging is extremely strong. This is the first group of ashes and loyal players in Shanghai. In his previous life, even if some players no longer play Shanghai because of busyness or other reasons, they will occasionally go online to see how the plot has developed, because there are too many new things and the sense of immersion is unparalleled. It is both a game and a drama. Not long after, the Starsea Times released a special program for the unknown new version to analyze various speculations. Hello, friends of the game. This is Shanghai Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and escorting your gaming career. Two hosts, a man and a woman, read the familiar opening remarks. At the first time of the program's release, thousands of old viewers rushed in and followed the customs and went first to urge the update. It's up, I'm watching it. It's true that the version update is going to be updated. I'm looking forward to it. How great is my times? The barrage is refreshing, covering up the jokes. The barrage was full of demons, and the awkward jokes at the beginning of the show were soon over, and they got to the point. Male host. A few days after the game, the 0.0 version update will arrive, and Shanghai will enter the next version of the plot. In this regard, we have obtained first-hand information and some unconfirmed rumor. In this issue, we will screen out the information for the majority of players to guess and analyze the next version. So, before starting the analysis, we will first conduct a comprehensive review of the plots of each planet in the current version. A large part of our source of information comes from the chronicles of events compiled and sorted for different planets. Here, we thank all enthusiastic players for this information. This information has provided great convenience for our work. The player was praised by name and felt happy. Then, the two hosts summarized the plots of the novice planets. At this time, the main plot of each planet has ended and can be passed from beginning to end. The Times also introduced and evaluated the important characters in the plot. The commentary was naturally not said dryly, but was accompanied by screenshots and video materials. Whenever the deeds of a planet are talked about, the players on that planet are most active in the barrage. The main plots of the 0.0 of these planets are also diverse, including the incident of Lord Singer's arcane tides, the dynasty split of the Singer's Snowing Earth Shadow Group incident, Soon's Chaos Extraordinary Expedition, etc. These are the core main lines, and there are also secondary main lines, just like the main lines of the Sea Blue Star, the Six Kingdoms, and the Germination, and the secondary main lines are Bennett's Sanctuary Project. The background of the planet is different, and the main plot also gives people a huge feeling. Modern style, science fiction style, magical style, mysterious style, and indescribable style have all kinds of styles. The locations of these planets are all over the world. Most players have not entered the interstellar world and do not know the direction of their planets in the universe. However, Han Xiao understands that the distribution of novice planets in various star fields is quite even, and only novice planets in the Broken Star Rings is Sea Blue Star. Among all the main plots, Hylon ended the earliest and received the most attention. There must be a protagonist in the plot, which is closely related to the event. The two hosts read the speech, and finally it was Halen's turn. When it comes to the main plot of Hylon Star, we need to mention a character that is absolutely unavoidable. After the plot of Hylon Star ended, he was still active in the public eye and the first person to lead players into the interstellar world. I believe that the majority of players will be familiar with his name. The barrage went wild in an instant. Maybe you didn't know the plot of other planets, but Han Xiao's name is almost everyone knows, and these viewers immediately had a common topic. Black Star is out. Is this a video of Han, Black Ghost, Berry Destroyer, Lord of the Shelter, Interstellar Explorer, Prophet, Black Star Mercenary Leader, Materialist, Unboxing Trader, Poor Boy Xiao? Black Star, you guys are talking about me behind the scenes again. The 30 seconds reel, men team apply to play in a battle. Our slogan is World Martial Arts, only fast and not break. I want Dragon. I want Eroshia. I want Lick They to death. Looking the screen monster. It's the turn of the Sea Blue Star players to be active, and the intensity of the barrage has completely reached the next level. The promising skill of the screen is always full. The male host reader's manuscript briefly introduces Han Xiao's life story to the players. Han Xiao, whose original name is Xiao Han, is a member of the Overmera family. He was almost killed by the Sprout and was captured by the Sprout and made into an experimental body. However, his brainwashing failed. He disguised himself for a long time, finally found a flaw, and broke away from the Sprout's control. From then on, he began his journey to fight against Sprout. He once defected to the Sprout Dragon, and later left, becoming a dark web-free killer, codenamed Black Ghost. Sprout had pursued him for many years, but only saw his shadow. He awakened a certain ability to predict and could seek profit and avoid harm. In advance, he was able to go to the ground, sensing danger. After a period of dormant, he began a comprehensive revenge, directed the expedition of the 6 countries to the budding germination, and infiltrated the budding headquarters in this battle, stealing all confidential intelligence, laying the victory for the 6 countries, and becoming a heroic figure of the Blue Star. However, his journey did not end here. One day, he foresaw that a disaster was about to occur on the Blue Star, so he summoned the space warships with some means, leading carefully selected warriors into the interstellar and looking for solutions. Most of the above information comes from chronicle information and is provided by players. The player has collected a lot of information during the exploration period. Han Xiao's deeds have been publicly documented. In the history of the incidents of Han Star, Han Xiao is like the rope hand-keyer behind the scenes. Many events are closely related to him. In the chronicle information, Han Xiao's name has been mentioned countless times, which also allows new players to learn about the plot events that have happened through the information, constantly increasing Han Xiao's reputation. The chronicles of the 0.0 version are already vast, and Han Xiao is still a brilliant star and a hero in 0.0 NP. After talking about the deeds of Han Star, we summarize the plot of the 0.0 version to the end. The 2 hosts enter the next stage, which is also the theme of this episode, and analyze the new version. Based on the information we have made several guesses. First, in the new version, players will inevitably be in line with the interstellar world, break away from the original planet, and start traveling through the universe. Second, in addition to the 13 new planets today, the new version will also add new birth planets. Based on the previous point, the new birth planet should be able to directly enter the interstellar planets. We are here to boldly guess the difference between the new planet and the old planet. The old planet has to go through a new plot before entering the interstellar world, but the new planet can directly enter the interstellar world, and the price is that the new planet must use a new account to start from scratch, while the old planet players inherit the previous high-level accounts, so both new and old have their own advantages. Third, although the plot of the new version of different planets is unknown, the characters must be the characters, and there must be clues hidden in the characters. We recommend taking the characters as the entry point to guess who the leader of the next version of the plot will be. What role will the protagonist-type character in the 0.0 version play in the new version? The clues for most planets are limited, but there is only one exception. See Blue Star. Before Black Star left, a frozen mission was left, the last position. The mission introduction is as follows. One day in the future, the catastrophe will sweep across the Sea Blue Star, and the 3rd refuge will be the last safe position. Only by protecting the faint firelight in this darkness can you have hope of tide over the difficulties. The task requirement is to protect the 3rd refuge, and the destruction rate must not exceed 50%. We have reason to believe that this mission predicts the incident of the Sea Blue Star 2.0 version. An unknown catastrophe will affect the entire planet, and the Black Star will inevitably play a role in the disaster. Han Xiao left the frozen mission in the first place to leave the direction imagined by the players to enhance his reputation. Before the version changes, a trend of speculating on the new version will arise, and the Times report was expected. See Blue Star, the 3rd refuge. With towering steel walls and tight turret guarding, the shelter is now completely formed, like a giant fortress on a wasteland. Han Xiao has left for more than a year. The current manager of the shelter is Han Xiao. He built the shelter in an orderly manner according to the established strategy. Now he has collected more than 3 million refugees. In addition to these asylums, there are hundreds of thousands of migrant people, which are the aliens. Countless players regard the third refuge as the main city, not only because there are enough daily tasks and rewards here, but also because Han Xiao's series of decisions during his tenure cultivated the players' habits. After they developed the habits, players like to gather here to set up stalls, trade, team formation, and other interactions. Residents are very conflicted about Yiren's senses. On the one hand, Yiren likes to help them work, but most people are jealous of Yiren's existence and regard it as an alien. They always feel that there is a barrier. In the eyes of some residents, the square where players gather to play is as dangerous as a settlement of special races, and they usually dare not go there. Yiren helped Bennett build many shelters, but after it was completed, most Yiren would return to the third shelter. Huang Yu did not understand Yiren's gathering behavior very much, so he could only attribute the reason to his former boss. He felt that only the Black Ghost knew the reason. However, in recent days, a large number of aliens have come from all over the country, and without warning, pouring into shelters. This phenomenon has attracted great attention from Huang Yu. Had the reason been found out? In the shelter conference room, Huang Yu asked his subordinates. After he took charge of the shelter, he formed a team himself. All the people present were members of the dark web and directly belonged to Bennett. No, the intelligence networks in various places have summarized, but the reason for the large-scale migration of Yiren has not been found. Now the number of Yiren in the third refuge has exceeded 800,000, and it is still growing. This is not a good sign. Although most Yiren is obedient, there are also many destructive elements. We have also encountered several attacks this year. Once these Yiren has other purposes, the damage that the 800,000 superpowers can cause is devastating. If it is not handled properly, the third refuge that has been established for 2 years may be destroyed overnight. Huang Yu was worried. Naturally, he could not know that players gathered in the third refuge on a large scale, because the Times speculated about the mission left by Han Xiao. The third refuge is likely to be a key location in the main plot, and a high probability is a safe place. So before the update, most players decided to come to the shelter so that they can not only get to the main line as soon as the new version arrives, but also be safer than other places. This kind of hidden danger has to be prevented. We must take measures, Huang Yu said. But the instructions left by the Lord Black Ghost are not to adopt any hostile strategies against the aliens, nor to try to control their freedom. Except for those who cause trouble, we violated his message. Huang Yu shook his head. I know, but we cannot be unprepared for the aliens because of this. The Black Ghost has been away for more than a year. If he is there, I am not worried about any situation at all, but he is not there, so we need to make adjustments. What will you decide? Huang Yu said in a deep voice. Divide and prohibit some aliens from entering the main city of the shelter, and drive them to the 2 nearby Acropolis, over Mera or Black Song. In this way, even if a turmoil breaks out, it will not happen in the hinterland. Everyone looked at each other. Just do this. Inform the managers of the 2 Acropolis. First, secretly mobilize the army to prevent unexpected situations. 3 days later, we officially start the divergence of strangers. Huang Yu spoke in a decisive tone and made a decision. Suddenly, a sleepy feeling came, and he couldn't help but yawn. Dark Star, a mothership base hidden in the tracks. In the dark conference room, the screen of the video conference was lit with a faint cold light. These people are the high-level members of the Dark Star. Each screen is a blurred figure, without showing its face. It is extremely mysterious. Even Ghidorah, who has been hostile to Dark Star for many years, only knows a very small number of high-level members. Dark Star is like a fog that cannot be seen clearly, hiding in the darkness. The most important screen is the leader of the Dark Star, which is blurry and the sound has been mechanically synthesized. What stage has the growth of the alienated primordial we put into? According to time calculations, the larval stage has passed, and all alienated primordial stage will enter the larval stage within 2 months, and the impact has been lurking. It is expected that in about 1 year, the alienated primordial will enter the explosion stage, but time cannot be precisely located. After all, we cannot control the idea of the primordial. Dark Star Leader. Keep the observation. Ghidorah intercepted an alienated primordial. I don't know how far the research has been. The plan needs to be improved. We cannot wait for the alienated primordial to grow naturally. After the symptoms break out, we need to take some actions. Let's talk about the specific details. Anner, how is Ash? The last sentence asked Anner, one of the A-level superpowers of Dark Star, Ash's teacher. The screen representing Anner made a sound. I asked him to concentrate on practicing his superpowers, and his progress was very good. His power has been significantly enhanced. He gave him some time, and the chance of entering the disaster level is more than 20%. Well, Rogo died in the battle, and Vimala was locked in the Hongwang prison. We urgently need to replenish advanced combat power. Ashes are the most promising candidate to reach A level. His superpowers are very strong. Tell him that I have high hopes for him. Then, let's break up. The screen went dark one after another, and the dark room returned to death. Existing in the unknowing chaos, the first ray of light pierces the eternal black fog. The senses called vision awaken the ignorant consciousness, and through the eyes of the body, the vivid colors break the duality between black and white. Everything is so novel. Then there's more information, noisy sounds, cold air, and fishy smell of metal. It just wants to perceive more things greedily, but can only see through the eyes of this body. It tries to turn its head. However, the body does not act because of its thoughts. It is like a person who is watching from a third-party perspective, which can only perceive and cannot control it. It wanted to act anxiously, making a silent cry, like a baby, but no one could hear it. I don't know how long I woke up, but through this body, I saw countless upright creatures coming and going, carrying out activities that it did not understand. I really want more. I don't know how long it took, but the number of vision began to gradually increase. The water drips fell on the leaves, rolling slowly, and it stared at it, curious that it didn't itch. The roots are inserted into the soil, and the nutrients bring satisfaction, just like the feeling of an upright creature eating. The beast's nose swayed, and its sensitive sense of smell dozens of times outlined the route of prey's escape in the air. More and more senses bring a surging flow of information, which accepts everything greedily. Immediately afterwards, a new sense was born. It felt the microorganisms, like a rushing torrent, like 1,000 troops. It was surprised to find that this was the first thing it could control, like an army that obeyed orders. Is this my sense? The idea came to mind. No, it's not right. All is me. I am all. The third refuge. Since a cadre sucked in some leak paralysis mist when he passed through the medicine room and lay on the bed for 17 days and 3 hours, Yeching's medicine room was marked as a forbidden area that is not accessible to normal people. Compared to when Han Xiao left, the scale of the potion room has expanded several times, with more precision potion equipment placed, and rows of liquid potions with unknown effects are placed on the shelf, colorful. There are transparent glass cabinets on the table, with different plants inside, all of which are raw materials used to make medicines. Yi Qing was wearing a white coat, anti-corrosion gloves and glasses, humming a strange tune while mixing some kind of plant potion. Controlling the superpowers of plants allows her to feel the plants and accurately control the proportion of the potion. Brushing away the hair that was hanging down her temples, she reached out, opened a cabinet, pulled off a petal, and prepared to throw it into the instrument as raw material. But her movement suddenly stopped. The supernatural ability sensed a kind of peeping, fleeting, as if an illusion. A green brow frowned slightly, looking at the feeling just now, but the source was a plant with the petals being pulled off. Freak! Yi Qing murmured, thought for a while, and reached out to touch the plant again. The moment the fingers touched the plant again, a tremor like over-electricity followed the perception of the supernatural power and stabbed her heart hard. He suddenly retracted his hand, Yiking took 2 steps back, looking at the plant in surprise. It's not an illusion. When you come into contact, you have a very real sense of being peeped. If it weren't for the supernatural ability to detect subtle changes in the plants, she wouldn't be able to feel the changes. His eyes flashed in his astonishment. Is this plant consciously sensing me? Yiqing suddenly thought of something. Her face changed slightly, and she hurriedly touched all the plants in the room. Most of the plants did not change, but 1/4 of the plants gave her the same feeling. In the huge potion room, it was clearly empty, but it seemed to be surrounded by countless gazes and peeping silently. She couldn't help but shivered. Those plants that cannot move seemed to grow eyes, looking at her and observing her. What's wrong? It's very wrong. Yiqing murmured. Late at night, in the core area of the shelter, the residential area of internal personnel, Hella, wearing a black windbreaker, sat on the roof, tilted her head, and looked at the stars in the sky. Since Han Xiao left, she would occasionally come to the roof, look up at the starry sky, and be silently in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. During this year, Hella did not leave the shelter, and Aurora's body gradually recovered. Ooh, a white giant bear more than 4 meters tall made a deep murmur. The bear was on the ground with 4 feet and circled around the yard. A blonde girl sat on the bear's back, smiling brightly, with a crisp and gentle voice, cheerful and lively. Aurora's superpowers slowly revived. She grew taller and no longer as thin as before. Her skin became smoother and whiter, with some healthy rosy. The baby bear following her also grew fast, with her hair drifting, and the ends were filled with frosty and snow. She grew ice crystal-like scales on her forehead, chest, bare arms, and thighs. She was burly and majestic, with small eyes the size of mung beans, looking cute and fierce, and extremely fierce. Don't run too fast. Be careful of falling. Hyla looked down and frowned. Sister, are you looking at the moon again? Aurora looked up and said curiously, I'm not looking at the moon. I know. You must be thinking of Uncle Black Ghost. Aurora laughed. I miss him very much, too. I don't miss him. Hella snorted coldly. I'm just curious about what the universe he was talking about. I just occasionally guess what he did in the universe. Humph, that guy threw down an inexplicable disaster prediction, making us afraid, and he ran to the universe to have fun. Aurela's eyes rolled and blew his breath, and a holy light like Momo floated out and flew towards Hella's cheek. Hella waved his hand and slapped the light seal that flew in front of him, and said angrily, Don't mess around. At this moment, Aurora suddenly froze, her smile frozen on her face, and her body trembled unconsciously. Sister, sister. Hyla looked down, and her expression changed immediately. The dark red light flashed. It appeared next to Aurora in an instant. She held her in her arms, reached out to stroke her forehead, and said anxiously, What's wrong with you? Are you sick? I'll go find that pharmacist. No. Aurora spoke hard. Her petite body was still trembling. My superpowers noticed a strange creature. No, that thing can't be considered a creature. I don't know what it is. Hyla's eyes were surprised. Aurora's superpowers had the effect of sensing life. She had never seen Aurora's panic manifestations because of sensing a certain kind of life. What did you feel? Closed his eyes. Aurora's lips turned white. It's very young, but huge. It's spreading. When the eyes opened again, the eyes were filled with fear. It's everywhere. Ubury Hub, Black Star Stand Hall, where all players of the mercenary group gather. The time is almost over. The princes, generals, and ministers looked at the panel. There is still an hour left, and the version update will begin, so let's go offline here. It's safer here. How you nodded. Well, if you update, we will go through a period of time, and it will be unknown changes. It is best to stay in the stronghold. Kwang Dao spoke in a serious tone. As one of the internal test players, he knew that the update would have a time span. The original characters and camps would move on their own, and different changes occurred. At the beginning of the public test, he was lost with Han Xiao because of this. In this version update, no one knows how long it takes to span and what the Black Star will become. It is all unknown. Quang Dao only hopes that he will not be separated from Han Xiao again. He can barely find it on the sea blue star. If he is lost in the universe, he will probably have to turn on the standalone mode. So, it is safest to stay in the Black Star stronghold. In the entire version 1.0, Black Star gave them benefits, allowing their combat power to grow to the current level, and each gained. Even players from different professions have achieved different growth due to Han Xiao's equipment, not to mention those high-reward tasks. The players present want to continue to follow Black Star in the next version. And it's not just them, but also the players of Hylon Star. Every time they watch the video of the meat bag, they want to become a member of the mercenary group. Taking risks is fun, or secondly, the main reward is that there are so many. We are just jealous. Brother, I'll leave first. If you have the chance to have a meal together. The meat buns were ripped, and the first one was to go offline. Feng Yu smiled reservedly, waved goodbye, and disappeared from spot. Everyone said goodbye to each other, one after another, and soon all the players of the mercenary group disappeared. Not only them, the same scene was staged at the same time on 13 novice planets, and tens of millions of players disappeared in a short period of time. All the cadres in the shelter were shocked, and Huang Yu was even more confused. He prepared for 3 days in private. He was about to divert more and more aliens today, but they all disappeared without warning. What is this, a swelling situation? I took off my pants, so why don't you do this for me? The once crowded player square has become desolate and deserted at this time, and there is no one. The cold wind blows, and an old newspaper is flipping on the street. Residents in the distance walked out to the streets, looking at this side in surprise. Many people think of the same thing. The scene of Yi Run disappearing is as abrupt as when they appeared, as if it had never existed. However, the footprints left by Yi Run involve all aspects and cannot be ignored. These are traces of their existence. Far away in the Uberly hub, Technician Han, who was punishing Suiya for endorsing the mechanical modification room, suddenly browned and opened the panel. New tips come into view. 1.0 version update is enabled. Data is being saved. Save it. Player forum is closed. Update time is unknown. Please wait patiently. Han Xiao tried to enter the forum, and the entrance turned gray and could not enter, just like when the internal test ended. Close the book, shake your head, sigh, drink a cup of tea, and calm your mood. What should be coming finally came. Alas, it's a tough day. After counting my own assets, my family still has 5E experience and nearly 90 INRs. I have no players in a year. If I want experience, I can only do tasks. The speed of getting rewards has been greatly reduced. Some players seem to eat delicacies every day, but now it is a difficult day for steamed buns and pickles. Black Star. Suiya finally stuttered and memorized the whole mechanical theory, but saw that Han Xiao had no reaction, as if he was in a daze, and couldn't help calling him. I'll listen. Han Xiao raised his eyes, thought for a while, and put down the book. We are leaving the Jaberli hub in 2 days, and you can follow us. I will help you awaken your strength tomorrow. And that's it today, you go back. After Zoya left, Han Xiao held the door of the mechanical modification room, took out paper and pen, and recorded some ideas. Now that the players have disappeared, the only power I can use is these cadres and Sunil warriors around me. They are not immortal, so we must act cautiously. This year is the preparation stage for 2.0. To lay an advantage, I have a lot of work to complete. First of all, the most important thing is my advancement task. Only by being stronger can I be safer and better at doing things. I must find a weaker player in the A level. Even so, the risk is still very high, but it is also accompanied by interests. Complete a level 100 advancement, and there's a chance of race sublimation. The overall combat effectiveness has increased greatly. Han Xiao tapped the table with the tip of his pen and frowned. He searched for the right candidate in his memory. A character's name flashed through his mind, but he quickly ruled out. Some were too strong, some were too far away, and some were not yet available. In his heart, the best target is of course the Ashes he had fought against. He could control the opponent's superpowers, but that guy had not reached a level yet, and seemed to have died under the bombardment of the fleet, so he could only regret passing. Oh, there's no suitable target. What should I do? Han Xiao grabbed his hair in distress. The main difficulty lies in the huge gap between his own people and A-level characters, and the limitation is that he cannot let his companions who exceed his level intervene, which means that he cannot find dragon form players. He has to rely on a group of B-level killing one A-level. The difficulty is many times more difficult than Sivia's assassination of himself. The resistance and health of A-level strongmen means that many secret moves do not work for them, and to be able to become A-level characters, no one is not cautious and cannot easily get hit. If you want to kill them head-on with your own level, you can only use super high-tech powerful weapons or traps, such as the Destroyer-class battleship Quantum Annihilation Cannon, or the Doomsday Electric Ring Band spell scroll, but there are no channels to buy them. Moreover, his cadres are not players. If they learn that they're going to deal with an A-level, they will definitely have opinions and may not be willing to take the risk to do such meaningless things. Unless the target has a deep hatred with them, Melos will not object only if he chooses the A-level powerhouse of the Dark Star as the target. Although Han Xiao knew the abilities of A-level players and the A-level players of the Dark Star, such as Barwich Anner, Miss Explosion Vimala, and Mountain Heavy Hammer Rogo, he couldn't afford to offend them all, and the Dark Star was powerful and had a vague whereabouts, so the feasibility was too low. Although I can wait until the opening of 2.0 before instructing players to deal with strong enemies. First of all, I've been wasted a year without making progress, and the danger of facing the Dark Star in 2.0 will be very high. Second, even if 1,000 players of those level are available, they will be killed by A-level instantly. Even if they can be resurrected, they are just cannon fodder and are useless. Not to mention A-level, Honda Technician can challenge a group of players by himself. Han Xiao felt a pain in his level 00 advanced task as a mouse pulled the turtle and couldn't start. Disaster. It's really difficult. If you can be resurrected like a player, and you can use your life to pile up, you won't be so entangled. The iron-headed kid will just go up, but you only have one chance, and once you fail, you will dig it out. Various factors make it almost impossible to complete this advanced task. Then I can only save the country in a curve. Han Xiao sighed with his forehead. The chances of completing advanced tasks by normal means are too slim. Fortunately, he still has a way to go astray. Task Settlement Card. The effect is to obtain the task reward with the lowest evaluation, and it is considered to be passed by the task. It just so applies to advanced tasks. There is no task evaluation reward, and you can advance as long as you pass it. The Task Settlement Card seems to be more average in the eyes of players. It is generally used in super difficult tasks, but the minimum reward is not much. It is better to try the task yourself. Therefore, although this item is rare, it is not precious. After completing the budding main line, Han Xiao had the opportunity to reward randomly. He once had a Task Settlement Card. He chose another superpower potential enhancement liquid at that time. Although he now needs to use a task settlement card, in the opinion of the superpower potential enhancement liquid at that time, it was undoubtedly a superpower potential enhancement liquid that was more rare. There are two ways to obtain task settlement cards. First, it will appear in random rewards. Only by passing difficult tasks with high evaluation can you have the opportunity to receive random rewards. Second, specific tasks have such rewards. Third, Krypton Gold, shopping the mall, and purchases for 5 per month. The third is directly excluded, and the second one is not possible because the trigger of a specific task is too far away in other star fields. After thinking about it, only the first option has the chance. The advantage is that it avoids the risk of dealing with A-level, and the disadvantage is that it is full of uncertainty. Han Xiao shook his head. If you let young people do risky things, we are still reliable. The next day, Suiya came to her house as promised. Han Xiao promised to teach her how to awaken her strength today. She didn't sleep well last night, looking forward, nervous. Sit down. Han Xiao pointed to the chair beside him, with the armrests, backs, and legs of the stool, similar to the electric torture chair. What is this? Sivia couldn't help swallowing and said dryly, I remember awakening the mechanical power, it seems that it is enough to just exercise. The magic system can generate magic power through meditation. Although the mechanical system mainly uses external objects of mechanical objects, there are similar ways to awaken the exclusive mechanical power to increase mechanical affinity. You're talking about the conventional method, too slow. I said that you have super energy genes and are talented in the mechanical system. I have a quick way to achieve it. Han Xiao's tone was calm. If you confirm that a person has mechanical potential, there is a way to quickly awaken mechanical power, which is to let another mechanical system use mechanical power to stimulate the other party's body. The awakening speed will be much faster. This is what he saw when he looked for mechanical literature. Of course, if the target has no potential, this is not much different from electrocution. Although the player's growth method is different and there is no need to go through these stages, many documents record training methods for different professions. In the eyes of players, these details enhance the sense of substitution. Han Xiao tied Suiya to the chair without saying a word, spread her palms, and the squirming electric snake wandered around, gathering into a ball of uncertain-shaped light, flashing with a terrifying electric light, and glanced at Suiya, who was tight and frightened. Relax, don't be nervous. Suiya was frightened and kept twisting. Don't wait, Before she could finish her words, Han Xiao grabbed Suiya's forehead with a big hand, and the lightning surged, wandering along her body, and it was uncertain. Sizzle. Suiya's whole body trembled violently, like a fish that was shocked by electric shock. The chair was shaken, and the whole body was penetrated by electric current. Her muscles tightened wildly, causing numbness and tingling, and her body seemed to be no longer her own. It's almost done. Don't electrocute her. Han Xiao counted the time. His eyes flashed, and he stopped and retreated. Suiya collapsed on the chair, her head lowered, and her whole body was filled with white smoke. She had not yet come back to her senses from the pain and wanted to speak, but her whole body was numb and her tongue was out of control. A special perception was born in the body, very weak, but it actually existed. Suiya reluctantly lifted her spirits and tried to control it. A slightest electric current flashed through the skin a few times. I activated your super gene. You already have magnetic strength. If you exercise regularly, you can grow. I will teach you how to exercise your strength in a few days. You can go back and recite a mechanical theory. Han Xiao untied his restraint belt, his face blankly. Go and change clothes now. Suiya finally stood up straight, looked down, and looked at her. Her expression twitched, and finally couldn't help it. She cried out and rushed out of the room and ran away. It happened that Melas happened to come to the door and was almost hit. He said in surprise, "What did you do to her? Wait, what does the room smell?" The next moment, Melas's face suddenly became strange. He was confused, and he looked at Han Xiao up and down, but he stopped talking. "I know what you want to say. Shut up." Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "Talk the serious business. What do you want me to do? Oh, by the way, all your subordinates have disappeared and have not come back for a day." Melas said, "Players often go online and offline." Han Xiao explained that it was a side effect of the immortal body. He passed by perfunctorily. Other cadres were used to it, but they had never seen all the players disappear together and did not appear for a day, so Melas asked. Han Xiao thought about it and found an excuse to make excuses. It probably means that the price of immortality is to sleep every once in a while. The activity time is too long and requires a single, long sleep, which will not appear again for a long time. Melas is skeptical, but there is no way, so he can only convince himself to believe it. They're not here for the time being. I am going to temporarily stop the business of the mercenary group. Oh, not including your compatriots. I'm talking about our headquarters. What do we want to do? Han Xiao pointed to his eyes and said mysteriously, "It has seen something again. Do you still remember my promise to you? I can feel that the time is coming." Melas's eyes lit up. But Han Xiao changed his mind. "I need to make some preparations. We will go to the Terrarim star cluster next. That is the star cluster closest to the wormhole group in the central broken star ring, the area with the largest power of the scavengers. It is very dangerous. What are we going there to do? Find something?" Han Xiao said in a deep voice. Only by completing tasks with high evaluation can you get a chance to get a random reward. Based on this, Han Xiao determined the action plan. He had to do tasks that he had a clear understanding of the task process, and the task he chose would not be very difficult, but it must be tasks with very complex methods according to normal channels. In this way, he could give full play to his own advantages of knowing the tasks and get high evaluations. What you're looking for this departure is a prop that triggers the task. In a previous life, the player had to get this prop by coincidence. The item introduction prompted that this item contains a task, and then go to the trigger, where the triggered person takes the initiative to come to the door to get this task. Han Xiao is familiar with the process, so he doesn't need coincidences and can go straight to the point. Han Xiao calculated that his tasks also had opportunities for random rewards, but either they were not enabled or they needed time. All he wanted was the opportunity for random rewards. The rewards of the task itself were second. He remembered many tasks, which were opportunities for random rewards. Although drawing task settlement card is full of uncertainty, it is at least much safer than facing A-level strong enemies.